Metametaphysics. New Essays on the Foundations of Ontology. Edited by David Chalmers, David Manley, and Ryan Wasserman. Contents. List of contributors 9. 1. Introduction, a guided tour of Metametaphysics 1. David Manley. 2. Composition, collocation, and Meta-Ontology 38. Karen Bennett. 3. Ontological Anti-Realism 77. David J. Chalmers. 4. Carnap and Ontological Pluralism 130. Matty Eklund. 5. The Question of Ontology 157. Kit Fine. 6. The Meta-Ontology of Abstraction 178. Bob Hale and Crispin Wright. 7. Superficialism in Ontology 213. John Hawthorne. 8. Ontology and Alternative Languages 231. Eli Hirsch. 9. Ambitious, yet modest, Metaphysics 260. Thomas Hofweber. 10. Ways of Being 290. Chris McDaniel. 11. Metaphysics After Carnap, The Ghost Who Walks. 320. Hu Price. 12. On What Grounds What 347. Jonathan Schaeffer. 13. Ontological Realism 384. Theodore Sider. 8. Contents. 14. Ontology, Analyticity, and Meaning, The Quine, Carnap Dispute 424. Scott Soames. 15. Answerable and Unanswerable Questions 444. Amy L. Thomason. 16. Being, Existence, and Ontological Commitment 472. Peter Van Inwagen. 17. Must Existence Questions Have Answers? 507. Stephen Yablo. 1. Introduction, a guided tour of Metametaphysics. David Manley. Metaphysics is concerned with the foundations of reality. It asks questions about the nature of the world, such as, aside from concrete objects, are there also abstract objects like numbers and properties? Does every event have a cause? What is the nature of possibility and necessity? When do several things make up a single bigger thing? Do the past and future exist? And so on. Metametaphysics is concerned with the foundations of metaphysics. Point superscript 1. It asks, do the questions of metaphysics really have answers? If so, are these answers substantive or just a matter of how we use words? And what is the best procedure for arriving at them? Common sense? Conceptual analysis? Or assessing competing hypotheses with quasi-scientific criteria? This volume gathers together 16 new essays that are concerned with the semantics, epistemology, and methodology of metaphysics. My aim is to introduce these essays within a more general survey of contemporary challenges to metaphysics. Point superscript 2. 1. Worrying about metaphysics when one is introduced to a dispute that falls within the purview of metaphysics, or perhaps even after years of thinking hard about it, one can experience two sorts of dictionary intuitions. First, one may sense that nothing is really at issue between the disputants. The phenomenology here resembles that of encountering merely verbal or terminological disputes in ordinary conversation. Eli Hirsch suggests the following experiment to induce this kind of intuition. Look at your hand while you are clenching it, and ask yourself whether some object called AST has come into existence. The RST thought must come to mind when we ask this question is this: there can't be anything deep or theoretical here. The facts are, so to speak, right in front of our eyes. Our task can only be to remind ourselves of relevant ways in which we describe these facts in our language to command a clear view of the use of our words, as Wittgenstein put it, that is, a clear view of how the relevant concepts operate. Some English speakers might describe the hand-clenching situation as one in which a new object AST comes into existence. Others might describe it as a case in which an old object, your hand, takes on a new shape and temporarily becomes AST. But it is easy to feel that there is no disagreement, or still less any mystery, about how things are in front of your face. Your hand and edges are in a certain arrangement that we are perfectly familiar with. Call this situation whatever you like. Point superscript 3. There is nothing more to know about it through metaphysical inquiry, and any residual disagreement must be somehow non-factual or terminological. Some metaphysical disputes are less apt to elicit this intuition than others. For example, a paradigmatic question of metaphysics is whether there is a God, but in that case, there really seems to be a disagreement about how things are. The phenomenology of shallowness does not arise, and very few thinkers today would deny that the debate over the existence of God is perfectly substantive and has a correct answer. In contrast, consider the contemporary debate about composition. If we have some objects, what does it take for there to be a further object that has those objects as parts? On Kierkegaard's view, composition never takes place. There may be partless particles arranged in the shapes of teacups and turkeys, but there are no teacups or turkeys. On David Lewis's view, composition always takes place. So, not only are there teacups and turkeys, but also teacup turkeys, spatially scattered objects consisting of one part dishware and one part bird. And on Peter van Inwagen's view, simples compose a larger object only when their activity constitutes a life. This gets us turkeys but not teacups. Faced with this kind of dispute, many philosophers claim to detect the whiff of superficiality. Everyone agrees that there are bits arranged teacup-wise, so do we not agree on the relevant facts? It can seem that this is only a disagreement about how to describe certain situations, rather than about how things really are. We come now to the second type of intuition that is elicited by metaphysical disputes. Even when we sense that something might really be at issue when it comes to a question of metaphysics, we may still get the impression that the answer is more or less trivial. It can be known by drawing out consequences of truisms that we all accept or by reacting on a conceptual framework that we all share. This sort of reaction might be triggered, for example, by noticing that there is at least one number. Follows from the number of my fingers is night. Which in turn can be known from a simple inspection of my hands. Insofar as this proof appears trivial, one is apt to feel suspicious of the methodology behind any theoretical defense of the thesis that numbers do not exist. Likewise, the inference from there are many bricks piled on top of one another to there is a pile of bricks can seem licensed entirely by one's understanding of the concepts at issue. The more obvious this transition seems, the more difficult it is to see how one could be dissuaded from it by any metaphysical argument. These two dictionary intuitions threaten the robustly realist approach that is dominant today, at least among analytic philosophers who specialize in metaphysics. Most contemporary metaphysicians think of themselves as concerned, not primarily with the representations of language and thoughts, but with the reality that is represented. In the case of ontology, there are deep and non-trivial but still tractable questions about numbers, sums, events, and regions of space, as well as about ordinary objects like turkeys and teacups. And the preferred methodology for answering these questions is quasi-scientific, of the type recommended by W. V. O'Quine, developed by David Lewis, and summarized by Theodore Sider in this volume. Competing positions are treated as tentative hypotheses about the world, and are assessed by a loose battery of criteria for theory choice. Match with ordinary usage and belief sometimes plays a role in this assessment, but typically not a dominant one. Theoretical insight, considerations of simplicity, integration with other domains, and so on, play important roles. I will call Thi's approach mainstream metaphysics, with the caveat that it has only come to ascendancy lately, and is still widely challenged. In this volume, it is articulated and defended by both Sider and Van Inwagen. In opposition to mainstream metaphysics, there is a broad range of views. Consider an arbitrary dispute in metaphysics that gives rise to dictionary intuitions. At one end of the spectrum will be those who dismiss the dispute as entirely misguided, on the grounds that nothing substantive is at issue. Motivated in part by intuitions of shallowness, they argue that the dispute is merely verbal, or that the disputants are not making truth-evaluable claims at all. This approach, which I will call strong Detianism, has a very impressive pedigree. Versions of it have been defended by, among others, Carnap, Wittgenstein, Austin, Rorty, Ryle and Putnam. And although it has often been linked to fading programs like Verificationism, many of its contemporary defenders have severed these old ties. In its new forms, strong Decianism poses as serious a challenge to metaphysics as ever. In the middle of the spectrum are mild Decianists, who admit that there is a genuine dispute at issue, but believe that it can be resolved in a relatively trivial fashion by reacting on conceptual or semantic facts. Thus, nothing of substance is left for the metaphysician to investigate, and it is in this sense that the view is metaphysically Decianist. As one would expect, mild Decianists tend to be motivated more by intuitions of triviality than by the intuition that nothing is really at issue in the dispute. Even further along the spectrum, we find the reformers. They hold both that there is a genuine dispute at issue, and that the answer is far from trivial. Indeed, pursuing the answer is an appropriate task for metaphysics. But in response to the concerns of Decianists, reformers reject various details of mainstream metaphysics, whether about how to understand the questions of metaphysics, or how to go about answering them. Here is the plan for the remainder of the introduction. I will begin with the Inyans of Carnap and Quinian metametaphysics. I will then organize the contemporary discussion around three general ways that a dispute can be misguided. 1. The dispute is merely verbal, somehow due to differences in the way the disputants are using certain terms. 2. Neither side succeeds in making a claim with determinate truth value. 3. The right answer is much harder or easier to reach than the disputants realize, and as a result, the way in which they attempt to reach it is misguided. The key question is whether any metaphysical disputes are misguided in any of these ways. The RST2 challenges lead to serious Decianism about a given dispute, while the third may leave open the possibility of reform. After considering these challenges in sections 3 to 6, I will turn to some responses on behalf of mainstream metaphysics in section 7, and some proposals for reforming metaphysics in section 8. Two themes from Carnap and Quine. Most of the essays in this book focus on the contemporary debate, but a significant number of them attend to the history of metametaphysics. As we will see, Jonathan Schaeffer's paper discusses themes from Aristotle, and Chris McDaniel engages ideas from Heidegger. But the two historical figures who have had the most influence on the contemporary debate are clearly Carnap and Quine. In his contribution, Peter van Inwagen explicates V.E. broadly Quinian theses about meta-ontology, and defends them against a variety of antagonists, including Heidegger, Sartre, Manon, Ryle, and Putnam. All V.E. theses are central to mainstream metaphysics, which is therefore in one sense Quinian, though it repudiates the more pragmatist elements of Quine's approach to ontology. The RST4 of van Inwagen's theses are about being and the word being. First, being is not an activity, it is not something we do. In fact, the expressions to be and to exist can be eliminated in favor of quantier expressions like something and everything. Second, being is the same as existence. Thus, there are no creatures of lore or objects of thought that do not exist. To say that they are just is to say that they exist. Third, being and existence are univocal. When we say numbers exist and when we say people exist, we are not using different senses of exist. To help motivate this claim, van Inwagen argues that number terms like 3 are univocal, and that claims of number and claims of existence are closely tied. Superscript 1. Van Inwagen's fourth thesis is that the single sense of being and existence is adequately expressed by the formal RST order existential quantier. In support of this claim, he offers an account of the way that formal quantiers regiment ordinary expressions like all and there are. The FTH and null thesis is about how to pursue ontological disputes. Here, van Inwagen is at pains to clarify what is known as the Quinian criterion of ontological commitment. It is not, he argues, a technique for revealing the more or less hidden but objectively present ontological commitments of things called theories. Instead, it is a dialectical strategy. Insofar as one's opponent is willing to accept the progressive of quantiers and variables into true English sentences, one can point out the formal existential consequences of the resulting sentences. Of course, one's opponent may resist these attempts at regimentation, but this resistance can often be shown to be unreasonable. The resulting discussion is the best way to make clear which objects a person must reasonably accept as existing. Because of Quine's association with these theses, he is sometimes invoked as a champion of mainstream metaphysics. But the contributions of Scott Soames and Hu Price put things in a different light. Soames situates the Carnap-Quine dispute about ontology within the context of their respective views about analyticity and meaning. In the background is a shared commitment to whole theory verificationism that sets both philosophers at odds with contemporary mainstream metaphysics. Both Carnap and Quine held that if two theories differ only in their non-observational statements, they do not differ on any facts of the matter. Soames calls this the stunningly counterintuitive bedrock of ontological agreement between Carnap and Quine, and argues that it weakens Quine's famous critique of Carnap's position on ontology. Hu Price's essay also aims to set the record straight about Quine. While recent philosophical lore sometimes credits Quine with saving metaphysics from the positivists, Price contends that this idea involves two serious misconceptions. First, it is often thought that Quine's rejection of the analytic-synthetic distinction successfully undermined Carnap's Detionist arguments. But Price maintains that the analytic-synthetic distinction is largely irrelevant to the anti-metaphysical force of Carnap's Detionism. Second, it is often thought that Quine bolstered traditional metaphysics with his essay on what there is, but Price argues that this idea involves a serious misreading of Quine, who is at bottom a thoroughgoing pragmatist. In short, while inationary metaphysics died with Carnap, its resurrection by Quine is a myth. Superscript 1 Superscript 1. For contemporary purposes, the crucial question is whether Carnap's critique of metaphysics can be articulated without verificationist assumptions or perhaps even without any strong assumptions about analyticity. Contemporary Detionists are still inspired by his idea of linguistic frameworks, as well as his distinction between internal and external questions. A framework is something like a set of terms in a language along with rules or ways of speaking that govern their use. So, for example, in making arithmetical claims like there is a prime number between 11 and 12, we employ the framework of numbers. Ordinary questions within arithmetic are internal existence questions. They can be answered by logical or empirical methods, depending upon whether the framework is a logical or a factual one. But we can also ask external existence questions, which concern the existence or reality of the system of entities as a whole. Answers to such questions lack cognitive content, and it is a mistake to think they must be answered in order to justify working within the framework of those entities. As intuitive as this may sound, the notion of a framework and the internal/external distinction are somewhat resistant to rigorous clarification, and their implications for ontology are far from obvious. In his paper, Matti Eklund suggests that a framework is simply a language fragment, and that the internal/external distinction is fairly straightforward. An internal question is simply one about whether a sentence is true in a given language, for example, whether there are numbers is true in English. Meanwhile, external questions insofar as they are legitimate are about what kind of language to speak, for example, whether to speak a language in which a certain kind of existence claim comes out true. But, according to Eklund, Carnap takes traditional metaphysics to be attempting to ask a second, non-pragmatic sort of external question. Such a question asks, in effect, whether there are f's, regardless of whether there are f's is true in the language being employed by the question. And this clearly involves a confusion. Eklund notes that on this reading, the internal/external distinction does not have clear implications for meta-ontology. In particular, it does not obviously lead to the thesis that there are a number of different languages we could speak, such that different existence sentences come out true in them, and they can all somehow describe the world's facts equally well and fully. Only accompanied by something like this latter thesis, which Eklund criticizes, does Carnap's distinction lead to Detionism about ontology. I will discuss one of Eklund's objections and his proposed alternative in section 6. David Chalmers' paper reconstructs Carnap's distinction between internal and external questions in terms of a distinction between ordinary and ontological existence assertions, and explores the Carnapian view that the latter sort lack a determinate truth value. He then sets out a contemporary version of Carnap's strongly Detionist view of ontology, along with a formalized way of making sense of Carnap's notion of a framework. He introduces the notion of a furnishing function, a contextually determined function that in effect supplies a possible world with a domain of entities that are taken to exist in that world. I will return to Chalmers' paper in section 4. 3. Verbal disputes. Ordinary verbal disputes are accompanied by a distinct odor of superficiality, an odor that some philosophers claim to detect in the ontology room. Of course, it would be helpful to go beyond this phenomenological similarity if we want to discover whether metaphysical disputes are in fact merely verbal. But it is surprisingly tricky to say, in general, what counts as a verbal dispute and why. At ARST Pass, it seems that a dispute is merely verbal when the interlocutors think they are disagreeing but are not, because they mean different things by a key term. For example, consider this exchange between an English child and an American child. John: footballs are round and usually black and white. Ted: no, footballs have 2 points and are usually brown. Here it seems the disputants are talking past each other, not really disagreeing because they mean different things by football in their respective idiolects. John is speaking UK English and Ted is speaking American English. If the speakers were aware of this difference in meaning, they would abandon the dispute. Any residual disagreements would have to be metalinguistic. For example, they might be inclined to disagree about which idiolect it is more appropriate to use in this setting, or which kind of ball better deserves to be named after the foot. But nothing metalinguistic was being claimed in the original exchange quoted above, in which the word football is used and not mentioned. So John and Ted's actual claims are not about words at all. They are about balls, and both claims are literally true. Despite appearances, they are not disagreeing. Point superscript 1 superscript 2. Simple context dependence can also give rise to the mere appearance of disagreement. Consider the following sentences uttered in Los Angeles on a February afternoon. One tourist to another: it's warm outside. One native to another: it's not warm outside. If the native overhears the tourist, she might take herself to disagree with him. But if the two tourists hail from Alaska and have in mind February temperatures that are ordinary for them, the tourist's claim and the native's claim are not inconsistent. There is no disagreement here because warm expresses different properties in the two contexts. Point superscript 1 superscript 3. Some verbal disputes, then, involve a mere appearance of disagreement, due to variance in what is meant by certain terms. But are ontological disputes like that? Consider what Lewis and Van Inwagen say concerning a region with two simples in it. Lewis: there are three things there. Van Inwagen: no, there are not three things there. It would certainly help to explain the intuition of shallowness if somehow one of the terms at issue meant one thing in Lewis's mouth and another thing in Van Inwagen's mouth. But we then face two questions. First, what leads to the difference in meaning? The tourist and the native were in different conversational contexts, but Lewis and Van Inwagen appear to be in one context, that of their conversation. And in the football case, two idiolects were at play, but Lewis and Van Inwagen appear to be speaking exactly the same language. The second question we face is, which term allegedly have two meanings in this exchange? It has been suggested that the word thing is the culprit. There are three satisfers of the predicate thing as Lewis uses it, and only two satisfers of the predicate as Van Inwagen uses it. One initial complication is that Van Inwagen and Lewis also differ concerning sentences that don't contain the word thing, such as there is a mereological sum in the region and there are only simples in the region. Perhaps these sentences are somehow elliptical, for there are only simple things in the region and there is a thing that is a mereological sum, but it is unclear how one would spell out this claim in terms of a compositional semantics. Superscript 1. A more popular proposal is that quantier phrases like there are, everything, and their artificial counterparts mean something different in each interlocutor's mouth. Lewis himself argues that in ordinary contexts we usually restrict our quantiers to range over common sense objects. Why should he not interpret Van Inwagen as speaking with quantiers restricted to simples and organisms? Of course, the restriction involved could not be a contextual matter. It would be hard to suggest that Van Inwagen is caught permanently in a conversational context where only simples and organisms are at issue, in part because he is arguing with an opponent who is vocally concerned about mereological sums. So, perhaps Lewis should understand Van Inwagen as employing quantiers that, as a matter of meaning, are invariantly restricted to simples and organisms. Things get trickier if we try to provide a way for Van Inwagen to express the propositions that Lewis takes himself to express, but I will return to that type of worry in section 7. As we have seen, it is natural to hold that ordinary verbal disputes involve claims that are not really contradictory. But this idea faces a problem if we accept a public language semantics of the sort made famous by Putnam and Burge. Take two quibblers pedantic enough to engage in the following argument: Alf, this glass is a cup. Betty, no, it isn't. Cups are not made of glass. This has the odor of a verbal dispute. But while the interlocutors have a different conception of what falls under the predicate cup, it is not obvious that cup means something different in their mouths, or that their claims are compatible. After all, cup is a shared commodity whose meaning is settled by community-wide dispositions. The fact that our quibblers are inclined to apply the term cup to different objects will not by itself induce ambiguity in the term superscript 1. Let us suppose, then, that Alf and Betty are really disagreeing, their claims are incompatible. Nevertheless, their dispute seems merely verbal and therefore misguided. Thus, we need an account of verbal disputes that allows for real disagreement. The same point can be made against the idea that Lewis and Van Inwagen are not really disagreeing. Proponents of the no disagreement thesis are apt to appeal to considerations of semantic charity. The idea is that the right semantics should make both Lewis's and Van Inwagen's claims come out true. But the right semantics must attend to more than the intention of the speaker to speak truly. Amongst other things, it should give weight to the speaker's intention to be using a shared language superscript 1. Surely the fact that Lewis and Van Inwagen intend to mean the same thing by the relevant sentences, and thus take themselves to be genuinely disagreeing, ought to have semantic significance. And they take themselves to be engaging in a larger debate within a community that shares a language, which suggests a community-wide pattern of use and dispositions that forms the semantic supervenience space for the meaning of their quantiers superscript 1. In short, there is a case to be made that they should be interpreted as meaning the same thing by their quantiers, whether that is what is meant in ordinary English, or in a shared ontology superscript 1. The glass/cup dispute is clearly a verbal one, even though it involves genuine disagreement. So what makes it a verbal dispute? Consider three tempting replies. In a verbal dispute, the correct answer is true in virtue of meaning, while in a substantive dispute the correct answer is true in virtue of facts about the world. This claim is notoriously tricky. The sentence "this glass is a cup" is like every other true sentence, true partly because of what it means and partly because of the way the world is. Perhaps a better way to put this idea is that verbal disputes are disputes about words, and not about the way the world is. But this claim is also not without its problems. Alf and Betty may indeed be disposed to disagree about what cup and glass mean in English, or what these words ought to mean. But as a matter of fact, they keep their dispute entirely at the object level. Taken at face value, their dispute is about whether this glass is a cup, not about the meaning of any terms at all. Formally, it is just like a deep or empirical dispute, such as one we might have about whether an object hidden in the shadows is a cup. We might try characterizing verbal disputes as those that are accompanied by a disagreement about words, or a disposition to disagree about words. But Alf and Betty would be having a verbal dispute even if they had no metasemantic thoughts on the matter, or lacked metasemantic concepts entirely. Moreover, perfectly substantive disputes might be accompanied by a disposition to disagree about how words are used. So, while this proposal might be on the right track, it does not provide a rigorous way to identify verbal disputes. In a verbal dispute there is no disagreement about fundamental facts. Here, the idea is that two sides in a genuine dispute about whether the object in the shadows is a cup will also be disposed to disagree about the arrangement of matter in the shadowy region, while in a verbal dispute, the two sides will not disagree about any such fundamental facts. Superscript 1. We can esh out this idea by appealing to a canonical language suitable for describing fundamental facts that does not contain the word cup. The idea is that verbal disputes do not survive translation into such a language. And if everything worth saying about regions containing cups can be stated in such a language, it follows that the glass/cup dispute is not worth having. On this view, we could test whether ontological disputes are merely verbal by seeing if they survive translation into a neutral canonical language without quantiers that is capable of providing a complete fundamental description of the world. We are left with the question whether such a language is possible, and if so, whether it would be capable of expressing everything worth saying about the world. Metaphysical realists are sure to resist on both points. In a verbal dispute, the correct answer is always knowable to the disputants by accessing their own linguistic intuitions. This proposal faces complications in the public language framework we are considering. For suppose that Betty is wrong, cups can be made of glass. Nevertheless, she may have been led astray precisely by her linguistic intuitions, which are unreliable. On this point, we might try. The correct answer is knowable by anyone who fully grasps the meaning of the relevant terms. But while Alf has all the right linguistic intuitions, he may now be worried that they are unreliable. He may have met several speakers like Betty, and such a state of uncertainty cannot sustain knowledge. Superscript 2. Perhaps we should try. The correct answer will be intuited under the right conditions by anyone who fully grasps the meaning of the relevant terms. This helps, but it still hangs a lot on a primitive notion of fully grasping the meaning. Point Superscript 2. Superscript 1. As we have seen, it is tricky to characterize verbal disputes if we allow that participants may mean the same thing by all the relevant terms. Recently, David Chalmers has suggested that a dispute is terminological when an apparent RST-order dispute arises in virtue of a metalinguistic difference or dispute. Point Superscript 2. Superscript 2. Intuitively, Betty and Alf do use their terms differently, and their dispute arises because of this difference. Moreover, their dispute would be resolved by somehow eradicating this metalinguistic difference. But we still face the question of what is sufficient, within a public language framework, for a metalinguistic difference. Chalmers notes that in some cases it helps to bar the use of the term at issue and any cognates and see if the dispute arises in its absence. If so, the dispute is not due to a metalinguistic difference about that term. However, he also notes that when it comes to bedrock terms and concepts, this test is inapplicable. Sometimes barring terms simply exhausts the vocabulary, which is why the dispute cannot be stated anymore. How can we make more rigorous the idea that Alf and Betty are using the term cup differently? One is tempted to say that they would both be making true claims in their own languages if it were not for the public nature of language. In his contribution, Eli Hirsch a verbal dispute as one in which each party ought to agree that the other party speaks the truth in its own language, but to avoid the issue of a shared language, he adds that the language of side X in any dispute is the language that would belong to an imagined linguistic community, typical members of which exhibit linguistic behavior that is relevantly similar to XS. This approach captures the intuition that the dispute is caused by the two sides using certain terms differently, while granting that as a matter of fact they mean the same thing by those terms. This correctly classes the glass/cup dispute as merely verbal. Even though the semantic value of cup in Betty's mouth is cuphood, a property consistent with being made of glass, if an entire community of speakers like Betty in their dispositions to use cup, the term would express a different property that is not consistent with being made of glass. And this seems intuitively correct. Likewise, Lewis and Van Inwagen may be engaged in a verbal dispute even if they are actually contradicting each other. What matters is that there are two communities, one whose members speak the way Lewis does when he is in the ontology room, and one whose members speak the way that Van Inwagen does, whose claims do not contradict each other. And considering the example of two communities who speak Lewis and Inwagen, respectively, many philosophers report the intuition that we should interpret the relevant sentences in each community as coming out true. Note the contrast with substantive issues in philosophy, such as the question whether there is a God. If we imagine a community of people who act and speak like theists, and another community of people who act and speak like atheists, we are not tempted to interpret each side as speaking the truth in their own language. As Hirsch argues, there are limits to this kind of interpretive charity, even if it is unclear exactly what those limits are. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 We can now explicate a sense in which two speakers in a verbal dispute use a term differently even if they are both minimally competent with it and mean the same thing by it. Let us say that two speakers semantically deviate from each other with a term just in case distinct semantic values are assigned to that term when we consider two communities that have their respective linguistic dispositions and patterns of use. The proposal is this: a dispute is verbal just in case the speakers only disagree because they semantically deviate from each other. Put differently, if we hold XED the facts about which they are actually disputing, the closest world where they do not semantically deviate is one in which they agree. So far, so good. But here is a preliminary objection to this sort of metaphysical Decianism. The idea rests on the notion of a whole community that uses words just as Lewis does in the ontology room. But it can be argued no such community is possible. For one thing, an important part of the linguistic practice of metaphysicians is their intention to be engaged in an investigation about the fundamental structure of reality along with thinkers in their community who have opposing views and therefore have different patterns of use. Moreover, some metaphysicians are self-consciously intending to employ the quantiers of ordinary English, albeit in the strictest and most unrestricted possible way. It is not obvious that either feature of a metaphysician's use could be enlarged to form the practice of an entire community, because they presuppose that others in his community do not use the quantiers just as he does. Superscript 2 Perhaps we can avoid this problem with an alternative understanding of semantic deviance. We are assuming that the right semantics for a term of English considers the uses and dispositions of all English speakers, and supplies a meaning. But why not imagine the same algorithm applied to the dispositions and use of a single speaker? Restricting the supervenience space in this way does not allow deference to pull any semantic weight. Everything is settled by other aspects of the speaker's use. Superscript 2 We will look at other objections to this approach in the next section and in section 7. For no determinate truth value. Early on in the 20th century, it was popular to claim that neither side in a metaphysical debate is really making any assertions. Instead, the function of their language is somehow prescriptive. For example, consider the exchange: Christine, let's go to the beach today. Melissa, no, let's go downtown instead. Two different proposals are being put forward, but no claims are being made about what the world is like. Proposals can be wise or unwise, given our goals, but they cannot be true or false. Thus, while there is a disagreement of a sort going on here, it is not one in which any question arises of who is right. One way to understand Carnap's discussion of external questions is that ontological speeches should be considered along these lines. When one philosopher says, numbers exist, and another says, numbers don't exist, they can be interpreted as putting forward different proposals for how to talk. The RST is suggesting that we adopt the framework of numbers, the other resists that proposal. They might suggest various reasons for or against a particular way of talking, but no assertions are being made, so the question of truth does not arise. An initial challenge for this sort of view is to provide a compositional semantics in which certain sentences that have the form of declarative, claim-making sentences are treated as of a different semantic type from ordinary declarative sentences. For example, the ontological claim "there are no chairs," made by Peter van Inwagen, has some important similarities to the declarative claim "there are no chairs in the room," made in an ordinary context. In part because no plausible semantics of this sort has been offered, prescriptivist Decianism has fallen out of favor. Moreover, it is worth noting that even if this sort of Decianism were true, there would remain work for metaphysics to do in judging the various proposals for how to talk, given the goals of metaphysics. In this sense, there can be a substantial winner to the dispute, even though proposals can only be better or worse, rather than true or false. Another way in which claims can fail to have determinate truth value is that, although they may have the form of descriptive language, they contain a certain kind of problematic term. To use a well-worn example, imagine that the term domal is introduced by the following stipulation: no cats are domals and all camels are domals. Now consider the following dispute: Mark, dogs are domals. Jake, dogs are not domals. There are various ways to treat this case. Some might argue that the term domal has no determinate meaning and so neither claim has a determinate truth value. Others might argue that the term has a determinate meaning, but its meaning is such that in principle we cannot accept the claim that it is true. 17. The claim that it is false, or even the claim that it is neither true nor false superscript 2 regardless of how we treat the case, there is clearly something wrong with the dispute. Even an epistemicist who considers one side in this dispute to be correct, would agree that the dispute is misguided because we are in principle not in a position to know whether dogs are domal superscript 2 for ease of exposition. Let us adopt the RST position about domal. The idea is that there are various properties that are candidate semantic values for domal, but not enough work has been done by the stipulation to select only one from among them. The candidates include a property whose extension contains all dogs, as well as one whose extension contains no dogs, but it is indeterminate which of these properties domal expresses. As a result, dogs are domals has no determinate truth value superscript 2. Are disputes about existence ever like this? Consider a dispute over whether, when I close my hand, something that is essentially AST comes into existence. It can be tempting to treat this dispute as one in which the two sides are making claims that have no determinate truth value. Perhaps this is because the quantier being employed has no determinate meaning. But how can this idea be spelled out? If we follow our model for the indeterminacy of domal, we end up saying that on one candidate meaning for the quantier, its domain contains STS, and on another its domain does not. But an initial problem with this approach is that it takes for granted that there are determinately STS in the domain of the quantier being used in the formulation itself, which was ostensibly provided in English superscript 2. So while we may be able to express the indeterminacy directly by saying it is indeterminate whether another object is co-located with my hand, it seems we need another way to explain this indeterminacy metalinguistically superscript 3. In what follows, I will look at several ways to hash out the idea that indeterminacy could be at the heart of some ontological disputes. In section 3, we encountered the idea that there is more than one meaning the existential quantier might have had, and that there are possible languages in which the quantier-like expressions are assigned different meanings exists VANINWAGEN exists Lewis, and so on. Call this thesis quantier variance. It may be instructive to begin by thinking of the indeterminacy thesis in the same terms. Let us begin with the ST/hand question. Consider two possible minor variants on our linguistic community, in which the members have fairly RM linguistic intuitions about the truth of something comes into existence when I close my hand, and so on. Suppose that due to semantic charity the sentence means something different in each community, it comes out true in the RST and false in the second. Since our own intuitions about STS are somewhere in between, it is natural to suggest that in our mouths the meaning of the sentence is indeterminate between what is meant by one community and what is meant by the other. Thus, it would seem that there are two candidate semantic values of the quantier, such that something comes into existence when I close my hand is true using one of them, and not using the other, but linguistic use does not determinately settle which of these is the value of the quantier. In this case, we can state the relevant indeterminacy without specifying the domains of the various candidate semantic values. Point superscript 3 superscript 1 But things appear to be different in the case of the dispute between Lewis and Van Inwagen. English speakers are strongly inclined to say there are two objects in the room with two simples. So if the meaning of the quantier tracks use in the way this view suggests, it would seem that English is already a language in which there are only two objects comes out determinately true, despite the misuse of the quantier by some metaphysicians. Point superscript 3 superscript 2 But suppose we take Lewis and Van Inwagen to be employing a special philosophical sense of the quantier that is uncommon among the folk. Superscript 3 or 19. Perhaps even speaking a language with a different quantier ontologies. The meaning of the ontology's quantier is settled by the ontologist's pattern of use, not that of the folk. Now suppose there is something highly problematic about the way that ontologists use the quantier, then we may end up with several equally good candidate meanings that differ on the resulting truth value of there are only two objects superscript 3, and we may even be able to say in ordinary English that there are objects that are in the domain of one candidate semantic value of the ontology's quantier, but not another. Why should we think that ontologists are not using the ordinary English quantier? One way in which they differ from ordinary folk is that they are unwilling to accept seemingly trivial transitions. For example, from there are two objects to the number of objects is 2, and from the grains are arranged heap-wise to there is a heap. If they do accept these transitions, they treat them as worthy of substantive inquiry, rather than as trivial or as simply knowable by reaction on one's knowledge of how to use the language. And, clearly, whether a community treats certain inferences as trivial can be relevant to the best semantic interpretation of their terms. For instance, take a community just like that of English speakers, except that they consider the transition from X is a bachelor to X is male to involve substantive assumptions. Enough in the way of this sort of difference should lead us to interpret them as meaning something different by bachelor than we do. Along similar lines, David Chalmers distinguishes in his essay between lightweight and heavyweight quantication. Using the RST but not the second type of quantication, conditionals like if there are grains arranged heapwise, there is a heap can often be trivially correct superscript 3, so it is plausible that ontologists are intending to use heavyweight quantication, while ordinary speakers are using lightweight quantication. As a result, according to Chalmers, we face the question whether heavyweight quantication is semantically defective, i.e. whether when properly combined with unproblematic terms, the resulting sentences may in relevant cases fail to yield a determinate truth value. Chalmers argues that the quantier of ordinary language is non-defective, but that this should not make us optimistic about the ontologist's quantier, precisely because of the differences that led us to postulate that the former is lightweight and the latter is heavyweight. Indeed, Chalmers argues that we should be suspicious about whether we really have a non-defective grasp of the notion of absolute quantication. One of the arguments Chalmers offers involves an appeal to the sort of triviality intuition discussed in section 1 above. Consider the two objects under discussion by Lewis and Van Inwagen. We may suppose that we know everything about their intrinsic features, as well as the relations that they bear to each other and to objects other than their alleged sum. Chalmers argues that we should thereby be in a position to trivially know everything about them. There is no further non-trivial truth to resolve concerning whether the mereological sum of the two objects really exists. But if Lewis and Van Inwagen are using a heavyweight quantier and one of them is right, it follows that there is such a truth that does not follow trivially from this knowledge. So, since they are using a heavyweight quantier, it must be that there is no fact of the matter who is right in their dispute. Amy L. Thomason believes the problem lies not with the ontologists' use of the quantier, but with their use of the terms thing and object. Her contribution presents a dilemma for serious ontologists involved in disputes about generic existence claims like there is an object composed of these two particles. On one way of understanding their apparently connecting existence claims, their disputes are merely verbal. On the other way, there is nothing to determine the truth values of the claims being made on either side. The dilemma is this: either ontologists are using thing and object in a way that associates them with application conditions, or not. In particular, the question is whether thing, as used by the serious ontologists, is associated with conditions that specify what it would take for a situation to be one in which there is a thing in it, etc. Suppose it is. Then, argues Thomason, the serious ontologists' existence claims will be truth-evaluable, but there will be nothing deep about their disputes. For presumably two disputants will not associate the same application conditions with terms like thing, otherwise their dispute would be resolvable simply by discovering. 21. Whether the application conditions are fooled superscript 3, but if they simply associate different application conditions with these terms, then their disputes would be merely verbal in the sense that they arise merely because the disputants are using the terms differently. For this reason, Serious ontologists must be intending to use thing and object terms in a neutral way, stripped of any application conditions superscript 3, but in that case, it seems competent speakers would have no idea of under what sorts of conditions these terms should be applied and when they should be refused. Indeed, Thomason argues, there seems nothing to determine whether or not these terms refer, and no way to evaluate the truth values of existence claims that use these terms. Notably, however, Thomason does not think that all existence questions within the purview of metaphysics are unanswerable. If we give up the allegedly neutral use of thing, we can ask perfectly respectable existence questions. For example, with genuine sortals like table, fusion, we can ask whether there are tables and whether there are fusions. These questions can be answered by conceptual analysis intended to elicit the corresponding application conditions of the relevant sortals, and empirical investigation into whether or not these conditions are satisfied. Moreover, Thomason leaves room for genuine disputes about what sorts of terms and concepts are best suited for such legitimate metaphysical goals as providing a clear and systematic description of the world. Earlier in this section, we encountered a problem for using a standard treatment of indeterminacy for predicates to understand how ontological claims could be indeterminate. We patched up the problem by expressing the idea of indeterminacy for quantiers indirectly, in terms of what quantier-like expressions would mean in imaginary linguistic communities, at least according to the thesis of quantier variance. But it would be useful to have another analog to a kind of indeterminacy that actually shows up in natural language. In his contribution, Stephen Yablo suggests an alternative semantic model, based on the notion of non-catastrophic presupposition failure. He begins by reminding us that some sentences containing empty descriptions the King of France is bald seem to fail entirely to have truth value, while others actually strike us as very like true or very like false. The KOF has never held my hand strikes us as true, and the KOF is hovering over my head as false. Yablo's explanation for this difference is as follows. All three of our sentences entail falsehoods, but only the last entails a sentence that is false for reasons independent of the original sentence's presupposition superscript 3 in particular. It entails that somebody is hovering over my head, which is false because nobody is hovering over my head, and this in turn is a fact independent of the existence of a KOF. Such a sentence counts as false. In contrast, the falsehoods entailed by the other two sentences are false for reasons that are not independent of the presupposition, for example, the falsehood that France has a king. Finally, what distinguishes those sentences that strike us as very like true from those that fail catastrophically is that the former have Straussian negations that count as false. Yablos next spisto argue that what is claimed by a presuppositional sentence is the sum total of its implications whose truth values are what they are for reasons independent of the truth value of the presupposition. It follows that what is claimed by the KOF is hovering over my head is false, and what is claimed by the KOF has never held my hand is true. Moreover, the same can be said for sentences with abstract presuppositions. For instance, the number of planets is odd strikes us as something like true, even assuming that nominalism is false. Perhaps this is because its assertoric content is a big disjunction about how many planets there are, that is true independently of whether there are numbers, and its negation entails a big disjunction that is false independently of whether there are numbers. The idea is that non-catastrophic presupposition failure applies to all kinds of number-involving sentences and not just those with numerical denied descriptions in primary position. If so, there is a class of sentences that presuppose the existence of numbers in a fail-safe fashion. What they claim will have the same truth value whether numbers exist or not. At this point, Yablo takes his cue from a certain kind of neo-Phrygian argument for the existence of numbers. It begins with the uncontroversial premise that terms like to contribute in a systematic way to the truth of the sentences in which they appear, and are functioning as names. The second premise is that all there is to such a term's denoting is that it contributes in a systematic way to the truth values of the sentences in which it appears. So too must denote something, and for disquotational reasons this something must be the number 2. Yablow's model causes trouble for the argument's second premise, because there can be empty terms that affect the truth values of what is claimed by sentences in which they appear. However, the failure of the KOF to denote will manifest itself in a distinctive pattern of semantic effects. So, there is a neo-Phrygian idea in the neighborhood that could be salvaged, namely that whether a term denotes is determined by its sentence-level semantic effects. But where would this leave numerical terms? On Yablow's account, they have the same semantic effects whether they refer or not. The result is that the one factor that is available to determine whether numerical terms refer takes the same value whether they refer or not, then that factor is powerless to settle whether numerical terms refer, and the matter is objectively unsettled. But if there is no fact of the matter about whether, for example, 2 refers to anything, then there is no fact of the matter about whether the number 2 exists. We thus have a semantic model for how ontological existence questions like "are there numbers?" might have no determinate answer. 5. Epistemic pessimism. Some disputes are misguided for purely epistemic reasons. For example, Benjamin, the number of electrons in the universe is odd. Thomas, no, it's not, the number is even. Here, the disputants are speaking the same language and making truth-evaluable claims in unambiguous terms. They simply disagree about what the world is like. Yet, there is a clear sense in which it would be misguided to argue over the facts in this case, since there is no way of making progress. No evidence can be provided either way. In the current volume, Karen Bennett defends an epistemologically pessimistic view of this sort about some issues in metaphysics, focusing specifically on the debate over composition and the related debate over material constitution. Superscript 3. Bennett contends that these debates have reached a permanent impasse. There are equally good arguments for and against each view, with nothing to break the tie. For example, one might try to argue for nihilism about composition on the grounds of simplicity. The view posits fewer material objects than universalism, for example, and is to that extent preferable. Bennett grants the point, but insists that nihilism also requires a more complicated ideology, featuring a host of complex structural plural predicates. Hence, on at least one way of thinking about simplicity, the two views come out on a par. Bennett points out that this type of critique is compatible both with Decianism and with robust realism about metaphysics. Her claim is that with regard to some metaphysical claims of the form "there are fs," there is little justification for believing either that the claim is true or that it is false. This is consistent with denying truth value to the sentence, as well as with holding that either the sentence or its negation is determinately true. However, it is not consistent with varieties of Decianism according to which the dispute is merely verbal and can be settled simply by eliminating differences in the way we are using our terms. Bennett is careful not to commit all of metaphysics to the realm of the unknowable. First, she emphasizes that some disputes in metaphysics may be quite tractable, even if others are not. And second, when she argues that a dispute has reached an impasse, her point is that we can go no further with standard metaphysical methodology. She leaves it open whether there may be some broader theoretical grounds that might justify our choice between two theories on those issues. For example, when it comes to the dispute between mereological nihilism and universalism, if it could be argued on general theoretical grounds that ontological simplicity is a guide to truth while ideological simplicity is not, this might help break the impasse. But, as she says, that sort of argument is a long way from the kind of highly localized ding at close quarters that characterizes disputes in mainstream metaphysics. 6 easy answers. Decianists all agree that there is something wrong with mainstream metaphysics, but according to mild Decianists, this is not because the disputants do not really disagree, or because there is something deeply odd about the claims they make. The problem, as they see it, is that mainstream metaphysics innates the importance and difficulty of certain metaphysical questions. In their contribution, Bob Hale and Crispin Wright discuss the meta-ontological implications of their abstractionism about mathematical entities. The view was conceived, in part, as an answer to Benacerraf's problem about how we know the truths of mathematics, when 25. They seem to require the existence of abstract objects. Abstractionism is a variant of the Phrygian idea that mathematical knowledge can be grounded in knowledge of logic coupled with stipulations of abstraction principles such as Hume's principle, the number of Fs equals the number of Gs if the Fs are equinumerous with the Gs. Their claim is that knowledge of the left-hand sides of such equivalences is no more problematic than knowledge of the corresponding right-hand sides. If this is correct, there is something misguided about disputes about the existence of numbers, not because there is no single right answer, but because the right answer is not a metaphysically heavyweight claim and is easy to arrive at. A mainstream metaphysician is likely to wonder how we can be sure there is no significant risk of reference failure. Doesn't the success of the stipulation require that there antecedently exist numbers denoted by the singular terms on the left-hand side? For Hale and Wright, this worry gets things backwards. It would be an appropriate worry if abstraction principles were attempts to X the reference of, say, numerical terms in a manner in which it is often supposed that natural kind terms are XED. But in Hale and Wright's view, abstraction principles put forward as implicit definitions work quite differently. Properly viewed, the very stipulative equivalence of the two sides of an instance of an abstraction principle is enough to ensure both that it is not to be seen as proposed as part of a project of referencing and that there is no significant risk of reference failure. On their view, for a singular term to refer, it is sufficient for it to systematically function as a syntactically singular term in a variety of true atomic sentences. And we can get to know the truth of a suitable such range of atomic sentences via the stipulative equivalences, given our ability to verify their right-hand sides. Hale and Wright's view has generated significant interest in the literature, and a variety of recommendations have been made for how best to understand it. For example, Sider has argued that abstractionists are quantier variantists along the lines of Eli Hirsch, while Catherine Hawley has argued that Sider is wrong about this. Meanwhile, Matty Eklund recommends that those impressed by the motivations of abstractionism should instead adopt maximalism. Hale and Wright's essay in this volume is intended in part to explain why they reject these proposals, and to articulate the sort of meta-ontology that does lie behind abstractionism. As we have already mentioned, a good part of Eklund's contribution is concerned with interpreting Carnap's internal/external distinction. But after 26. Tentatively deciding that Carnap is committed to quantier variantism of the sort advocated by Hirsch, Eklund considers various problems for this view and suggests an alternative. Here is the primary objection he raises. Recall the speakers of Lewis, who can truly say there are three things over there while pointing at a region containing two simples. They are talking about the simples as well as the fusion. Suppose they go on to name the fusion Bob. Now, allegedly the Norwegian should grant that the relevant sentences in Lewis are true, presumably including the sentence Bob is a fusion. But this requires the Norwegian to abandon the standard Tarskian principle, for a sentence of the form f, of any language, to be true, the singular term a must refer. In order to accept this principle, and acknowledge that Bob is a fusion is true in Lewis, the Norwegian would have to acknowledge that something is referred to by Bob. The only way out appears to be for the Norwegian to restrict this principle, or to deny that Bob is really a singular term. Maximalism, which Eklund recommends as an alternative to quantier variance, takes this form of argument and runs with it. In brief, the view is that, for any kind of object K, where the said that there was some language such that Ks exist comes out true, the maximalist says that Ks exist. If the quantier variantist has good reason to accept that there are languages containing names that refer to fusions, then the quantier variantist has good reason to accept that there are fusions. The result is a view according to which the dispute about fusions has a single correct answer, but the answer has been arrived at through semantic reaction rather than by the methods of mainstream metaphysics. Eklund goes on to argue that maximalism, while it does not entail a dictionary approach to ontology, can be combined with Detianism about ontology in a way that satisfies the motivations of the quantier variantist. Another contributor, Thomas Hofweber, also holds that there are cases in which genuine metaphysical disagreements can be answered by reaction on how language is used. But I will discuss Hofweber in section 8 among the reformers, because even in these cases he takes the answers to be in no way trivial. And as we will see, his overall intention is to secure the status of ontology as a legitimate branch of inquiry with its own domain. 7. Defending mainstream metaphysics. We have encountered various arguments to the effect that metaphysical disputes are seriously misguided. In this section, we will focus on Detionist arguments that rest on the claim that in some metaphysical dispute, both sides are speaking the truth, or at least that they would both be speaking the truth if they were embedded in communities that speak just as they do. In their contributions, John Hawthorne and Ted Sider offer reasons for rejecting this kind of claim. Suppose we grant that Lewis and Van Inwagen mean something different by there are only two things there, and thereby don't really disagree. In particular, when Van Inwagen says there are only two things there, he speaks the truth, and when Lewis says there are three things there, he speaks the truth. Let us also grant that what Van Inwagen means by there are only two things there with his quantiers unrestricted, is just what Lewis means by the sentence, with his quantiers restricted to simples. If this is the case, it is easy to see why Lewis should grant that the sentence is true when uttered by Van Inwagen. But why should Van Inwagen grant that there are three objects there is true when uttered by Lewis? Is there a way to say, in Inwagen, what is meant by the sentence in Lewis? When Lewis says something is F, we might try to translate this into the Inwagen sentence as simple or organism is F or some simples together are F, though this scheme requires there to be a polyadic non-distributive predicate like F to replace every monadic predicate in Lewis. Things get harder when Lewis says there are three chairs at every table. In his contribution to this volume, John Hawthorne employs examples like this to argue that, even if two sides of a metaphysical dispute are really speaking different languages, it will not follow that one of them can always express every intention that the other can. Suppose Hawthorne is right, and there are Lewish claims with no intentionally equivalent translations into Inwagen. How much of a problem is this for the kinds of metaphysical Detionist I have been considering? Surely. 28. It is consistent to hold that the metaphysical disputants are essentially speaking different languages whose quantiers mean different things, and that one language can express sentences with truth conditions that cannot be captured by the other. True, Deitionists like Hirsch appeal to rough translations in order to get Van Inwagen and Lewis to realize that they are not disagreeing with each other. Look, Van Inwagen only means that there are no tables that are simples or organisms, or look, Lewis only means that there are some simples arranged table-wise. But I take it that this is just a dialectical strategy. The availability of even coarse-grained translations is not by any means a logical requirement of this type of Detionism, which can still be motivated in a variety of ways. Superscript 1. One might appeal to a direct intuition that the two communities are not really disagreeing, assuming that intuition exists. One might consider this kind of Detionism the best explanation for the sense of shallowness accompanying metaphysical disputes. Or one might consider it a more or less straightforward application of a general principle of semantic charity. These motivations do not require any kind of intertranslatability among the postulated idiolects. But there is a problem with this response, which Matty Eklund raises at one point in his contribution. Superscript 2. Assuming that Lewis can express all the intentions that Van Inwagen can express, but not vice versa, does it not follow that Lewis is in some sense a superior language? If so, there is a loss of parity between the two ontologists, even if they are not disagreeing with each other with the sentences under discussion. For one thing, it would seem that a serious metaphysician like Van Inwagen has a significant motivation to abandon his impoverished idiolect in favor of Lewis. But this causes trouble for the Detionist, in that it is hardly in the spirit of Detionism to grant that the Lewis is better off in his description of the world. For it follows that metaphysics still has an important mission, to identify the best language in which to take inventory of the furniture of reality. The point is delicate. First, it is still a significant concession to Detionism to grant that Van Inwagen and Lewis are not really contradicting each other in the little dispute displayed above, or if they are, it is because at least one of them is misusing English words. And this concession would vindicate the traditional Detionist line that insofar as there is an interesting disagreement in the neighborhood, it is about how we should speak, and its resolution should have an entirely different avor and methodology than the typical contemporary debate in metaphysics. Second, relative impoverishment of a language does not always amount to inferiority. Consider a world whose inhabitants speak English, which is just like English but lacks the word nice. Assume that nice has no analysis in English, and indeed that it is impossible nightly to express the intention of everything is nice in English superscript 3. The result is that English is intentionally impoverished relative to English. But this is hardly a decisive reason to upgrade English with another word. Perhaps speakers of English would not care to add a word that means what nice means. Additional expressive power is not always worth the complication engendered by a larger vocabulary. Thus, the Desionist can claim that Norwegian is not significantly impoverished relative to Luish, and that there is no motive to abandon the RST in favor of the second. In response, a case can be made that the extra intentions that can be expressed in Luish really are worth expressing. Consider the example of Perdurantism and spinning disks, which Hawthorne raises in order to cause trouble for Desionists who assume intertranslatability. Take the sentence, possibly there is a lonely homogeneous stationary disk but no lonely homogeneous spinning disk, as uttered by the endurantist. The endurantist takes the sentence to be true. Now, either the sentence is true in the mouth of the endurantist, or it is not. If it is not true, the endurantist is importantly wrong about something that the perdurantist is not wrong about, and the type of Desionism we are discussing is undermined. If it is true, there can be no intentionally equivalent translation of this claim into the perdurantist's language that the perdurantist will accept. But this claim of the endurantist, if it is true, is just the sort of claim a metaphysician should want to make. So either one disputant is importantly wrong or we have a significant impoverishment on the part of the perdurantist language. There are also compelling examples in which there is a worthy truth that only one side can express, even if the other side can express an intentionally equivalent truth. For instance, consider, tables exist in virtue of the simples that make them up. The Desionist should admit that is true in Luish and false in Norwegian. And presumably, if expresses a fact in Luish, it is an important fact about the structure of reality that metaphysicians should want to express. But how can one express in Norwegian the true claim that is expressed in Luish? If all talk about tables is to be translated in terms of simples arranged table-wise, the resulting translation of will be false if it preserves anything like the asymmetric relation of existing in virtue of. These cases lead to a related point not stressed by Hawthorne. Imagine a highly conciliatory perdurantist who grants that the endurantist speaks another idiolect and is moved by considerations of charity to treat the endurantist's claims as true. Presumably such a perdurantist may get the hang of the endurantist's way of talking. He understands what the endurantist is saying. Moreover, the compositional abilities that accompany language learning would seem to ensure that the perdurantist understands claims like and, even if these go beyond the expressive powers of his native language. But, intuitively, even the most conciliatory perdurantist who understands what and mean in the endurantist's idiolect will consider them to be false. He will not simply consider these to be true claims that he cannot express in his native language, in stark contrast with the native speaker of English who understands the English sentence dinner was nice. Ted Sider rejects altogether the idea that Lewis and Van Inwagen could mean something different with their quantier expressions, on the grounds that meaning is not determined solely or even primarily by use. In his contribution, he argues that a crucial component of the semantic equation has been left out, namely naturalness. Using David Lewis's terminology, naturalness is an objective feature of the world that makes certain properties intrinsically more eligible to serve as the semantic values of our predicates. Focusing on properties, we can think about naturalness in terms of similarity. Being blue is more natural than being grue because blue things are similar in a way that grue things are not. The idea is that eligibility determines reference in cases where facts about language use underdetermine what is meant. In particular, Sider argues that one of the candidate meanings for exists is by far the most natural, call it existence. If its intrinsic eligibility outweighs the use of facts that differ between the Lewis and the Norwegians, then they mean the same thing with their quantier expressions after all. Moreover, the question whether one of the candidate meanings T's ordinary usage when it comes to the English terms exists hardly settles the debate. For if that candidate meaning is not existence, it may turn out that simply examining our own linguistic intuitions will lead us astray. The Sider-Lewis picture thus provides a very real sense in which ontological disputes can turn upon what the world is like. So far we have been considering responses to the claim that Lewis and Van Inwagen are both speaking the truth. But can these points also be brought to bear against the kind of Detionist who claims that Lewis and Van Inwagen are failing to make truth-evaluable claims at all? In some cases, they can. Suppose the latter brand of Detionism is motivated by the idea that Lewis and Van Inwagen are best interpreted as employing the specialized quantier of ontologies, and that there are too many candidate meanings for the quantier in this language, none of which is singled out by the relevant facts of use. In particular, the Detionist might point to the varied and connecting intuitions among ontologists about whether it follows from there being grains arranged heapwise that there is a heap, and so on. As a result, it might be argued, the meaning of the quantier in ontologies is indeterminate. This line of reasoning would clearly be undermined if, as Sider claims, there is a significant element of semantic determination that is entirely independent of use, viz., naturalness. Moreover, if Hawthorne is right, then a language whose quantier has exists vaninwagen as its meaning is significantly impoverished relative to a language whose quantier has exists Lewis as its meaning. But then, assuming these are among the candidate meanings for the ontology's quantier, might not the ability to confer significant expressive power itself contribute to the use-independent eligibility of a candidate meaning? If so, the Detionist line of reasoning just mentioned may also be undermined by the considerations adduced in Hawthorne's paper 8 Reforming Metaphysics. It is possible to acknowledge a significant role for metaphysics one not con to the realm of verbal disputes or trivialities and yet call for a reform of mainstream methodology. Let us turn now to those robust realists who propose an alternative approach to the business of metaphysics, and of ontology in particular. We have already encountered Sider's contention that the meaning of the quantier is determined in part by the naturalness of candidate meanings, and not simply by facts of language use. But even assuming that there is a most natural meaning of the quantier, it may still be that some less natural candidates do a far better job of matching use. After all, T is still an important element on Lewis's account of how the reference relation selects a semantic value. In that case, our quantificational expressions may latch onto a non-natural feature of reality, or will perhaps be indeterminate across several meanings after all. But suppose ontologists were simply to introduce a quantier-like expression, stipulated to pick out the most natural candidate meaning? With this expression in place, we can transform the Lewis/Van Inwagen debate into one about whether X, or relatedly, whether exists DL or exists PU is the meaning of. At least some of the arguments that Lewis and Van Inwagen actually use in their dispute will arguably survive this transformation, though perhaps not those that appeal to intuitions about ordinary language. This sort of revisionist program for ontology has been urged by Kian Dor and is provisionally defended by Sider in section 11 of his contribution to this volume. A central slogan of mainstream metaphysics, that being is univocal, has been famously rejected by Martin Heidegger. In his essay, Chris McDaniel interprets and defends Heidegger's critique from a perspective grounded in analytic philosophy. He begins by disambiguating the slogan, "It is one thing to claim that there is and there exists have only one sense, and quite another to claim that there is only one way to be or exist." Both claims are central to mainstream metaphysics, but McDaniel argues that Heidegger was right to reject them, and defends this rejection from Van Inwagen. The resulting view is not one of metaphysical Detionism, however. It claims that ontological disputes are genuine and deep, but one must be careful about which notion of being is at issue in them. According to McDaniel, Heidegger recognizes the existence of a generic sense of being, but takes it to be posterior in meaning to the various more restricted senses, corresponding to existence, extentness, subsistence, etc. 33. Whatever is in the domain of these restricted senses is also in the domain of the generic sense of being. A Quinian can account for restricted uses of the quantier, but will understand these as deemed in terms of restrictions on a primitive general sense of the quantier. And if the Quinian accepts notions of naturalness or fundamentality applied to logical terms, she will argue that there is a single most natural meaning for the quantier, corresponding to its most unrestricted use. On McDaniel's Heideggerian view, these assertions of priority are all reversed. The various restricted senses are semantically primitive, while the generic unrestricted sense is deemed in terms of them. Moreover, the restricted senses are entirely natural and fundamental, they correspond to the true logical joints that Sider discusses, whereas the unrestricted quantier does not. In this way, McDaniel's view also distinguishes itself from an egalitarian quantier variance, according to which any possible meaning for a quantier expression is as good or natural as any other. In the absence of egalitarianism, there remains the substantive issue of which among the various quantier meanings are the metaphysically basic, joint-carving ones. Moreover, if more natural candidate meanings are more eligible, metaphysical disputes cannot simply be settled by attending to facts of ordinary use. This point does not require a single best-side-Ryan quantier meaning, it simply requires the falsehood of egalitarianism. Another response construes all of this focus on quantiers as misplaced. In his contribution, Kid Fine argues that the critical and distinctive aspect of ontological claims lies not in the use of the quantier but in the appeal to a certain concept of what is real. In ordinary talk, the fact that two people are married is reason enough to think that a couple is married, and likewise the fact that there are no goblins is reason enough to think that the number of goblins is 0. At the same time, we want to take seriously the ontologist who says there are no couples and there are no numbers. Fine rejects two popular approaches to differentiate ordinary from ontological claims. According to some serious ontologists, the ordinary claims are not strictly and literally true, but, Fine argues, if these are not strict and literal truths, then one is left with no idea either of what a strict and literal truth is or of what the strict and literal content of these claims might be. Fine also rejects the idea that we should treat the ordinary and ontological claims as employing quantiers with different senses. It may well be that there is an ordinary sense of there are in which there are no mereological sums is true, and an extended sense of there are in which that sentence is false. But then there is no substantive question remaining about mereological sums except whether such an extension is consistent and practical. According to Fine, this does not show that there was no substantive dispute between the realist and the anti-realist about sums, instead, it shows that we have not correctly characterized their dispute. What we wanted was a thick ontologically loaded sense of the quantier over whose application the realist and anti-realist could sensibly disagree. Fine's solution is to characterize genuine ontological disagreement as concerned not about what things there are, but about what things exist, what things are real, where these terms are predicates and express, roughly, the concept of being a genuine constituent of the world. There may be no way to deem this concept without invoking other terms within a circle of metaphysical ideas, but Fine argues that we have a good enough intuitive working grasp of the concept to be optimistic about the work of ontologists. G.E. Moore famously held that metaphysical debates over whether there is an external world are misguided, because we are more certain of the propositions under attack than we are of any statements that might be brought against them. And as we saw in section 1, it is easy for many metaphysical disputes to seem misguided in just this way. For example, it is a truism that the anger is a part of the hand, so some objects have parts. And it is a platitude that some numbers are prime, so there are some numbers. In his essay, Jonathan Schaeffer takes a broadly Murian line towards existence questions like are there numbers, and are there wholes? But unlike many philosophers who are moved by intuitions of triviality, Schaeffer is no metaphysical detionist. Instead, he takes his cue from a much older philosophical tradition that does not take existence questions to be central to metaphysics at all. He reminds us that Aristotle's metaphysics is concerned not primarily with what exists, but with what things are substances, the most basic entities, and what things depend on them. For instance, Aristotle takes the existence of numbers for granted, but he is interested in whether they are transcendent, or whether they are grounded in concerecta. Schaeffer goes on to develop an Aristotelian vision of metaphysics, according to which its primary concern is to identify the most fundamental entities, and to study the grounding relations that hold between those entities and the rest. In short, the pressing concern for metaphysics is not whether parts, numbers, and notional entities exist, but how, are they basic entities or derivative? A large part of this task is to say which things are substances, that is, which things are prior to other things but not posterior to anything. But must also 35. Identify the intermediate grounding relations in order to chart the structure reality. In short, the task of metaphysics is to say what grounds what. Where Fine's vision of ontology has it dividing things into the real and the unreal, Schaeffer's vision has it delineating the world's many layers and grounding relations. A very different kind of reform is urged by Thomas Hofweber's contribution. He rejects the idea that ontology answers questions that can only be asked using metaphysical terms of art, like whether numbers exist or are real or fundamental. He also denies that we have pre-theoretical concepts corresponding to these terms. At the same time, Hofweber is concerned to show that ontology has its own legitimate domain of inquiry, and that the answers to its questions are not trivial. But this requires giving an account of why, for example, there are numbers as it is used in ontology is not entailed by the mathematical truth that there are innately many prime numbers. On Hofweber's view, the claims of metaphysics do not connect with the claims forthcoming from such other disciplines. Thus we should not claim that metaphysical truths trump those of mathematics or geography or vice versa. What, then, should we think of ontological existence claims? Hofweber argues that, in ordinary language, quantiers are polysemous. Take the sentence "there is someone we both admire." On a domain conditions reading of the quantier, a claim is being made about what the world contains, viz. An individual admired by both of us. On an inferential role reading of the quantier, the claim being made is neutral about whether the object admired exists or not. Only in the later sense, for example, does this sentence follow from "we both admire Sherlock." With this distinction in hand, Hofweber argues that there are two very different claims that can be made by uttering "there are numbers." And it is only on the inferential role reading that the sentence follows from the claims of mathematics, whereas the ontologist is interested in the domain conditions reading of the sentence. So ontology has its own domain after all. But in at least some cases, its questions can be answered by careful reaction on the semantic function of the expressions employed in the relevant discourse. For example, Hofweber argues that expressions like 2 in 2 plus 2 is 4 are really determiners, expressions just like many or some, that appear for cognitive reasons in a syntactic position contrary to their true type. Even the number 2 as it is ordinarily used does not have the semantic function of picking out an entity. As a result, although we can sensibly use an expression like the 36 number 2 with the intention of denoting, we can be sure we will not succeed in denoting the number 2, in the ordinary sense of the number 2. This kind of reaction doesn't tell us anything about how many things there are, whether they are abstract or concrete, etc. But it guarantees that whatever things there may be, none of them are numbers. Hofweber claims that a similar case can be made for the non-existence of propositions and properties, though not for that of Cartesian souls. Reaction on language is thus sometimes the proper methodology for answering questions in ontology. But even in such cases the answer is in no way trivial, and a substantive remaining task for ontology is to identify which ontological questions can be answered in this way, and which cannot. 9. Conclusion. This introduction has been largely concerned with attacks on metaphysics, and what can be said in response to them. But it is worth stressing that metametaphysics has a constructive component as well. After all, optimistic metaphysicians should seek not only to deek the barbs of Detionists, but also to react on the proper methodology for metaphysics. To undertake serious metaphysics, one ought to have at least a tacit position on the semantic relationship between ordinary and metaphysical claims, and of the weight that should be afforded to various criteria of theory selection. For this reason, these papers are important prolegomena to any future metaphysics. 2. Composition, collocation, and meta-ontology. 1. Karen Bennett. 1. That's a stupid question. Some of the things we metaphysicians think about strike others and, in some moods, ourselves as a tree silly. Are there numbers? If I say that my shirt is blue, am I committed to the existence of a universal, namely blueness? If you have two objects, are you guaranteed to also have a third object entirely composed of the RST2? And so on and so forth. Who cares? Ask the neo-Carnapian naysayers. Superscript 2. Surely there is something deeply wrong with these questions. Issues that have inspired particular ire include the dispute between perdurantists and endurantists, the dispute between presentists and eternalists, questions about the persistence conditions of particular kinds of objects, the question of whether there can be multiple objects in the same spatio-temporal location, and the poster child of those who want to dismiss metaphysics disputes about whether, and how often, mereological composition occurs. These disputes, they claim, are pointless wastes of time. Clearly, though, if such a dismisser wants to make a serious point rather than just curmudgeonly noises, she needs to move beyond her gut reaction that these disputes are pointless. She needs to be explicit about just what exactly she thinks is wrong with them. After all, not just any reason for thinking that some question or debate is stupid is meant ontologically interesting. You might think a question is stupid because you take it to be blindingly obvious what the right answer is. Or you might think a question is stupid because you are not yourself gripped by it. For example, I cannot get very excited about how many commas appear in the original manuscripts of Shakespeare's plays, but it is not because I think the question is malformed, or that there is no answer, or anything like that. So what of meta-ontological interest might be meant by the claim that some metaphysical dispute is pointless? I shall continue to use dismissivism as the generic label for the view that there is something deeply wrong with these debates. Point superscript 3. One crucial question, then, is what of Orr's dismissivism might come in. Another question is whether we should believe that any particular version of it is true. And a further question is how, at least roughly, we should go about deciding whether any particular version of it is true. I am going to address all three of those questions in this paper. I shall begin by distinguishing three different ways to dismiss metaphysical disputes, and offering a brief methodological suggestion about how to proceed. I shall then argue both that the second version of dismissivism is misguided, and that the third version may well be true. The paper thus aims to achieve three main tasks: to sort out some important preliminary methodological and taxonomic issues, to argue against what I shall call the semanticist treatment of two particular metaphysical disputes, and to argue in favor of a different dismissive approach to those two disputes. Three kinds of dismissivism. What, then, are the three versions of dismissivism? Consider a dispute about whether there are any fs, whether there are, say, numbers, or perhaps mereological sums. Here is one thing a dismisser might have in mind when she says that that dispute is empty: there is no fact of the matter about whether or not there are fs. There are fs does not have a determinate truth value. Call this anti-realism. I am not going to have a great deal to say about it in this paper. I do not know how exactly to argue against it, and I am not entirely sure what it means. There are fs might be vague or ambiguous in some way, in which case the unprecised sentence might not have a determinate truth value. But I am not entirely sure how it could be that a precised version of the sentence does not have a truth value. At any rate, I am not going to properly address the question of whether there is a fact of the matter about the answers to metaphysical existence questions. I am going to dodge that question altogether. Here is a second thing that a dismisser might have in mind when she brushes off the question about whether there are any fs. The dispute about whether there are fs is purely verbal. The disputants assign different meanings to either the existential quantier, the predicate f, or the negation operator, and are consequently just talking past each other. Call this semanticism. Notice that it is not the same as the anti-realism just sketched. Although anti-realism arguably entails something in the ballpark of this claim, the converse does not hold. One can think that a dispute about whether there are FS is purely verbal, and yet resist anti-realism. First, one can think that the world itself is perfectly determinate, and that people just disagree about whether the meaning of there are FS is such that it truly applies to the world. Second, one can even think that the sentence there are FS itself has a determinate truth value, despite thinking that some disputes about it are just verbal disputes. Doing so simply requires thinking that there is a fact of the matter about the correct use of the expressions in the sentence, and that one of the parties to the dispute is just wrong about the use of language. Consider, for example, a dispute you might have with someone who insists upon using the English word telephone to refer to leprechauns. Suppose that the two of you agree that the world contains certain sorts of communication devices, and does not contain little green people who hide gold at the end of rainbows. You say that there are telephones, he says that there are no telephones. Although this is paradigmatically a verbal dispute, you win. Facts about the correct use of the English expressions in the sentence, conjoined with facts about what sorts of entities we are presuming the world to contain, dictate that there are telephones is determinately true. Some semanticists, like Eli Hirsch and Amy L. Thomason, think that at least some of the relevant metaphysical disputes are. Like this, they therefore claim that many metaphysical disputes can be settled by appeal to ordinary language. Deciding who is right simply requires deciding which of the disputants is speaking ordinary English. Other semanticists, like Alan Seidel, deny that there is a clear fact of the matter about the English meanings of the expressions in the disputed sentence there are FS. I suspect that Seidel is right about this, if only because it is far from obvious that ordinary English is coherent. Many putative ontological puzzles arise from the fact that our common-sense ontological beliefs connect with each other. If so, then deference to ordinary English will not dissolve the puzzles, even if the semanticist is right that there is nothing substantive at stake. This is a tricky issue, however, and Hirsch does agree that ordinary English appears to contain conics. Properly settling the matter would require settling questions in the philosophy of language that I will not take up here. I simply want to make clear that the link between the claim that many metaphysical disputes are purely semantic, and the claim that there is no fact of the matter about the answers to them, is not straightforward. Semanticism and anti-realism are independent positions. There can be verbal disputes even in cases in which there are facts of the matter both about what the world is like, and about the correct use of the expressions in the disputed sentences. I will have quite a bit more to say about verbal disputes in due course. For now, though, I want to get a third option on the table. Begin by noticing that both of the dismissers thus far introduced agree that it would be epistemically inappropriate to GHT tooth and nail about whether there are FS. Anti-realists about FS do not think that there is anything to GHT about in the RST place. And although semanticists might think there is something to GHT about, namely, the meaning of the sentence there are FS in English, they do not think it is worth thinking very hard about. However, one need not be either a semanticist or an anti-realist to claim that it is epistemically inappropriate to GHT tooth and nail about whether there are FS. One can think that there is a fact of the matter about whether or not there are any FS, deny that disputes about the existence of FS are verbal disputes, and nonetheless think that there is some other reason why it would be epistemically inappropriate to dig in one's heels and spend a career defending the existence of FS. All one has to do is say that there are FS is either true or false, and disputes about its truth value are not verbal disputes. But there is little justification for believing either that it is true or that it is false. Call this epistemicism. In a couple of particular cases, I shall claim, there is little justification for believing one of the competing positions over the other. It is not clear that there are any grounds for choosing between them. Now, I am not quite going to fully defend this third sort of dismissivism about the relevant disputes, because I am not going to defend its explicitly realist component. But I am going to argue that the disputes in question are not verbal disputes, and my defense of the claim that there is little justification for believing either side will at least be compatible with as full-blooded a realism as you like. Really, then, I will be arguing that the weaker claim, disputes about the truth value of their RFS are not verbal disputes. But there is little justification for believing either that it is true or that it is false. Is correct about the relevant cases. Is consistent with both epistemicism and anti-realism. I will nonetheless continue to make epistemicism the salient choice. 3. A methodological suggestion before I start arguing this in earnest, however, I want to call attention to something. I have repeatedly been saying in some cases and the like, and I have characterized the 3 forms of dismissivism in terms of the rejection of 43. Some particular dispute about the existence of FS. This is important. At least on the face of it, it is perfectly possible to dismiss some metaphysical disputes and not others. Indeed, all the dismissers have their pet examples. For example, Seidel and Hirsch focus on material objects, while Yablo tends to focus on abstract objects. They are right to narrow their focus as they do, for there is no obvious reason to think that all metaphysical debates must be on a par. To assume that they are, and that there is something special wrong with them qua metaphysical debates, requires taking the somewhat arbitrary boundaries between subdisciplines too seriously. What I mean is these. For all I shall say here, it might be the case that there is something deeply wrong with most of philosophy, perhaps because it relies so heavily on a priori reasoning. The status of the a priori is a pressing issue that I will not address in this paper. All I am saying now is that there is little reason to think that there is some characteristic problem that affects all and only metaphysics. Any problem that affects all of metaphysics surely affects neighboring fields, such as epistemology, logic, and philosophy of language, as well. And any problem that affects only metaphysics may well only affect certain particular debates. Thus, not all of metaphysics has to stand or fall together. It is epistemically possible that some issues that metaphysicians talk about are well-formed and substantive, and others are not. This point is not usually acknowledged, but it strikes me as both obvious and important. Having it on the table generates a methodological prescription. Rather than making broad generalizations about the status of metaphysics, we need to look at the details of particular disputes. If we are open to the possibility that some metaphysical debates are nonsense and some are not, we are thereby open to the possibility that what makes them nonsense is not some general feature that makes them count as metaphysical issues in the RST place, but rather some specific feature of that specific debate. Thus, we need to give substantive consideration to specific disputes in order to decide whether or not they are one of the problematic ones. We need to do metaphysics in order to do metametaphysics. So let us get some particular disputes on the table. One of the 2 that I will discuss is a favorite stalking horse of the dismissers. The other one has not been, but I suspect there is no real reason for that. I am quite sure that they would think it is bunk as well. After sketching the basic metaphysical issues, I will return to the metametaphysical ones. I will argue that contra the semanticists these are not verbal disputes, and that contra most working metaphysicians that there is nonetheless no compelling grounds for choosing between the competing positions. 4. Metaphysical disputes. 4. Constitution. The RST dispute is about material constitution, and the familiar puzzles about whether objects can spatio-temporally coincide. On the table before me sits a clay statue. But the statue and the lump of clay from which it is made appear to have different properties. Lump was on a shelf in my garage on Tuesday, but Goliath was not. I did not make Goliath until Thursday. And even if I create and destroy Lump and Goliath simultaneously, they still have different modal properties. If I had squashed the statue into a ball while the clay was still wet, I would have destroyed the statue, but not the clay. In short, Lump and Goliath certainly appear to have different persistence conditions, and thus Leibniz's law apparently entails that they are distinct objects. But how could that be? Surely 2 distinct objects cannot be in the same place at the same time. Responses to this sort of puzzle are divided. In one camp are the people who reject the possibility of co-location, and make one of the various available moves to get out of the Leibniz's law argument. I shall call such people one-thingers. In the other camp are those who are not moved by the outraged noises with which I ended the last paragraph. These people embrace the idea that there can be more than one thing in a place at a time, or even at all times during which it exists. I shall call such people multi-thingers or believers in co-location. 4.2 Composition. The second issue is about composition. Most of us believe in composite objects like tables, trees, and toasters. But some people argue that there are no such things, not because they do not believe in the external world, but rather because they think that composition never occurs. These people believe that there are simples and that those simples have various properties and stand in various interesting relations to each other. They just deny that they ever compose anything else. To what Peter van Inwagen calls the special composition question, when do simples compose a larger thing, they answer, never. In doing so, they take themselves to avoid various puzzles that afflict those who do believe in composite objects: the problem of the many, the arbitrariness of any other answer to the special composition question, and, indeed, the puzzle about co-location that I just introduced. They also avoid a version of the causal exclusion argument that they claim afflicts those who believe in composites. Here, too, we have two camps. I shall call those who deny that there are any composite objects compositional nihilists or just nihilists. I shall call those who say that there indeed are some composite objects believers. Note that the term believer is intentionally neutral on the question of how often or easy composition is, that is, it is neutral on the question of whether unrestricted mereological composition is true. Both those who only believe in the sorts of objects that we ordinarily countenance, and those who think that there is a fusion of any objects whatsoever, count as believers in my sense. As I am using the labels, constitution is a one-one relation, and composition is a one-many relation. The issue in the constitution case, the debate between the one-thinger and the multi-thinger, is about the relationship between single entities that at least seem to have different persistence conditions. The issue in the composition case, the debate between the nihilist and the believer, is about the relationship between pluralities and single things. It is about when and whether many things make up one superscript 1. For 3 preliminary analogies. Nonetheless, there are clear connections between the two debates. For one thing, it is standard to claim that the issues about constitution only arise given belief in composites. The nihilist does not believe in either statues or lumps of clay, so surely dodges the puzzle about co-location altogether. For another thing, that puzzle about co-location can be framed in mereological terms. The question is whether a mereological principle called uniqueness or extensionality is true. Can the same parts compose more than one thing? The one-thinger says no, the multi-thinger says yes. So both issues can be framed in terms of composition. Does composition ever occur? If so, does it adhere to uniqueness? However, I think that the similarities between the two issues run deeper than that they can be framed in a common vocabulary. There are structural analogies between them that can be meant ontologically illuminating. First, then, notice that in both the constitution and the composition cases, there is a high ontology side and a low ontology side. In the constitution case, the low ontology side is occupied by the one-thinger, and the high ontology side is occupied by the multi-thinger. In the composition case, the low ontology side is occupied by the nihilist, and the high ontology side is occupied by the believer. Second, notice that both debates are what I shall call difference minimizing. In both cases each side will try to play down their differences from their opponent. Everyone wants to minimize the gap in order to ensure that their view does not sound crazy, and that they too get the advantages of the other side. What this requires depends upon which side one is on. The high ontology side will downplay their extra ontology, and the low ontology side will upplay their expressive power in order to be able to capture the claims made by the other side. Not all metaphysical disputes are like this. Not all metaphysical disputes are difference minimizing, the disputes over constitution and composition belong to a special class. Everyone, well, almost everyone superscript 1 agrees on the basic data, and simply tries to account for it differently. The danger, of course, is that the more each side minimizes the differences in order to claim the other's benefits, the less obvious it is that their disagreement matters all that much. Here is the gamma plan for the rest of paper. First, it will quickly sketch the sorts of thing that high ontologists say to downplay their extra ontological commitments. I will suggest that it is taking their speeches too seriously that naturally generates the idea that the disputes are merely verbal, which, I shall argue at length, they are not. That is the negative argument against semanticism. I will then explore the other direction of difference minimization, the ways in which the low ontology side tries to upplay their expressive power. I will suggest that looking at the issues from this direction gives rise to a rather different meta-ontological lesson. The right meta-ontological lesson is simply that, in these particular cases, there is little basis for choosing between the competing sides even though they are not verbal disputes, and even assuming realism. 5. Difference minimization. Downplaying excess ontology. In both the constitution and composition cases, the high ontologist is going to try to downplay the large numbers of objects she posits. She will say that they are in some sense thin, that her commitments are ontologically innocent, that the putatively extra objects are not really anything over and above what the low ontologist already admits into his ontology simples, or LLED regions of space-time instantiating certain persistence conditions, or what have you. Clearly, she will deny that they are identical to anything the low ontologist already accepts. If so, she would simply be a low ontologist, but she will say that they are so tightly related that the somewhat tendentious superscript 1 superscript 2 nothing over and above locution is APT. In both cases, then, the high ontologist will say that objects are easier to come by than the low ontologist thinks they are, and will say that the low ontologist is mistakenly setting the threshold for objecthood too high. Regardless of whether or not that is the right attitude to take, let us see how this strategy plays out in the two cases at hand. The believer in composite objects will say that the composites are so closely connected to the simples standing in various relations to each other that countenancing them does not in fact bloat her ontology. She will say that the way in which simples give rise to composite objects is nothing like the way that, say, my tea kettle generates steam, or a machine in a factory extrudes plastic widgets. That is utterly the wrong analogy, the believer will say, and it is an implicit commitment to that analogy that leads the nihilist into his mistake. If he realized it was the wrong analogy, he would abandon his nihilism. Towards this end, the believer says, look, for there to be a table, nothing more is or could be required than that there be some simples arranged tablewise. That is, for there to be some simples arranged tablewise just is for there to be a table. There is no extra step, and no room for any wedge between the two. You nihilists seem to think that there is, and you're making a mistake. That is how the believer wants to downplay the existence of composite objects. Superscript 1 superscript 3. The multi-thinker also thinks objects are thin, and will make similar speeches. She believes that the many objects that share a spatio-temporal region are made of all the same matter, or have all of the same parts, or something along those lines. Superscript 1. And that there is some important sense in which the statue is really not anything over and above the lump. The multi-thinker will say that the way coinciding objects share a spatio-temporal location is not at all like the way you might try and fail to get your water bottle and your coffee cup to sit in just the same two-dimensional spot on your desk. That is utterly the wrong analogy, the multi-thinker will say, and it is an implicit commitment to that analogy that leads the one-thinker into his mistake. If he realized that it was the wrong analogy, he would abandon his one-thingism. Toward this end, the multi-thinker says, look, for there to be multiple objects in a region, nothing more is or could be required than that the region be LLED with matter, and that multiple sets of persistence conditions, or modal proles, are instantiated there. That is, for there to be multiple modal proles instantiated in a region just is for there to be multiple objects there. There is no extra step, no room for any wedge between the instantiation of distinct modal poles, and the existence of distinct objects. You one thing or seem to think there is, and you are making a mistake. That is how the multi-thinker wants to downplay the existence of co-located objects. Now, there were an awful lot of metaphors in those speeches. What is really going on? The central point is that, in both cases, the high ontologist offers what I shall call a linking principle, a necessary conditional connecting the things the low ontologist countenances to the things only the high ontologist countenances. Believer, necessarily, if there are simples arranged f-wise in region R, then there is an f in R. Multi-thinker, necessarily, if there are multiple modal poles instantiated in a region R, then there are multiple objects in R superscript 1. Some high ontologists might endorse biconditional versions of these principles, but the right-to-left direction introduces complexities that are irrelevant to the central issue superscript 1. What matters is that the high ontologist will say that it is necessary in the strongest sense that there is a table in a region if there are simples arranged table-wise there, and that it is necessary in the strongest sense that there is both a table and a distinct hunk of wood in a region if both a tableish and a hunk of woodish modal pole are instantiated there. The low ontologist will reject these principles, and the high ontologist will say that that is precisely their mistake. Their mistake is to think that something further would have to happen, that objects are harder to come by than they really are. But the more seriously we take the high ontologist's speeches, and the more we focus on the GHT over the linking principles, the less it looks like anything of interest is going on here. It looks as though everyone agrees about the left-hand side of the conditional linking principles, that there are the simples arranged like so, or that certain modal poles are instantiated in a region, and only disagrees about whether that entails the right-hand side. But especially in light of the high ontologist's speech effaying about the innocence of the ontological commitments incurred by accepting the right-hand side, that does not look like a very exciting GHT. This is where the semanticist gets his foot in the door. He says that if that is all that is going on, it looks as though these people are just bickering about what phrases like "there is a table" mean. It looks as though everyone fully agrees on what the world is like, and just disagrees about which situations are worth describing as involving the existence of an object. Various heirs to Carnap and Putnam, Alan Seidel, Amy L. Thomason, and especially Eli Hirsch have vigorously defended this idea recently. I will focus on Hirsch. 6. Against semanticism. 6.1 Hirsch's notion of a verbal dispute. In a series of very interesting papers, Hirsch has argued for the semanticist version of dismissivism. He thinks that much of what passes for substantive metaphysical disagreement is really just semantic disagreement, including both of the disputes that I have introduced here. He has discussed the dispute about whether there are any composite objects in more detail than the dispute about whether there can be two things in a place at a time. But he thinks that both are verbal disputes. He thinks that nihilists and believers, one-thingers and multi-thingers, are just talking past each other. They agree on what the world is like, and only disagree about how certain words work in English. These metaphysical disputes, Hirsch points out, seem rather different from disputes about whether the Loch Ness Monster exists, or whether there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. They are more like the dispute between the purist who says that only cocktails made of gin or vodka, dry vermouth, and perhaps an olive or two count as martinis, and the sorority girl who calls practically anything a martini as long as it is served in the classic V-shaped glass. If these two are seated at a table on which such a glass contains some nonsense made of sour green apple liqueur, the latter will say that there is a martini there, and the former will deny it. This is a paradigm case of a verbal dispute. The disputants agree on all the facts, but disagree on how to use the word martini. Hirsch claims that this is precisely what is going on in the disputes over composition and co-location. The two sides agree on all the facts, in some sense of fact, and simply disagree about the truth conditions of certain sentences like "there is a composite object" or "there are two objects in region R." Two important questions immediately arise. One is about which components of the disputed sentences are supposed to be the source of the trouble. This has received a fair amount of discussion, and everyone agrees that it has to be the 51. Quantier expressions, not merely predicates like table. I agree, and will not dwell on the point further. Instead, I want to focus my attention on the other question: what makes a dispute count as merely verbal? We must have a criterion at hand in order to decide whether or not the disputes about composition and constitution are verbal disputes. Hirsch says that a dispute is verbal when the disputed sentences, whether there is a martini on the table or there is a table, are most charitably understood as having different truth conditions in the mouths of the disputants, so that both sides speak truly, despite uttering sentences that appear to contradict each other. He thus offers the following as a necessary condition on a dispute's being verbal: each side ought to acknowledge that there is a plausibly charitable interpretation of the language associated with the other side's position which will make that position come out true. He further offers the following as the simplest paradigm for meeting that necessary condition: a dispute over the truth of a sentence D is merely verbal if there are two undisputed sentences U1 and U2, one true and one false, such that one side holds that D is equivalent to U1 and the other side holds that D is equivalent to U2. Note that is explicitly supposed to be sufficient, not necessary. It is a way of guaranteeing that the necessary condition is met. In the martini case, we are supposing that a classic V-shaped glass LLED with a noxious green concoction sits on the table in front of us. The disputed sentence D is there is a martini on the table. The undisputedly true sentence U1 is there is an alcoholic cocktail in a V-shaped glass on the table, and the undisputedly false sentence U2 is there is a mixture of gin or vodka, dry vermouth, and olives on the table. Purists like me take D to be equivalent to U2, and therefore say that D is false. People who run bars that claim to serve 50 kinds of martini take D to be equivalent to U1, and therefore claim that D is true. They are simply talking past each other. The martini case is nice and clean, as one would hope if the condition really captures the central notion of a verbal dispute. But what about the composition and constitution cases? Let us take a preliminary look at how they might be fitted into this mold. In the composition case, let the disputed sentence D be there is a table in region R. U1 is the undisputedly true there are simples arranged table-wise in region R. It is less clear what U2 is supposed to be to what undisputedly false sentence does the nihilist take D to be equivalent. I assume that it is supposed to be something like there is an extra object in front of me, completely independent of the simples. In the constitution case, let D be there are two distinct objects in region R. U1 is something like there are two sets of persistence conditions instantiated in R. U2 is again less clear. Perhaps it is something like there are two completely independent objects crammed into R. In both cases, the high ontologist says that D is true if U1 is true, that U1 is clearly true, and concludes that D is true as well. The low ontologist, in contrast, says that D is true if U2 is true, that U2 is clearly false, and concludes that D is therefore false as well. This should all sound a tad familiar. Indeed, if the disputes really are over the linking conditionals from the previous section, then it follows that both are, by Hirsch's lights, merely verbal. Disagreement about the status of those conditionals entails disagreement about the status of Hirsch's biconditionals. Let me make the connection fully explicit. U1 is what the high ontologist thinks entails Du2 is what the high ontologist goes to some lengths to distance herself from, by means of her ontologically downplaying speeches. It is what she thinks that the low ontologist thinks D entails. However, it is not clear that the low ontologist in either case really does think that D entails U2, nor even what exactly U2 is supposed to mean. This leads me to ARST, preliminary, worry about Hirsch's claim that the disputes over composition and constitution are verbal. Because it is not clear that there is in either case an undisputed falsehood U2 to which the low ontologist takes D to be equivalent, it is not clear that these disputes meet his sufficient condition. If they do not, we have been given no reason to think that they are verbal disputes. It is not obvious how to modify to yield a criterion that the composition and constitution disputes clearly do meet superscript 1. However, I propose to let this point slide. I shall assume that either they can be shown to meet after all, or else that some satisfactorily moded version of can be provided. I shall henceforth restrict my attention to the dispute over the connection between D and U1 and let U2 quietly drop out of the picture. I can bracket this concern about whether the cases in question satisfy, because is simply not sufficient for a dispute's being verbal anyway. This, then, is my second and central objection to Hirsch's claim that the disputes over composition and constitution are verbal, does not guarantee that a dispute is verbal. I shall make this point in 2 stages. The RST stage simply involves noting that itself says nothing about analyticity. It only requires that the D left-right arrow unequivalence be necessary and a priori in the mouth of one of the disputants. But presumably the relevant criterion should require that it also be analytic in the mouth of one of the disputants. Presumably the relevant criterion is not, but, a dispute over the truth of a sentence D is merely verbal if there are 2 undisputed sentences U1 and U2, one true and one false, such that in one side's language D is a priori, necessarily, and analytically equivalent to U1, and in the other side's language D is a priori, necessarily, and analytically equivalent to U2 superscript 1. Surely it is central to the notion of a verbal dispute that the 2 parties disagree about the meaning of the disputed sentence. That requires that the equivalences be analytic. Why does Hirsch not require that the equivalences be analytic? I do not know. Perhaps he is trying to dissociate himself from his Carnapian roots, and the Quinian critiques thereof. It would seem, though, that anyone who is suspicious of the notion of analyticity would also be suspicious of the notion of a verbal dispute. If there is no viable analytic/synthetic distinction, there is also no viable distinction between verbal and factual disputes. More likely, though this is pure speculation on my part, Hirsch is instead so committed to the thought that necessity is analyticity that he thinks it would be redundant to add analytic. At any rate, I take it to be clear that only could be a sufficient condition on a dispute's being merely verbal. The only real question is whether entails it. If it does, then is itself sufficient for a dispute to be merely verbal. If not, not. We here enter the second stage of the second objection. The question is whether the necessary a priori conditionals that high ontologists espouse must be understood as analytic. Is it analytic in the believer's language that if there are some simples arranged f-wise in region R there is an f in R? Is it analytic in the multi-thinger's language that if there are multiple modal proles instantiated in a region R, then there are multiple objects in R? Hirsch must say yes. But the participants in the RST order debates do not think that the relevant conditionals are analytic, and, indeed, there is strong reason to think that they cannot be. This is the heart of my problem with Hirsch's semanticism. His view requires that the linking principles be analytic in the high ontologist's language, but they are not. In what remains of section 5 I shall argue that they are not. More accurately, I shall argue that there are forceful reasons, which Hirsch has not acknowledged, to think that they are not. As I argue this, I will for simplicity restrict my attention to the dispute about composition. Since it is a more natural T for Hirsch's approach than the Constitution case, doing so will streamline the discussion considerably. The Constitution case will reappear in section 6. 6.2 The linking principles are not analytic. The linking principle if there are some simples arranged f-wise in region R, there is an f in R is not analytic in the language of the believer in composite objects. The key piece of my argument for this claim is the simple fact that the believer does not think that composites are identical to anything that the nihilist accepts. When she says that she believes in tables, she is saying that she believes in tables that are numerically distinct from the simple superscript 2. She does not believe that the word table just relabels the simples, it is not coreferential with simples arranged tablewise. As I have already pointed out, she of course does think that the table is intimately related to the simples arranged tablewise. That is the point of her ontologically downplaying speeches, but she does not think that the table is the simples arranged tablewise. Perhaps Hirsch has read too much into the misleading nothing over and above talk endemic to those downplaying speeches. But the high ontologist never had identity in mind. Hirsch must acknowledge this point. To refuse to take the non-identity claim on board would be to refuse to take the debate on its own terms, and to question beggingly refuse to let the genuine believer into the ring at all. Indeed, it is tempting to read Hirsch as doing just that. It is easy to read him as such an unrepentant though closeted nihilist that he sees the debate about composition as being solely between two types of nihilist. One of them says that there are only simples bearing various relations to each other, that the word table is intended to refer to a composite, and thus that there is a table in R is false. The other type of nihilist agrees about the ontology, but disagrees about the meaning of the predicate table. He says that there are only simples bearing various relations to each other, that the word table refers to simples standing in some of those relations, and thus that there is a table in R is true. These two characters who will reappear in section 6. 1 under the names revisionary and hermeneutic nihilists superscript 2 superscript 1 are both nihilists. The dispute between them is purely verbal, it is about the semantics of English words like table. However, it is not the debate that anyone is interested in. It certainly is not the debate between the nihilist and the believer. Perhaps an analogy will help. Consider a dispute between a skeptic and a phenomenalist about the external world. The skeptic and the phenomenalist agree on the appearances, they agree on how the world seems. They also both agree that there are no material objects that are distinct from and causally responsible for those appearances. However, they disagree about what sentences are true in English. The skeptic says that there is a table in region R is false, despite the fact that we are indeed confronted with various robust appearances there. In contrast, the phenomenalist says that table simply refers to certain robust patterns of table appearances, and thus that the contested sentence is true. Now, this dispute is not completely uninteresting. It is, after all, basically the dispute about whether Berkeley is best thought of as denying the existence of material objects, or as holding a rather surprising reductive hypothesis about them, but it is not a substantive dispute about the nature of the world. It is certainly not the dispute that exercises epistemologists. Ditto the dispute between the two types of nihilist above. That is not a substantive dispute either, and it is not the one that exercises metaphysicians. Nonetheless, it is extremely easy to read Hirsch as construing the debate between the believer and the nihilist in precisely these terms. Doing so makes sense of his occasional claim that the disputants agree on all the facts. And it does entail the analyticity of the relevant U rightward arrow D. If there are simples arranged tablewise in R, there is a table in R is analytic in the mouth of the second nihilist, superscript 2 superscript 2. However, I would like to resist temptation here, and not interpret Hirsch as misunderstanding the debate in this way. The question is whether table must mean simples arranged tablewise in order for if there are simples arranged tablewise in R, there is a table in R to come out analytic. Is there any way for Hirsch to argue that it is analytic in the mouth of the genuine believer? That is there any way for him to maintain that if there are simples arranged tablewise in R, then there is a table in R that is numerically distinct from the simples arranged tablewise? Is analytic in the believer's language? I do not see how. Saying that is analytic in the believer's language amounts to saying that we can deem things into existence. But surely an analytic claim cannot be existence entailing in this way. Surely the existence of a new object cannot follow by meaning alone. Point superscript 2 superscript 3. Who knew ontological arguments were so easy? Now, perhaps the problem is that I am taking the phrase numerically distinct to contribute too much to the meaning of the sentence. That is, perhaps the significance of the claim that is analytic can be downplayed by taking numerically distinct to be a semantically inert piece of throat clearing. That would be to say that the believer in composite objects is really a hermeneutic nihilist with non-standard beliefs about the meaning of the identity symbol and the negation sign. While such a move would indeed detract from the shock value of the claim that we can deem things into existence, it is not very plausible either. After all, the fact that the believer gets the same answers to basic math problems as everyone else would seem to suggest that n equals are not semantically inert in her language. It consequently would appear that Hirsch is committed to the claim that's purported analyticity entails that meaning alone is enough to conjure up the existence of tables. Here, then, is what I take to be the state of play. Hirsch wants to say that is sufficient for a dispute's being verbal. To do so, he must say that it entails. He needs to say that the high ontologist's linking conditionals are analytically true in her language, and analytically false in the low ontologist's language. This in turn requires claiming that it makes perfectly good sense for the high ontologist to have the power to deign things into existence. The anti-semanticist, in contrast, wants to say that the dispute between the high and low ontologists is substantive despite meeting. Neither party takes the linking conditionals to be analytic. Let me be clear, as I wrap up this discussion, that there might for all I have said be many legitimate objections to the high ontologists' linking conditionals. After all, she has to believe the anti-Humean claim that there are necessary connections between distinct existences, and arguably also has to believe in the synthetic a priori. Maybe there are serious objections here, maybe not. I simply ask you to notice that to argue against the high ontologist on these sorts of grounds is not to argue for semanticism. It is to assume the opposite, and take a substantive stand on a substantive metaphysical issue. It is to say that the high ontologist position is false. 7. Difference minimization 2. Upplaying expressive power. Despite all this, I am increasingly inclined to agree with the semanticist that there is not a huge amount at stake in the disputes about composition and constitution. I suspect that it indeed is epistemically inappropriate to GHT tooth and nail about whether there are tables, and whether they are co-located with distinct hunks of matter that constitute them. I suspect, that is, that the third version of the dismissive attitude is APT. To motivate this, I want to return to the idea that both low and high ontologists want to minimize their differences from their opponents. Forget the ways the high ontologist tries to downplay her ontology. Let us look at the other direction, the ways in which the low ontologist tries to increase, or upplay, her expressive power. Both sections 7.1 and 7.2 are largely expository, the argumentative thread resumes in section 8. 7.1 The nihilist first, composition. It should already be clear that the nihilist does not want to reject outright all our everyday talk about composite objects. Although the nihilist officially denies that there is a toaster in my kitchen, he thinks that the English sentence "there is a toaster in my kitchen" nonetheless has a rather 58 Karen Bennett different status than "there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq" or "the Loch Ness Monster lives in my backyard." Similarly, for claims about what my toaster is like, the nihilist will say that my toaster is old, is somehow or other better off than my toaster is encrusted with diamonds. Nihilists have two basic strategies for accomplishing this, familiar from discussions of nominalism and rationalism, and mentioned in passing in the previous section. First, there is revisionary nihilism. The revisionary nihilist says that all claims about composite objects are strictly and literally false, but that some of them are nonetheless assertable, or quasi-true, or the like. A proposition about composites is quasi-true just in case it is appropriately associated with a different but related proposition that is strictly and literally true. Second, there is hermeneutic nihilism. The hermeneutic nihilist says that some claims about composite objects are strictly and literally true, but, contra appearances, they do not carry ontological commitment to composite objects. The choice here turns on claims about the semantics of ordinary English. The question is whether a sentence like "there is a toaster in my kitchen" expresses a false proposition P1 about the location of a composite object, or a true proposition P2 about the location of some simples. The hermeneutic nihilist thinks that the sentence expresses P2, and is therefore true. The revisionary nihilist, in contrast, thinks that the sentence expresses P1 and is therefore false, but is importantly related to P2 in some other way. Trenton Merricks is a revisionary nihilist. Van Inwagen appears to be a hermeneutic nihilist, and indeed titles a chapter of Material Beings, why the proposed answer to the special question, radical though it is, does not contradict our ordinary belief. Superscript 2. Nothing I have to say turns on the difference between revisionary and hermeneutic nihilism. It is, as I pointed out in section 5, a purely verbal difference. I simply want to strongly emphasize that nihilists never just say, there are no toasters, revise your breakfast plans. All nihilists want somehow to recapture the claims that the believer takes to be true. Note that recapturing these claims need not mean making them come out true. Revolutionary recapturing counts as recapturing just as hermeneutic does. As long as they do not simply proclaim statements about composites false, and stop there. Revolutionary nihilists are still upplaying their expressive power. They are still difference minimizers. Whether the nihilists' recapturing is hermeneutic or revisionary, it relies on one central tool, plural quantification. This permits them to deny the existence of composite objects like toasters, while nonetheless accepting claims like there are some simples arranged toaster-wise. Arranged toaster-wise is a non-distributive predicate. Superscript 2. The claim that some simples collectively satisfy it is not supposed to entail the existence of a single composite entity any more than there are some people writing a play together is supposed to entail the existence of a single entity that is doing the playwriting. To use George Boulog's example, it does not seem like you are committed to the existence of a set just because you believe there are some Cheerios in your bowl. And as he puts it, it is haywire to think that when you're eating some Cheerios, you're eating a set. What you're doing is, eating the Cheerios. Plural quantification has a variety of uses, and is a handy device for anyone, nihilist or not, to have in his toolbox. For example, it provides a natural way to regiment ordinary English sentences like George ate some Cheerios or the chairs are arranged in rows. It is also supposed to capture G.H. Kaplan's sentences like some critics only admire each other without quantifying over anything set like. The feature that matters for the nihilists' purposes is simply that plurally quantified sentences are not supposed to carry ontologically commitment to anything more than the RST order individuals themselves, not to sets, sums, nor composite objects of any kind. This is of course controversial, but I will grant the nihilist the point. It is important to recognize, though, that the nihilist's upplaying project is more complicated than has thus far been suggested. He needs to not only make sense of there is a chair in my kitchen, but also the chairs are arranged in rows. That is, he needs to be able to recapture sentences that apparently involve the satisfaction of plural predicates by composites. But the nihilist appears to use up plural quantification in paraphrasing away the apparent reference to chairs, and therefore appears to need some further tool with which to handle the predication. Indeed, such sentences look to the nihilist rather like G.H. Kaplan's sentences look to the ordinary believer in critics. This is not an isolated example. Dealing with such cases is crucial to the nihilist's ability to recapture scientific claims about the structure of the world. Scientists are very much in the business of explaining how bigger things are made of smaller things, and the smaller things are very often not themselves simple. Many composites are composed of other composites. The nihilist needs to be able to recapture explanations of, say, how water droplets come together to form thunderclouds, how molecular bonding works, and the distinction between single-celled and multicellular organisms. The nihilist's translations need to preserve compositional structure. Making sense of multicellularity requires making sense of putative organisms that are putatively composed of cells. Multicellularity is not a property directly instantiated by simples. Thus, nihilists need to be able to say, not just that there are simples arranged multicellularly, but rather something closer to, arranged molecule-wise, arranged organelle-wise, arranged cell-wise, arranged organ-wise, arranged. Even that is obviously rather simplified. For example, I am ignoring important differences between types of subatomic particles. Clearly, apparently straightforward predicates like arranged human-wise mask some complicated structure. This is not supposed to be an objection to the nihilist. There are strategies available for dealing with these issues. Nihilists who are willing to countenance sets can supplement plural quantification over simples with plural quantification over sets. Alternatively, they can supplement plural quantication over simples with plurally plural or per plural quantication over simples. Per plural quantication stands to ordinary plural quantication as plural quantication stands to singular quantication. Superscript 2. It would permit the nihilist not only to paraphrase away talk of groups of simples, but of groups of simples as well. And perhaps there are other options. My point is not to raise a problem for nihilism, but rather to make clear that their paraphrase scheme cannot be as simple as they typically make out. This will become important later on. The upshot for the moment is just that nihilists will do whatever it takes to accommodate the same apparently true claims about putatively composite objects that the believer will. Importantly, this is the only kind of nihilist on the table in what follows. As it happens, all actual nihilists are of this kind. But if there were any nihilists who just sort of smiled and said that nothing remotely in the ballpark of talk about composites was true, they would not be in play in this paper. 7. To the one thing or a very similar game is played out in the case of constitution. Here, too, the low ontologist upplays her expressive power. Just as nihilists do not want to unapologetically reject all talk of ordinary objects, most one-thingers about the constitution question do not want to unapologetically reject our everyday talk about the persistence conditions of things. Here, unlike the case of nihilism, there is an important exception: Michael Burke, whose view is adopted by Michael Rea. But most one-thingers want to say that it is true that lump would survive being squashed and that Goliath would not. What they instead deny is that those claims entail, via Leibniz's law, that lump and Goliath are distinct. One way to do this is to deny or restrict Leibniz's law superscript 2, but the much more popular and more sensible strategy is to claim that deremodal contexts are referentially opaque. David Lewis and Alan Gibbard defend somewhat different versions of this. I shall only discuss Lewis' more familiar version, counterpart theory. As far as avoiding the argument for collocation is concerned, Lewis' crucial move is not so much the details of counterpart theory and certainly not his commitment to modal realism, eternalism, etc., but rather his claim that modal predicates are, as Harold Noonan puts it, Abelardian. They pick out different properties in different contexts. For Lewis, the reason that lump and Goliath cannot be substituted salva veritate in the sentence lump would survive being squashed into a ball is because the predicate would survive being squashed into a ball picks out a different property when attached to the name lump than when attached to the name Goliath. Those names respectively emphasize the object's lumpiness and statuesqueness, and thereby pick out different counterpart relations. There is one object there that has some squashed counterparts in other worlds when tracked across worlds under a same lump counterpart relation, but which does not have any squashed counterparts in other worlds when tracked across worlds under a same statue counterpart relation. This is rather like saying that I am 4 feet from the window, but 12 feet from the door. The premises in the argument for collocation do not ascribe incompatible properties, and Leibniz's law gets no purchase. This is all extremely familiar. The important point is just that this is the most popular one-thinger line, and it is a line that preserves the apparently true claims about the persistence conditions of the statue and the lump. That is, the vast majority of one-thingers will help themselves to the same apparently true claims about persistence conditions that multi-thingers will. This is the only kind of one-thinger on the table for the rest of the paper. After all, this is the only kind of one-thinger who really engages in the difference minimizing project as I laid it out earlier. This one-thinger works hard to upplay his expressive power, and claim that he can endorse our everyday intuitions about what changes certain sorts of thing can and cannot survive. Contrast Burke, who dodges the argument for collocation by claiming that lump would not in fact survive being squashed into a ball. The Burkean one-thinger does not difference minimize, but instead throws out half of the data, as it were. I hereby set him aside, and for the rest of the paper will use one-thinger as shorthand for difference minimizing non-Burkean one-thinger. 8. The costs of upplaying expressive power. Perhaps it is time to pause for a quick rundown of the analogies between the composition and constitution cases. In both the debates about composition and the debates about constitution/collocation, there is a low ontology side and high ontology side. Both sides try to minimize their differences from their opponents. The high ontologist insists that her extra ontology is nothing over and above what the low ontologist already accepts, and will say that the low ontologist has too thick a notion of an object. The low ontologist tries to recapture most of the claims that the high ontologist accepts. In sections 4 and 5, I suggested that misunderstanding the high ontologist's downplaying efforts can lead to semanticism, and argued that semanticism is misguided. So much for. What I want to argue now is that paying attention to naturally leads to the third sort of dismissive attitude about these disputes. We do not have justification, or at least not local justification, for believing either side. I want to make my way towards this conclusion by articulating two further analogies that only become visible upon reaction on the requirements of the low ontologist's upplaying project. 63. One is that in neither the composition or constitution case is it obvious that the low ontologist's view is simpler than the high ontologist's view. The other is that in both cases, the objections that the low ontologist raises against their high ontologist opponents have a sneaky way of reappearing on the low ontology side. It is not obvious that the low ontologist's view is simpler than the high ontologist's view. The problems for the high ontologist rearse for the low ontologist. After explaining claim in this section, I will spend section 9 arguing for claim in some detail. In section 10, I will better articulate the version of dismissivism to which these claims lead. We get from to by noticing that the low ontologist cannot recapture the high ontologist's claims for free. Doing so requires postulating a certain amount of machinery. The low ontologist must either replace the high ontologist's ontology of objects with an ontology of properties, or else trade ontology for ideology. Either way, though, his view wreaks the complexity of the high ontologist's view. He cannot automatically claim victory on the simplicity score superscript 2. The point is quite straightforward in the Constitution case. The only onethinger on the table is the one who claims that modal claims are referentially opaque, and that many apparently incompatible modal predications are not incompatible after all. In the Lumpel/Goliath case, there is only one object, which is both possibly squashed into a ball qua lump and also not possibly squashed into a ball qua statue. The heart of this strategy is to say that the relatively straightforward predicate being possibly squashed in fact hides a multiplicity of more complex predicates that pack in some reference to the kind. Perhaps this requires that the one-thinger postulate a different complicated modal property for each object the multi-thinger countenances superscript 2. Perhaps it just requires that she employ a different complicated modal predicate for each such object. That depends on broader questions about the viability of nominalism. What matters for my purposes is that the multi-thinger need not do either. Because she instead multiplies objects, she need not countenance these complicated properties or predicates. All she needs is being possibly squashed. The composition case is a little bit more complicated. Recall that the nihilist wants to not only recapture relatively simple claims like there is a toaster in my kitchen, but also trickier claims like the chairs are arranged in rows, or these paper clips form a chain. So he needs to introduce clever techniques that allow him to talk about the very complicated, highly structured ways in which simples can be arranged. On the face of it, however, these very complicated predications of simples appear to commit nihilists to the claim that the simples collectively instantiate very complicated, highly structured properties. The simples collectively instantiate arranged atom-wise, arranged molecule-wise. At least, the nihilist is committed to the complex structured plural predicates themselves. Here again, however, the high ontologist is not committed to any such thing. The believer need not countenance either these highly structured plural predicates, nor any properties that answer to them. She does not need to say that the simples themselves directly satisfy any such plural predicate or instantiate any such property. She can simply say that the simples directly satisfy arranged quarkwise or whatever the smallest items composed from simples are. Then the quarks satisfy arranged atom-wise, and so forth on up. It is molecules that get arranged into cells. So the believer does not need to countenance the highly structured properties or predicates of simples needed by the nihilist, any more than the multi-thinker needs to countenance the complex modal properties or predicates needed by the one-thinker. The point is simplest if nominalism is set to one side. In both the composition and constitution cases, the high ontologist multiplies objects while the low ontologist multiplies properties. But a similar point holds even for the strictest nominalist. She buys her way out of ontology with the coin of ideology. So even if the low ontologist wins the battle of ontological commitment, he does not win the war of simplicity. On at least one way of reckoning simplicity, the two come out roughly on a par. This should cause us to raise an eyebrow, or at least the suspicion that perhaps not as much rests on the decision between the high and low ontology sides as we might have thought. It is a long way from an argument for the third version of the dismissive attitude, however. The claim in this section, and the point of analogy, is simply that we should begin to be suspicious, and should start to think carefully about what could justify us in preferring one side to the other. More details in a moment. Before forging ahead towards what I take to be the right meta-ontological lesson here, I want to take one last quick look backwards. The fact that the low ontologist must postulate these additional properties lets us see yet another problem with Hirsch's semanticist account. 65. My primary conclusion in section 5 was that several large additional steps are required to get from the claim that the two sides are just arguing about U rightward arrow delinking conditionals, like if there are simples arranged tablewise in R there is aidable in R, to the claim that the disputes are merely verbal. Now I want to suggest that it is not even the case that the two sides really are arguing about those linking conditionals. In neither case is there a genuinely undisputed truth. You taking there to be one requires punning on phrases like being arranged tablewise and would survive being squashed into a ball. In neither the composition nor constitution case do the disputants agree on the meaning of the predicates that appear in U. The multi-thinker need not endorse anything like what the one-thinker means when he says that such and such a modal prole is instantiated in a place, because the multi-thinker need not countenance the complicated counterpart theoretic properties/predicates that the one-thinker needs. Similarly, the believer in tables need not endorse anything like what the nihilist means when he says that there exist simples arranged tablewise, because the believer has no need to countenance the highly structured property/predicate collectively satisfied by simples that the nihilist needs. It is consequently not the case that everyone agrees on U and simply disagrees about whether the rules of English are such that it entails D. 9 problems rearising for the low ontologist. Let us continue to move forward towards what I take to be the correct meta-ontological lesson here. Thus far, we have seen that the low ontologist's desire to play up his expressive power leads him to postulate a highly structured property or predicate for each object that the high ontologist recognizes. This should lead us to wonder just how much rests on the decision between the high and low ontology sides, and just how much evidence we have for one over the other. At this point, it starts to feel as though we are just riding a seesaw: fewer objects, more properties, more objects, fewer properties. Or perhaps smaller ontology, larger ideology, larger ontology, smaller ideology. Either way, it starts to feel as though we are just pushing a bump around under the carpet. If that is really all we are doing, we should expect more than this rough parody. We should expect the same problems to arise for both sides. And indeed they do. This is analogy between the composition and constitution disputes. In each case, the main challenges to the high ontology side rearise. 66 Karen Bennett. For the low ontology side. Now, I am not going to argue that it is in principle impossible for anyone to come up with a new challenge to the high ontology side that does not rearise for the low ontology side. I am not going to somehow argue that it is in principle impossible for anyone to come up with a sneaky new way of proving that, say, one-thingism is incoherent. I suppose that that is possible, though I certainly think it unlikely. What I will argue, though, is that many of the best-known arguments against the high ontology side in fact rearise for the low ontologist. I will begin by considering 4 arguments that the nihilist raises against the believer, and then turn to the main argument that the one thing erases against the multi-thing. In each case, the traditional challenges to the high ontology side have parallels on the low ontology side. First, consider Van Inwagen's special composition question: when, if ever, do simples compose a composite object? One of Van Inwagen's main arguments for nihilism is the conjunction of the claim that a. all of the non-extreme answers to the special composition question are unacceptably arbitrary, with the claim that b. the extreme answer always is not acceptable for other reasons. Nihilism is the only remaining option. However, the nihilist is actually threatened with arbitrariness just as much as the believer is. The nihilist does indeed a straightforward answer to the special composition question, as well as to the closely related question: when, if ever, do some things compose an F, where F is a sortal or kind term. In both cases, the nihilist will say never. But there is a question closely analogous to the second of those two, to which the nihilist does not have a straightforward answer, namely, when, if ever, are some things arranged F-wise. Put the point this way, perhaps the believer has to say something about what the world has to be like to contain tables. However, the nihilist equally needs to say something about what the world has to be like to contain simples arranged table-wise. If the believer should tell us when and how some simples compose a thing of kind F, the nihilist should tell us when and how some simples are arranged F-wise. Second, and relatedly, consider the problem of the many. The concern is that countenancing composite objects requires countenancing an awful lot of them, in particular, that wherever there is an object of kind F, there are many minutely different objects of kind F that almost completely spatio-temporally overlap. Take any table T and any of its constituent molecules M. Because T would survive the loss of M, and because an object elsewhere that was a duplicate of T except for M would also be a table, it looks as though T minus M must also count as a table. That entails that there are an awful lot of tables in almost the same region. 67. The nihilist allegedly avoids this issue. It is one of Unger's main reasons for nihilism, and although it is not one of Van Inwagen's, he clearly thinks that it is a real problem for any view according to which there are composites, including his own view, which I have largely been ignoring, that there are composite organisms. However, both assume that it is not a problem for full-blown nihilism. This, I submit, is false. The problem of the many arises from the following two claims: a. that the property being an F supervenes on the properties of n relations among simples, and b. that certain minute differences in the supervenian space cannot make a difference to whether or not being an F is instantiated. But the nihilist endorses his own versions of those claims as well. He thinks that a. being arranged F-wise just is a relational property of simples, and thus trivially supervenes on the properties of n relations among simples, and b. that certain minute differences in the properties of n relations among the simples cannot make a difference to whether or not being arranged F-wise is instantiated. The believer cannot, on the face of it, say that one arrangement of particles composes a table and another, almost entirely overlapping arrangement of particles does not. The nihilist similarly cannot, on the face of it, say that these simples collectively instantiate a complicated arranged table-wise property, and those simples almost all of the same ones do not. To make this more precise, let me introduce a notion of overlap among simples. OAB equals DF. There is exactly one A among the AAS that is not also one of the BBS, and there is exactly one B among the BBS that is not also one of the AAS. The nihilist's problem of the many arises in precisely the same way as the believer's problem of the many. The central claim is that if some XXS are arranged F-wise, and the XXS overlap the YYS in the above sense, then the YYS must be arranged F-wise as well, turned AXX turned AYY. Thus, while the believer is apparently committed to the existence of many mostly overlapping Fs, the nihilist is apparently committed to the existence of many mostly overlapping instantiations of being arranged F-wise. Where the believer has many mostly overlapping objects of the same kind, the nihilist has many mostly overlapping instantiations of the same property. Third, consider the exclusion problem, or overdetermination argument, familiar from the philosophy of mind. In that context, it is levied against both non-reductive physicalism and various forms of dualism. Trenton Merricks has levied a version of it against the believer. 68 Karen Bennett. In composition. The very quick gist is this: any putative effect of an event putatively involving a composite object would be fully accounted for by events involving the simples that putatively compose C superscript 3, so any such effect would be overdetermined. But ordinary door closings, window shatterings, and the like are not systematically overdetermined in this way. So if there were any composites, they would never cause anything, they would be mere epiphenomena. There are many things to be said about this argument, particularly about the notion of overdetermination and the version of causal completeness upon which it relies. In fact, I myself do not think that the believer actually has any problem here, as long as they claim that composition is necessary whenever it occurs, that is, as long as they think that the conditionals linking the simples to the existence of a composite are necessarily true. Point superscript 3 superscript 1. But what I want to argue here is that even if it were a real problem for the believer, it would equally well be a problem for the nihilist. Here, too, nihilism does not help. The point is quite similar to that about the problem of the many. Causal sufficiency for some effect seems like being arranged tablewise, in that not just any minor difference among the simples can affect whether or not it is instantiated. Two events that differ only with respect to the involvement of one or two simples need not differ in whether or not they are causally sufficient for some effect. Point superscript 3 superscript 2. Consider some simples that are arranged baseball-wise, and which are such that the event of throwing them at a window is causally sufficient to shatter it. Now consider some other simples that overlap them in the sense seen just above. Not only are these other simples also arranged baseball-wise, they are also arranged such that the event of throwing them at a window appears to be causally sufficient to shatter it. So it looks as though the shattering of the window is overdetermined in just the sense that Merricks is trying to avoid. Superscript 3 superscript 3. Merricks is concerned about the causal competition that would exist between a baseball and the simples that compose it, that the baseball and its component simples would overdetermine their effects. The prima facie problem for the believer. What I am suggesting is that Merricks should also be concerned about the causal competition among the simples. The prima facie problem for the nihilist. Insofar as there is a problem here for anyone, it is a problem for both sides. Fourth, consider the claim that the nihilist has a straightforward solution to the puzzle about collocation. The thought is that since he does not believe in either lumps or statues, he certainly is not committed to the claim that a single spatio-temporal region can contain both a lump and a distinct statue. Since he does not believe in composites at all, he is not committed to countenancing collocated composites. However, as Matthew McGrath argues, this is too quick. The nihilist's translation project, his attempt to upplay his expressive power, is not limited to simple claims like there is a table in R or that table is red. He also needs to translate claims like this is the same table that was in the kitchen yesterday. He needs, that is, to translate our everyday claims about persistence into nihilistically acceptable terms. But then there will be corresponding properties collectively instantiated by the simples, and we have not been given any reason to think that they will all be compatible. In the location that the multi-thing or believer says is occupied by Lump and Goliath, for example, the nihilist will apparently say that there are some simples that are both arranged would survive being squashed-wise and arranged would not survive being squashed-wise. In short, if the believer is threatened with commitment to multiple objects in a spatio-temporal region, the nihilist is threatened with commitment to simples that collectively instantiate incompatible persistence condition analog properties. Thus far we have 4 arguments against belief in composite objects, all of which rear us for the nihilist in only slightly moded form. Now, let me be very clear that I am neither claiming that the nihilist is in a worse position than the believer on any of these fronts, nor that there are no decent responses for either of them to make. All I am saying is that the same basic problems arise. The same happens in the case of constitution. The biggest objection to the multi-thinker is what is known as the grounding problem. How can coincident objects have different persistence conditions, given how otherwise similar they are? If Lump and Goliath have the same shape, size, mass, causal history, and so forth, it is not clear how they could differ in their persistence conditions. What, if anything, grounds that difference? Clearly, the multi-thinker cannot say that persistence conditions strongly supervene on the shared categorical properties. The best they can do is say something like the following: wherever such and such categorical properties are instantiated, there is a statue and there is a distinct lump of clay. In each region where non-modal property set n is instantiated, there is a thing that has modal property set m1 and a thing that has modal property set m2 superscript 3. I think there are some real problems with that answer. All I want to say here, though, is that it is starting to look to me like the one-thinker has to say something similar, and that the two answers will stand or fall together. They are equally satisfactory or unsatisfactory. Notice two claims that both sides make. First, both will agree in each region where n is instantiated, there is a thing that is m1 and a thing that is m2. What the one-thinker says that the multi-thinker will deny is that each thing that is n is itself both m1 and m2. But both agree that wherever there is n, something is m1 and something is m2. Second, both will also say that in such a region, n, m1 and m2 are each instantiated once and once only. Not even. A multi-thinker will say that n is instantiated twice. Doing so would lead to various absurdities of which she is occasionally unfairly accused. She would have to say, for example, that when both Lump and Goliath are placed on a scale, it should register 4 kilograms instead of the 2 that the one-thinker expects. So the multi-thinker, just like the one-thinker, will say that the non-modal property set n is only instantiated once in that region. So the only difference is that the one-thinker says that the m1 thing is the m2 thing, and the multi-thinker denies it. The only difference is the identity claim. But it is hard to see how that identity claim can matter to whether the grounding problem has any force. One way to see the issue here is to notice that it is an identity claim between objects, but the grounding problem is about the relationship between properties. The question is about the relationship between n-ness and m1-ness, and between n-ness and m2-ness. Another way to see the same worry is this: even the one-thinker needs to be able to explain how n can ground two different properties. After all, he says that it is in virtue of being n that the one object there is both m1 and m2. Now, perhaps there is no problem here. In particular, perhaps the one-thinker can say that it is some subset of n that grounds m1, and a different subset of n that grounds m2. But if that sort of response is satisfactory, the multi-thinker can surely avail herself of it as well. N and its subsets are instantiated once in the region, one of its subsets grounds the existence of an m1 thing, and a different subset of n grounds the existence of an m2 thing. In short, the fact that both the one-thinker and the multi-thinker say that the instantiation of n grounds both the instantiation of m1 and of m2 means that either both or neither face the grounding problem. If this claim is enough for the one-thinker, it is enough for the multi-thinker, too. If it is not enough for the multi-thinker, it is not enough for the one-thinker either. 10. The third dismissive attitude. We have seen that in both the composition and constitution cases, the low ontologist's view is no simpler than the high ontologist's, and that it faces objections that parallel the ones he raises for the high ontologist. What should we conclude from this? I suggest that we should conclude that we should dismiss these disputes by the third route. There do not appear to be any real grounds for choosing between the competing positions about either composition or constitution. We are not justed in believing either side. These are basically cases of underdetermination of theory by evidence. Let me reiterate the two claims that I am not making. First, my claim is not that there is no real difference between the two sides. I am not claiming that they are notational variants or that the choice between them is a terminological one. Second, I am not saying that there is no fact of the matter about which side is right. Although I have not defended realism here, the third sort of dismissivism is fully compatible with realism. Assuming realism, the third dismisser's claim is that the problem is purely epistemic. Superscript 3. The third dismisser's claim is that there is very little basis for deciding between nihilism and belief in composite objects, or between one-thingism and multi-thingism, even assuming that one and only one position in each pair is correct. I recognize, of course, that vericationists will say that this is incoherent. They will say that if our available evidence cannot decide between the positions, then there cannot be a real difference between them. I am assuming that vericationism is false. Notice in particular that the bump-pushing metaphor does not require vericationism, and indeed is more apt without it. We do not need to assume that there are no different locations under the carpet in order to claim that it is pointless to push the bump around. My suggestion that these are cases in which the available evidence does not settle which side is correct should not be particularly surprising, given that I have argued that these debates are difference minimizing. They are debates in which everyone takes the data to be largely the same. All the participants want somehow to preserve our ordinary judgments of persistence, of sameness and difference, of what there is and isn't. Note, then, that one way to resist the lessons I am drawing is to say that it is a mistake to difference minimize. In particular, one way for a low ontologist to resist is to embrace his view with a braver heart, and stop trying to say everything the other side says. Perhaps Burke is right to deny that lump would survive being squashed into a ball. Perhaps the nihilist should give up translating talk of composites. Perhaps the multi-thinker should not downplay her ontology, and perhaps the believer in composites should deny that the linking conditionals are necessary. It is the difference minimization that leads to the odd epistemic impasse. Not all metaphysical disputes are difference minimizing. For example, I for one doubt that either the dispute between actualists and possibilists, or the dispute between presentists and eternalists, is difference minimizing. But I do not want these passing remarks to commit me to any particular claims about the status of other disputes. After all, it can be quite hard to decide whether it really is the case that a dispute is difference minimizing, whether the same objections arise against both sides, and so forth. Indeed, it has been among my main aims in this paper to argue that not all metaphysical disputes are on a par, and it will take substantive work in RST-order metaphysics to decide which disputes should be treated in which way. I have argued that epistemicism is appropriate for some. Perhaps semanticism is appropriate for others. Perhaps almost certainly some should not be dismissed at all. This is a crucial point. I have emphasized throughout that we need to look at the substantive details of particular debates. Metametaphysics must be done from within metaphysics, not by means of broad proclamations from without. Consequently, I do not think that the literature on the metaphysics of material objects is pointless. Far from it. That work was required to see what the important arguments are, and to decide whether or not they in fact rear us for both sides. Section 8 is central to the positive claim of this paper that epistemicism is a reasonable attitude to take towards the disputes about composition and constitution, and it entirely consists of straightforward, RST-order metaphysics. My claim, then, is not that work on the metaphysics of material objects is pointless, but rather that we have more or less done it already. In these particular debates, I suspect that we are rapidly coming towards the end of inquiry. There is not a whole lot more to be said. Of course, as I have already admitted, I cannot claim that it is in principle impossible for some clever soul to come up with an entirely new line of reasoning. But it strikes me as much more likely that all that remains is for us to niche tidying up our understanding of the various packages, clarifying which views incur which costs, and dodge which bullets. And what then? Here, in closing, let me now make explicit something at which I have thus far only hinted. I have not said that there are no grounds for choosing between the competing positions. I have only said that there are few grounds for choosing and that there are no local grounds for choosing. For all I have said here, then, it remains open that there may be some broader theoretical grounds that can justify our choice. Consider choosing between two empirically equivalent scientific theories. Scientific realists who think that there is a real choice to be made can perhaps do so by appeal to non-empirical criteria, the simplicity and elegance of the overall picture, for example. Similarly for the sorts of metaphysically equivalent theories that I have been discussing. For example, if it can successfully be argued that, a. the low ontology views really are compatible with a strict nominalism, and are not committed to an ontology of properties that mirrors their opponents. 74 Karen Bennett. Ontology of objects, b. ontological simplicity is a guide to truth, and c. ideological simplicity is not, then we would be just in believing nihilism and one-thingism. But that sort of argument is a long way from the kind of highly localized thing at close quarters that characterizes a lot of the literature on these issues. The upshot, then, is really that at least for these particular disputes such localized thing cannot be expected to get us anywhere. The epistemic impasse can only be broken, if it can be broken at all, by reaction on broader theoretical and methodological questions. 3. Ontological anti-realism. David J. Chalmers. 1. Introduction. The basic question of ontology is what exists. The basic question of meta-ontology is, are there objective answers to the basic question of ontology? Here ontological realists say yes, and ontological anti-realists say no. For example, the ontologist may ask, do numbers exist? The Platonist says yes, and the nominalist says no. The metantologist may ask, is there an objective fact of the matter about whether numbers exist? The ontological realist says yes, and the ontological anti-realist says no. Likewise, the ontologist may ask, given two distinct entities, when does a mereological sum of those entities exist? The universalist says always, while the nihilist says never. The metantologist may ask, is there an objective fact of the matter about whether the mereological sum of two distinct entities exists? The ontological realist says yes, and the ontological anti-realist says no. Ontological realism is oftentitricid Tocqueville, who held that we can determine what exists by seeing which entities are endorsed by our best scientific theory of the world. In recent years, the practice of ontology has often presupposed an ever stronger ontological realism, and strong versions of ontological realism have received explicit statements by Fine, Sider, Van Inwagen, and others. Ontological anti-realism is often traced to Carnap, who held that there are many different ontological frameworks, holding that different sorts of entities exist, and that while some frameworks may be more useful than others for some purposes, there is no fact of the matter as to which framework is correct. In recent years, versions of ontological anti-realism have been developed by Putnam, Seidel, Yablo, and others. An intermediate sort of lightweight realism has also developed, holding that while there are objective answers to ontological questions, these answers are somehow shallow or trivial, perhaps grounded in conceptual truths. Dictionary views of this sort have been developed by Hirsch, Thomason, Hale, and Wright, and others. These views contrast with what we might call the heavyweight realism of Fine, Sider, Van Inwagen, and others, according to which answers to ontological questions are highly non-trivial. In the currently thriving eld of RST order ontology, the most popular view is heavyweight realism, with a minority of lightweight realists and anti-realists. Outside the eld of ontology, dictionary views are widespread, with many non-ontologists being skeptical of the heavyweight realism that has become common in the eld. It is natural to suppose that there is some sort of selection effect at work here. Those who think that ontological questions are deep questions with determinate answers are more likely to go into ontology than those who think that the questions are shallow or lack objective answers. Each of the views has its advantages and disadvantages. I will mention considerations for and against each. A consideration favoring dictionary views against heavyweight realism is the following. Say that we know all about the qualitative properties of two objects, two cups, say, and the qualitative relations between them, leaving out any properties or relations concerning objects that they jointly compose. There is a strong intuition that we are thereby in a position to know everything relevant there is to know about the objects. There is no deep further truth concerning whether the objects compose a further object of which we are potentially ignorant. The question of whether there is a cup is a matter for bookkeeping or for semantic decision, perhaps, but it is not a matter for discovery. A consideration favoring realist views against ontological anti-realism is the following. Some ontological theses can be stated in wholly logical vocabulary, or at least entail such wholly logical theses. For example, the thesis of universalism entails, turned X turned YZ. Here the notion of a sum can be deemed in terms of the basic notion of a part, so that if the notion of a part is a logical notion, this is a logical thesis. If one does not count the notion of part as logical, one can still note that ontological theses include wholly logical theses such as X, Y. Ontological anti-realism, at least in its strong form, is committed to denying that these theses have objective and determinate truth values. But these theses are stated in wholly logical vocabulary, and theses in such a vocabulary cannot fail to have an objective and determinate truth value. A consideration favoring heavyweight realism and anti-realism against lightweight realism is the following. Consider ontological theses such as numbers exist, or if there are particles arranged as a heap, there is a heap, or if there are two objects, there is a sum of those two objects. Lightweight realists hold that theses of this sort are trivially true, and often hold that they are analytically true. But no existence claim is trivially true, and certainly no existence claim is analytically true. It may be analytic or trivial that if there is an object with certain properties, then there is a number/heap/sum. But the claim that there is an object with those properties is never trivial or analytic, and is never trivially or analytically entailed by a sentence that does not make a corresponding existence claim. In this paper, I will explore the territory within which these three views are located, and in particular I will explore a Carnapian variety of ontological anti-realism. I will not argue for ontological anti-realism at great length, and indeed I am not certain that it is true. I am sympathetic with the view, but for reasons I will discuss, the choice between it and lightweight realism rests on delicate semantic issues that I cannot resolve here. I will be more concerned to elaborate the view, making the case that it is internally coherent and that there are no strong reasons to reject it. I will take for granted that there are at least some strong prima facie attractions to ontological anti-realism, but that there are also serious challenges to whether the view is coherent and defensible, and I will mostly focus on answering the challenges. In the RST half of this paper, I will do some logical geography, examining the language used to state ontological claims, and differentiating more carefully between heavyweight realism, lightweight realism, and ontological anti-realism. I hope that much of this material should be acceptable to theorists of quite different stripes. In the second half of the paper, I will hash out ontological anti-realism and defend it against arguments against it, including the arguments above. I will also sketch some details of the semantics and metaphysics of an ontological anti-realist view, by introducing a formalized analog of the Carnapian notion of a framework. Two ontological and ordinary existence assertions. I will start with Carnap's distinction between internal and external questions, from empiricism, semantics, and ontology. On Carnap's view, questions about existence always involve linguistic frameworks, for example, the framework of mathematics, the framework of propositions, or the framework of common sense objects. There are then two sorts of existence questions. Internal questions are those posed within a framework, concerning the existence of certain specific entities within the framework. Examples include: are there any odd perfect numbers, asked by a mathematician, and is there an apple on the table, asked by a child. Internal claims are answers to internal questions. On Carnap's view, internal claims are typically true or false. In some cases, such as mathematics, they will be analytically true or false, with their truth value determined wholly by the rules of the framework. In other cases, such as claims concerning ordinary objects, they will be empirically true or false, with their truth or falsity determined by the rules of the framework in conjunction with experience and perhaps with other aspects of the world. External questions are those posed outside a given framework, concern the existence of the framework's system of entities as a whole. Examples include: do numbers exist, or do ordinary physical objects exist, asked from a purported neutral perspective. External claims are answers to external questions. On Carnap's view, external claims are neither true nor false. For Carnap, the choice between frameworks is practical rather than factual. Any purported factual question about which framework is the correct one is held to be a pseudo-question, without cognitive content. Even if one does not accept Carnap's claims about the properties of internal and external questions, there is something natural about the distinction itself. The distinction between internal and external questions seems to wreak a distinction in our practice of raising questions about existence, if nothing else. At the same time, Carnap's terminology is suboptimal. For a start, the terminology of internal and external is too closely tied to Carnap's theoretical apparatus involving frameworks to serve as a neutral starting point. If one rejects the idea of a framework, or of a question being internal to a framework, one will reject this version of the distinction. If possible, it is desirable to draw a relatively pre-theoretical version of the distinction that almost anyone can accept, regardless of their theoretical inclinations. In addition, internal question and external question may suggest two different sorts of sentence, whereas I think the most important distinction is between different uses of sentence. For example, a sentence such as "do prime numbers exist?" might be used to pose an internal question or to pose an external question. Superscript 1. The same goes in principle for sentences such as "numbers exist and there are 4 prime numbers less than 10. Instead, I will distinguish between two different sorts of existence assertions, ordinary and ontological existence assertions. Superscript 2. Here an assertion is an utterance of an assertive sentence. An existence assertion is an utterance of a sentence that appears to assert or deny the existence of certain entities. For example, x's exist, there are y's, there are no z's. One can also straightforwardly extend the distinction to sentences that appear to involve universal quantification, and to sentences in which apparently quantified claims are embedded. For the purposes of this definition, sentences are individuated by surface structure. So it is compatible with the definition that ontological and ordinary assertions of the same sentence may have the same surface structure while differing in deep structure. An ordinary existence assertion, to RST approximation, is an existence assertion of the sort typically made in ordinary RST order discussion of the relevant subject matter. For example, a typical mathematician's assertion of "there are 4 prime numbers less than 10 is an ordinary existence assertion, as is a typical drinker's assertion of "there are 3 glasses on the table." An ontological existence assertion, to RST approximation, is an existence assertion of the sort typically made in broadly philosophical discussion where ontological considerations are paramount. For example, a typical philosopher's assertion of "abstract objects exist" is an ontological existence assertion, as is a typical philosopher's assertion of "for every set of objects, there exists an object that is their mereological sum." We can think of ontological existence assertions as those made inside the ontology room, and ordinary existence assertion as those made outside the ontology room. At the very least, there is a clear pragmatic difference between these two sorts of assertion. For example, given an ontological assertion of "there are innately many prime numbers," it is appropriate to respond "no, there aren't, because if numbers exist, they are abstract objects, and there are no abstract objects." But given an ordinary assertion of "there are innately many prime numbers," it is not appropriate to respond in this way. Correspondingly, it is natural to hold that ordinary and ontological existence assertions differ with respect to an important sort of utterance evaluation, which I will call correctness. The correctness of ontological existence assertions is sensitive to ontological matters, and indeed is obviously sensitive in this way. The correctness of ordinary existence assertions is insensitive to ontological matters, or at least is not obviously so sensitive. For example, the correctness of an ordinary assertion of there are prime numbers is insensitive to whether Platonism or nominalism is true. Even if nominalism is true, so that strictly speaking there are no numbers, an ordinary mathematician's assertion of there are innately many prime numbers is correct. Likewise, the correctness of an ordinary assertion of there are 3 glasses on the table is insensitive to the truth or falsity of nihilism. Even if nihilism is true, so that strictly speaking there are no macroscopic objects, an ordinary drinker's assertion of there are 3 glasses on the table may be correct. By contrast, the correctness of an ontological assertion of there are prime numbers is sensitive to whether Platonism or nominalism is true. If nominalism is true, a metaphysician's utterance of this sentence is incorrect. Likewise, the correctness of an ontological assertion of there are 3 glasses on the table is sensitive to whether nihilism is true or false. If nihilism is true, then a metaphysician's assertion of this sentence is incorrect. Of course, I have not said just what correctness is, and I have not said how it is related to truth. It is plausible that an ontological existence assertion is correct if and only if it is true, but this is not so obvious for ordinary existence assertions. One might hold that here, correctness is some sort of pragmatic evaluation that need not coincide with truth. For example, it might be taken to involve the truth of an implicated content, or of some other associated content. Or it might be taken to coincide with a sort of intuitive acceptability in light of relevant empirical truths and RST order reasoning. If nihilism is true, for example, this view of correctness suggests that an ordinary assertion of there are 3 glasses on the table may be untrue but correct. I will remain neutral between these views here. I am inclined to accept that correctness coincides with truth, but little here will depend on that. Whether or not correctness is truth, the important point is that there is some natural sort of utterance evaluation that behaves as I have said correctness behaves. I take it that this much is intuitively obvious. Point superscript 3 at the very least, the correctness of an assertion is truth-like in various respects. For example, that correctness or incorrectness depends on the state of the world, and not just on what is currently assertable for a given speaker. For example, if conversational participants are subject to an illusion, an ordinary assertion of there are 3 glasses on the table when the table is empty may be assertable, but it is not correct. Intuitively, ordinary assertions have correctness conditions, corresponding to those states of the world under which they will be correct. These correctness conditions function very much like truth conditions in ordinary discourse, reacting a highly salient way that speakers take the world to be when they make a sincere assertion, and also reacting the worldly conditions that hearers require for the acceptance or rejection of an given assertion. I will also remain neutral, at least for now, on the correct linguistic account of the difference between ontological and ordinary assertions. On one view, this is a matter of context dependence. A sentence such as prime numbers exist has different contents in different contexts, depending on standards that are operative in those contexts. On another view, the difference arises from an ambiguity in exists and in related expressions. On a third view, the difference arises from different pragmatic standards for acceptability in different contexts, perhaps arising from a difference in implicated contents or other associated contents. On other views, the difference involves some other form of semantic or pragmatic underdetermination. Again, I am inclined to accept the RST view, but little here will depend on that. It is also possible to hold that the relevant difference is not fundamentally a difference between 2 sorts of utterances, but really a difference between 2 ways of assessing sentences and/or utterances. For example, one could hold that the sentence there are prime numbers is correct when assessed by ordinary standards, but incorrect when assessed by ontological standards. One can then hold that a mathematician's utterance of this sentence is correct by ordinary standards but not by ontological standards, and that the same goes for a philosopher's utterance. Here the relevant standards are those of a context of assessment of the utterance, which need not be the context of the utterance itself. If one holds that correctness is a sort of truth, this view leads to a sort of relativism about the truth of existence assertions, whereby they have different truth values relative to different standards of assessment. Even on this view, though, there will be a difference between ontological and ordinary existence assertions, depending on whether the standards of assessment operative in the speaker's own context are ordinary standards or ontological standards. So I will continue to talk about two kinds of assertion, though I will return to this sort of view later. Although the correct theoretical gloss on the distinction between ordinary and ontological existence assertions is disputable, the distinction itself is relatively pre-theoretical. The distinction should be acceptable to theorists of many different stripes. In particular, the distinction should be just as acceptable to ontological realists as to ontological anti-realists. This is particularly clear in the case of those realists who endorse a revisionary metaphysics, roughly, a view on which the correct ontological theory denies some claims of common sense ontology. These theorists usually need a sense in which ordinary assertions of a sentence S can be correct, even though an ontological assertion of S is false. For example, it is crucial for nominalists to allow a sense in which a mathematician's utterance of there are innately many prime numbers is correct. It is likewise crucial for a nihilist to allow a sense in which there are 2 apples on the table can be correct, and for a universalist to allow a sense in which there are 2 objects on the table can be correct in the same circumstances. If one cannot do this, then one cannot account for a key feature of our ordinary use of these sentences. Of course, different revisionary metaphysicians may give different theoretical accounts of correctness. On one view, the correctness of an utterance may amount to the truth of a paraphrased sentence. On another view, it may amount to the truth of a conditional claim. On a third view, it may amount to the truth of a content for which the domain of quantification is restricted. But all of these views in effect recognize a distinction between ordinary and ontological existence assertions. All allow that the same sentence can be uttered truly in ontological contexts and falsely, or at least incorrectly, in otherwise identical ordinary contexts. The distinction is most likely to be questioned by realists who endorse a descriptive metaphysics, one on which correct ontological theory coincides with common sense ontology. Strictly speaking, these realists can accept the distinction between assertions made inside and outside the ontology room. They will simply hold that the assertions have the same correctness conditions. The correctness conditions for each will mirror the commitments of common sense ontology. Here it is useful to distinguish 2 sorts of descriptive metaphysician. Some descriptive metaphysicians will hold that the coincidence between common sense and correct ontology is a non-trivial fact about the world. On this view, one may reasonably hold that ontological and ordinary existence assertions differ in cognitive significance, though it turns out that their truth values and correctness values coincide. On this view, the correctness of ordinary assertions is trivially sensitive to the commitments of common sense ontology, while the correctness of ontological assertions is non-trivially sensitive to commitments of common sense ontology. So descriptive metaphysicians of this sort can clearly accept the distinction between ordinary and ontological existence assertions, and between different ways that these are associated with conditions of correctness. Other descriptive metaphysicians will hold that the coincidence between common sense and correct ontology is a trivial fact. On this view, the only sense that one can give to ontological existence assertions derives from that of ordinary existence assertions, so that the 2 sorts of claim coincide in cognitive significance, and automatically coincide in correctness. On this view, there may be no relevant difference in the conditions of correctness for ordinary and ontological existence assertions. This sort of view is an important view, but it clearly requires a fairly dictionary view of ontology that is closer to ontological anti-realism or lightweight realism than to heavyweight ontological realist. So I will set views of this sort aside for now, and return to them later. 3 disagreements in common sense ontology. We have seen that the correctness of an ordinary existence assertions is not trivially sensitive to the truth of ontological theories. Reacting this fact, it is notable that in our community, proponents of very different ontological views typically agree about judgments about the correctness of ordinary existence assertions in specific circumstances. For example, Platonists and nominalists agree on the correctness of ordinary assertions of there are innately many primes. Likewise, nihilists, universalists, and others can agree on the correctness of an ordinary assertion of there are two objects on the table. We might explain this by noting that the correctness of an ordinary existence assertion coincides with its intuitive acceptability in light of certain empirical truths about the world and RST order reasoning, but not in light of any distinctively ontological truths and distinctively ontological reasoning. Let us say that our common sense ontology is constituted by our dispositions to accept ordinary existence claims in light of this sort of empirical information and RST order reasoning. In our community, common sense ontology appears to be committed to particles, ordinary macroscopic objects such as tables, and at least some abstract objects such as numbers, but it does not appear to be committed to more recherché objects such as arbitrary mereological sums. On this picture, the correctness of an ordinary existence assertion is constitutively connected to the commitments of common sense ontology, but not to the commitments of ontological theory. For example, common sense ontology is committed to glasses but not to mereological sums of glasses. So an ordinary assertion of there are two objects made of glass is correct in a situation with two single glasses on the table, while an ordinary assertion of there are three objects made of glass is not. This constitutive connection raises an immediate question. It is plausible that different speakers and different communities might have different common sense ontologies. Does it follow that the correctness of an ordinary existence assertion depends in some way on the speaker or the community? That is, could ordinary assertions of the same existential sentence by different speakers differ in their correctness, even when the non-existential elements of the sentence do not involve any context dependence? Let us suppose that for Martians but not humans, common sense ontology includes arbitrary mereological sums. Faced with two apples on a bare table, and asked how many objects are on the table, humans and Martians will usually make the following ordinary assertions. Human, there are exactly two objects on the table. Martian, there are exactly three objects on the table. We can then ask, which of these ordinary assertions is correct? Presumably the human's assertion is correct, but is the Martian's? Only two answers seem to be tenable. According to the RST answer, both assertions are correct. On this view, the correctness of an ordinary existence assertion depends on the speaker's context and/or community. According to the second view, the human's assertion is correct, while the Martian's utterance is incorrect. Even on the second view, however, one should allow that the Martian's utterance is correct by Martian standards. On this second view, there will be multiple notions of correctness, possessed by different evaluators. I think that the RST view is the most natural, but I will not choose between them here. On either view, there is a sort of variability in the standards associated with correctness. On the RST view, correctness of an ordinary existence assertion is tied to the common sense ontology of the speaker or the speaker's community. On the second view, there is more than one notion of correctness, so that a human's notion is tied to human common sense ontology, and the Martian's notion is tied to Martian common sense ontology. Either way, the two assertions above will be on a par from a God's eye point of view, at least where standards in the vicinity of correctness are concerned. One can then ask, do the human and the Martian have a substantive disagreement? On the face of it, the mere fact that they make the ordinary existence assertions above does not entail this. If an ordinary human and Martian, making these assertions, are confronted with each other, they may well resolve the apparently disagreement terminologically. For example, they might well say something like, it depends on how you count objects. The way you count objects, you're right, the way I count objects, I'm right. We could put things neutrally by saying that there are two H objects and three M objects. Or even better, we can say that there are three objects on the table by your standards, but not by my standards. In this case, the appearance of a disagreement will fall away. Of course, if the disputants are ontologically inclined, there might be some residual disagreement. But any such disagreement would likely involve disagreements over matters of ontological theory, for example, about whether entities that are M objects but not H objects really exist. This disagreement would lie in the realm of ontological existence assertions, and would not arise simply in virtue of the difference in ordinary existence assertions. This suggests that the difference in ordinary existence assertions between humans and Martians is in a certain sense superficial. We have already seen that making an ordinary existence assertion does not commit a subject to a corresponding ontological existence assertion. Likewise, the apparent disagreement between humans and Martians need not involve a disagreement over ontological theory, and may well involve no substantive disagreement at all. The difference in common sense ontology wreaks a difference in classificatory practices rather than a difference in deep commitments. In effect, the character of this disagreement is closer to the sort of disagreement one might nd with a term such as tall than the sort of disagreement one nds with a term such as wrong. When a member of the academic community says John is tall and a member of the basketball community says 88. John is not tall, they are unlikely to take this to be a substantive disagreement. Instead, they are likely to resolve the issue by saying John is tall by academic standards but not basketball standards, and the dispute will disappear. By contrast, when two people disagree over abortion is wrong, the dispute cannot be resolved in this way. If correctness is understood as a sort of truth, then this behavior tends to suggest that the apparently clashing ordinary existence assertions by members of different communities should be understood as expressing different contents, with different truth conditions. One might understand this difference as a sort of ambiguity in terms such as exist, or one might understand it as a sort of context dependence associated with such terms. On the RST view, the speakers will be using two different words with different meaning, while on the second view, they will be using context-dependent terms with the same meaning in different contexts, yielding different contents. I think the second view is somewhat more plausible than the former, especially once one notes that the same phenomena can arise for different speakers and communities among the class of English speakers, and that postulating widespread ambiguity exists amongst this class is not especially desirable. But both views are available, as are views on which the truth conditions of these assertions are invariant and only correctness conditions are variable. I will return to the proper semantic treatment of ordinary existence assertions, outlining a potential contextualist analysis, later in the paper. It is important to note that the analysis here is restricted to apparent disagreements that turn on differences in common sense ontology. There are many disagreements involving ordinary existence assertions that go deeper than this. When two physicists disagree about whether there are 6 or 12 fundamental particles, or when two ornithologists disagree about whether the ivory-billed woodpecker still exists, their attitudes will be less relaxed than in the case above. But these are not cases that turn on differences in common sense ontology, as I have characterized it, but rather on differences in RST order reasoning about the world. Later, I will give an analysis of ordinary existence assertions that accounts for the difference in character between apparent disagreements of each sort. For disagreements in ontological theory, we can now raise the same question for ontological existence assertions. Could standards of correctness for these assertions be variable in a similar way? I will take it that the correctness of an ontological existence assertion coincides with its truth. One can then raise the question by asking whether the truth value of an existence sentence can vary between different ontological contexts of utterance, or between different ontological contexts of evaluation. Consider an ontological disagreement between a nihilist and a universalist, faced with two particles in a vacuum chamber. Nihilist: there are exactly two objects in the chamber. Universalist: there are exactly three objects in the chamber. Is this disagreement substantive or terminological? Some Detionists about ontology hold that the disagreement is terminological. For example, perhaps the two theorists mean different things by object. The nihilist means exists, where the universalist means exists. Or perhaps the two theorists mean different things by there is. The nihilist might mean there exists, while the universalist means there exists. I am very much in favor of trying to resolve philosophical disputes into terminological disputes wherever possible. But in this case, I think the resolution does not go to the heart of the matter. Here we can use a test for the presence of terminological disputes. Does the dispute disappear once different senses for the problematic terms are distinguished, or does it persist as strongly as ever? In many cases, the dispute disappears, in which case we can diagnose the dispute as terminological. In other cases, the dispute is reduced but one and ds some residual disagreement, in which case we might diagnose the original dispute as partially terminological and partially substantive. In still other cases, the dispute persists as strongly as ever, in which case the diagnosis of a terminological dispute is questionable. In the case of ontological disputes, when one distinguishes senses for the problematic terms, the disputes appear to persist as strongly as ever. For example, even once one distinguishes exists and existsu, the nihilist and the universalist will continue to disagree, for example over questions such as are there any U objects? 90. That are not N objects. And even once one distinguishes exists from exists, the nihilist and the universalist will continue to disagree over questions such as if there exists an X, does an X really exist, from there are things arranged swise, the nihilist and the universalist will continue to disagree, for example over questions such as if there are things arranged xy's, does an X really exist? It may be that there is some ontological discourse that does not function in quite this way. Some lightweight ontologists might take a relaxed attitude toward apparent ontological disagreement. A sufficiently relaxed nihilist might hold that both the universalist and the nihilist are right relative to their own standards, and nothing substantive left to argue over. But this would be an unusual attitude. A typical ontologist will end a substantive disagreement here, and will have no inclination to consider the dispute resolved once attempts at dissolution of this sort are made. Serious ontological dispute typically involves the sense that one is differing not just in classificatory practices but in substantive commitments. So I will take it that at least paradigmatic ontological existence assertions function in this way. This phenomenon strongly suggests that whereas apparent ontological disagreement involving ordinary existence assertions is terminologically resolvable, apparent ontological disagreement involving ontological existence assertions is not. The structure of the discourse strongly suggests that participants do not use their exists to express two different concepts, as happens in a terminological dispute. Rather, they use their exists to express, or at least to attempt to express, a single common concept. Of course, the mere sociological observation that ontological disagreement cannot be dissolved terminologically does not entail that the disagreement is not terminological after all. It sometimes happens that with particularly bull-headed participants, a terminological disagreement will survive all such attempts at dissolution. One cannot exclude the possibility that an entire community of ontologists could be bull-headed in this way. But the observation makes the diagnosis of terminological disputes much less attractive than in some other philosophical domains, where moves of this sort frequently gain much more purchase. The persistence and depth of the sense of disagreement makes it more attractive to take the sense at face value if we can. Data about agreement and disagreement are among our best guides to when assertions are used to express common concepts. At the very least, the sociological observation suggests that participants in these debates take themselves to be expressing a common concept, and an adequate analysis of these debates must give an account of what it is that participants are taking themselves to do. In fact, the phenomenon above suggests that in these debates, there exists functions as if it expresses a primitive concept. This is wreaked in the fact that when we try to resolve the dispute, at each point the concept of existence reoccurs. Here the dispute, unlike a dispute over someone is a murderer, which might quickly resolve into disputes about whether they wielded the knife, and so on. It is more like a dispute about what someone ought to do in a given situation. Here attempts to resolve the dispute will simply lead to reuse of the concept of ought, or cognate moral concepts such as right. Something similar applies to certain disputes over whether some organism is conscious. These expressions ought, conscious, exists appear to be especially resistant to analysis in more basic terms, at least on the relevant sort of usage. In these debates, they function as if they express primitive concepts, so there is at least prima facie reason to think that participants in ontological debates use terms such as exist to express a single, common, primitive concept. We might call this the concept of absolute existential quantication. Since this concept, if it exists, is primitive, there may be little one can do to give an informative analysis of it in independent terms, but one can at least say some things to elucidate the concept. Uses of the concept attempt to quantify over absolutely everything that is, over everything that exists, in the most fundamental sense of exists. Of course, these elucidations are circular, but they may at least be helpful. I do not think it is obvious that there is a concept of absolute existential quantication. What I think is obvious is that ontological discourse functions as if there is such a concept. It is plausible that many ontologists are tacitly intending to use such a concept when they make ontological existence assertions, and indeed when they think ontological thoughts. It may be that there is something defective about these attempts, in which case there may only be a meta-concept in the vicinity, that is, a concept of absolute existential quantication. We might also say that there is at least a pseudo-concept in the vicinity, something that functions in our thought and talk like a concept, in some respects, while falling short in other respects. I will return to this matter later. For now I will talk about the concept of absolute quantication in order to elucidate the properties that it has if it exists. 5. Ontological realism and ontological anti-realism. We are now in a position to state ontological realism and anti-realism more precisely. Ontological realism, at least in its strongest variety, holds that every unproblematic ontological existence assertion has an objective and determinate truth value. Or at least, it holds that every paradigmatic ontological existence assertion has an objective and determinate truth value. I will set aside non-paradigmatic ontological existence assertions in what follows. We can say that an assertion has a determinate truth value when it has the truth value true or false. An ontological existence assertion has an objective truth value if its truth value does not depend on a context of assessment. An assertion is unproblematic when its non-quanticational vocabulary does not pose any obstacle to the assertions having an objective and determinate truth value. This requires that the non-quanticational vocabulary is truth-apt, not vague, and not relativistic, and such that assignment of a truth value to the sentence does not generate paradoxes akin to the liar. Paradox. Ontological anti-realism is the denial of ontological realism. We can say that weak ontological anti-realism holds that not every unproblematic ontological existence assertion has an objective and determinate truth value. We can say that ultra-strong ontological anti-realism holds that no unproblematic ontological existence assertion has an objective and determinate truth value. I call the latter view ultra-strong because it is arguable that even a fairly strong anti-realism can allow that a limited class of ontological existence assertions have a determinate truth value. In particular, there is much plausibility in the claim that ontological assertions of sentences such as there are odd perfect numbers, there are round squares, and there are unicorns, are determinately false, for RST-order reasons largely independent of ontological reasoning. We might say that these assertions have a trivial truth value, where the precise analysis of this notion will be left until later. One can then say that strong ontological anti-realism holds that no unproblematic ontological existence assertion has an objective, determinate, and non-trivial truth value. Of course, there are many intermediate views. It is arguable that a fairly robust ontological realism is compatible with the claim that there is a limited class of unproblematic existence assertions with indeterminate truth values. For example, consider a view according to which only particles and organisms exist, while allowing that an X exists has an indeterminate truth value when X is a precise qualitative specification such that any entity satisfying that specification would be a borderline case of an organism. Superscript 1. One might reasonably consider such a view to be a version of ontological realism, although it deviates from strong ontological realism in the sense above. On the other end of the scale, we might consider a view on which that allows that fundamental particles exist determinately, and that there is no fact of the matter about the existence of non-fundamental entities. This view might be considered a fairly strong form of ontological anti-realism, although it deviates from strong ontological anti-realism in the sense above. To capture intermediate views, one can also deem ontological realism and anti-realism about specific domains. For example, ontological realism about numbers holds that all unproblematic existence assertions concerning numbers have an objective and determinate truth value, while ontological anti-realism about numbers denies this. Likewise, one can deem ontological realism and anti-realism about macroscopic objects, mereological sums, and so on. One might conceivably combine views, for example being an ontological realist about numbers but an ontological anti-realist about mereological sums. *1 There are also different versions of ontological anti-realism depending on just how they hold that the truth values of unproblematic ontological existence assertions fail to be objective and determinate. An ontological relativist holds that these truth values are assessment dependent. An ontological indeterminist holds that these truth values are indeterminate. An ontological non-cognitivist holds that ontological existence assertions are not truth-apt at all, perhaps because they function to express mental states other than beliefs. All these views are worthy of consideration. One can also deem ontological contextualism, which holds that ontological existence assertions have a context-dependent truth value. Different ontological assertions of the same existence sentence may have different truth values, because of context dependence of the existential vocabulary. As I have set things up here, ontological contextualism is compatible with ontological realism, as long as the individual assertions have an objective and determinate truth value. This seems the right verdict. For example, a Meiningian could hold that exists contextually expresses either being or existence, while still being an ontological realist. Ontological contextualism is perhaps best regarded as a version of ontological pluralism, according to which multiple different quantificational contents can be expressed by quantificational vocabulary. Ontological pluralism is compatible with ontological realism, but the core versions of ontological realism are monist. *1 2 6 Lightweight and heavyweight realism. As I have stated it, ontological realism is compatible with views that are nevertheless quite dictionary about ontology. These include views on which ontological assertions have objective and determined truth values, but on which the truth or falsity of these assertions is nevertheless shallow or lightweight. As before, we can call views of this sort versions of lightweight ontological realism, compared with heavyweight ontological realism, according to which the truth or falsity of ontological assertions is not lightweight in this way. We can draw this distinction by attending to an apparent feature of ordinary existence assertions. On the face of it, unconditional ordinary existence assertions such as there are prime numbers are sometimes trivially correct, in that their correctness is knowable through trivial a priori reasoning. Likewise, ampliative existence assertions, such as if there are particles arranged heapwise, there is a heap, are often trivially correct. These assertions are ampliative roughly in that the consequent makes an existential claim that is not built into the antecedent. This is not simply a matter of the surface form of the sentence. Intuitively, if X is a father, there exists someone who is an offspring of X is non-ampliative, despite its surface form, as the existential claim in the consequent is semantically built into the antecedent. I will not attempt to analyze the notion of ampliativity here, but will leave it as an intuitive notion, revisiting the issue later. *1 3 One might well hold that some unconditional and ampliative ordinary existence assertions are analytically or conceptually true, if one holds that correctness is truth, and if one accepts the category of analyticity or of conceptual truth. It is not implausible, for example, that ordinary assertions of if there are particles arranged heapwise, there is a heap are true in virtue of the way the terms are used, at least if any assertion is true in virtue of the way terms are used. If so, one could replace the appeal to triviality by an appeal to analyticity or conceptual truth. But even without these notions, It is plausible that these assertions are trivially correct in some related sense, for example, in that the thoughts they express can be justified by elementary a priori reasoning, yielding a priori knowledge. Here the thought expressed by an existence assertion is a thought that is true if the assertion is correct. I will leave the notion of elementary reasoning unanalyzed here, except to note that it is intended to exclude sophisticated philosophical reasoning. We can say that an existence assertion involves lightweight quantification when it involves a use of existential language of a sort that can be used to express unconditional or ampliative existence assertions that are trivially correct. If one holds that existential language always expresses an existential concept, we can say that two uses are of the same sort when they express the same existential concept. If one holds that existential language does not always express an existential concept, one will have to characterize the relevant sorts of uses in some different way. The discussion above suggests that some and probably all ordinary existence assertions involve lightweight quantification. From the fact that some unconditional or ampliative ordinary existence assertions can be trivially correct, it follows automatically that these assertions involve lightweight quantification. Furthermore, the uses of existential language in these assertions appear to be typical of the uses of existential language in ordinary existence assertions. For example, if these uses express concepts, the concepts used are typical of those concepts used in ordinary existence assertions. So there is good reason to suppose that all ordinary existence assertions involve lightweight quantification. Superscript 1. By contrast, there is at least some plausibility in the claim that ontological existence assertions involve the use of heavyweight quantification, that is, they involve uses of existential language of a sort that cannot be used to express unconditional or ampliative existence assertions that are trivially correct. Superscript 1. Many ontologists hold that ontological assertions of sentences such as numbers exist are neither trivially true nor trivially false. Rather, their truth or falsity depends on substantive philosophical considerations that go well beyond elementary reasoning. The same goes for an ontological assertion of if there are particles arranged heapwise, there is a heap. On the most common view, the consequent is not an analytic consequence of the antecedent, and is not otherwise a trivial consequence of it. Again, the truth or falsity of the consequent rests on substantive philosophical considerations that go well beyond elementary reasoning that starts from the antecedent. On this view, positive unconditional ontological assertions are never trivially correct, and the only trivially correct conditional ontological assertions are non-ampliative. For example, the ontological assertions of the non-ampliative conditional if there exists an integer that is the sum of its proper divisors, there exists a perfect number may be trivially correct, but ontological assertions of the unconditional there exists a perfect number cannot be. Likewise, ontological assertions of the non-ampliative conditional if there exists an object with x and y as parts and all of whose parts overlap x or y, a mereological sum of x and y exists may be trivially correct, but ontological assertions of the ampliative conditional if x and y exist, a mereological sum of x and y exists cannot be. It is certainly not indisputable that ontological existence assertions involve heavyweight quantification, but the view is attractive. It is plausible that many ontologists at least take themselves to be using heavyweight quantification. If one sees ontology as an attempt to discover the fundamental structure of reality, then it is natural to hold that unconditional or ampliative ontological assertions are never trivially correct. And if one holds that the concept of absolute existential quantification is a primitive concept, as it at least superficially appears to be, then it is especially natural to hold that positive or ampliative claims involving this concept are never trivially correct. In any case, we can now distinguish heavyweight and lightweight ontological realism more precisely. Heavyweight ontological realism, at ARST approximation, is the conjunction of ontological realism with the claim that ontological existence assertions always involves heavyweight quantification. By contrast, lightweight ontological realism, at ARST approximation, is the conjunction of ontological realism with the claim that ontological existence assertions always involve lightweight quantification. As before, there may be intermediate views that still intuitively qualify as heavyweight or lightweight. For example, it plausibly suffices for a fairly robust heavyweight ontological realism to hold that most ontological existence assertions involve heavyweight quantification, and to hold the thesis of ontological realism for assertions of this sort. Likewise, it might be compatible with lightweight ontological realism to hold that a small minority of ontological existence assertions involve heavyweight quantification, but that only those involving lightweight quantification have objective and determinate truth values non-trivially. Those ontological realists who hold that ontology is the study of the fundamental structure of reality are typically heavyweight realists. For example, Bennett, Dorr, Fine, Horgan and Potterk, Sider, and Van Inwagen are naturally read as heavyweight ontological realists. These theorists hold that unproblematic ontological assertions have an objective and determinate truth value, and they hold that the truth or falsity of these assertions is a non-trivial matter to be determined by highly substantive philosophy. By contrast, ontological realists who hold that ontology is largely a matter of conceptual analysis are typically lightweight realists. On this sort of view, the truth value of ontological claims can be determined by conceptual reaction on the truth conditions of existence claims, sometimes combined with Aristotle non-ontological knowledge of the world. Those who hold this sort of view typically hold that unconditional and/or ampliative ontological assertions can be analytic, in which case they are certainly trivial. One version of this view is the common-sense realism held by Hirsch, who holds that ontology involves the analysis of ordinary concepts, and that our concept of existence in effect wreaks the commitments of common sense. 98. Ontology. On this view, the truth of ontological existence assertions can be derived from qualitative truths and conceptual analysis. This view is close to ontological contextualism, in that it allows that counterpart assertions made by members of different communities with different common-sense ontological commitments may have different truth values. But on Hirsch's view, these assertions are not really using the notion of existence, but rather some different notion of schmexistence, and they should not be regarded as using our term existence at all. Still, this view can be seen as a sort of lightweight ontological pluralism, at least insofar as it admits that there are multiple lightweight contents for assertions that function like ontological existence assertions in different communities. Other forms of lightweight realism include the neo-Frege realism of Hale and Wright, the lightweight sortalism of Thomason, and the lightweight maximalism of Eklund. These closely related views are all liberal about the existence of objects, and hold that existence sentences can be conceptually analyzed in such a way that they can be analytically entailed by sentences without corresponding existence assertions. On the RST view, ampliative conditions such as if the Fs can be mapped one-to-one onto the Gs, there is a number that is the number of Fs and the number of Gs are taken to be conceptual truths. On the second view, all existential assertions have the underlying form there exists an F, for some sortal concept F, and these sortal concepts have associated application conditions such that the existential assertions can be analytic consequences of qualitative characterizations of the world. On the third view, it is taken to be a conceptual truth about existence that if the existence of an F is consistent with certain basic truths, then Fs exist. On all of these views, the truth value of unproblematic ontological assertions is objective and determinate, so all can be seen as versions of lightweight ontological realism. It is also possible to be a sort of lightweight realist even if one rejects conceptual analysis and the notion of analyticity, and perhaps even if one rejects the notion of a priority. For example, a Quinian about analyticity and a priority might recognizably be a lightweight realist if he or she holds that ampliative existential conditionals are trivial, in the sense of not requiring substantive investigation. It is arguable that Quine himself was a sort of lightweight ontological realist, holding that ampliative conditionals of the form if XS are endorsed by science, then XS exist are trivial superscript 1. Lightweight realist views are all somewhat dictionary about ontology. In some ways, they have more in common with ontological anti-realism than with heavyweight ontological realism. In particular, they agree with strong ontological anti-realism that there are no non-trivial objective and determinate truths involving heavyweight quantification. The difference between lightweight realism and ontological anti-realism is in a certain sense semantic. The views differ mainly on their view of the content of ontological existence assertions. Both agree that if these are interpreted as involving heavyweight quantification, they do not have objective and determinate truth values. Furthermore, the views can agree that if these assertions are interpreted as involving a certain sort of lightweight quantification, they have objective and determinate truth values. The lightweight realist is automatically committed to this claim, and there is no obvious reason why the ontological anti-realist cannot allow that there is some possible lightweight quantificational expression that works this way. This triangle between analogues of heavyweight realism, lightweight realism, and anti-realism is found in all sorts of areas of philosophy. One example is non-Humean realism about causation, an analytic regularity theory of causation, and an eliminativist theory of causation. Another example is property dualism about consciousness, analytic functionalism about consciousness, and eliminativism. In each case, the heavyweight realist gives inationary truth conditions and holds that they are sadist, the lightweight realist gives stationary truth conditions and holds that they are sadist, and the anti-realist gives inationary truth conditions and holds that they are not sadist. The RST and the second agree on the truth value of certain sentences, while the RST and the third agree on the truth conditions of these sentences. The second and the third disagree on both of these linguistic matters, but consequently agree on the underlying character of the world. It is such that some parts of it satisfy the dictionary analysis, but no parts of it satisfy the inationary analysis. In all of these cases, one can argue that the difference between lightweight realism and anti-realism is largely semantic. Still, there are good and bad answers to semantic questions. Insofar as it is plausible that typical ontological existence assertions involve heavyweight quantification, not lightweight quantification, this favors ontological anti-realism over lightweight realism. This point is developed in the next section. 7. Against lightweight realism. Why ontological anti-realism and not lightweight realism? The choice between lightweight realism and the other two views depends on the analysis of existential language in ontological discourse. The lightweight realist holds that these involve lightweight quantification, whereas the other views hold that they involve heavyweight quantification. Lightweight realists often argue that the analysis of existence claims should be sensitive to the way they function in our discourse. They then give an analysis of the way these claims function in ordinary discourse, and use this to support lightweight realism. I agree with the lightweight realist that it is plausible that ordinary existence assertions involve lightweight quantification. But once we make the distinction between ordinary and ontological existence assertions, it becomes obvious that ontological and ordinary claims function in our discourse in very different ways. So the arguments for lightweight analysis of existential claims that are grounded in the behavior of ordinary discourse do not obviously apply to ontological discourse. In particular, we have seen that ontological existence assertions differ significantly from ordinary existence assertions, in that they involve the attempt to express a heavyweight quantier, the absolute existential quantier. In ontological discourse, reactive speakers typically have the strong sense that they are using an absolute quantier, one that quanties over what exists in the most primitive and fundamental sense, and one that is aimed at the fundamental structure of reality. There is at least the strong sense that there is a concept of absolute existential quantification, and that speakers are attempting to express this concept in their ontological existence assertions. Unlike the lightweight realist, the ontological anti-realist and the heavyweight realist hold that one should take the sense at face value. As far as I can tell, there is no bar to denning a quantificational expression, call it A, such that this expression is stipulated to express the primitive concept of absolute existential quantification if such a concept is coherent. Reactive ontologists tell us that this is the quantier they intend to use. In ontological discourse, exists functions very much in the way that one would expect A to function. In effect, the ontological anti-realist agrees with the heavyweight realist that in ontological contexts, exists has the content of A. If there is an absolute quantier that functions in this way, it is plausible that it is a heavyweight quantier. The absolute quantier expresses a primitive concept, if it expresses any concept at all. Because of this, it is extremely implausible that ampliative conditionals involving the absolute quantier, such as if x and y exist, the sum of x and y exists, or if there are particles arranged heapwise, there is a heap, could be analytic. It is unlikely that they are true in virtue of the concept of absolute quantication, because that concept is primitive and unanalyzable. It is unlikely that they are true in virtue of the concepts heap and sum alone, in part because they have logical consequences that do not involve these expressions. And it is unlikely that they are true in virtue of the concepts of absolute quantication and those expressed by heat or sum together. This combination might at best yield non-ampliative analytic conditionals, such as if there is an object made of particles arranged heapwise, there is a heap, but not ampliative analytic conditionals. And if we move from analyticity to triviality, it is hard to see how an unconditional or ampliative conditional involving the absolute quantier could ever be trivially true. So there are good grounds for taking the absolute quantier to be a heavyweight quantier. Lightweight realists may respond to these considerations by holding that once we accept that ordinary existence assertions involve lightweight quantication, the claim that ontological existence assertions involve heavyweight quantication requires us to accept an implausible discontinuity between ordinary and ontological discourse. Surely ontology is ultimately beholden to the same notion of existence that is used outside ontology. At this point, some opponents respond by distinguishing a special notion of existence that is used in ontology, while others respond by distinguishing truth conditions from correctness conditions. On my view, it is plausible that at least some ontological discourse is best understood as having heavyweight correctness conditions, at least insofar as it has correctness conditions at all. Certainly this applies to stipulated language such as A above, and Sider's ontologies. I am inclined to think that much ontological discourse has enough in common with this stipulated language that it should be understood as having heavyweight correctness conditions too. But it's certainly not clear exactly where to draw the line, and I cannot hope to settle this issue here. Ultimately, the choice between lightweight realism and the other views can only be settled by very careful attention to the properties of ontological discourse. Still, my aim in this paper is to explore ontological anti-realism, so I will henceforth assume that the thesis that paradigmatic ontological existence assertions involve heavyweight quantication is correct. 102. 8 Against heavyweight realism. Why ontological anti-realism and not heavyweight realism? Both views can agree that paradigmatic ontological existence assertions express the absolute quantier. The difference is that the ontological anti-realist holds that the absolute quantier is defective. Either it does not express a concept at all, or if it expresses a concept, that concept is defective too. In particular, the absolute quantier does not have a determinate extension, something that would combine with the extensions of otherwise unproblematic expressions to yield a determinate truth value. Rather, if it has an extension at all, its extension is highly indeterminate. I think it is plausible that there is at least a pseudo-concept of absolute quantication, one that functions in our ontological thought and discourse in many of the same ways that a concept does. Whether there is a concept of absolute quantication depends on partly terminological issues turning on what is required of a concept. For example, if concepts must have a reasonably determinate extension, then there may be only a pseudo-concept of absolute quantication and not a concept. If we are more liberal about what counts as a concept, then this will count as a concept, albeit a defective one. The case of good suggests that the mere fact that an expression functions as if it expresses a primitive concept does not entail that it has an objective and determinate extension. Good functions in the same primitive way that exists does. In fact, in the case of good, even ordinary and not just philosophical uses seem to function in this way. But this functioning is quite compatible with anti-realist views on which good is defective, in that it does not yield a determinate truth value for sentences containing it. Again, we could choose to say that on these views good expresses a pseudo-concept, or that it expresses a defective concept. I will usually speak the latter way, both for good and exists, but not much turns on this. In the case of exists, the discontinuity between ontological and ordinary existence assertions gives us reason to think that the former involve absolute as opposed to lightweight quantication. But the same discontinuity should make us suspicious about whether we really have a non-defective grasp of the notion of absolute quantication. If ordinary practice involving exists always involves lightweight quantication, then the coherence and non-defectiveness of this practice gives little support to the coherence and non-defectiveness of practice involving the absolute quantier. It is tempting to hold that the absolute quantier is something of a philosopher's invention, one that otherwise plays very little role in our thought and talk. If so, then one may reasonably have doubts about whether it has a determinate content. In particular, one might question whether we really have a grip on what it would be for a table to really exist versus what it would be for a table to fail to exist, given that we are holding the lightweight existence of the table constant, that is, given that we are holding constant the underlying distribution of matter in virtue of which an ordinary assertion of the table exists is correct. Likewise, one might question whether we really have a grip on what it would be for numbers to exist, or to fail to exist, given that we are holding the lightweight correctness of mathematics constant. Our ordinary thought and talk of existence, as when we talk or think of a table's existing, or of prime numbers existing, has conditions of correctness given by a lightweight quantier, and there is little in our ordinary practice to suggest that we have a grip on truth conditions of absolute quantication that transcend these lightweight conditions of correctness. And even on philosophical reaction, it is far from clear that we have any such grip. I will not attempt to mount full-scale arguments against heavyweight realism, but I can at least sketch how some such arguments might go. Perhaps the simplest argument is the one given at the start of this paper, which we might call this the knowledge argument against heavyweight realism. Given full knowledge of the properties of two objects, one is thereby in a position to trivially know everything about the two objects superscript 1 intuitively. There is no further non-trivial truth to resolve concerning whether the mereological sum of the two objects really exists. But if heavyweight realism were true, there would be such a further truth that would not be trivially knowable on the basis of this knowledge. So heavyweight realism is false. Of course, the main intuition in this argument is very close to a simple denial of heavyweight realism concerning mereological sums. But still, it is an intuition that many people will share. So this argument at least brings out a powerful intuition in favor of denying heavyweight realism. Another argument is the creation argument. In creating the world, God created the fundamental level. Once he did this, any further truths concerning the absolute existence of chairs or mereological sums were XED automatically. But how were they XED? Not by a contingent connection, as all truths supervene on the fundamental truths. Not by conceptual necessity, as the absolute quantier does not enter into such necessities. And not by a pre-existing metaphysical necessity, as such a necessity must be a brute necessity, and there are no brute necessities. So there are no such further truths. Closely related is the scrutability argument. All truths are a priori entailed by fundamental truths. But absolutely quantied sentences are not a priori entailed by fundamental truths. So there are no absolutely quantied truths. Finally, there is the conceivability argument. If there is a non-defective absolute quantier, then both nihilism and universalism are conceivable. Neither of them can be reduced to contradiction by a priori reasoning. But what cannot be ruled out a priori is possible. Nihilism and universalism are not both possible. So there is no non-defective absolute quantier. Of course, there is an enormous amount more to say about each of these arguments. The last three arguments depend on premises that I have defended elsewhere. The other premises also require substantial defense. And it is worth noting that, strictly speaking, none of these arguments rule out the existence of absolutely quantied truths about the fundamental level. At best, they rule out the existence of absolutely quantied truths at the non-fundamental level. Still, I take it that the considerations in this section and the last at least give good reason to take ontological anti-realism seriously. So in the rest of the paper, I will explore a version of ontological anti-realism, ishing it out, making the case that it is coherent, and defending it from objections. 9 Models, worlds, and domains. The central objection to ontological anti-realism, discussed earlier, goes as follows. Ontological anti-realism holds that ontological existence assertions can lack an objective and determinate truth value, even when the non-quantificational vocabulary is unproblematic. But the existential quantier is a logical constant, with a logically deemed semantics that is objective and determinate. So this quantier cannot fail to yield objectivity and determinacy for the assertion as a whole, when the other vocabulary is non-problematic. So ontological anti-realism is false. The response to this objection is as follows. It is true that logic gives a semantics for the existential quantier. But this semantics tells us only how to evaluate a quantied statement in a model superscript 1. For assertions of quantied statements to have a truth value, we have to evaluate them at a world. Worlds are not models. If so, the semantics of existential quantification does not yield a truth value for quantied statements at worlds. Models are a highly specific sort of abstract entity. They come with structure of various sorts, but what is most important for our purposes is that they come with a built-in domain. Intuitively, the domain is the domain of everything that exists with respect to that model. According to the standard semantics, an existentially quantied sentence xfx will then be true at a model if there exists an element of the domain such that the predicate f is true of that entity. Worlds, on the other hand, do not obviously come with built-in domains. Of course, the notion of a possible world is a technical notion within philosophy, and one might stipulate a notion on which worlds, like models, are abstract objects that come with built-in domains. But the real question is whether this world, the huge concrete reality within which we live, comes with a built-in domain, or at least with a canonically associated domain that serves as the domain of quantification for quantied statements. If it does not, then it does not determine a canonically associated model, and we cannot use the standard semantics to straightforwardly determine a truth value for quantied sentences at this world. We might say that the absolute quantier requires an absolute domain for its evaluation. The ontological realist holds that the world has an associated absolute domain, the domain of everything that exists, in the most fundamental sense of exists. By contrast, the ontological anti-realist denies that the world has an associated absolute domain. Once things are cast this way, one can see that the ontological realist is committed to a very strong claim about the fundamental structure of reality. On this view, the fundamental structure of reality involves, or at least determines, an absolute domain of entities. By contrast, the ontological anti-realist holds that the fundamental structure of reality is less rich than this, it does not involve or determine an absolute domain of entities. The world may have structure of many sorts, but an absolute domain is not part of that structure. In any case, it is clear that there is no straightforward argument from logical semantics to the determinate truth of quantied statements. If anything, once things are viewed this way, it appears that the ontological realist is faced with a potential explanatory mismatch between semantic theory and metaphysics, one that requires a strong further commitment to resolve. 10. An analysis of ordinary existence assertions. The semantics of existence assertions still poses a challenge for ontological anti-realists, however. Assuming that ontological realists can make the case for an absolute domain, they can then give a straightforward treatment of ontological existence assertions. An ontological assertion of xfx is true if and only if an object in the domain has the property expressed by f. Depending on their views, they may then be able to use this domain to play a role in giving correctness conditions for ordinary existence assertion, perhaps via domain restrictions, or some other machinery. By contrast, without an absolute domain, it is less obvious how an ontological anti-realist is in a position to analyze truth or correctness conditions for either ontological or ordinary existence assertions. In the case of ontological existence assertions, this might not be seen as too much of a cost, as the ontological anti-realists might deny that these assertions have truth conditions or correctness conditions at all. But there will remain the challenge of handling ordinary existence assertions, without the advantage of appealing to a built-in domain. For ease of discussion, let us assume for now that correctness conditions are truth conditions, although not much will turn on this. The ontological anti-realist then has at least two options. One strategy would be to give non-standard truth conditions for ordinary existence assertions on which these do not involve quantication over a domain at all. Another strategy is to retain the tools of quantication over domains, by ending some way to associate every ordinary existence assertion with a domain, which we can then use for semantic analysis. On the face of it, the second strategy is to be preferred if it is viable, as the semantic treatment of quantication in terms of domains is so powerful and familiar that much would be lost if we could not appeal to it. Here, I will briefly spell out a version of the second strategy. In this section I will apply it to ordinary existence assertions. In the next section I will indicate how the strategy might be used to help analyze ontological existence assertions. In the section after that, I will address questions and objections. The proposal here should be considered highly speculative, and I am by no means certain that it is correct. It should not be read as offering an account of the logical form of existence sentences, and need not be read as offering an account of the propositions expressed by these sentences, or as a conceptual analysis of these sentences. Rather, it can be read as a tool for helping to understand the conditions under which various sorts of existence assertions are true or correct, thereby shedding light on the commitments of ontological anti-realism as a whole. The key idea can be seen as a relative of the familiar semantics whereby every quantity assertion is associated with a contextually determined domain restriction function, picking out some subset of an overall domain as the domain of quantication. Instead of a domain restriction function, I will appeal to a contextually determined domain determination function which xes the overall domain of quantication associated with an assertion. To do this we can introduce some technical apparatus. Let us say that a furnished world is an ordered pair of a world and a domain superscript 1. Possible worlds can be understood in a variety of familiar ways. Intuitively, a domain is a catalog of entities that are taken to exist in a given world. To ARST approximation, we might model a domain as a class of singular terms in an idealized language. More generally, we can model a domain as a class of ordered pairs where each phi is a predicate and ni is a cardinal number. Intuitively, a domain will represent that there are exactly ni objects satisfying phi for each I, and that every object satisfies phi for exactly one I. It will also be required that the predicates phi are sufficiently specific, in order that the world and the domain jointly X the properties of the objects in question. I will later elaborate on how to make this intuitive constraint precise, with a notion of completeness for a domain, as well as elaborating a notion of equivalence between domains. A furnishing function is a mapping from worlds to domain superscript to a world and a furnishing function jointly determine a furnished world. In effect, given a world, the furnishing function species a class of entities that are taken to exist in that world. One may also impose a further constraint, holding that only certain furnished worlds are admissible. For a furnished world to be admissible, the domain must be an admissible domain for the corresponding world, where the notion of an admissible domain would need to be elaborated. For example, one might at least require that an admissible domain be internally consistent, and that it be consistent with the qualitative character of a given world. We could then say that an admissible furnishing function is one that maps a world to a domain that is admissible for that world, so that a world and an admissible furnishing function yield an admissible furnished world. This constraint will not be crucial in this section, but I will elaborate on it later. Intuitively, a furnishing function is a technical counterpart of a Carnapian ontological framework. Different ontological views will correspond to different furnishing functions. There will be a nihilist furnishing function, mapping worlds to domains representing a class of simple entities that are taken to exist on a nihilist view. There will be a universalist furnishing function, mapping worlds to domains representing a class of simple and complex entities that would be taken to exist on universalist views. There will be furnishing functions that admit abstract objects, and furnishing functions that admit only concrete objects. There may be a common sense furnishing function that admits those entities taken to exist according to common sense ontology. And so on. With furnishing functions in hand, we can then postulate that for any ordinary utterance, the context of utterance determines a furnishing function. Intuitively, this function corresponds to the ontological framework endorsed by the speaker in making the utterance. For example, ordinary discourse about tables and chairs may involve a context that determines a common sense furnishing function. Typical mathematical discourse may involve a context that determines a furnishing function that admits all sorts of abstract objects, and so on. If we make the standard assumption for every utterance there is a world of utterance, then the world of utterance combined with the furnishing function of the context of utterance will together determine a domain. It is this domain that will be used to assess the truth of the utterance. Here we can appeal to a variant of the familiar idea that most linguistic expressions determine functions from possible worlds to extensions. For example, a singular term might determine a function from worlds to individuals in those worlds, while general terms and predicates might determine a function from worlds to classes of entities in those worlds, and so on. We can put forward the following variant of this idea: most linguistic expressions determine functions from furnished worlds to extensions. A singular term will determine a function from furnished worlds to individuals, general terms and predicates will determine functions from furnished worlds to classes, and so on. On the face of it, this view is reasonable. One reason to think that expressions determine functions from possible worlds to extensions is that our linguistic competence allows us to evaluate expressions under various suppositions about the world. If the world is like so, then Jack the Ripper is such and such. But our competence also allows us to evaluate expressions under different suppositions about which entities exist in the world, even holding the qualitative nature of the word constant. For example, we can say that if nihilism is true, then Jack the Ripper does not exist, and so on. So it is not a great stretch to allow that our expressions determine functions from furnished worlds to extensions. If this is so, then applying standard compositional semantics, non-quantied sentences will determine a function from furnished worlds to truth values. We can then use the standard semantics for evaluating an existentially quantied sentence at a furnished world. It is true if the corresponding open sentence is true of some entity in the domain of that world. By the usual semantics, an open sentence is akin to a predicate, determining a function from worlds to classes. So by the semantics above, an open sentence will determine a function from furnished worlds to classes. An existentially quantied utterance will be true at a furnished world W if the function associated with the corresponding open sentence, evaluated at W, yields a non-empty class. Likewise, a universally quantied utterance will be true at a furnished world if the value of the function at the world is the whole domain, and so on. Here I have ignored the effects of ordinary quantier domain restriction, but one can integrate these into the picture in a straightforward way. We can then say, an ordinary utterance is correct at a world W if it is true at the furnished world W, f where f is the furnishing function specied. 110. By the context of utterance. An ordinary utterance is correct if it is true at the world of utterance. If the correctness of an ordinary utterance coincides with its truth, as I think it does, then these definitions will also give conditions for the truth of an ordinary utterance at a world, and its truth simpliciter point superscript 2 superscript 1. In this way, we can see that ordinary utterances determine ordinary truth conditions across possible worlds. Of course, an utterance of the same sentence by speakers whose context of utterance determines different furnishing functions will have different truth conditions. For example, an utterance of "there are cups" may be true in a context with a liberal furnishing function, and false in a context with a less liberal furnishing function. Likewise, in the case discussed earlier in the paper, an utterance of "there are 2 objects on the table" by a human may be true, when an utterance by a Martian in an otherwise identical context may be false, simply because of a difference in their furnishing functions. This account is neutral on how easy it is for furnishing functions to vary between contexts, and on how widespread such variations are. In principle, the account is compatible with the view that all utterances within a community are associated with the same furnishing function, where this corresponds intuitively to the ontological framework endorsed by the community. So, for example, utterances in our community might be associated with a common-sense ontology furnishing function, while utterances in a Martian community might be associated with a universalist furnishing function. But once contextual variation is admitted, it is natural to hold that variation is more widespread than this, so that utterances by speakers in the same community might be associated with different furnishing functions, and likewise for utterances by the same speaker in different contexts. Of course, there may be considerable vagueness as to exactly which furnishing function is determined by the context of utterance, just as there may be vagueness as to exactly which domain restriction is determined by the context of utterance. This vagueness will produce vagueness concerning the truth value of the utterance as a whole. The vagueness might be handled by one of the many standards tools for dealing with vagueness, for example, by supervaluating over numerous furnishing functions, by introducing fuzzy or vague furnishing functions, by postulating an unknown fact about the furnishing function, and so on. The problems here do not seem to go beyond the sort of problems already introduced by vagueness of quantier domain restrictions, and other sorts of vagueness. 11. An analysis of ontological existence assertions. What about ontological existence assertions? Can we give any sort of truth conditional analysis of these? The ontological anti-realist could hold that ontological existence assertions are so hopelessly defective that they do not express propositions or have truth conditions at all. But there is room for a milder view. For example, we have seen that an ontological anti-realist might allow at least that ontological assertions of there are concrete unicorns and the like can be false. And there might be views that are ontologically anti-realist about certain domains, while being realist about others. Here it would be useful to have some sort of truth conditional analysis of what is going on these views. One view might use the same semantics as the ontological realist. Ontological existence assertions are true if the correspondingo pensentens is true if some entity in the absolute domain. This view could then be combined with the thesis that in our world, the absolute domain is massively indeterminate. It may be determinate that certain things are not in it, that is, that certain expressions do not represent entities in it. It might even be determinate that certain entities are in it. But for a very wide class of expressions, it is indeterminate whether these have a referent in the absolute domain or not. This view is not out of the question, although it does require that some sense can be made of the notion of an absolute domain, which an ontological anti-realist might question. However, this view suggests an alternative treatment, one that is compatible with the view just mentioned but does not require it. As already mentioned, it is common to understand indeterminacy using supervaluation. For example, on some views of vagueness, a use of an vague predicate such as tall is associated with a range of properties that are admissible extensions, such that John is tall is true if John has phi for all admissible extensions phi, false if John has phi for no admissible extension, and indeterminate otherwise. We can apply this idea to ontological existence assertions as follows. We have already seen that some furnishing functions are admissible and some are 112 not. We can then suggest, an ontological existence assertion x f x is true at a world W if f it is true at the furnished world W, f for all admissible furnishing functions f. The assertion is false at W if f it is false at W, f for all admissible f. Otherwise, its truth value is indeterminate at W. Of course, this requires us to say more about what it is for a furnishing function to be admissible, which requires us to say more about what it is for a domain to be admissible for a world. I will say more about this in the next section. But intuitively, there should at least be the sort of consistency constraints mentioned in the last section, no round squares, for example, and if W contains no matter at location L, then the domain cannot contain an entity speciate as being made of matter at L. There might also, depending on the strength of one's ontological anti-realism, be positive constraints concerning certain entities that must be in any domain that is admissible at a given world. For example, a medium-strength ontological anti-realist might hold that at our world, fundamental particles and/or people must be part of any admissible domain. There could also be negative constraints concerning entities that cannot be in any admissible domain. Superscript 2 as long as more than one domain is admissible at a world, then some unproblematic ontological existence assertions will have indeterminate truth values. On the strong anti-realist view, the only constraint on admissibility will be the consistency constraint, so that nihilist domains, universalist domains, nominalist domains, and Platonist domains will all be admissible, as will the corresponding furnishing functions. In our world W, tables exist will be true at W, F for some furnishing functions, and false at W, F for others. So an ontological assertion of tables exist will be indeterminate at our world. The same goes for numbers exist, and so on. Which statements will have determinate truth values? On an ultra-strong anti-realist view, there may be no constraints on admissibility, so no ontological assertions will have determinate truth values. On a strong anti-realist view, there will be consistency constraints, so that domains with round squares may be inadmissible at any world. If so, there are round squares will be false at W, F for any world W and any admissible furnishing function F, so an ontological assertion of the sentence will be false at all worlds. Likewise, domains with unicorns may be inadmissible at our world at, so there are no unicorns. Will be false at F for all admissible F, so an ontological assertion of the sentence of there are no unicorns will be true at our world. On intermediate anti-realist views, there may be other positive and/or negative constraints on admissibility, so that for example all admissible domains for a world must contain certain fundamental entities in a world, or so that no admissible domains can contain abstract objects. If so, it will may be that ontological assertions of there are fundamental particles will be true at our world, and/or that ontological assertions of there are numbers will be false at our world, while other ontological assertions will have an indeterminate truth value. On a strong ontological realist view, on the other hand, there will be exactly one domain that is admissible for every world, the absolute domain for that world. There will likewise be just one admissible furnishing function, mapping every world to its absolute domain. On this view, an ontological assertion will be true at a world W if it is true at W, F where F is the absolute domain of W. This will then yield the same results as the semantics of existence assertions, where in effect worlds come with built-in domains. On this view, every unproblematic ontological assertion will have a determinate truth value. All this brings out that there is no prospect of using the current apparatus to settle the issue between different sorts of ontological anti-realists and ontological realists. The issues between them will all recur as issues concerning the proper constraints on admissibility. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 However, the current apparatus can be used to represent some of the commitments of these views, especially anti-realist views, and to give an analysis of the correctness conditions of existence assertions according to these views. It should be noted that it is not mandatory to hold that the notion of admissibility used to give an account of ordinary existence assertions coincide with the notion used to give an account of ontological existence assertions. For example, an ontological realist may hold that only one furnishing function is admissible for the purposes of analyzing ontological existence assertions, while multiple furnishing functions are admissible for the purposes of analyzing ordinary existence assertions. An intermediate anti-realist might do something similar. For a strong anti-realist who invokes only consistency constraints on admissibility, however, it is natural to hold that the two notions coincide. I will concentrate on this sort of strong anti-realism, and the corresponding notion of admissibility, in what follows. 12 questions and objections. Of course, this framework immediately raises many questions. I will address some of them in what follows, in a somewhat random order. Readers should feel free to pick and choose. What is admissibility? An immediate task is to say more about what it is for a domain to be admissible at a world. As outlined above, various views are possible here, but I will focus on making sense of a reasonably strong anti-realism according to which the major role is played by consistency constraints. Here the idea was that the specied domain must at least be consistent with the world. Intuitively, given a world with two cups, domains with and without a cup are both consistent with the world. But in a world with no ectoplasm, domains containing entities made of ectoplasm are inconsistent with the world. To make the notion precise, we need to be more precise about domains. As before, a domain is a class of ordered pairs where each phi is an unproblematic predicate and ni is a cardinal number superscript 2. We can say that an existence sentence for an ordered pair phi, ni is a sentence saying that there exist exactly ni objects satisfying phi. A totality sentence for a domain is a sentence saying that every object satisfies phi for some I and that no object satisfies phi and fj where I equals j. A domain sentence for a domain is a conjunction of existence sentences for each ordered pair in the domain with a totality sentence for the domain. Here we assume an idealized initary language with unlimited expressive power throughout. A domain is then admissible at a world if its domain sentence is consistent with that world. Superscript 2. We can say that a domain sentence is consistent with a world if it is consistent with a world sentence for that world. A world sentence for a world W is an unproblematic sentence that is true at W and at no other worlds. One might additionally require that a world sentence is a specification of the fundamental truths at W. For example, if physicalism is true at W, these might be microphysical truths and a that's all clause. I will discuss this further in the next section. For now, I will be neutral on the character of a world sentence, and I will also be neutral on whether or not it can include quantificational vocabulary. It remains to deem the consistency of two sentences. We cannot simply say that S1 and S2 are consistent if S1 and S2 is metaphysically possible. If S is a world sentence, there is no sentence T such that S and T are metaphysically possible. But we want to say that if S is a world sentence for this world, S is consistent with both there is a cup and its negation. So consistency is somewhat weaker than metaphysical compatibility. We can instead suggest that S1 and S2 are consistent when they are logically compatible with a certain subset of necessary truths. To say that sentences are logically compatible is to say that no contradiction can be derived from them in a standard logical framework, in which logical rules for the quantiers are exhausted by the standard and elimination rules and interdefinitions. Intuitively, the relevant necessary truths are ontologically neutral necessary truths, those that make no commitments about ontology. In particular, any unconditional or ampliative existence sentences are excluded, as are analogous sentences involving singular terms that logically entail such sentences. Also excluded are indeterminate existence claims, such as it is indeterminate whether numbers exist, and if x and y exist, it is indeterminate whether their sum exists. Ontologically neutral necessities will include logical truths, and those whose necessity derives from non-quantificational terms. For example, if someone is a bachelor, they are unmarried, perhaps if necessarily P, then necessarily P, and if Joe is a father, there is someone who is Joe's offspring. Superscript 2. A rigorous characterization of ontologically neutral necessary truths remains an open question. One tricky issue is making precise the notion of necessity deriving from a non-quantificational term. A related issue concerns whether and how to exclude negative existence claims, such as numbers do not exist. Here the challenge is to find a way to exclude these, while allowing necessities such as there are no round squares. Intuitively, the former derives from substantive ontology, while the latter does not, but it is not straightforward to make the distinction precise. An ontological anti-realist can circumvent this issue on the grounds that numbers do not exist are indeterminate rather than necessary on their view. But the cost is then that indeterminacy of numbers do not exist will then be used to explain why domains with and without numbers are admissible, so that the latter fact about admissibility cannot be used to explain the former fact about indeterminacy. In any case, assuming that the notion can be made precise, we can then use it to analyze consistency. For example, there are two cups is consistent with both there is a cup and its negation, as there are no ontologically neutral sentences with which the relevant pairs are inconsistent. So one can expect that a world sentence for our world will be consistent with both there is a cup and its negation. Correspondingly, there is reason to expect that domain sentences entailing there is a cup and domain sentences entailing there are no cups will both be consistent with this world sentence. So domains both with and without cups will be admissible at our world. On the other hand, there is no ectoplasm is not consistent with there is an object made of ectoplasm, as these are inconsistent with the ontologically neutral necessary truth if there is an object made of ectoplasm, there is ectoplasm. So given a world whose world sentence entails there is no ectoplasm, a domain involving objects made of ectoplasm will be inadmissible. Likewise, there are round squares is inconsistent with the ontologically neutral necessity if something is round, it is not square. It is consequently inconsistent with any world sentence. It follows that domains involving round squares will be inadmissible at any world. Finally, it will be observed that if the world sentence of a world includes or entails any existence claims, such as there are photons, then sentences such as there are no photons are automatically inconsistent with the world sentence. If so, then domains without photons will be inadmissible, so that an ontological assertion of there are photons will be determinately true at the world in question. I will look into this matter more in what follows. What are the fundamental truths? In the previous section, I appealed to the idea that worlds can be described by world sentences. Going along with this is the idea that various existential claims are true, false, or indeterminate in virtue of their relations to such a world sentence. So the world sentence is presumably to be something more basic than those existential claims. One can naturally take it to be a characterization of the fundamental truths about a world. But what are these fundamental truths? And must they themselves involve existential quantification? An ontological anti-realist can take various attitudes here. A hardline detionist about metaphysics might reject the claim that some characterizations of the world are more fundamental than any other. Various sentences are true at only this world, and that is all there is to say. This would still leave the question of what sort of sentences are determinately true at a world, which would raise some of the issues in what follows, but it would avoid some of the others. Still, nothing in the motivation for ontological anti-realism so far described requires this hardline detionism, and I am inclined to reject it. Intuitively, some contingent truths about the world hold in virtue of other contingent truths about the world. Truths about chemistry may hold in virtue of truths in physics, for example. We can then say that a fundamental truth about the world is a contingent truth that does not hold in virtue of other truths. It does not automatically follow from the earlier claim that there are fundamental truths there could be an ever-descending sequence of truths, each of which holds in virtue of more fundamental truths. But under certain natural assumptions, there will be an end to such sequences, even if these are only truths about the world as a whole. If so, it is then plausible that conjoining sufficiently many fundamental truths will yield a world sentence for our world, one that is true only at our world. One can then ask, what is the character of fundamental truths in our world, and in other worlds? At this point, a realist may naturally suggest that these truths are truths about objects and their properties, for example, about fundamental particles, or people. Such truths will involve either an existential quantier, or singular terms, and either way they will entail some existentially quantied claims. Does this not lead to a degree of ontological realism? Here anti-realists have various options. They may claim that fundamental truths are not truths about objects at all. For example, they may hold that fundamental truths are truths about the distribution of stuff, with quantiers for stuff rather than objects. There is some matter distributed with such and such densities at such and such locations, or there is some experience distributed in 118. Such and such way. This view gives up on ontological realism about objects, but it retains a variant of ontological realism concerning stuff. That is, in effect it will hold that counterparts of ontological existence assertions involving stuff quantiers are determinately true, even if those involving object quantiers are not. Of course, if the reasons for denying ontological realism concerning objects also apply to ontological realism concerning stuff, then this view will be unsatisfactory. But it is not obvious that these reasons extend to stuff in this way, so this view is at least a contender. Alternatively, an anti-realist may hold that fundamental truths are speciate in an object-free predicate functor language where every sentence is analogous to "it is raining," or "raineth." For example, they may include particleth where someone else might have had "there is a particle." Or less artificially, a specification of the quantum wave function of the universe might be regarded as making a claim of this sort. This view is formally clean, but it arguably leaves the character of the fundamental level of reality more obscure than most of the alternatives. Another option is to accept that fundamental truths involve object property language, but only lightweight object property language. For example, they may include "there is a photon at such and such space-time location," "there is a person with such and such experiences," where the existential quantier is interpreted as a lightweight quantier, such as the maximalist lightweight quantier. Or perhaps one could make a lightweight claim "the universe has such and such properties." One cost here is that one must then give up the claim that lightweight quantied truths always hold in virtue of underlying truths. Another is that if we analyze admissibility in terms of consistency with fundamental truths, where these truths involve lightweight quantication, then one cannot use the notions of admissibility or consistency in analyzing the corresponding lightweight quantiers. So this view may lead to a view on which one or more lightweight quantiers is taken as conceptually primitive. Perhaps the view most in the spirit of ontological anti-realism holds that there is more than one equally good fundamental description of the world, and that fundamental descriptions of any of the three sorts given above are allowable. On this view, reality has a fundamental nature, but this fundamental nature can equally well be described in terms of objects and properties, in terms of stuff, or in terms of predicate functors. On this view, one can use any one of these specifications to state truth conditions for sentences of the other sorts, using stuff language to state truth conditions for lightweight quantied sentences, perhaps, or vice versa. But there will not be one such specification that is. Ontological anti-realism 119. Metaphysically fundamental, and one will not be able to reductively analyze all such sentences simultaneously. Of course, this is not to say that anything goes in a fundamental description. For example, a physicalist will require that all of these descriptions must be in a broadly microphysical language, rather than a mental language, for example superscript 2. So on this view, reality will have a determinate fundamental nature, but a nature that is less n-grained than some metaphysicians think. A much more moderate anti-realist might hold that fundamental truths involve heavyweight object property language. For example, these truths may include "there is a photon at such and such location," or "there is a person with such and such experiences," where the existential quantier is interpreted as a heavyweight quantier. Or perhaps one could make a heavyweight claim "the universe has such and such properties." On this view one must accept that heavyweight quantication is coherent, and that we possess a concept of absolute quantication with a non-trivial but not fully determinate extension. In addition, to avoid circularity, such an anti-realist will have to deny that the truth conditions of heavyweight quantication are grounded in supervaluation over admissible furnishing functions. So one will have to nd some other explanation of the indeterminacy of ontological existence assertions, though one will still be able to use the framework of furnishing functions as a useful tool. On such a view, one gives up strong ontological anti-realism for an intermediate anti-realism that admits the heavyweight existence of certain entities. But importantly, this claim will be restricted to fundamental entities. We saw earlier that the considerations in favor of ontological anti-realism do not apply nearly as clearly to fundamental entities as to non-fundamental entities. And one might suggest that we have a better grip on the idea of a fundamental entity existing absolutely than we have on the idea of a number, a table, or a mereological sum existing absolutely superscript 2. Which view is best? I think that the most natural view for an ontological anti-realist is the view according to which there are multiple equally fundamental specifications of reality, of which some involve lightweight quantification but none involve heavyweight quantification. But I think the intermediate view according to which there are fundamental specifications of reality that involve heavyweight quantification also deserves attention. Either way, I take the question of which specifications of reality are fundamental specifications to be among the hardest and most important questions in philosophy. In any case, the results of this analysis cohere with the results of a related discussion by Sider. There is no detour around the whole of metaphysics. Even if one dismisses claims about the existence of numbers or mereological sums as indeterminate, one still needs to face up to hard metaphysical questions. The question of ontological realism should be distinguished from the more general question of metaphysical realism, where the former focuses on the existence of objects, the latter focuses on the nature of reality. Nothing in the considerations I have raised recommends a global skepticism about metaphysics. If anything, it suggests that metaphysical inquiry should be especially focused on questions at the fundamental level. Is the use of abstract objects legitimate? In this paper I have appealed frequently to all sorts of abstract objects, such as possible worlds, ordered pairs, functions, sentences, and so on. It might be thought that this commits me to their existence, and therefore to rejecting ontological anti-realism at least in these domains. In response, ontological realism about these entities is not required. When I have discussed these entities, I have been making ordinary existence assertions, not ontological existence assertions. When I have done so, I have been working within a liberal framework with a furnishing function that admits all sorts of abstract objects. In fact, whenever I do philosophy, I work within such a framework. Just as it is hard to do mathematics without appealing to numbers, it is hard to do philosophy without appealing to abstract entities. If one did not work within a liberal framework, many of the ideas in this paper would be much harder to state, and perhaps some of them would be impossible to state, although this is not obvious. Likewise, if one did not work within a liberal framework that admits numbers and other mathematical entities, many mathematical results would become harder and perhaps impossible to state, as perhaps would many scientific theories. However, nothing here commits one to ontological realism. Perhaps there is some indispensability argument that starts from the premise that appeal to abstract objects is indispensable in various areas of science, mathematics, and philosophy, and concludes that ontological realism is true of abstract objects. At the moment, however, I cannot see how such an argument would go. Such an argument might reveal the indispensability of working within a liberal framework in order to do science, mathematics, and philosophy. But that is a very different conclusion. In fact, when doing philosophy it is often sensible to assume a maximalist framework, on which any entity whose existence is consistent with the nature of this world can be taken to exist. This makes for considerable convenience, not least in the present project. For example, from within this framework, one can drop the construction of domains as classes of linguistic entities, and simply regard them as classes of entities in worlds. Furthermore, one can then regard furnishing functions as a sort of domain restriction function. They map a world to a subclass of the entities that exist in that world. This allows a more straightforward semantic treatment. The domain restriction function that performs the work of a furnishing function will still play a role that is conceptually separable from that of more familiar domain restriction functions, but one can use many of the same tools of analysis. Again, nothing here entails maximalism as a heavyweight ontological view. It simply wreaks the advantage of maximalism as a framework for conducting one's theorizing about the world. What about singular terms? It has sometimes been objected to various sorts of ontological pluralism that such views cannot stop at giving multiple meanings to quantiers. For example, Eklund notes that the same sort of considerations apply to sentences containing singular terms. Say that Fred is a term stipulated to refer to a cup on this table if it refers at all. Then insofar as cups exist is true on some readings but not on others, then Fred is on the table will be true on some readings but not others. So the pluralist also needs to account for variability in the contents of singular terms. In response, the current framework applies to singular terms as well as quantiers. The framework says that all expressions, not just quantized expressions, are associated with a function from furnished worlds to extensions. A singular 122. Term such as Fred will have an extension in a furnished world that admits cups, and it will not have an extension in a furnished world that does not. So in contexts with a furnishing function that admits cups, Fred is on the table may be true, and in contexts with a furnishing function that does not admit cups, Fred is on the table will be false. Does this mean that even names such as Fred are context dependent? Yes and no. In different contexts, uses of the name will be associated with the same functions from furnished worlds to extensions, so these contents will not be context dependent. But they will be associated with different functions from worlds to extensions, so these contents will be context dependent. However, the source of the context dependence will be the quite general variability of ontological frameworks, rather than anything specifically to do with name superscript 2. In his paper in this volume, Eklund raises a related challenge for Carnapian varieties of ontological pluralism. Say that A is in a context with a restrictive framework that rejects cups, while B is in a context with a liberal framework that accepts cups. What should A say about the truth value of an utterance S of Fred is on the table by B? If A can truly say S is false, then we have some sort of relativism about utterance truth. And if A can truly say S is true, she must deny Tarski's thesis that if an utterance of the form F is true, where A is a singular term, there must be an entity that the utterance of A refers to. In response, in the current framework, this issue will arise only for assertions in ordinary contexts, not ontological contexts. In that case, I think A can and should truly say S is true, recognizing that B has a different framework. As for Tarski's thesis, in the current account we have in effect moded it into the following: if an utterance of a sentence of the form F is true, then the utterance of A must quasi-refer superscript 3. Here we can say that an utterance of A quasi-refers if it has an extension in the domain determined by the context and world of utterance. Of course, if A is in a sufficiently impoverished context, she will not be able to use this characterization of quasi-reference, but that is just another illustration of the difficulty of doing semantics in a restricted framework. Furthermore, if one wants to preserve Tarski's thesis, one must simply work within a maximally liberal framework, one that admits all the entities admitted by any framework. If one does, one can utter the original version of Tarski's thesis truly. In more restricted contexts, an utterance of the original version of Tarski's thesis will be false, just as in restricted contexts, an utterance of Euclid's theorem, there are an infinite number of primes, will be false. Here we end another example of the virtues of doing semantics in a liberal context. Is this ontological pluralism? Hirsch, Eklund, and Sider characterize various dictionary views as involving quantier variance or ontological pluralism, roughly, the view that there are many candidate meanings for the existential quantier, with none of them being objectively preferred to the other. Is this a view of this sort? Yes and no. It is true that on this view, there are many ways to use quantiers, to express claims with very different truth conditions. In particular, ordinary uses of quantiers can express quite different contents. On the other hand, there is a distinguished use of the quantier, in ontological uses, to express the concept of absolute quantification. Insofar as this use has a content, it is a sort of privileged content. One might say that the current view is monist about heavyweight quantification, and pluralist about lightweight quantification. As such, it differs from the views discussed by Hirsch and Eklund, which appear not to recognize heavyweight quantification while being pluralist about lightweight quantification. It also differs from the very different ontologically pluralist view discussed by McDaniel, which appears to be pluralist about heavyweight quantification. But there is at least an element of pluralism involved. Ontologically pluralist views can be contextualist views, on which there is a single expression exists that has different contents in different contexts, or they can be non-contextualist views on which there are many different expressions corresponding to these contents. The view I have outlined is most naturally seen as a version of the former. However, there is no obstacle to denning new expressions that express each of these contents in a context-independent way. For example, I have already occasionally used the expression absolutely exists as a context-independent expression for absolute quantification. One could also deem terms such as exists, existsu, existsk, existsum, and so on. 124. To express the content that exists has when used in contexts involving nihilist, universalist, common sense, and maximalist frameworks, for example. So we would then have a plurality of quantificational expressions, although again there would be a privileged expression corresponding to the ontological use. One might wonder about how these expressions would interact with contexts of use. For example, what happens if one uses existsu in a nihilist context? The answer is that as a non-context dependent expression, existsu will have the same content that it has in a universalist context. In any context, UXFX will be true at a world W if XFX is true at the furnished world W, F where F is the universalist furnishing function. This expression is equally available in a nihilist context, although of course in such a context existsu will have a different content from exists. What are the substantive disagreements? Once one explicitly distinguishes all the quantiers above, it is possible to prescind from semantic issues about the English term exists and examine the residual substantive agreements and disagreements between ontological anti-realism and lightweight and heavyweight ontological realism more directly. Most ontological anti-realists and lightweight realists can agree that all the lightweight quantiers existsu, exists, and so on can be deemed. Some ontological realists can also agree to this, although not all will. Those who agree that the lightweight quantiers can be deemed will agree about the truth values of statements with these quantiers, and about their epistemic status. For example, if M is a mereological sum of distinct entities, then all agree that UXMX is true in our world but NXMX is false. Furthermore, if S stands for the sum of A and B, all will agree that US follows trivially from NA and NB, but that NS does not. As for the absolute quantier exists, some lightweight realists may deny whether there is any such expression or any concept for it to express, though some may allow that there are such expressions while holding that they are hopelessly defective. Ontological anti-realists, as characterized here, hold that there are at least expressions that express the absolute quantier, and that there may or may not be a concept of absolute quantification, but in any case the absolute quantier is defective in such a way that there are no non-trivial truths that are expressed with it. Heavyweight realists, of course, hold that there is an absolute quantier and it is non-defective. Remaining disagreements concern the relationship between these quantiers and words such as exists. Heavyweight realists and anti-realists hold that in ontological contexts, exists has the content of exists, while lightweight realists hold that it has the content of a lightweight quantier such as existsum or existsk. All of these views can allow that in ordinary contexts, exists has at least the correctness conditions given by one or more lightweight quantiers. Lightweight realists will also allow that it has these truth conditions, as will many ontological anti-realists, and some ontological realists. Overall, there is certainly a substantive disagreement between heavyweight realists and the other two views, over whether there are non-trivial absolutely quantied truths. And there is certainly a semantic disagreement between lightweight realism and the other two views over the content of exists in ontological contexts. There may also be a substantive disagreement between lightweight realists and ontological anti-realists about whether there is even a concept for absolute quantification, although this is less clear. In any case, it is once again clear that once we prescind from issues about language and concepts, lightweight realism and ontological anti-realism have more in common with each other than either has in common with heavyweight realism. What about ontological relativism? I have not yet discussed ontological relativism, on which ontological assertions have an assessment relative truth value. This view is closely connected to the ontological indeterminism I have outlined. Instead of holding that ontological existence assertions have an indeterminate truth value, assessable by supervaluating across admissible frameworks, we could hold that they have an assessment relative truth value, assessable only by the standards of different frameworks. This view would in some respects be parallel to the contextualism about ordinary existence assertions outlined earlier, except that in this case the framework serves as part of the context of assessment of an ontological existence assertion, not as part of the context of utterance of an ordinary existence assertion. This package of views, combining contextualism about ordinary existence assertions with relativism about ontological existence assertions, has its attractions. The difference between the treatment of ordinary and ontological assertions is well suited to read the different ways that disagreement functions in ordinary and ontological discourse, as outlined in sections 3 and 4. Ultimately, however, I think that relativism here is less well motivated than in other domains. Ontological practice aims to prescind from the commitments of local frameworks and aims at objective truth, in a way that runs deeper than practice in domains where relativism has been attractive. I think that most participants in this practice would agree that if there is no framework-independent fact of the matter about ontology, then ontological assertions lack a determinate truth value. 126. One can see relativism in other domains as an attempt to reconcile three features of discourse in these domains: the sense that when two speakers utter S and S, they are disagreeing, the lack of perspective-independent facts of the matter about who is correct in such cases, and the intuition that such utterances in these domains can be true or false, despite and in the ontological domain, and are present, but is less well motivated. In particular, undercuts the intuition of truth or falsity more strongly here than elsewhere, in part because the presupposition of objectivity is much more central to ontological practice, and in part because ontological practice plays a much less central role in everyday discourse. So I think that ontological indeterminism is a better view. But ontological relativism is at least a close relative. What about other ontological debates? So far I have mainly applied this framework to debates over whether there are abstract objects, macroscopic objects, and mereological sums. The framework applies fairly straightforwardly to any ontological debate over whether entities of a certain sort exist. What about debates that do not quite so straightforwardly? For example, the debate over coincidence: are the statue and the lump of clay one thing or two? The debate over persistence: are objects three-dimensional objects that persist by enduring, or four-dimensional objects that persist by perduring? The debate over presentism: do the past and the future exist, or just the present? I think the framework applies straightforwardly to the debate over coincidence. There are furnishing functions that never supply coincident objects. For example, on one furnishing function, everything that exists is a sum of simple parts, and has precisely those simple parts whenever it exists. That furnishing function delivers a furnished world without coincident objects. It is plausible that in that furnished world, our terms that lump and that statue pick out the same sum of particles, a sum that can persist even once it is no longer shaped as a statue, but not after some of the particles are destroyed. Other furnishing functions supply many coincident objects. A maximally liberal furnishing function might supply objects for any set of persistence conditions, delivering a furnished worlds with many coincident objects. It is plausible that in that furnished world, our terms that lump and that statue pick out two different but coincident objects with different persistence conditions, one that can survive the loss of particles but not the loss of a statue shape, while another for which it is the other way around. I am inclined to think that both furnishing functions are admissible, so that there is no fact of the matter as to which ontological view is correct. Something similar may apply to the debate over perdurance versus endurance, depending on exactly how that debate is formulated. One might in principle apply the framework to the debate over presentism, with furnishing functions that admit past and future objects, or just present objects. However, in this case it is far from obvious that both furnishing functions will be admissible, because of constraints imposed by the fundamental level. For example, it seems plausible that fundamental truths will either make reference to past and future microphysical states of the world, or they will not. Either way, the debate over presentism may arise already at that level. This coheres with the general picture suggested earlier, on which the most substantive metaphysical debates are those that arise on the fundamental level. 13. Conclusion. It will be obvious that the picture I have outlined is closely parallel to Carnap's. Ordinary and ontological existence assertions correspond to internal and external questions. Ordinary existence assertion, like internal questions, have truth conditions that are determined by an associated framework, and have truth values that are determined trivially by the framework and the underlying state of the world. Ontological existence assertions, like external questions, purport to be independent of a framework, but lack determinate truth conditional content, and typically lack determinate truth values. Ontological discourse is thereby often defective, but ordinary discourse about existence is not defective at all. Of course there are differences between my approach and Carnap's, and I do not claim to have presented knockdown arguments for either. But I hope that the present treatment suggests that a Carnapian approach to ontology is coherent and viable. 4. Carnap and ontological pluralism. Matty Eklund. 1. Introduction. My focus here will be Rudolf Carnap's views on ontology, as these are presented in the seminal Empiricism, Semantics and Ontology. I will describe how I think Carnap's distinction between external and internal questions is best understood. Then I will turn to broader issues regarding Carnap's views on ontology. With certain reservations, I will ascribe to Carnap an ontological pluralist position roughly similar to the positions of Eli Hirsch and the later Hilary Putnam. Then I turn to some interrelated arguments against the pluralist view. The arguments are not demonstrative. Some possible escape routes for the pluralist are outlined. But I think the arguments constitute a formidable challenge. There should be serious doubt as to whether the pluralist view, as it emerges after discussion of these arguments, will be worth defending. Moreover, there is an alternative ontological view which equally well subserves the motivations underlying ontological pluralism. The paper will be structured as follows. In sections 2 through 5, I will focus on the interpretation of Carnap. In section 6, I will return to a different theme from Hirsch's works. Sections 7 and 8 will be devoted to problems faced by ontological pluralism. In the concluding section 9, I will describe another view on ontology, which I argue satisfies the main motivations behind ontological pluralism. 2. External and internal questions. A distinction between external and internal questions is central to Carnap's views on ontology. Carnap introduces it as follows: we must distinguish two kinds of questions of existence, questions of the existence of certain entities of the new kind within the framework, we call them internal questions, and second, questions concerning the existence or reality of the system of entities as a whole, called external questions. Internal questions and possible answers to them are formulated with the help of the new forms of expressions. The answers may be found either by purely logical methods or by empirical methods, depending upon whether the framework is a logical or a factual one. 1. Carnap describes external questions as problematic. 2. Later he says more about how he conceives of them. From the internal questions we must clearly distinguish external questions, i.e., philosophical questions concerning the existence or reality of the total system of the new entities. Many philosophers regard a question of this kind as an ontological question which must be raised and answered before the of the new language forms. The latter introduction, they believe, is legitimate only if it can be justified by an ontological insight supplying an affirmative answer to the question of reality. In contrast to this view, we take the position that the of the new ways of speaking does not need any theoretical justification because it does not imply any assertion of reality. We may still speak of the acceptance of the framework or the acceptance of the new entities since this form of speech is customary, but one must keep in mind that this phrase does not mean for us anything more than acceptance of the new linguistic forms. Above all, they must not be interpreted as referring to an assumption, belief, or assertion of the reality of the entities. There is no such assertion. An alleged statement of the reality of the framework of entities is a pseudo-statement without cognitive content. Superscript 3. For Carnap, then, a question of the form "Are there fs?" can be understood in a number of different ways. Understood as an internal question, as a question raised within the framework, it is unproblematic. If it is understood as an external question, matters are more complicated. If understood as an external question and as a question about matters of fact, it lacks cognitive content. But this does not mean that "Are there fs?" understood as an external question is always illegitimate or inadvisable. It can be understood as a question about whether we ought to adopt a framework such that we can talk about fs in this framework, and "There are f's" comes out true in this framework. Let us say that Carnap distinguishes between factual external questions and pragmatic external questions. He thinks factual external questions lack cognitive content. We should properly talk about supposedly factual external questions, but pragmatic external questions may well be important. This much is relatively unproblematic. The key question to how Carnap is to be understood is how to understand framework. There are two main alternatives. The RST alternative is that by framework Carnap means simply language, or language fragment. A second alternative is that he means something more relativistically or idealistically loaded, something more along the lines of perspective or worldview. On this second, more loaded interpretation of Carnap, Carnap says something analogous to what the relativist says when she says that relative to our culture, infanticide is wrong, but relative to some alien framework infanticide is not wrong, and the question of whether infanticide is or is not wrong, independently of any framework, cannot even be raised. On the former interpretation, what Carnap says has nothing to do with that form of relativism. The only relativity involved is the relativity of the meaning of a string of symbols to a language. It seems to me that the RST alternative is considerably more plausible. Consider the passage where Carnap introduces the notion of a framework. If someone wishes to speak in his language about a new kind of entities, he has to introduce a system of new ways of speaking, subject to new rules. We shall call this procedure the construction of a linguistic framework for the new entities in question. This makes perfect sense if by framework Carnap means language, or, better, language fragment. If I want to expand my language to talk about some new kind of entities, then I must introduce new expressions for entities of this kind, and, by the lights of Carnap's philosophy of language, a set of rules, or meaning postulates, for the new expressions in question. Moreover, when Carnap introduces the notion of a framework, he gives no indication that the existence of frameworks, in the given sense, could be up for debate. He assumes that no one can sensibly object to the notion, and to there being framework dependence. This too argues for taking frameworks to be something straightforward. Some commentators, one recent example is Andrei Galois, take Carnap to hold that existence sentences can only ever be true in a framework relative sense, and take this further to mean that for Carnap, existence statements are always something less than objectively, absolutely true. But if frameworks are just language fragments, the framework dependence is just the straightforward dependence upon language for sentence truth. If framework means language fragment, the internal questions are those that concern what comes out true in the language we actually employ, pragmatic external concern which language it is useful to employ, and factual external questions are neither, and thus by Carnap's lights make no sense. Here is an analogy. One can imagine three different debates, two of which are in order and one confused, that all can be brought under the heading "Is the tomato a fruit or a vegetable?" Most straightforwardly, we can conceive of a debate over whether the tomato is a fruit is true as turning on what actually comes out true in our common language, English. When you and I discuss the matter, then you win if you say the tomato is a fruit and this sentence actually is what comes out true in our language. Taken thus, it is an internal question. Somewhat less straightforwardly, perhaps, we can imagine a debate where the disputants are less concerned with what comes out true in English as actually spoken, but are concerned with whether it would be more pragmatically useful to speak a version of English just like English except for the possible difference that the tomato is a fruit comes out true there. Taken thus, the debate is over a pragmatic external question. Most obscurely, we can imagine two disputants who announce that they are not concerned with what comes out true in English, perhaps both agree that the tomato is a fruit is best English, and who further announce that they are not concerned with the pragmatic question of how we should speak. They announce that what they are concerned with is whether, in some language-independent sense, the tomato really is a fruit. If it is hard to wrap one's mind around what this would amount to, that is because these disputants would be seriously confused. What on earth could be at issue between them? Well, what would be at issue is the factual external question of whether the tomato is a fruit. It is such questions that Carnap wants to set aside as confused, and the example helps show what would be confused about them. What might a question such as the one envisaged amount to? As I understand the external/internal distinction, it is entirely straightforward. The internal questions concern what comes out true in the language we actually use. Pragmatic external questions are about which language it is useful to use. Such questions too can be meaningfully asked. Factual external questions are obviously nonsensical. A worry one might have about the E/I distinction as thus far explained is that disputes have been construed as disputes over sentences. One may think that disputes are better understood as disputes over propositions, and that this might cause problems for the distinction as explained. But the Carnapian distinctions can be drawn also with respect to propositions. Think of propositions as structured entities, with concepts as constituents. When you say, in English, the tomato is a fruit, and I say no, the tomato is not a fruit, our dispute is most naturally understood as being about whether the proposition expressed by the sentence the tomato is a fruit, the proposition that the tomato is a fruit, is true. Thus understood, the dispute is over an internal question. But we can also envisage a dispute in effect about whether we should employ the actual concept fruit that we employ, or whether we should employ a slight variant of it, fruit, such that some propositions isofruit and asofruit differ in truth value. Such a dispute would be a dispute over a pragmatic external question. Again, a would-be factual external question would be confused. We are to consider two disputants, agreeing on the truth value of the proposition expressed by the tomato is a fruit of their common language, and not simply engaged in a pragmatic dispute, but still insisting that they are engaged in a real dispute over whether the tomato is really a fruit. Turn now to ontological questions, which are what Carnap wants to apply his distinction to. Take the dispute between the Platonist and the nominalist over whether there are numbers, as we would naively put it. By Carnap's lights, we must distinguish between different things that can be going on. The dispute can be over the truth of the sentence there are numbers, or the proposition expressed by the sentence there are numbers, in which case it is over an internal question. It can be about whether we should employ a language like English except slightly different, such that the counterpart of there are numbers comes out true there. Or the dispute can be over a factual external question, in which case it is confused. In what follows, I will tend to talk about what language, and what sentences, are being used, thus following Carnap in focusing on language. Nothing will turn on this. Also, when it will be convenient and will not cause any confusion, I will talk about statements, letting this be ambiguous as between talking about sentences and talking about propositions. In the literature, there has been some confusion regarding what Carnap wants to conclude regarding Platonism and nominalism given his E/I distinction. John Burgess takes Carnap to defend Platonism, Galois takes seriously the possibility that Carnap really is a nominalist, argues that this was also Quine's understanding of Carnap. Still others would see Carnap rather as dissolving the debate than as taking sides. I do not see how there can be any serious discussion about what Carnap's views really were. If the Platonism/nominalism dispute is held to be over the supposedly deep factual external question, then Carnap would seemingly eminently reasonably want to reject the debate as meaningless. If the debate is held to be over the pragmatic external question, Carnap is definitely on Platonism's side. We should use a Platonist language. Carnap does not address the question of what actually comes out true in ordinary language, ending this question unimportant. Carnap's E/I distinction is often seen as bound up with the analytic/synthetic distinction. This is for instance one of the things Quine holds against it. However, if Carnap is understood as I have proposed we understand him, the E/I distinction is not bound up with the AS distinction. Compare again the tomato case. Taking Carnap's suggestion on board does not seem to amount to anything more controversial than that there are different possible English-like languages, one of which is such that the tomato is a fruit there comes out true, the other being such that the tomato is a fruit there comes out false. No claim to the effect that the sentence is analytic in either language is needed. 3. The shallowness of ontological questions on the present interpretation of Carnap's E/I distinction. The distinction is not bound up with any of those things that have made many theorists regard it as doubtful. Indeed, one might worry that on the present interpretation, Carnap turns out to be saying something completely trivial. No matter which disputed sentence we consider, about any subject matter, we can, trivially, distinguish between the internal question and the external questions. And no matter what disputed sentence we consider, the factual external question appears confused. Carnap evidently thought that his E/I distinction was of consequence for meta-ontology, for how to conceive of ontological questions, but how can pointing out something this trivial have any significant consequences for meta-ontology? Sometimes pointing out something trivial can be philosophically important. If philosophers concerned with existence questions say about whether there are abstract objects neither are concerned with how language is used nor see their claims as proposals for language reform, one might in principle legitimately accuse them of confusion, of attempting to ask factual external questions. Perhaps, given the methodology of philosophers concerned with ontology, these philosophers are in fact concerned with the factual external questions, which are mere pseudo-questions. However, Carnap does not solely want to criticize a bad reason for understanding ontological questions to be deep. He positively wants to dismiss ontological questions as somehow shallow. And given the present interpretation of the E/I distinction, one can well accept this distinction without drawing the conclusion that ontological questions are shallow. As I understand the E/I distinction, this distinction can be drawn with respect to all sorts of questions. So if the E/I distinction somehow entailed, by itself, that ontological questions are shallow, all questions would be shallow. This is sufficient to show that the E/I distinction cannot here pull all the weight. One can imagine a certain theorist holding that the E/I distinction together with the observation that internal ontological questions are not empirical entails that ontological questions are shallow, for, the thought would be, the only way a non-empirical question could fail to be shallow is if it is factual external. But there are good reasons for doubts about the envisaged stance. Why should one agree with the underlying thought, that all non-shallow questions are either empirical or factual external? Moreover, we can provide specific models for how ontological questions could fail to be shallow even given the E/I distinction. David Lewis and others have stressed that among all the possible semantic values of expressions that there are, some are intrinsically more natural and more eligible to be meant than others. They are the ones that, so to speak, carve nature at the joints. An application of this general type of idea to the case of ontology, an application developed by Ted Sider, has it that ontological questions should be conceived as being about what notion of existence carves nature at the joints. In this way, superscript 1, this would be one way that ontological questions could be deep even given the E/I distinction. Moreover, Kian Dor has argued that we should take ontological questions as being asked in a version of natural language ontologies especially well suited to ontological concerns. Point superscript 1 superscript 1 This is different from a Carnapian emphasis on expediency. Naturally, Carnap did not even think of the issues in the terms that Sider and Dor think of them. The comparison with Sider and Dor is meant only to illustrate, should an illustration be needed, how a wedge can be driven between the claim that there is an E/I distinction and the claim that ontological questions are shallow. I will return below to the relation between the E/I distinction and the Carnapian dismissal of ontological questions as shallow. For ontological pluralism, saying that Carnap somehow wanted to dismiss ontological questions as shallow is not to say anything very definite about exactly what Carnap's positive view on ontological questions was. But it is common to take Carnap to be what I will call an ontological pluralist, to hold a view not unlike that today defended by Eli Hirsch and Hilary Putnam. Point superscript 1 superscript 2 What any ontological pluralist view involves is roughly see immediately below the following. There are a number of different languages we could speak, such that different existence sentences come out true in these languages, due to the fact that the ontological expressions in these languages express different concepts of existence, and these languages can somehow describe the world's facts equally well and fully. Both Hirsch and Putnam take their ontological pluralism to entail that ontological questions are shallow. Hirsch says, for instance, that the proponent of quantier variance will address a typical question of ontology either by shrugging it off with Carnapian tolerance for many different answers, or by insisting with Austinian glee that the answer is laughably trivial. Superscript 1 This brief characterization of ontological pluralism is problematic. The idea is that there are languages where nominalism comes out true and languages where Platonism comes out true, and these languages can describe the world's facts equally well and equally fully. But a serious difficulty concerning how to conceive of ontological pluralism is this. There is an utterly trivial claim in the vicinity. It is that the string of symbols abstract objects exist comes out true in some languages but false in others. Of course, the ontological pluralist does not want simply to put forward a trivial claim like this. But what else might the pluralist thesis amount to? One alternative is to construe it as the thesis that a string of symbols can come out true in some languages but false in others, while meaning what it actually means. Embracing this would appear to commit the ontological pluralist to a form of relativism or idealism absent from the pluralist writings. She must end some alternative formulation. Superscript 1 Impressionistically, I will keep describing the ontological pluralist as holding that the different languages she posits employ different existence-like concepts. This is not an attempt to solve the problem of how best to formulate ontological pluralism, it is rather an attempt to sweep the problem under the rug while we look at other issues. I will also speak of the pluralist as holding, for example, that some languages are Platonist and some are nominalist. The formulation is problematic, and importantly so. For even if two English-like languages of the kind the pluralist posits are such that in one numbers exist comes out true and in the other numbers exist comes out false, it is not the same sentence that comes out true in one language and false in the other, for exist means different things in the two languages. Hence, it is strictly false that in one language it comes out true that numbers exist and in the other language this comes out false, and the point is important. Still, I will for simplicity continue talking of Platonist and nominalist languages, and employ other formulations of the same general kind. I will say that there are languages where the nominalism comes out true and languages where Platonism comes out true, while in both languages exists expresses an existence-like concept. Turn next to the requirement that the different languages must be able to describe the facts equally well and equally fully, that they must each be equally expressively resourceful, as I will put it. Ontological pluralists tend not to explicitly introduce a condition like this when they describe their doctrine. Superscript 1 But it is not hard to see that a condition like this is needed. In his, Dor considers an astronomically impoverished language. He considers a case where, say for religious reasons, the community has decided to adopt a language wherein nothing can be said about what is farther from the center of gravity of the solar system than 1 light-year superscript 1. If this language is supposed to be anything like natural language as we know it, there are some difficulties regarding how this in practice could work. God could think of things in other solar systems. What should this community then say about, for example, the phrase "what God is thinking about right now"? But suppose that adequate sense can be made of the idea of languages somewhat like ordinary natural languages except in this way expressively impoverished. Then if all nominalist languages are expressively impoverished but some Platonist languages are not, the Platonist simply wins. There would not be the kind of tie that the pluralist claims that there is. 5. Was Carnap an ontological pluralist? I have presented my interpretation of Carnap's E/I distinction, and described the ontological pluralism sometimes ascribed to Carnap. What is the relation between the E/I distinction and ontological pluralism? Obviously, ontological pluralism is not entailed by the E/I distinction. The E/I distinction can trivially be drawn, and does not entail anything about there being the equally good languages the pluralist takes there to be. If we interpret Carnap as an ontological pluralist, we must take him to tacitly make this further assumption. Moreover, even if Carnap makes this further assumption, one can wonder how the skeptical or dictionary or dismissive attitude toward ontology that Carnap seems to have can possibly be justified by ontological pluralism. For if there are the different equally good languages postulated by the pluralist, then it will be true with respect to all subject matters that there will be equally good theories formulated in these different possible equally good languages, yet I take it we would not take a dismissive attitude toward all areas of inquiry similar to Carnap's dismissive attitude toward ontology. So while one issue regarding the interpretation of Carnap as an ontological pluralist concerns how the E/I distinction can be sufficient to justify ontological pluralism, another issue concerns whether ontological pluralism is radical enough to justify a dismissive attitude toward ontology. In regards to this latter issue, one might however suggest the following. Take some sentence the dispute over which we, or Carnap, would certainly not regard as shallow, some important scientific sentence of the form "there are fs which are g's." A pluralist move of insisting that there are other languages where this claim, or its counterparts, is not true and that hence the whole issue is shallow, is strikingly unattractive in this case. Why? Here is one suggestion. The claims of the scientist qua scientist are not language sensitive as we may put it. If the scientist affirms there is an f which is g but learns that there is an equally good language where the counterpart of this sentence is false and instead the sentence "there are things arranged f-wise and they, collectively, are g" is true, this is no cause for worry, as far as her claims qua scientist are concerned. But for the ontologist, who is concerned with precisely the differences between saying that there are fs and saying that there merely are things arranged f-wise, the claim about equally good languages is potentially damaging. Superscript 1. The question of how radical meta-ontological conclusions can follow from the E/I distinction as I have understood it is one of the most troubling questions regarding my proposed interpretation of Carnap. If my attempts to answer it should prove to be unsuccessful, the following should be noted. As stressed earlier, Carnap's frameworks are either language fragments or something more theoretically loaded. If they are more loaded, then Carnap has not done nearly enough to explain what frameworks might be, or why we should believe in them. If frameworks are merely language fragments, then, the worry is, Carnap's E/I distinction cannot serve to undergird a significant meta-ontological view. One might then further speculate that Carnap failed to notice this dilemma through not being sufficiently careful regarding what the frameworks are. Let me turn now to a different interpretive issue. I have said that Carnap is often regarded as an ontological pluralist, alongside Hirsch and Putnam. But if the condition of equal expressive resourcefulness is properly imposed, then Carnap, if he is an ontological pluralist at all, is a blundering ontological pluralist. When, he considers a nominalist language, he conceives of it as lacking even the means to talk about numbers. he certainly gives the impression that as soon as we introduce the means to talk about numbers into a language, that language will be such that the sentence numbers exist is true there. The concept of number is such that numbers exist is analytic in a language where we can talk about numbers superscript 1, but if so, then Carnap's nominalist language will not be one where numbers exist comes out false, for it does not even contain a counterpart of the sentence. It is hard not to get the impression that the language of Carnap's nominalists simply is expressively impoverished, in something like the way that Doerr's astronomically impoverished language is. For the language is, so to speak, strictly less resourceful than the Platonist language Carnap describes. The Platonist language is the nominalist language plus the framework of numbers, the ability to speak of numbers added to it. We can take the observation just made in one of two ways. We can either conclude that we should think of Carnap as an ontological pluralist guilty of a blunder, or that Carnap probably was not an ontological pluralist after all. I am inclined to embrace the former alternative. For suppose that, on the ground of what has just been noted, we conclude that Carnap was not after all an ontological pluralist. The question then is what instead we should say about Carnap. The most natural suggestion is that we say that he was a special kind of Platonist. It is clear that the Platonism would have to be of a special kind, for otherwise it is hard to see what the point of the meta-ontological discussion in Carnap's would be. But what is supposed to be special about it? As noted, Carnap clearly thinks of ontological questions as somehow shallow. But this does not get us far. Ontological pluralism is one view on which ontological questions are shallow, but we are now considering the possibility that Carnap was not an ontological pluralist. Maybe Platonism's victory would be shallow because the relevant existence statements on Carnap's view are analytic. But that would be curious. For then what does all the work in Carnap's meta-ontology is the AS distinction. The role of the E/I distinction is rather minimal. 6. Semanticism. In some of the writings of today's most important metaontologist in the broadly Carnapian tradition, Eli Hirsch, the focus is clearly on what I have called ontological pluralism. Hirsch expresses his doctrine of quantier variance as the denial of the claim that there is a metaphysically privileged sense of the quantier superscript 2. Elsewhere he says that this view is that there are many possible perspectives on the existence of objects, which all are adequate for describing the same facts, the same way the world is. Superscript 2 superscript 1. However, in some more recent writings, like his, Hirsch's main point is that ontological disputes are merely verbal in the sense of reducing to linguistic choice. He says that a dispute is like this only when we can plausibly interpret each side as speaking a language in which that side's asserted sentences are true. Superscript 2 superscript 2. Following Karen Bennett, let semanticism be the view that ontological disputes are merely verbal when the disputants simply talk past each other, using some of the expressions employed with different meanings. Hirsch's more recent view is semanticism as thus characterized, with the following twist added. Suppose I am a foreigner, and I think, say, that monkey means number. Because of deference facts, I still speak the same language as you, monkey means monkey even as I use it. Suppose then that we both in fact agree that there are no numbers. I give voice to this by saying there are no monkeys. On the given statement of what it is for a dispute to be verbal, our dispute is not verbal. For my sentences do not come out true in the language I speak. Still, our dispute seems intuitively to be no less trivial for that. It comes down to my making a verbal mistake. Roughly, I have something correct in mind, but due to my using the wrong word to express my thought, I say something which is not correct. Let us say, in effect following Hirsch, that our dispute is verbal if either we speak different languages so that we in fact agree on what the other asserts using her language, or one of us is making a purely verbal mistake. What is the relation between ontological pluralism and semanticism? I want to discuss this issue here since Carnap is sometimes taken also to hold that ontological disputes are merely verbal, and the relation between this idea and ontological pluralism needs to be clarified. Here, RST is an argument that semanticism does not entail ontological pluralism. Consider again the meta-ontological view that Sider prefers. There is, on Sider's view, a privileged sense of the quantier. But Sider's view is compatible with semanticism. For Sider's view is compatible with the claim that disputants in various ontological disputes are speaking different languages, and that each side's utterances come out true in the language she actually uses. It may be that although there is a privileged sense of the quantier, it is not the case that both disputants use the quantier with this privileged sense. Nor does ontological pluralism entail semanticism. Compare ontological pluralism with an analogous thesis in the philosophy of logic, the thesis that there are different acceptable possible languages with different logics, and that the question of which logic is the right logic cannot amount to anything deeper than the question of which one of all the different possible languages is the language we speak. Suppose now that you and I have a seeming disagreement about logic. It need not be the case either that we speak different languages, or that the mistake I make is merely verbal. I can have made a logical mistake when thinking about the matter. It can, of course, be held that all mistakes in logic are verbal mistakes in the sense characterized, but nothing forces this view upon us. The argument that semanticism does not entail ontological pluralism can in principle be challenged. If Sider is right, then, it can be said, at least. Some ontological disputes are nonverbal. A dispute over what sense of the quantier is privileged is an ontological dispute, and since on Sider's view such a dispute is over reality's joints, it does not amount to anything merely verbal. Then Sider's view is incompatible with semanticism after all. Or so it might be suggested. What the possibility of this retort shows is that there is an unclarity in the claim that ontological disputes are merely verbal. Is the claim meant to be about all possible ontological disputes, or only about the disputes actually found in the literature? Strong semanticism may entail ontological pluralism. The above argument shows that weak semanticism certainly does not. Weak semanticism might be part of a diagnosis of what is going on in actual disputes. It can be salutary to show that certain disputes in the literature can in fact be dissolved. But if weak semanticism is true but ontological pluralism is not, then we can engage in nonverbal and deep ontological disputes. If Sider's view is correct, then even if, say, actual nominalists and actual Platonists simply speak past each other, one can easily shift the focus to a substantive dispute: is it nominalism or Platonism that comes out true in a language with a quantificational apparatus that carves reality at its joints? Focus now on strong semanticism. Might we have reason to focus on strong semanticism rather than ontological pluralism? One reason to think not is that strong semanticism seems unnecessarily strong. Ontological pluralism does not entail strong semanticism, for reasons we have already seen. Even though there are different equally good languages of the kind posited by ontological pluralism, a dispute over an ontological sentence need not be verbal. We can certainly speak the same language, and nor need the mistaken party be guilty merely of a verbal mistake, in the sense characterized. Second, setting the previous point aside, strong semanticism would seem to be a thesis about what is there to be expressed. There are not, even in principle, any ontological propositions we could have other than verbal disputes about. This is a strong claim about what languages there are. There is no reason not instead to talk directly about ontological pluralism. I have tentatively suggested that Carnap was an ontological pluralist. I would be more skeptical of the claim that Carnap was a semanticist. His criticism of ontology is not that ontologists with seeming different views are engaged in verbal disputes of the kind characterized, whether that they tend to or that they of necessity do, but that they try to ask factual external questions. 7. Against ontological pluralism. In the following sections, I will turn to a cluster of arguments against the ontological pluralism that I somewhat tentatively have ascribed to Carnap. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 Although Carnap himself apparently held that any language that can talk about numbers is such that numbers exist is analytically true in this language, I will, for the reason given, take it that one can in some sense talk about numbers also in a nominalist language. Consider the sentence sp, 2 is prime, of the Platonists' language, LP. This sentence is true by the pluralist's lights. By contrast, 2 is prime, of the nominalist's language, ln is untrue superscript 2. But what should the nominalist say about the truth value of the sentence SP of LP? It seems that by the pluralist's lights she should say it's true. Why shouldn't she? The nominalist, like everyone else, can recognize the truth of ontological pluralism, and recognize that there are some Platonistic languages out there, even if hers is not one of them. But mustn't the singular term refer for the sentence to be true? But then, so the objection to pluralism that I want to consider goes, the nominalist must concede defeat. For then it can be concluded, in ln that 2 refers, and that there are numbers. To arrive at this conclusion, we need only to appeal to the principle for a sentence of the form f, of any language, to be true, the singular term a must refer superscript 2. Let me call this argument the semantic argument superscript 2. No similar problem arises in the tomato is a fruit case. The problem is peculiar to ontological questions. Compare two languages LF and LV, both very English-like. In the former, the tomato is a fruit is true, and in the latter, the corresponding sentence the tomato is a fruit is false. Consider what things look like from, say, the LFER's standpoint. She must say that fruit of the LV language stands for a different property than does fruit of the LF language. But this is not at all embarrassing, for there's nothing in the LFER's point of view that's in tension with there being this other possible referent for fruit. By contrast, the nominalist is faced with something embarrassing, for her nominalism bars her not only from having referring number terms in her own language but also from saying that any number terms of any language refer superscript 2. It may help to compare the following argument, which is based on the same idea. Distinguish between sentences and propositions. With a sentence/proposition distinction in place, it would appear that the following is the case. Propositions exist independently of how we choose to speak. So the propositions expressed by the sentences of the LP exist whether or not anyone ever actually adopts LP. But one of these propositions is the proposition expressed by 2 is prime of LP. Since this sentence is true, the proposition it expresses is true. But the proposition exists, and is true, independently of whether the language is actually used. And for its truth, there must be numbers. Having introduced the formulation in terms of propositions, call the argument thus presented the propositional argument, I will for most of the discussion focus rather on the original formulation of the argument. As stated, the propositional argument can be charged as being question-begging. First, on one popular conception of propositions, the object A must exist in order for the proposition that A is F to exist. Given this conception of propositions, it is question-begging against the pluralist to insist that sentences like SP express propositions. Second, even with the Russellian conception of propositions set aside, propositions are abstract entities, and the nominalist will say that propositions do not exist. However, the point of the propositional argument can be made in terms less unfriendly to the nominalist. The point is that what the possible sentence SP expresses is true, regardless of whether this truth is actually expressed. It is natural for those of us without nominalist inclinations to express this in terms of some abstract entity's propositions being true. But the point should stand without such a gloss. Here is a third argument against the pluralist, in the same spirit as the other two but distinct. Take the sentences 2 is prime of the respective languages, SN and SP. Since the former is untrue and the latter is true, SN and SP must have different truth conditions. But since they have different truth conditions, they must have different meanings. The point generalizes. The pluralist must say that there are massive meaning differences between LN and LP. Call this argument the sameness argument. Although I take the consequence that there are these massive meaning differences to be unattractive, it is worth warning against a misunderstanding which might make this consequence seem worse than it is. The pluralist is not committed to saying that whenever one speaker appears to embrace nominalism and another appears to embrace Platonism, they will be speaking past each other when they try to debate the subject. It can, for instance, be that both speakers want to speak the truth in ordinary English, and so defer to ordinary English usage. The point about meaning differences concerns only the idealized languages LN and LP. This should considerably soften the blow. Indeed, once this clarification has been made, one may wonder how the sameness argument poses a problem for the pluralist at all. But here are the problems it poses. First, the ontological pluralist wants to be, precisely, a pluralist about ontologies. Intuitively, what she wants to say is that there are different languages, with different existence-like concepts, such that numbers exist in one sense of exists and not the other. But if number automatically means different things in the two languages, she does not get to say this. Second, as will be discussed further below, pluralists like to defend their doctrine by emphasizing that what they insist upon regarding the ontological expressions is simply what is clearly true with respect to other expressions. But if meaning differences in the ontological expressions entail a huge number of other meaning differences, ontological expressions are special. I will now turn to objections and replies. The discussion of objections and replies is also intended to elucidate exactly what the argument against the pluralist view is supposed to be. As the discussion will show, the argument against pluralism is not demonstrative, far from it. But I do think the argument should succeed in making pluralism look unattractive. The discussion will focus primarily on what I have called the semantic argument, but occasionally I shall remark also on the other arguments. 8. On some replies to the foregoing arguments. First, a defender of pluralism might attempt the following line. It is one thing for the nominalist to have to conclude in Ln that 2 of LP refers, it is another for the nominalist to have to conclude, in her language, there are numbers. Even if, by the semantic argument, the nominalist must conclude that there is something that 2 of LP refers to and this something falls under the predicate number of LP, it is not clear that she must conclude, in her language, there are numbers. To draw this conclusion, we must assume that number of LP and number of Ln mean the same, or at least are guaranteed to be coextensive. But there is no need to accept this assumption. However, as it stands, this response should not be particularly appealing for the pluralist. The response would involve embracing that in Ln and LP alike, it can be concluded that number of Ln is empty but number of LP is not, that the numerical singular terms of Ln are empty but those of LP not, etc. But then we are no longer dealing with two languages with, in some interesting sense, different ontologies. Ln and LP actually agree on what there is. The difference is that while the mathematical terms of LP refer, their counterparts in Ln do not. Ln can talk about the reference of the terms of LP, but only via talking about what the expressions of LP refer to. This position does not involve embracing any interesting form of ontological pluralism. Here, secondly, is a pluralist response that should seem more in line with the motivation behind pluralism. Since the pluralist already thinks that there is a multitude of existence-like concepts, she has independent reason to think that there is a multitude of reference-like concepts, and maybe while the names of Ln refer in the sense of refer of Ln, the names of LP refer not in this sense but in the sense of refer of LP. It is in the spirit of this suggestion to say that a pluralist embracing a multitude of existence-like concepts can also embrace a multitude of truth-like concepts. Maybe the nominalist should not say 2 is prime of LP is true, for this sentence does not fall under true of Ln. If there is something to this line of response, it helps with the semantic argument. For the problem was that the nominalist would have to say that SP is true. The response does not, however, help with the sameness argument. The sentences SP and SN fall under different truth predicates, and hence they must mean different things. Moreover, there is a problem with the present response already as a response to the semantic argument. Even if, somehow, different concepts of truth, for whatever reason, are applicable depending on whether we speak Ln or LP, one may think that there is an important linguistic property that the true N sentences of Ln and the true P sentences of LP have in common. They are, as we may put it, successful. Assertive utterances of these sentences, in these respective languages, are perfectly any. There are two distinct ways of thinking about truth. First, especially since Tarski, the notion of truth is seen as closely linked to the notions of reference and satisfaction. Second, truth is seen as having a close tie to assertion. It is common to hold that it is an important claim linking truth and assertion that an assertion is correct exactly when what is asserted is true. Ordinarily, one would see no tension between these two thoughts about truth. But given ontological pluralism, there is a tension. For if ontological pluralism has the implication that there is a multitude of reference-like concepts, then if truth is deemed in terms of reference, in the style of Tarski, then there is in that sense a multitude of truth-like concepts, but it does not follow that there is no one property that is linked to correct assertion along the lines of the second thought. It is this property I characterize as successfulness. Suppose then that there is such a property as successfulness. How can we theorize about successfulness on the picture that emerges? How can, in Ln, the successfulness of sentences of LP, be accounted for? The problem is that exactly the same questions that we wanted to ask about truth, one can ask about successfulness, if Ln can talk about successfulness. The only workable model we have for how an answer goes appeals to a referential semantics. And if Ln cannot talk about successfulness, is it not simply expressively impoverished? A fully expressively resourceful language should have sufficient resources for doing linguistic theory, including linguistic theory for other languages. Given the central role of successfulness for linguistic theory, it seems Ln would lack the resources for linguistic theory if it could not talk about successfulness superscript 2. The remarks here do not purport to demonstrate that the appeal to how the languages employ different truth predicates is unworkable. Maybe there is a non-referential compositional account of successfulness conditions. But what the remarks show is that the ontological pluralist who seeks to make this response in face of the semantic argument owes us an explanation of what an alternative semantic theory would be like. Hirsch gestures toward what he calls as if reference, but a rough notion like that cannot play a substantive role in a semantic theory, nor does Hirsch claim anything else. Superscript 2. The threat is that in an ontologically more restrictive language one cannot provide semantic theories for ontologically more decadent languages, and that hence the ontologically more restrictive language is expressively impoverished. I have mentioned one way to respond to the threat, to provide an alternative linguistic theory. Two other responses to the threat are also worth mentioning. One response is to embrace general skepticism about semantic theory. Another response is to say that the demands here imposed on a semantic theory are too stringent. For instance, it can be suggested that all it takes to have a semantic theory for language L in L is that in L there can be a theory which pairs each sentence of L with a statement of the coarse-grained truth condition of the sentence. Superscript 3. Turn next to a third pluralist response. The appeal to different truth-like concepts that we have just been discussing does not really amount to relativism, in any clear sense. But the pluralist might also try something out that more closely approximates traditional relativism. Focus RST on the sameness argument. Here is a quick response to this argument. Sn and Sp need not have different meanings. They can express the same proposition, it is only that this is a proposition that is true relative to the Platonists' concept of truth, truth P, but false relative to the nominalists' concept of truth, truth N. Moreover, the pluralist can add, when LP is employed truth P is the aim, and when Ln is employed truth N is the aim. If this works as a reply to the sameness argument, it should also work as a reply to the propositional argument. For from the perspective of this reply, propositions are not true or false absolutely but only relative to different concepts of truth. Relativism also suggests a way out of the semantic argument. It suggests that the nominalist might simply reject the RST step in this argument, the assumption that the nominalist must accept the truth of SP. I agree that relativism, if it can be made to work, presents a way out for the ontological pluralist. But I want to stress that this is a radical way out, and that this is cause for concern. Often in the writings of ontological pluralists, it is stressed that what pluralism claims about existence is simply what is unproblematically true concerning other things. Eli Hirsch C. especially his argues that ontological disputes are very similar in structure to garden variety verbal disputes, and hence should be regarded as such disputes. But if his ontological pluralism must be coupled with relativism, we have a dramatic difference with ordinary verbal disputes. As for Putnam, he says for instance in his that once we assume that there is, somehow xed in advance, a single real, and single literal sense of exist and, by the way, a single literal sense of identity, one which is cast in marble, and cannot be either contracted or expanded without dulling the statue of the god, we are already wandering in cloud cuckoo land. Point superscript 3 superscript 1 here too the idea is clearly that the ontological pluralist only says about ontological expressions what is obviously true about other cases. Other remarks of Putnam seem to suggest that he thinks certain statements are true only relative to conceptual schemes, and this can be interpreted as friendliness to the kind of relativism sketched here. Point superscript 3 superscript 2 but that does not belie the point about the dialectic that I am concerned to make. The point is that Putnam's considerations in favor of ontological pluralism are still of the form we are just saying about this what is clearly true elsewhere, and if ontological pluralism requires relativism that just is not so. For ordinary semantic indeterminacy does not require relativism. Turning to Carnap himself, Carnap does not really have any arguments for ontological pluralism which would be undermined if ontological pluralism must be coupled with relativism, partly for the reason that Carnap merely lays out his view without providing much by way of explicit argument for it. But it is anyway clear that relativism of the kind indicated would be an undesired consequence. Carnap's own discussion hints at nothing as radical as this. A fourth response on behalf of the pluralist is the one Sider suggests in his. Sider argues that the pluralist should respond to the semantic argument by saying that when two languages have different quantiers, in the way that the ontological pluralist thinks suitable Platonist and nominalist languages do, then one cannot even say that both languages contain names, predicates, etc. One of the languages contains singular terms, one predicates one, etc. The other contains singular terms, two predicates two, etc. However, suppose that there really is good reason to think that the envisaged difference between the quantiers will be accompanied by a difference in what semantic categories other expressions belong to. Then a different problem crops up. Recall the problem concerning the proper characterization of ontological pluralism, discussed in section 4. The problem was not there resolved, but I have talked about existence-like concepts, in an effort to sweep the problem under the rug. The most promising way to deal with the problem is to appeal to the similarities in inferential role between the existence-like concepts. Thus, Hirsch says, the imagined change in the meaning of the expression there exists something will leave the expression's general role in the language largely intact. In particular, the purely syntactic and formal logical properties of the expression will not be changed at all. It therefore seems natural to follow Putnam in treating relevant variations in the meaning of such expressions as there exists something as yielding an altered quantificational apparatus and an altered concept of the existence of something superscript 3. But if the pluralist responds to the semantic argument in the way that Sider envisages, that presents a problem for the appeal to shared inferential role in an explanation of what makes an expression express an existence-like concept. For while one quantier is linked to singular terms 1, the other is linked to singular terms 2, etc. It will not be the same inference rules that the two quantiers satisfy. 9. A different route. Whatever in the end should be said about the questions left open about the workability of the more promising of the pluralist responses, I think it is clear that the argument lodged against ontological pluralism cannot very well be regarded as anywhere near conclusive. The pluralist can consistently maintain, for example, a relativist view, or a non-orthodox view on the aims of semantic theory. But let me ask another question: why should the would-be pluralist continue defending her ontological pluralism in face of these significant obstacles? What is required of the ontological pluralist is essentially that she either defend a metaphysical thesis seemingly considerably more radical than the one she committed herself to relativism, or else nd a way to make defensible the claims about language that she seems committed to. Consider another route open to her, simply embracing maximal ontological promiscuity. For any kind of object K, where the pluralist says that there is some language such that K's exist comes out true, the maximalist says that Ks exist. Much can be said about the tenability of an ontological view of this kind. Let me here just address the question of its availability to a would-be Carnapian. It might be thought that maximalism, whatever in the end its virtues, is not an attractive way for someone sympathetic to something like the pluralist outlook to go, since the ontological pluralism is abandoned, the idea that ontology is shallow is abandoned. Talk of shallowness is of course imprecise, and one ought not put too much weight on the notion. But it seems to me that maximalism can be combined with the view that ontology is shallow. First, as I discuss in considerably more detail in my Neo-Phrygians who hold that numbers exist because number terms occur in true sentences, and the relevant sentences are true because they satisfy norms of correctness, are committed to maximalism. Moreover, they trivialize ontology, since to express things in slogan form there are no independent questions about the ontological structure of the world. It all comes down to claims about assert auric practice superscript 3 second. The reason why maximalism would not go well with taking ontological questions to be shallow is that for any kind of object K, the existence of Ks is from a non-pluralist perspective by no means trivial, but would have to be established by substantive means. But if this entails that maximalism could not be shallow, then pluralism is not shallow either. Focus on one particular kind of purported object, the Ks, and consider whether the question is there some language L where Ks exist is true, is substantive or non-substantive from the point of view of the ontological pluralist. If it is substantive, the pluralist is in no better position to defend the shallowness of ontology than is the maximalist. The maximalist's substantive question, do Ks exist, is matched by the equally substantive question, is there some language where Ks exist is true. Suppose then that it is non-substantive. Then the question is why the maximalist who wants to preserve shallowness cannot simply take over the pluralist story. For example, if it is supposed to be non-substantive because of the alleged fact that there can be the right sort of discourse involving reference to Ks, the pluralist story is just the Neo-Phrygian story Brie described. If the non-substantiality is supposed to consist in the supposed analytic truth of the ontologically committing claims, then again one might ask, can one not appeal to analyticity to defend the non-substantiality of the envisaged maximalism? Again, talk about shallowness is unclear and cannot bear much theoretical weight. But it seems to me that if one of the two views considered is shallow, then so is the other. Superscript 3 maximalism faces other problems, some of which are discussed in my, and it is far from clear whether maximalism can be made defensible. But I bring up maximalism not because I am convinced it is the better view, but only to stress that the defense of shallow ontology need not be bound up with anything like ontological pluralism. 5. The question of ontology. Kit fine. Philosophers ask, do numbers exist, do chairs and tables exist, do elementary particles exist? But what are they asking when they ask such questions? There is an answer to this meta-question that derives from Quine and is commonly accepted in contemporary ontology. It is that when we ask, do numbers exist, we are asking, are there numbers? Of course, it might be thought that the question of whether there are numbers is open to interpretation in much the same way as the question of whether numbers exist, and by way of clarification, it is usually supposed that this other question may be formulated in the idiom of quantication theory. Where X is the existential quantier, the question is whether X. The quantier and quantier phrases are often used with an implicit restriction in mind. Thus I may ask, is everyone here, meaning is everyone who was invited here? It is clear that in asking X, it is our intention that the quantier should not be subject to a restriction, such as to material things, that might stand in the way of our giving a positive answer. If we believe in the intelligibility of completely unrestricted quantication, then an appropriate degree of generality is most naturally achieved by requiring the quantier to be completely unrestricted. However, some philosophers have been unhappy with the idea of unrestricted quantification. They have thought that it was impossible to understand the quantier without imposing one or another restriction on its range. And for such philosophers, the appropriate degree of generality may alternatively be achieved by supposing that the quantier is restricted in a suitably relaxed way to mathematical objects, say, when we ask whether there are numbers, or to material objects when we ask whether there are chairs and tables. Let us call the question asked by philosophers ontological and questions of the form X, quantificational. 158. The commonly accepted view, then, is that ontological questions are quantificational questions. There are a number of difficulties with the standard quantificational view. They are for the most part familiar, but it will be worth spelling them out, if only to make clear how far removed our understanding of the ontological question is from our understanding of their quantificational counterparts. Philosophers may have learned to live with the disconnect between the two, but their tolerance of the situation should not lull us into thinking that it is tolerable. One difficulty concerns the substantive character of ontological questions. It is usually supposed that the answers to ontological questions are non-trivial. Thus, whatever the answer to the ontological question of whether numbers exist, it is neither trivially true nor trivially false, and similarly for the existence of chairs and tables or the like. However, the answer to the corresponding quantificational questions are trivial. Thus, given the evident fact that there is a prime number greater than 2, it trivially follows that there is a number, and, similarly, given the evident fact that I am sitting on a chair, it trivially follows that there is a chair. It is also usually supposed that ontological questions are philosophical. They arise from within philosophy, rather than from within science or everyday life, and they are to be answered on the basis of philosophical inquiry. But the question of whether there are numbers is a mathematical question that is to be settled on the basis of purely mathematical considerations, and the question of whether there are chairs or tables is an everyday matter that is to be settled on the basis of common observation. It would be going too far to say that no quantificational questions are non-trivial or non-philosophical. The question of whether there are electrons is far from trivial, and the question of whether there are mereological sums or temporal parts is perhaps philosophical. Certainly, there is no other area of inquiry in which the latter two questions are raised or in which an answer to them is sought. There may even be quantificational questions that are both non-trivial and philosophical. The question of whether there are concrete possible worlds, for example, might well deserve this double honor. But there is little comfort to be gained from these exceptions to the rule. For it is plausible to suppose that there should be a general account of the nature of ontological questions. We should be able to say that F is what we are asking when we raise the ontological question of whether F's exist, where what LLS the blanks is the same from one F to another. But if this is so, then it cannot be correct to say that what we are asking when we raise 159. The ontological question of the existence of mereological sums or of concrete worlds is whether there are mereological sums or concrete worlds, given that this is not the right kind of way to construe the ontological question in the case of numbers, say, or of chairs and tables. I believe that the case of mereological sums and temporal parts has been especially misleading in this regard. For the question of their existence has often been taken to be a paradigm of ontological inquiry, and, indeed, it is this case more than any other that has given rise to the recent resurgence of interest in meta-ontology. But the case is, in fact, quite atypical, since it is one in which the quantificational question is also philosophical and hence is much more liable to be confused with the ontological question. A further difficulty concerns the autonomy of ontology. Suppose we answer the quantificational question in the affirmative. We go along with the mathematician in asserting that there are prime numbers between 7 and 17, for example, or go along with the scientist in asserting that this chair is partly composed of electrons. Then surely the ontological questions of interest to philosophy will still arise. The philosopher may perhaps be misguided in so readily agreeing with his mathematical or scientific colleagues. But surely his willingness to go along with what they say, of accepting the established conclusions of mathematics or science, should not thereby prevent him from adopting an anti-realist position. Yes, he might say, the mathematician is correct in claiming that there are prime numbers between 7 and 17, but do not think that numbers really exist. We talk that way indeed, correctly talk that way, but there is no realm of numbers out there to which our talk corresponds. Philosophers have not been unaware of these problems, and they have gone to extraordinary lengths to maintain some kind of distance between our ordinary commitment to objects of a certain kind and a distinctively ontological commitment. Again, it will be helpful to review some of their suggestions, if only to bring out how difficult it is to keep the two forms of commitment apart. Philosophers working within the Quinian tradition have sometimes supposed that what is distinctive of ontological commitment is its being the product of a thoroughgoing application of the scientific method. We unrictively suppose that there are numbers, just as earlier generations unrictively supposed that there were spirits, but a proper application of the scientific method shows that numbers, as much as spirits, are dispensable for the purposes of scientific explanation, and that there is therefore no reason to think that they exist. 160. The argument from dispensability has no general force applied across the board. Thus, for all normal cognitive purposes, I can get by with saying that Casanova was an unmarried man rather than that he was a bachelor. The ideology of bachelorhood is dispensable. But that gives me no reason to give up my belief that Casanova was a bachelor. The argument does indeed have some force in the case of the theoretical entities of science, but that is because of their special explanatory role. The sole reason we have for believing in the theoretical entities of science is that they are required for the purposes of scientific explanation. Thus, showing that some putative theoretical entities are not in fact required for these purposes removes the sole reason we have for supposing them to exist. But many of the questions of interest to ontology do not concern objects with this special explanatory role. Our reason to believe in couples or in chairs and tables, for example, has nothing to do with their role in explanation. John and Mary are together, and that is reason enough to suppose that they are a couple. The object over there has a certain form and function, and that is reason enough to suppose that it is chair. It is not even clear, as it is the case of the theoretical entities of science, what the explanatory role of these objects might sensibly be taken to be. But even if we were somehow capable of identifying an explanatory role for these objects, a demonstration that something else was better suited to play that role could do nothing to undermine our confidence in their existence. My own view is that something similar should be said in the case of the objects of mathematics. In contrast to the case of ordinary material objects, mathematical objects do grow in the explanations of science, and this has led many philosophers to suppose that they should be regarded as just another kind of theoretical entity. But mathematical objects are also like ordinary objects in having a life outside of science, and it seems to me that this provides us with reasons for believing in their existence that has nothing to do with their role in scientific explanation. Just as the fact that two people are married is reason enough to think that a couple is married, so the fact that there are no goblins is reason enough to think that the number of goblins is 0. Thus I doubt that dispensability arguments can properly be used to undermine our belief in numbers or the like, and that such arguments are best viewed as attempting to show something about the essentially non-numerical character of physical reality rather than something about the nature or non-existence of the numbers themselves. 161. But even if it is granted that numbers should be treated in the same way as the theoretical entities of science, we will still face a form of the autonomy objection raised above. For suppose that it is determined on the basis of the most thoroughgoing application of the scientific method that numbers are indispensable for the purposes of science, and that we should therefore conclude that they exist. It will still be in order for the anti-realist to insist that numbers do not really exist, that we talk that way, and even correctly talk that way, despite the fact that there is no realm of objects out there to which our talk corresponds. Indeed, given that the anti-realist was originally willing to go along with the opinion of the mathematician in maintaining that there are numbers, then why should it be any more difficult for him to go along with the opinion of the scientifically enlightened mathematician in continuing to maintain that there are numbers? If the conclusion that there are numbers is compatible with an anti-realist position, then how can it matter how that conclusion might have been reached? Quine's approach to ontology appears to be based on a double error. He asks the wrong question, by asking a scientific rather than a philosophical question, and he answers the question he asks in the wrong way, by appealing to philosophical considerations in addition to ordinary scientific considerations. This marriage of a misguided methodology to an ill-conceived question produces the semblance of a question properly asked and properly answered, since the philosophical considerations to which he appeals are in many ways appropriate to the question he should have asked, and it no doubt partly because the one error compensates for the other that philosophers have found it so easy to be oblivious to both. Perhaps something useful can come from following such a cockeyed procedure, but true enlightenment can only be achieved by getting the question right and getting the methodology to tee the question. Another way in which philosophers have attempted to create a distance between the two forms of commitment is to downplay the significance of the ordinary commitment. Thus it has been supposed that when we ordinarily claim that there is prime number between 8 and 12 or that there is a chair over there, we are not aiming to speak the strict and literal truth, but that when the philosopher claims that numbers do not exist, he is aiming to speak the strict and literal truth. He possesses not a superior method for determining the truth, as with the previous Quinian philosopher, but a superior attitude towards the truth. There are variants of this view depending upon how exactly the significance of the ordinary commitment is to be deeded. Thus it might be thought that there is an element of make-believe in our ordinary claims, or that they are 162. Merely taken to be acceptable for certain limited purposes. But the objection to them is the same, in that there would appear to be no reasonable basis for distinguishing in the proposed manner between the deeded and non-deeded claims. There is of course a distinction between speaking strictly and loosely, or between speaking literally and figuratively. I may for dramatic effect claim that someone is mad even though, strictly speaking, his behavior has merely been bizarre, and I may claim that someone is a fruitcake in order to convey how eccentric he is, even though he is, of course, not literally, a fruitcake. But in claiming that there is a prime number between 8 and 12, or that there is a chair over there, I would appear to have as good a case of a strict and literal truth as one could hope to have. If these are not strict and literal truths, then one is left with no idea either of what a strict and literal truth is, or of what the strict and literal content of these claims might be. A related attempt to create a distance between the two forms of commitment downplays not the significance of the ordinary commitment but the strength of its content. Thus it is supposed that when we ordinarily claim that there is a chair over there, what we are claiming is that there are some simples arranged chairwise over there, or some such thing, whereas what the philosopher is denying when he denies that there is a chair over there is a genuinely quantificational claim to the effect that for some x, x is a chair and is over there. Thus, despite its apparent logical form, the ordinary claim is a quantificational claim about simples rather than chairs. One cannot help feeling, much as before, that this philosopher's logical-linguistic beliefs have been put at the service of his ontological prejudices. It may indeed be granted that some apparently quantificational statements of ordinary language are not genuinely quantificational, or not genuinely quantificational over the objects that appear to be in question. Thus it might be thought that there is zero chance he will come is like there is no chance that he will come, and does not involve quantification over a domain of entities that includes a zero chance. But these are cases in which there is linguistic data which suggest that the construction is not to be understood along familiar quantificational lines. The apparently quantificational claims of interest to ontology, by contrast, have as good a claim as any to be considered genuinely quantificational, and if they are not genuinely quantificational, then we lose all track of what it is to be genuinely quantificational, or of what the content of a genuinely quantificational statement might be. Anal suggestion also concerns content, but it works by playing up the content of the ontological commitment rather than by playing down the 163 content of the ordinary commitment. Both the ordinary person and the philosopher, on this view, are making a quantificational statement about chairs when they claim that there are chairs. But whereas the ordinary person is using the quantier in a thin, ontologically neutral sense, the philosopher is using the quantier in a thick, ontologically loaded sense. Point superscript 1. I am not altogether unsympathetic to this suggestion, but I do not believe that it can be correct as stated. For how is the distinction between the two senses of the quantiere to be understood? One possible proposal is that the thick sense of the quantiere is to be understood as a restriction of the thin sense. To say that there is an X in the thick sense is to say that there is an X in the thin sense that is for appropriate. But it would now appear that ontological claims lack the appropriate degree of generality, that it is only some restriction on the range of the quantiere that prevents us from being realists. It would also appear that our interest in the existential claim is misplaced, since our more general interest should be in which objects and not simply in whether some objects. Another possible proposal is that both the thin and thick senses of the quantiere are to be understood as unrestricted, i.e. neither is to be understood as the result of restricting some other sense of the quantiere. Now it is presumably true that every object in the thick sense is an object in the thin sense, and not true, or, at least, compatible with the senses of the quantieres that it not be true that every object in the thin sense is an object in the thick sense. For many philosophers, these facts would be enough in themselves to establish that the thick sense was a restriction of the thin sense, for how, they would argue, could something in the thin sense fail to be something in the thick sense unless the thick sense were already restricted, and how, in addition, could everything in the thick sense be something in the thin sense unless the thick sense were a restriction of the thin sense? I myself am not sure. For it is not altogether implausible that before the introduction of complex numbers, it would have been incorrect for mathematicians to claim that there was a solution to the equation x2 equals 1 under a completely unrestricted understanding of there are, even though, after the of complex numbers, it would have been correct for them to claim that there was a solution. In such a case, there would appear to be no substantive question as to whether there are complex numbers, but only the question of whether one can consistently extend the domain in the proposed manner, and of whether it is useful to do so. Point superscript 2. I am inclined to take a similar view on the more recent debate over whether there are arbitrary mereological sums or temporal parts. Just as one can extend the domain of discourse to include solutions to the equation x2 equals 1, so, it seems to me, can one extend the domain of discourse to include objects that satisfy the conditions x is a sum of the gs or x is a temporal part of the object b at t, and just as those who deny that there are mereological sums or temporal parts may well be correct in the ordinary sense of there are that prevails prior to the extension of the domain, so those who claim that there are mereological sums and temporal parts may also be correct in the sense of there are that prevails once the extension has been made. And again, the only substantive questions are whether one can consistently extend the domain in the proposed manner and whether it is useful to do so. However, the majority of quantificational disputes are not subject to a similar ambivalence. Consider the question of whether there are atoms or electrons, for example. This is substantive scientific matter, and there is no plausibility at all in the suggestion that it might simply be resolved by introducing atoms or electrons into the domain of discourse in much the same way in which it has been supposed that the mathematician might introduce complex numbers or the philosopher might introduce mereological sums or temporal parts, and similarly, it would seem, for a good many other quantificational questions of interest to philosophers. This then is another major respect in which the debate over mereological sums and temporal parts is different from other quantificational debates and fails to provide a good paradigm for what might be at issue. But the ambivalence, even when it exists, is still of no help in drawing the relevant distinction between a thin and thick sense of the quantiere. For realist and anti-realist alike can agree that in the initial unextended sense of the quantiere it will be correct to say that there are no complex numbers, while in the subsequent extended sense it will be correct to say that there are complex numbers. But what we wanted was a thick ontologically loaded sense of the quantiere over whose application the realist and anti-realist could sensibly disagree. What we have in the distinction between the unextended and extended sense of the quantiere is a subdivision within the thin rather than a distinction between thick and thin. I myself doubt that there is any other way in which the interpretation of unrestricted quantiere might properly be subject to variation. Once we allow for the possibility of domain extension, there is simply no other way to understand what without qualification there is. But even if there were some other candidates that I have overlooked, I suspect that they would suffer a similar fate and provide no basis for distinguishing between an appropriately thick and thin sense of the quantiere. It therefore appears that then any understanding we might have of the thick quantiere must derive from our having an independent understanding of how the objects in its range are to be restricted, and we are back to the RST proposal. None of these attempts to rescue the quantificational view are altogether successful, and one cannot help feeling that they simply arise from an attempt to express the ontological claims we wish to make by means of an inadequate linguistic form. The ontological impulse is not something that will go away and, in the absence of any other means by which it might be expressed, the quantificational idioms will somehow be pressed into service, no matter how strange or contorted the result might be. Is there perhaps a more adequate account of ontological claims? In considering this question, it will be helpful to consider one other objection to the quantificational view. It may be less fundamental than the others but is more suggestive, I believe, of the direction in which a correct account should go. Consider a realist about integers. He is ontologically committed to the integers and is able to express his commitment in familiar fashion with the words integers exists. Contrast him now with a realist about natural numbers, who is ontologically committed to the natural numbers and is likewise able to express his commitment in the words natural numbers exist. Now, intuitively, the realist about integers holds the stronger position. After all, he makes an ontological commitment to the integers, not just to the natural numbers, while the realist about natural numbers only commits himself to the natural numbers, leaving open whether he might also be committed to the negative integers. The realist about integers, at least on the most natural construal of his position, has a thoroughgoing commitment to the whole domain of integers, while the natural number realist only has a partial commitment to the domain. However, on the quantificational construal of these claims, it is the realist about integers who holds the weaker position. For the realist about integers is merely claiming that there is at least one integer, whereas the realist about natural numbers is claiming that there is at least one natural number, i.e. an integer that is also non-negative. Thus the quantificational account gets the basic logic of ontological commitment wrong. The commitment to f's should in general be weaker than the commitment to f and g's, whereas the claim that there are f's is in general weaker than the claim that there are f and g's. Point superscript 3. Not only does the claim that there are f's fail to give proper expression to a commitment to f's, it is not even clear how to give proper expression to a commitment to f's on anything like the standard quantificational account. For what might such a commitment amount to? In the case of the integers, it might be thought to amount to the belief in something like the following set of propositions: there is an integer that is neither positive nor negative, each integer has a successor, and each integer is the successor of some integer, along perhaps with some additional propositions concerning the behavior of sign and successor. Someone with such a set of beliefs would then be committed to an integer that was neither positive nor negative, to the successor of that integer, to the integer of which it is the successor, to the successor of the integer, and so on, which would then appear to amount to a commitment to the integers. But such an account is completely ad hoc. When it came to a commitment to real numbers, say, or to sets or to chairs, we would have to give a quite different account. In the case of the reals, for example, we would need to have our realist believe that for every cut on the rationals there is a corresponding real, and, in the case of the chairs, we would have to have him believe that for any simples arranged chair-wise there is a corresponding chair or something to that effect. Yet, as I have mentioned, there should be a uniform account of what it is to be committed to f's. There should be a general scheme, where what is to be committed to f's is for to hold. Nor is it even clear what we should put for in particular cases. What should we say in the case of sets, for example, or elementary particles? There is considerable controversy over the principles governing their existence. Are we therefore not in a position to take a realist stand on the existence of sets or elementary particles until we know what these principles are? It might be thought that our mistake is to be too specific about the content of. With any kind f may be associated a theory Tf that states the conditions under which the f's should exist. In the case of the integers, for example, Tf might be taken to be constituted by the three propositions listed above. To be committed to f's is then to believe in the truth of TF. Since belief in the truth of TF does not require that we know what the theory TF is, the previous difficulties over the need for uniformity and the possibility of ignorance are avoided. But what exactly is the role of the theory TF? One naturally takes it to be the true theory of the f's. But then, of course, everyone, realists and anti-realists alike, will believe in the truth of TF. It is just that the realist will think that it contains certain existential propositions while the anti-realist will think that it does not contain them or that it contains their negations. One might try appealing here to the idea that TF should consist of the statements that would be true if there were at least one F. But given that there are in fact no sets, why should the counterfactual situation in which there were at least one set require the truth of any one version of set theory as opposed to any other? And it is hard not to believe that our understanding of what is true in the counterfactual situation, if it is to do the work required, is already informed by an independent conception of what the theory TF should be. In the light of these additional difficulties, I would like to suggest that we give up on the account of ontological claims in terms of existential quantification. The commitment to integers is not an existential but a universal commitment. It is a commitment to each of the integers, not to some integer or other. And in expressing this commitment in the words integers exist, we are not thereby claiming that there is an integer but that every integer exists. Thus the proper logical form of our claim is not x9, where I is the predicate for being an integer, but turned ax, where e is the predicate for existence. If this is right, then contemporary ontology has been dominated by the failure to recognize the most elementary logical form of its claims. They have been taken to be existential rather than universal. Of course, the mistake is understandable. For the most natural reading of electrons exist is that there are electrons, while, on our own view, the proper reading, for philosophical purposes, should be modeled on the reading of electron's spin, in which it is taken to mean that every electron spins. The term exists should be treated as a predicate rather than a quantier. Once we accept this alternative account, all of the previous difficulties disappear. The commitment to integers will be stronger than the commitment to natural numbers proper. Superset symbol x, there will be a uniform method for stating a commitment to f's, one that does not vary from f to f. Ignorance of the conditions for the existence of f's will not stand in the way of stating a commitment to f's, and ontological claims will have the appropriate degree of generality as long as the outer quantier turned as is taken to be completely unrestricted. However, the view appears to be subject to aversion. Of the difficulty that we previously raised against the account in terms of existential quantification. For what is meant by the predicate exists? We are used to understanding it in terms of the existential quantier. For x to exist is for there to be a y that is identical to x. But on this understanding, it will be a logical triviality that f's exist. Thus an anti-realist position will not merely come up against our substantive judgments in other areas of inquiry, it will come up against the basic principles of logic. It seems to me that this difficulty can only be removed by supposing that the predicate exists is being used in a thick ontologically loaded sense. In saying that a particular number exists, we are not saying that there is something identical to it but saying something about its status as a genuine constituent of the world. Given that there is such a thick sense, it will then of course be a significant question whether a particular object or objects of a particular kind exist. I myself would prefer not to use the term exists to express the thick sense given its customary association with the thin sense. A better term would be real. Thus we should say that the realist about numbers is committed to the reality of numbers rather than their existence, and it would be preferable for the realist to express his commitment in the words numbers are real rather than numbers exist. From the present point of view, it can only be regarded as unfortunate that ontological claims are commonly formulated using terms like exists or there is that lend themselves so readily to a thin reading. On the present realist construal of ontological claims, there will be a spectrum of positions relating to the reality of f's, with thoroughgoing realism at the one extreme and thoroughgoing anti-realism at the other. In between will be various intermediate positions that differ on which of the f's are taken to exist and which not. Thus if G represents the dividing line, an intermediate position will take the form, turned AX. Under the quanticational account, by contrary, the realist and anti-realist positions will be contradictories and there will be no room for an intermediate position. In principle, the question of whether to be a realist or anti-realist in our sense will be independent of the question of whether to be a realist or an anti-realist in the usual sense, and likewise for the intermediate positions. For since the claims that constitute the positions on the realism/anti-realism axis are all universal, they will say nothing as to whether there are any f's to which they apply. Thus one might hold that every number is real or that every number is not real compatibly with believing that there are numbers or that there are no numbers. However, the intended import of the various realist/anti-realist positions will rest upon adopting a realist stand in the usual sense, i.e. upon supposing that there are f's. For if the anti-realist in our sense were to be an anti-realist in the usual sense, then he would be in agreement with the realist in our sense, since his claim that every f is real would be vacuously true. Indeed, the intended import of these various positions rests upon supposing not merely that there are f's but that there are all the f's that we commonly take there to be. The realist and anti-realist about natural numbers, for example, will most likely take themselves to be disagreeing on the reality of each of the natural numbers 0, 1, 2, and this would not be possible unless each of them supposed that there were the numbers 0, 1, 2. It is only if the existence of these objects is already acknowledged that there can be debate as to whether they are real. This shows how badly wrong the usual characterizations of realism and anti-realism actually are. Strictly speaking, the realist and anti-realist have no business passing judgment on the question of realism or anti-realism as it is usually understood. For it is up to the mathematician to say whether there are numbers, or to the scientist to say whether there are atoms, or to the man in the room to say whether there are chairs or tables. However, the interest of the realist and anti-realist positions will rest upon our supposing that there are numbers or atoms or the like. Thus, far from being at odds with the anti-realist position, realism as it is usually understood will be a common presupposition of the anti-realist and realist positions. Despite the similarity in their appeal to a thick notion of existence, it is important to distinguish the present view from the earlier thick quanticational 170 view. Under the earlier view, the realist position still took the form of an existential quantication, XFX, but with a thick interpretation of the quantier. It is therefore no better suited than the thin quanticational view in giving expression to a thoroughgoing realist position. Of course, once given a thick interpretation of the existential quantier, we may deem a thick existence predicate E in terms of it in the usual way. To exist in the thick sense is for there to be something in the thick sense that it is. If it supposed that the resulting existence predicate has essentially the same sense as our reality predicate, we will then be able to express the thoroughgoing realist position in the form, turned AX. Thus, in contrast to the thin quanticational view, we will not lack the expressive resources required to state a thoroughgoing realist position. However, there is still a significant difference over what our own view and the thick quanticational view might plausibly regard as primitive. Given an unrestricted quantier, we may deem an existence predicate E from it in the usual way. It is then clear that it is the quantier rather than the predicate that should be taken to be primitive, for the predicate can be deemed in terms of the quantier, but, given that the quantier is unrestricted, it will not be possible to deem the quantier in terms of the predicate. Now it is in keeping with our general understanding of the quanticational view that the thick quantier on such a view should be taken to be unrestricted. Thus the thick quantier will presumably be primitive for the quanticationalist and the thick predicate will be deemed, while, for us, it is the predicate that is primitive and the quantier that is deemed. This difference in viewpoint is significant for our general attitude towards ontology. The thick quanticationalist follows recent tradition in taking the concept of quantication to be central to our understanding of ontology. Further clarification of ontological claims is to be achieved through better understanding the intended interpretation of the quantier, and disquiet over the intelligibility of such claims will derive from misgivings over whether the quantier is capable of receiving its intended interpretation. We therefore end a recent interest with quantier variants, with the possibility that it might be correct to assent to there are fs under one unrestricted understanding of the quantier there are, while incorrect to assent to there are fs under another unrestricted understanding of the quantier. The possibility of such 171 variance can then be used to defuse ontological debates, should it be supposed that the realist and anti-realist can only be plausibly be taken to have a different understanding of the quantier in mind, or it can be taken to infuse the debates with meaning, should it be supposed that one particular understanding of the quantier is ontologically superior to the others. I myself remain unmoved by these arguments. It seems to me that what appears from these arguments to be a different unrestricted understanding of the quantier is either a restricted understanding of the quantier or an understanding of a pseudo-quantier, something that behaves like a quantier without actually being a quantier, or no understanding at all. And I am impressed by the counter-arguments. Even if there is some plausibility in the suggestion that the parties to an ontological dispute might be using the quantier there is in different senses, there is no plausibility in the thought that when a single philosopher changes his mind on an ontological issue, he has somehow slipped from using the quantier in one sense to using it in another. It is also hard to see, if the parties to an ontological dispute were to use the quantier in different senses, why they should not be able to avail themselves of a more comprehensive sense of the quantier, by reference to which the ontological dispute might then be understood. But my broader point is that these excursions into the semantics of quantication, whatever their independent interest, are largely irrelevant to the understanding of ontology. One must, of course, make use of the quantier in formulating ontological claims, since they are universal in form and must therefore be expressed by saying that every object of such or such a sort is or is not real. But this use of the quantier is relatively straightforward and poses no special problem for ontology as opposed to any other discipline. The critical and distinctive aspect of ontological claims lies not in the use of the quantier but in the appeal to a certain concept of what is real, and it is only by focusing on this concept, rather than on our understanding of quantication, that further clarification is to be achieved or disquiet over the debate is ultimately to be vindicated. But how, if at all, is further clarification of the concept of what is real to be achieved? A modest RST step may be taken by relating the concept of what is real to the concept of reality. Our term for what is real, as we have so far understood it, is a predicate. It has application to objects, numbers, chairs, electrons, and the like. But there is a cognate operator on sentences that might be expressed by such phrases as in reality or it is constitutive of reality that. Thus a realist about numbers might allow that in reality there are innately 172 many primes, while the anti-realist would not allow this, even though he might be perfectly prepared to concede that there are in fact innately many primes. Or again, the normative realist might allow that various things were, in reality, right or wrong, while the anti-realist would not allow this, even though he was willing to concede that various things were in fact right or wrong. Given the reality operator, we cannot deny an object to be real if, for some way the object might be, it is constitutive of reality that it is that way. Thus the numbers 1 and 2 would be real on this account. For example, if it is constitutive of reality that 2 is greater than 1, and this chair would be real if it is constitutive of reality that it is over there. And, in general, the real objects are the objects of reality, those that occur in the facts by which reality is constituted. We here have a progression in ideas from quantier, as in the original Quinian account, to predicate, to operator, and ontology, and ds its home, so to speak, in a conception of reality as given by the operator. This last step, modest as it may be, is able to throw further light on the nature of ontology and how our view differs from other views in the neighborhood. It makes clear, in the RST place, that our view is not a version of Meinungianism. Meinungians characteristically say that certain things such as rational or intentional objects are non-existent or not real, while other objects such as material things are existent. But this distinction, however it is to be understood, would appear to cut across our own distinction between what is and is not real. For there is no reason why intentional objects, say, should not GUR as constituents of reality despite their lowly status as non-existence, or why material things should fail to GUR as constituents of reality despite their elevated status as existence. Our account of the real in terms of reality also helps explain how ontology is part of metaphysics. For metaphysics, or, at least, the relevant aspect of metaphysics may be taken to be concerned with how things stand in reality. Thus a complete metaphysics will determine all truths of the form in reality. A complete metaphysics will therefore determine a complete ontology, since the objects of the ontology will be those that GUR in the sentential complements, and it is plausible that it is only by doing metaphysics, i.e. by determining how things stand in reality, that we will be in a position to determine what the ontology should be. We may also see from our account that certain natural attempts to beef up an ordinary claim into an ontological claim will not in fact be successful. According to one such attempt, an ontological claim is to be obtained from an ordinary claim by prixing it with the reality operator. Thus an ontological commitment to Fs will be expressed, not by XFX, but by R. But the prexed claim is neither necessary nor sufficient for a partial ontological commitment to Fs, or, equivalently, by X. It is not necessary, since affirming the reality of an F is compatible with denying the reality of an existential fact of the form XFX on the grounds that it is only the underlying particular facts of the form Fx which are real, and it is not sufficient, since affirming the reality of there being an F would be compatible under a bundle theory which only recognizes the reality of general facts with denying the reality of any particular fact of the form Fx. And similarly it would cm for any other prexed claim. We have here a further objection to the standard quantificational view insofar as the claims of the realist are thought to be subject to demands such as strict and literal truth or fundamental truth that go beyond those that we ordinarily take to be in place. For someone might be willing to affirm as a strict and literal truth, let us say, that this chair is over there, and hence be a realist about chairs, and yet wish to deny that there are chairs on the grounds that this existential claim, like any other, is merely a gurative way at gesturing at an instance. Likewise, an anti-realist about chairs might dispute the strict and literal truth of any particular statement about chairs, and yet still be unwilling to affirm that there are no chairs on the grounds that this universal claim, like any other, is merely a license ticket that is not in itself capable of being strictly true or false. Thus views about the strict or literal truth of quantificational claims may interfere with the ability of such claims to give expression to the various particular forms of realist and anti-realist position. One might also attempt to beef up ordinary claims by prixing all quantied statements with the reality operator. What this amounts to, in effect, is the use of the thick, ontologically loaded quantier, in place of the thin, ontologically neutral quantier. One never says some or every in the thin sense, but only some or every in the thick sense. However, what one wishes to say, as a realist about numbers, is that every number in the thin sense is real, and the exclusive use of the thick quantier is insufficient to state such a claim. What is significant about ontological claims, as we have construed them, is that they require us to quantify into the scope of the reality operator. One naturally supposes that when we do mathematics or science or the like, we adopt a point of view that is internal to the area of inquiry in question, but that when we do ontology or metaphysics we adopt 174. A point of view that is external to any particular area of inquiry under the present approach. This distinction is a matter of scope, with the internal point of view corresponding to statements made from outside the scope of the reality operator, and with the external point of view corresponding to statements made from within its scope. The element of quantifying in therefore corresponds to a comparison between how things are from the internal and external points of view. In the formulation of realism about numbers, for example, we must consider each of the numbers, as given from the internal point of view, and then ask how things stand with it in regard to the external point of view. Ever since Carnap's empiricism, semantics, and ontology, it has often been supposed that, for any given area of inquiry, one should adopt one of these points of view to the exclusion of the other, either engaging in the inquiry itself or evaluating it from the outside. Thus the two previous suggestions for bringing up ordinary claims can both be seen to arise from adopting an exclusively external point of view with respect to the claims of ontology, in the one case, or to the use of the quantier, in the other. But if I am right, the full force of the ontological claims that we need to make can only properly be brought out by straddling both points of view. It is only by standing outside of reality that we are able to occupy a standpoint from which the constitution of reality can be adequately described. However illuminating the previous remarks may be for someone who is already willing to accept a metaphysical conception of reality, they are not likely to do much to allay the concerns of someone who is not. Is there anything else that might be said in its defense? There have been a number of attempts to clarify the idea of realism in the recent literature, and a critical examination of some of them is to be found in my paper The Question of Realism. One that has recently found some favor in connection with ontology is to identify what is real with what is fundamental, and one might likewise identify what is in reality the case with what is fundamentally the case, but neither is in fact sufficient for the other. For suppose one thought with Thales that the world was wholly composed of water, but that one also thought, with Aristotle, that water was infinitely divisible. Then water would be real, but no quantity of water would be fundamental, since it would always be constituted by smaller quantities of water. Or again, if one were a formalist, then numbers and arithmetical facts would be fundamental, since there is nothing more fundamental by which they are constituted, even though one would not take them to be real or to hold in reality. Thus the two notions, though closely connected, should be kept separate for the purposes of ontological inquiry. I myself do not see any way to deem the concept of reality in essentially different terms. The metaphysical circle of ideas to which it belongs is one from which there appears to be no escape. Still, there are some considerations that strongly favor our embracing such a concept all the same. These are discussed at some length in The Question of Realism, though let me here briefly mention two central points which emerge from that discussion. We seem, in the RST place, to have a good intuitive grasp of the concept. Democritus thought that there was nothing more to the world than atoms in the void. I take this to be an intelligible position, whether correct or not. I also assume that his thinking that there is nothing more to the world than atoms in the void can be taken to be shorthand for there being nothing more to the world than this atom having this trajectory, that atom having that trajectory, or something of this sort. I assume further that this position is not incompatible with his believing in chairs and the like. To be sure, the existence of chairs creates a prima facie difficulty for the view, but as long as the existence of chairs can be seen to consist in nothing more than atoms in the void, the difficulty will have been avoided. I assume Manley that had he been prepared to admit that there was nothing more to the world than atoms and macroscopic objects, then he would not have been prepared to admit that there was nothing more to the world than atoms. But someone who is willing to go along with me so far will thereby have endorsed a metaphysical conception of reality. For something can then be said to be constitutive of reality if it would be part of the complement, in any true claim of the form the world consists of nothing more than. Thus it will be constitutive of reality that this or that atom has such and such a trajectory, but no part of reality that there is a chair over there, even though it is in fact true that there is a chair over there. Of course, it is always open to the skeptic to doubt the coherence of Democritus' position. It simply follows from the existence of chairs, he might say, that there is more to the world than atoms in the void, since there are also chairs. But I hope that I am not alone in thinking that such a philosopher is either guilty of a crass form of metaphysical obtuseness or else is too sophisticated for his own good. 176. We seem, in the second place, to have a good working grasp of the notion. We know in principle how to settle claims about the constitution of reality, even if we have difficulties in settling them in practice. The essential elements of the method have already been mentioned. For in defending the claim that there is nothing more to the world than atoms in the void, Democritus would have to argue that there being chairs consists in nothing more than atoms in the void, or to explain in some other way how the existence of chairs is compatible with his worldview. To the extent that he is successful, we will have reason to endorse his worldview, and, to the extent that he is not, we will have reason to reject it. This account of our method for settling ontological dispute requires that we have a grasp not only of an absolute conception of reality, of there being nothing more than, but also of a relative conception, of there being nothing more to, than, since it is through our assessment of the relative claims that we attempt to adjudicate the plausibility of the absolute claims. Many philosophers seem to have supposed that our having a good working grasp of such notions depends upon our being able to deem them in other terms, so that questions of metaphysics or ontology thereby become questions of semantics or epistemology or total science. I consider this to be a serious methodological error. Upon careful reaction we can see that our intuitive grasp of these notions is a sufficient guide in itself to their proper employment, and the attempt to deem these notions in other terms has served merely to distort our understanding of the metaphysical questions and of the methods by which they are to be resolved. 6. The Meta-Ontology of Abstraction. Bob Hale and Crispin write. 1. We can be pretty brisk with the basics. Paul Benacerraf famously wondered superscript 1 how any satisfactory account of mathematical knowledge could combine a face-value semantic construal of classical mathematical theories, such as arithmetic, analysis, and set theory, one which takes seriously the apparent singular terms and quantiers in the standard formulations with a sensibly naturalistic conception of our knowledge-acquisitive capacities as essentially operative within the domain of causal law. The problem, very simply, is that the entities apparently called for by the face-value construal knight cardinals, reals, and sets do not, seemingly, participate in the causal swim. Arraignment of the problem, due to field superscript 2, challenges us to explain what reason there is to suppose that our basic beliefs about such entities, encoded in standard axioms, could possibly be formed reliably by means solely of what are presumably naturalistic belief-forming mechanisms. These problems have cast a long shadow over recent thought about the epistemology of mathematics. Although ultimately Phrygian in inspiration, abstractionism, often termed neo-Phrygianism, was developed with the goal of responding to them RMLY in view. The response is organized under the aegis of a kind of linguistic better, propositional turn which some interpreters, including the present authors, and it helpful to see as part of the content of Freya's context principle. The turn is this. It is not that, before we can understand how knowledge is possible of statements referring to or quantifying over the abstract objects of mathematics, we need to understand how such objects can be given to us as objects of acquaintance, or how some other belief-forming mechanisms might be sensitive to them and their characteristics. Rather, we need to tackle directly the question how propositional thought about such objects is possible and how it can be knowledgeable. And this must be answered by reference to an account of how meaning is conferred upon the ordinary statements that 179 concern such objects, an account which at the same time must be fashioned to cast light on how the satisfaction of the truth conditions it associates with them is something that is accessible, in standard cases, to human cognitive powers. Point superscript 3 Abstraction principles are the key device in the epistemological project so conceived. Standardly, an abstraction principle is formulated as a universally quantified biconditional schematically. Equals leftward arrow rightward arrow E. Where A and B are variables of a given type, is a term-forming operator, denoting a function from items of the given type to objects in the range of the RST order variables, and E is an equivalence relation over items of the given type. What is crucial from the abstractionist point of view is an epistemological perspective which sees these principles as, in effect, stipulative implicit definitions of the operator, and thereby of the new kind of term formed by means of it and of a corresponding sortal concept. For this purpose it is assumed that the equivalence relation, E, is already understood, and that the kind of entities that constitute its range are familiar, that each relevant instance of the right-hand side of the abstraction, E, has truth conditions which are grasped and which in a suitably wide range of cases can be known to be satisfied or not in ways that, for the purposes of the Benacerraf concern, count as unproblematic. In sum, the abstraction principle explains the truth conditions of identities as coincident with those of a kind of statement we already understand and know how to know. So, the master thought is, We can now exploit this prior ability in such a way as to get to know of identities and distinctions among the referents of the terms entities whose existence is assured by the truth of suitable such identity statements. And these knowledge possibilities are assured without any barrier being posed by the nature in particular, the abstractness of the objects in question too. There are very many issues raised by this proposal. One might wonder, to begin with, whether, even if no other objection to it is made, it could possibly be of much interest merely to recover the means to understand and know the truth value of suitable examples of the schematized type of identity statement, bearing in mind the ideological richness displayed by the targeted mathematical theories of cardinals, real numbers, and sets. The answer is that abstraction principles, austere as they may seem, do in a deployment that exploits the collateral resources of second-order logic and suitable additional definitions provide the resources to recover these riches, or at least, to recover theories which stand interpretation as containing them. There then are the various misgivings, for example, about bad company, about Julius Caesar, about impredicativity in the key abstractions that underwrite the development of arithmetic and analysis, and about the status of the underlying logic with which the secondary literature over the last 20 years has mostly been occupied. For the purposes of the present discussion, we assume all these matters to have been resolved. Even so, another major issue may seem to remain. There has been a comparative dearth of head-on discussion of the abstractionist central ontological idea, that it is permissible to X the truth conditions of one kind of statement as coinciding with those of another kind, here referring to something like logical form in such a way that the overt existential implications of the former exceed those of the latter, although the epistemological status of the latter, as conceived in advance, is inherited by the former. Recently, however, there have been signs of increasing interest in this proposal among analytical metaphysicians. A number of writers have taken up the issue of how to make sense of the abstractionist view of the ontology of abstraction principles, with a variety of proposals being canvassed as providing the meta-ontology abstractionists need, or to which they are committed. We will here summarily review what we take to be the two leading such proposals: quantier variance and maximalism, so far advanced to make sense of, or justify, the neo-Frege use of abstraction principles. As is to be expected, each draws on background ideas and theses that require much fuller critical assessment than we can provide in the present space. In our view, neither proposal can claim to provide a correct exegesis of the neo-Frege position as presented in our earlier writings. More importantly, neo-Frege abstractionism involves no commitment to or dependence upon either proposal. Nor, conversely, does it lend any support to either. These are large claims whose detailed defense we must postpone to another occasion. But we can at least indicate why, on the basis of our reading of the works we have been able to consider, we envy neither direction of theorizing inviting, much less irresistible. 3. Quantier variance. Superscript 1 is the doctrine that there are alternative, equally legitimate meanings one can attach to the quantiers, so that in one perfectly good meaning of there exists, I may say something true when I assert there exists something which is composed of this pencil and your left ear, and in another, you may say something true when you assert there is nothing which is composed of that pencil and my left ear. And on one view, perhaps not the only possible one, the general significance of this variation in quantier meanings lies in its stationary impact on ostensibly head-on disagreements about what kinds of objects the world contains. Such conics may be less straightforward than they appear, and more a matter of their protagonists choosing to use their quantiers to mean different things, so that in a sense they simply go past each other. Its special interest for us lies in its application to the abstractionist use of Hume's principle. In particular, Ted Sider claims that neo-Fregians need, or are well advised, to invoke quantier variance to make sense of the metaphor of content recarving, specifically, the idea of the left-hand sides of instances of abstraction principles as reconceptualizations of the right-hand sides, and to block otherwise awkward demands for justification of the existential presuppositions he takes to attach to Hume's principle. There are many equally good things one can mean by the quantiers. If on one there are numbers comes out false, there is another on which there are numbers comes out true. Reconceptualization means selecting a meaning for the quantiers on which Hume's principle comes out true, p. 207, if there were a single distinguished quantificational meaning, then it would be an open possibility that numbers, directions, and other abstract are simply missing from existence in the distinguished sense of existence, even though we speak in a perfectly consistent way about them. But if quantier variance is true, then this is not an open possibility. This strikes us as a paradigm case of ad obscurum per obscurius, of explaining the obscure by appeal to what is more obscure. Just what are the postulated variant quantier meanings supposed to be? Of course, one can introduce any number of restricted quantiers, but these clearly cannot be what the quantier variantist has in mind, since they just aren't all equally good, when it comes to ontological disagreements. If, when you assert there are no snakes, you restrict your quantier to creatures to be found in Ireland, you secure truth for what you say only by ignoring the existence of snakes elsewhere. The quantier variantist owes us two things: he needs to explain why the allegedly different quantiers which can all be expressed by the words there are all quantiers, and he needs also to tell us how they differ in meaning. The RST requires him to identify a common core of meaning for the quantier variance. The second requires him to tell us, in general terms, what the variable component is, what the dimension of meaning variation is. 183. An obvious answer to the RST is, they all share the same inferential behavior, are subject to the same inference rules. Point superscript 1 as regards the second, it remains very difficult to see how the relevant dimension of variation could be other than the range of the bound variable, so that different quantier meanings differ just by being associated with different domains. But while this answer seems unavoidable, it seems in equal measure for the intended purpose. For, on the one hand, we've already seen that the quantier variantists' allegedly different quantiers can't differ by being different restrictions of some other, perhaps unrestricted, quantier, for then they wouldn't all be equally good. But on the other, it is no good claiming that domain variation comes about through expansion, unless one can explain how that is supposed to work. The only obvious suggestion that by introducing concepts of new kinds of objects we somehow enlarge the domain is, insofar as it's clearly hopeless. We cannot expand the range of our existing quantiers by saying to ourselves, henceforth, anything is to belong to the domain of our RST order quantiers if it is an F. For if Fs do not already lie within the range of the initial quantier anything, no expansion can result, since the stipulation does not apply to them, while if they do, then again, no expansion can result, since they are already in the domain. Accordingly, it seems that the quantier variantist faces a critical dilemma: either he proposes to explain how variant quantiers differ in meaning in terms of domain variation, or he does not. If not, it is completely unclear what other kind of explanation he can plausibly give, since whether or not the domain includes Fs is what, intuitively, precisely and exclusively determines the truth value of there are Fs. But if the theorist goes for domain variation, he either breaks faith with his claim that the variants are equally good, or lapses into apparent incoherence. In fact, the situation is even worse, if the following simple train of thought succeeds. We've thus far left unscrutinized the suggestion that the shared meaning of variant quantiers, say different versions of the existential quantier, can consist in their being governed by the same inference rules, consistently with the distinctive quantier variantist claim that the same quantificational sentences embedded in the same language can be true when read with one quantier meaning but false when read with another. Let us represent our two variant existential quantiers as 1x, x, and 2x, x. Suppose 1x a. Assume a for some choice of t satisfying the usual restrictions. Then by the rule for 2 we have 2xa on our second assumption, and so, by the elimination rule for 1, can infer 2xa discharging that assumption in favor of the RST. We can similarly derive 1xa from 2xa. Point superscript 1 superscript 2. Yet by hypothesis, one of the two is true, the other false. It follows that either the inference rules for 1, or those for 2 are unsound, and hence that one set of rules or the other must fail to reach the meaning of the quantier it governs. The claim that the common core of quantier meaning can be captured by shared inferential role is therefore unsustainable. It is quite unclear what better account the quantier variantist can offer. In the absence of one, the very coherence of the view must be reckoned questionable. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 For we shall, following Ted Sider and Catherine Hawley, Superscript 1 take maximalism to be the thesis that whatever can exist does. If we restrict our attention to objects, it is the thesis that, for any sort or kind of objects f, if it is possible that fs should exist, they do. Matty Eklund, Superscript 1 to whom the name maximalism is due, claims that neo-Phrygians are actually committed to maximalism, because it is implied by a principle which he labels priority and which he takes to underpin our argument for accepting the existence of numbers as objects. Since he gives no clear and explicit formulation either of priority or of the argument which is supposed to lead from it to maximalism, this claim is difficult to assess. On the face of it, it is straightforwardly false. The only relevant priority thesis to which we are committed, Superscript 1, pages 13, 15, Hale, pages 10 to 14, asserts the priority of truth and logical form over reference of subsentential expressions. It says, roughly, that it is sufficient for expressions functioning as singular terms to have reference to objects that they be embedded in suitable true statements. Since actual, not just possible, truth of the host statements is required, it is hard to see how this priority thesis, which is already completely general, Superscript 1, could possibly entail maximalism. Others and Sider have considered whether maximalism, though not entailed by anything neo-Phrygians assert, is something they should embrace, as the best way to justify stipulating Hume's principle as an implicit denition, given that its truth demands the existence of an unity of numbers. We shall explain later why we do not think we need a justification in this sense. Here our point is that even if we did, there would be ample reason not to look for it in this direction. Most obviously, maximalism denies the possibility of contingent non-existence, to which there are obvious objections. Surely there could have been a £20 note in my wallet, even though there isn't? Attempts to mitigate the implausibility of the thesis by appeal to a distinction between existence in a logical sense and existing as a concrete object are vain, since there surely could have been abstract objects answering to certain descriptions even though no objects in fact do so. There surely could, for instance, have been a 63rd piano sonata by Haydn, even though in fact he wrote only 62 of them. Superscript 1 Neo-Phrygianism does best to avoid commitment to such an extravagant thesis if it can, and it can. In the remaining part of the paper, we will attempt to explain how Superscript 1.5 the way abstract Ionianism wants to look at abstraction principles makes two semantic presuppositions. The RST is that the statements schematized on the left-hand side are to be taken as having the syntactic form they seem to have, that of genuine identity statements conjuring singular terms. In the case of Hume's principle, this is clearly a precondition of the proposed implicit denition working as intended. If what is to be deemed is a term-forming operator, the context must be one in which terms formed by its means occur, and this means that we must take equal seriously as the identity predicate. The second is that, when they are so taken, their counterparts on the right-hand side may legitimately be regarded as coinciding in their truth conditions. Thus what it takes for equals to be true is exactly what it takes for A to stand in the relation to B, no more, no less, which of course is quite unproblematic until we add that the syntax of the former is indeed, as it appears, that of an identity statement, at which point the abstractionist may seem to have committed to the dubiously coherent idea that statements whose logical forms so differ that their existential commitments differ may nevertheless be equivalent. There are just two foreseeable ways of avoiding the dubiously coherent idea. One is to drop the assumption that the explained identity statements are to be construed in such a way that their truth requires that their ingredient terms refer. Identity is indeed sometimes so read that, for example, Pegasus is Pegasus expresses a truth, the non-existence of any winged horse notwithstanding. Since that is not the way the abstractionist proposes to construe identity statements, nor anything germane to the project more generally of reconciling a face-value ontology of mathematics with plausible epistemological constraints, we set it aside. The other is the abstractionist's actual view. The existential commitments of the statements which the abstraction pairs together are indeed the same, and hence the right-hand side statements, no less than the identities, implicate the existence of abstracts while containing no overt reference to them. Now, this is not per se a problematic notion. That it is not is easily seen from two nearby cases. The parents of A are the same as the parents of B if A is a sibling of B. A's MP is identical to B's MP if A and B are co-constituents superscript 2 in each of these. The truth conditions of a type of statement conjuring a certain kind of complex term coincide with those of a type of statement which does not. And in each of them, as in abstraction principles proper, the latter type of statement affirms an equivalence relation on entities of a certain kind while the former affirms a related identity. Thus these biconditionals schematize a range of statements where the truth of the right-hand side suffices for the truth of the left-hand sides, but where the former involve no overt reference to the denotata of complex terms occurring in the latter, even though the truth of the type of statement schematized on the left-hand side does involve successful reference to such entities. This phenomenon, then, is not peculiar to abstraction nor, as far as it goes, should it give rise to concern. However, there are of course disanalogies. 2. Related and very immediate, are these, in and there is no question of using a prior understanding of the right-hand side to impart an understanding of the concept of the kind of thing denoted by the distinctive terms on the left. On the contrary, one who understands the right-hand sides must already have that concept. You don't understand what siblings are, how two creatures have to be related in order to be siblings, unless you know what parents are point superscript 2 superscript 1, and you don't understand what it is for two people to live in the same constituency unless you know that constituencies are the areas MPs represent and what MPs are. So there is no analog of the right to left epistemological priority claimed by abstractionism for actual abstraction principles. Second, the range of entities that constitute the domain of reference for the terms occurring in the left-hand sides of instances of and goes no further than the eld of the equivalence relation on the right-hand side. Parents and MPs are people, and it is people who constitute the eld of the siblinghood and co-constituency relations. These principles deploy means of reference not to a novel kind of thing, but back into a prior ontology. So, while and, suitably understood, show that there need be no problem about combining the two semantic presuppositions that abstractionism needs a face value, existentially committal reading of the terms occurring on the left-hand sides together with sameness of truth condition across the biconditional. There are at least two salient differences between and abstraction principles proper. The former, but not the latter, are both referentially and conceptually conservative. Even if the two semantic presuppositions are unproblematic under those two conditions, it is accordingly another question whether they remain so when the two conditions lapse. And the lapse of these conditions is just what is most distinctive about the process of abstraction. It is of the essence of the abstractionist proposal that abstraction principles be both conceptually and referentially non-conservative. 6. Why might someone think that there is a special problem about stipulative identity of truth conditions in the case of conceptually and referentially non-conservative principles of the relevant general form? Since skeptics about abstraction have not, to our knowledge, articulated their dissatisfaction in a manner responsive to exactly this stage setting, we have to speculate. But it seems that such dissatisfaction might come in weaker and stronger forms. The stronger form would rest upon the assumption of a certain transparency in the relationship between the understanding of a certain kind of statement and the nature of the states of affairs the relevant kind of truth conferrer superscript 2 whose obtaining suffices for the truth of a statement of that kind. This transparency would involve that there will not be more, so to speak, to such truth conferrers than is manifest in the conception of their form and content that is part and parcel of the ordinary understanding of the statements concerned. Since the conceptual non-conservativeness of abstraction principles precisely involves that someone can possess a full, normal understanding of the right-hand side type of statement without any inkling of the sordal concept the abstraction aims to introduce, let alone a recognition of the entailment of the existence of instances of that sordal putatively carried by such a right-hand side statement, transparency is violated. The transparency principle so characterized is, however, surely unacceptable. At any rate, it is inconsistent with acknowledging any form of distinction between the conception of its form and content that is available to someone who possesses a normal, theoretically unrefined understanding of a statement, and the conception of its form and content that would feature in a theoretically adequate account of its deep semantic structure. Whatever the pressures considerable, of course, to admit such a notion of logical form they are therefore reasons to reject transparency as formulated. But this doesn't really address the stronger dissatisfaction. Abstractionism, after all, is not saying that the overt syntactic structure of the right-hand side statements masks their real logical form, which is better portrayed by the left-hand side statements. There is nothing in abstractionism that is intended to war with the idea that the overt syntactic structure of the right-hand side statements is a fully adequate reaction of their logical form. Suppose we therefore read the statement of the transparency principle to something like this: there will not be more, so to speak, to the truth conferrers for a given kind of statement than is manifest in the conception of their form and content that is conditioned by an appreciation of the deep semantic structure of the statements concerned. Then the tension remains. The question, though, is why even the Rend principle should seem compelling. Logical form is, plausibly, theory determined. How best to think of the deep semantic structure/logical form of a given type of statement is a matter of what structure is assigned to it by best semantic theory. Such theory is subject, familiarly, to all the constraints to which empirical theorizing in general is subject, and then some more, peculiar to its special project. It should, for instance, be capable of explaining speakers' competence with the parsing of novel utterances and consistent with the learnability of the language under study, and it should explain the inferences that speakers take to be immediately admissible. But what there is not is any constraint of making a match between assigned semantic structures in general and the nature of the relevant truth conferrers. If there were, how on earth would we know how to set about complying with it? More generally, what reason is there to think that semantic theories which count as best by the constraints recognized by semanticists and linguists will thereby also satisfy the, as it seems, additional and independent metaphysical constraint of assigning logical forms to statements in the target language that somehow mirror the structure and ontology of the associated truth conferrers? The revised transparency principle seems to be drawing on something akin to the spirit of a Tractarian ontology of structured facts or states of affairs, which get to count as truth conferrers for statements by, as it were, matching being isomorphic to the semantic structure of those statements. Such a metaphysics of linguistic representation and truth may well jar with abstractionism, or force it into implausible claims. For instance, that right-hand side statements do indeed misrepresent the ontology of the associated states of affairs. But if the objection to abstractionism is that it is incompatible with a Tractarian theory of meaning, that seems more interesting than damaging. It might be suggested, though, that there is no need for the transparency principle to innate into commitment to a Tractarian metaphysics of truth and content. The thought can be more simple, that absent any reason to draw a distinction between the overt and deep semantic structure of a kind of sentence, there can be no justification for ascribing a kind of ontological or ideological commitment to them which exceeds what is manifest in their overt structure. This principle certainly seems well suited to clash with abstractionism at minimal metaphysical expense. But how plausible is it in turn? Let E be an equivalence relation. Then if E, it follows that leftward arrow rightward arrow E, and conversely. Yet the latter involves both ideological and, arguably, ontological commitments that go unricted in the surface structure of the former, in particular, to the concept of universal quantification, and to the operation that constitutes it. If there is a well-motivated transparency principle, a principle insisting on the transparency of the relation between the logical form of a sentence and its ideological and ontological commitments, that is uncompromised by this example. 191. But not by the relationship claimed by abstractionism between E and equals. It is by no means clear what it may be. In general, a priori necessarily equivalent statements may deploy differing conceptual resources without there being any well-motivated suggestion that either or both involve a mismatch between overt and deep semantic structure. It is hard to see how the proposed transparency principle can survive this observation. 7. The stronger reservation, based on some form of transparency constraint, was announced above as contrasting with a possible weaker one. The weaker reservation is to the effect not that abstractionism violates some basic metaphysical principle about representation, but merely that there are some questions, metaphysical and epistemological, that need answering before abstractionism should be considered to be a competitive option. An example of such a metaphysical question would be, what does the world have to be like in order for abstraction to work? And an associated epistemological question would be, how do we know, what reason have we to think that the transition, right to left, across the biconditional in instances of abstraction is truth-preserving, superscript 2 superscript 3. Before we proceed further, it is worth pausing to register the point that it is a substantial issue to which questions exactly, arising in this vicinity abstractionism most developed, satisfactory answers before it has any claim to credibility. The proposal is that we may implicitly deem the meanings of abstraction operators by laying down abstraction principles, that is, by stipulatively identifying the truth conditions of instances of their left-hand sides with those, as already conceived, of instances of their right-hand sides. One very broad class of issues concern implicit denition of this general character, the stipulative association of the truth conditions of two syntactically differing sentence types, one of which congers novel vocabulary rather than abstraction specifically. Can such a ploy succeed in attaching meaning to the novel vocabulary? Can the vehicle of the implicit denition be understood and known to be true just on the basis of an intelligent reception of the stipulation? We have argued elsewhere superscript 2 for positive answers to these questions. There are of course a number of qualifications that need to be entered, since such implicit denitions, like any explanations, may go wrong. In the discussion just cited, a variety of conditions are proposed, including forms of conservativeness, harmony, and generality as necessary and sufficient for an implicit denition of this general character to be both meaning conferring and knowledge underwriting. Our position, however, is that, in any particular case, the satisfaction of these conditions is a matter of entitlement superscript 2. It is not for the would-be user to show that his implicit denition is in good standing by the lights of these, or related, conditions before he is justified in putting the implicit denition in question to work in knowledge-acquisitive projects, any more than he needs to show that his perceptual apparatus is functioning properly before he is justified in using it to acquire knowledge about his local perceptible environment. Implicit denition is default legitimate practice, although, again, subject to defeat in particular cases, and particular such principles proposed, together with our claims to knowledge of their deductive progeny, are to be regarded as in good standing until shown to be otherwise. On this view, abstraction principles, once taken as legitimate instances of this genre of implicit denition, don't stand in need of justification. If the thrust of question is simply an instance of the general form of question, what reason do we have to think that the vehicle of a proposed implicit denition is true? Then our answer is that no answer is owing, though of course one may still, as a theorist, interest oneself in the satisfaction of the relevant conditions in the particular case. However, that need not be the thrust of question. In insisting that something needs to be said up front to make out an abstraction's right to asylum, as it were, the critic's focus of concern may be, not with implicit denition in general, but with the credentials of abstraction principles in particular to be classed as such and so to inherit the benefits of that status. We should not, on this suggestion, propose such principles even in cases which there is no reason to suppose will trip up over other constraints before the very practice of abstraction as a legitimate form of implicit denition has been authenticated. And it is this, so it may be suggested, that requires the development of satisfactory answers to and related questions. If it looks as if the truth of abstraction principles may turn on substantial metaphysical hostages, or as if there are special problems about knowing that they are true, or can be stipulated to be true, this appearance needs to be disarmed before the abstractionist can expect much sympathy for his proposals. We are here content to defer to this concern. Certain of the special features of abstraction principles, in particular their role in the of a conceptually novel ontology, do suggest that some special considerations need to be marshaled, not to show that particular cases are in good standing, but to shore up their assimilation to the general run of implicit definitions for abstractionist purposes. Still, there is an important qualification to enter here concerning what exactly it is that we are agreeing to try to do, for very different conceptions are possible of what it is to give a satisfactory answer to question in particular, that is, to justify the thought that a good abstraction is truth-preserving, right to left. One such conception which we reject is, we venture, implicit in maximalism. This conception has it, in effect, that it is, in some sense, possible superscript to something we have initially no dialectical right to discount for any abstraction to fail right to left unless some relevant kind of collateral assistance is forthcoming from the metaphysical nature of the world. There are, that is to say, possible situations in some relevant sense of possible in which an abstraction which actually succeeds would fail, even though conceptually, at the level of explanation and the understanding thereby imparted, everything is as it is in the successful scenario. Hence, in order to make good that the right-to-left transition of an otherwise good abstraction is truth-preserving, argument is needed that some relevant form of metaphysical assistance is indeed provided. This is, seemingly, the way those who have advocated maximalism as neo-Phrygianism's best course are thinking about the issue. The possible scenario would be one in which not everything that could exist does exist, in particular, the denoted abstracts do not exist. And the requisite collateral consideration would be that this possibility is not a genuine possibility because maximalism is true. Although the idea is by no means as clear as one would like, we reject this felt need for some kind of collateral metaphysical assistance. The kind of justification which we acknowledge is called for is precisely justification for the thought that no such collateral assistance is necessary. There is no hostage to redeem. A abstraction itself has the resources to close off the alleged possibility. The justification needed is to enable clear the obstacles away from the recognition that the truth of the right-hand side of an instance of a good abstraction is conceptually sufficient for the truth of the left. There is no gap for metaphysics to plug, and in that sense no meta-ontology to supply. This view of the matter is of course implicit in the very metaphor of content recarving. It is of the essence of abstractionism, as we understand it, but, interestingly, if we have the proposal right, it is essential to the quantier, variantist rescue of abstractionism as well. Superscript 2.8 question was, what does the world have to be like in order for abstraction to work? A short answer is that it is at least necessary that the world be such as to verify their Ramsey sentences, the results of existential generalization into the places occupied by tokens of the new operators. So for any particular abstraction, equals leftward arrow rightward arrow E. The requirement is that this be true. Equals F leftward arrow rightward arrow E. More generally, the minimum requirement is that each equivalence relation suitable to contribute to an otherwise good abstraction be associated with at least one function on the members of its ELD that takes any two of them to the same object as value just in case they stand in the relation in question. A world in which abstraction works, then a world in which the truth values of the left and right-hand sides of the instances of abstraction principles are always the same, will be a world that displays a certain ontological richness with respect to functions. Notice that there is no additional requirement of the existence of values for these functions. For if is undine for any element, C, in the ELD of E, then the instance of the abstraction in question, equals leftward arrow rightward arrow E, will fail right to left. This brings us sharply to the second question. To know that the transition right to left across an otherwise good abstraction principle is truth-preserving, we need to know that the equivalence relation is question is indeed associated with a suitable function. Here is George Boulog's worrying about the latter question in connection with Hume's principle: what guarantee have we that there is such a function from concepts to objects as and its existential quantification take there to be? I want to suggest that is to be likened to the present King of France is a royal in that we have no analytic guarantee that for every value of f, there is an object that the open-finite description superscript to the number belonging to f denotes. Our present difficulty is this: just how do we know, what kind of guarantee do we have, why should we believe, that there is a function that maps concepts to objects in the way that the denotation of Octothorpe does if is true? If there is such a function, then it is quite reasonable to think that whichever function Octothorpe denotes, it maps non-equinumerous concepts to different objects and equinumerous ones to the same object, and this moreover because of the meaning of Octothorpe, the number of sign, or the phrase the number of. But do we have any analytic guarantee that there is a function which works in the appropriate manner? Which function Octothorpe denotes and what the resolution is of the mystery how Octothorpe gets to denote some one particular finite function that works as described are questions we would never dream of trying to answer superscript 2. Bolos undoubtedly demands too much when he asks for analytic guarantees in this area. But the spirit of his question demands an answer that at least discloses some reason to believe in the existence of a function of the relevant kind. So, what, in general, is it to have reason to believe in the existence of a function of a certain sort? If, as theorists often do, we think of functions as sets of pairs of argument tuples, and values, then standard existence postulates in set theory can be expected to provide an answer to Bolos's question in a wide range of cases. There is whatever reason to believe in the existence of the functions required by abstraction principles as there is to believe in the existence of the relevant sets. But that is, doubly, not the right kind of way to address the issue for the purposes of abstractionism. For one thing, abstractionism's epistemological objectives require that the credibility of abstraction principles be self-standing. They are not to be shored up by appeal to independent ontological commitments, and if the abstractionist harbors any ambition for a recovery of set theory, especially not by appeal to a prior ontology of sets. However, there is a deeper point. Abstraction principles purport to introduce fundamental means of reference to a range of objects, to which there is accordingly no presumption that we have any prior or independent means of reference. Our conception of the epistemological issues such principles raise, and our approach to those issues, need to be fashioned by the assumption that we may have indeed there may be possible no prior, independent way of conceiving of the objects in question other than as the values of the relevant function. So when Bolos asks, what reason do we have to think that there is any function of the kind an abstraction principle calls for, it is to skew the issues to think of the question as requiring to be addressed by the adduction of some kind of evidence for the existence of a function with the right properties that takes elements from the ELD of the abstractive relation as arguments and objects of some independently available and conceptualizable kind as values. If the best we can do, in order to assure ourselves of the existence of a relevant function or, relatedly, of the existence of a suitable range of objects to constitute its values, is to appeal to our independent ontological preconceptions, our ideas about the kinds of things we take to exist in any case, then our answer provides a kind of assurance which is both insufficient and unnecessary to address the germane concerns. Insufficient, since independent ontological assurance precisely sheds no light on the real issue, viz. how we can have reason to believe in the existence of the function purportedly deemed by an abstraction principle, and accordingly of the objects that constitute its range of values, when proper room is left for the abstraction to be fundamental and innovative, unnecessary, since, if an abstraction can succeed when taken as fundamental and innovative, it doesn't need corroboration by an independent ontology. 9. Let us therefore refashion question as follows. How do we know, what reason have we to think that the transition, right to left, across the biconditional instances of abstraction principles is truth-preserving, once it is allowed that the means of reference it introduces to the values of the Dean function may be fundamental, and that no antecedently available such means may exist? An answer to in any particular case must disclose a kind of reason to believe in the existence of a suitable function which originates simply in resources provided by the abstraction principle itself, and independent of collateral ontological preconceptions. Those resources must pertain to what an abstraction can accomplish as an implicit denition of its deniendum, the new term-forming operator. allow, at least pro tem, that an abstraction principle, laid down as an implicit definition of its abstraction operator, may at least succeed in conferring on it a sense. So much is tacitly granted by Boulos when he writes in the passage quoted above. If there is such a function, then it is quite reasonable to think that whichever function octothorpe denotes, it maps non-equinumerous concepts to different objects and equinumerous ones to the same object, and this moreover because of the meaning of 197. Octothorpe. But do we have any analytic guarantee that there is a function which works in the appropriate manner? For it is, after all, by its stipulated role in the relevant version of Hume's principle that the meaning of octothorpe is xed. So the question is, what, for functional expressions one standard practice calls them functors, needs to be in place in order for possession of sense to justify ascription of reference? For Freya, functors are to be conceived as an instance of the more general category of incomplete expressions, expressions whose saturation by a singular term results in a further complex, object-denoting term. So let's ask, in the RST instance, is there something general to be said about what justifies the ascription of reference to an incomplete expression? And what, in particular, is the role played by sense? We are not, in posing this question, taking it as uncontroversial that incomplete expressions as a class should be credited with a potential for reference as well as sense. The question is rather, for a theorist not already inclined because of nominalist scruple or whatever reason to deny reference to incomplete expressions across the board, what should justify the ascription of reference in any particular case? Let's try the case of simple predicates. Take it that in order to assign a sense to a predicate, it suffices to associate it with a sufficiently determinate satisfaction condition, to X under what circumstances it may truly, or falsely, be applied to an item in some appropriate assigned range. And take it that the question whether it has a reference amounts to whether we have thereby succeeded in associating it with a genuine property. Then there is a contrast between two broad ways of taking the question. On one way of taking it, the relevant notion of genuine property is akin to that in play when we conceive it as a non-trivial question whether any pair of things which both exemplify a certain set of surface qualities, think, for example, of a list of the referencers for gold given in a way independent of any understanding of that term or an equivalent, have a property in common. When the question is so conceived, the answer may be unobvious and negative, there may be fool's instances of a putative natural kind, or there may even just be no common kind underlying even normal cases of presentation of the qualities in question. Theorists who think of all properties in this way, sometimes termed sparse theorists, will recognize a gap between a predicate's being in good standing, its association with well understood, feasible satisfaction conditions, and its hitting off a real worldly property. However, this conception stands in contrast with that of the more abundant theorist, for whom the good standing, in that sense, of a predicate is already trivially sufficient to ensure the existence of an associated property, a way of being which the predicate serves to express. Superscript 3. For a theorist of the latter spirit, predicate sense will suffice, more or less. Superscript 3. Superscript 1. For predicate reference. The sparse theorist, by contrast, will view the relationship as very much akin to that which obtains in the case of complex singular terms. The sense of the satisfaction condition of a predicate will aim at an underlying property T to underwrite in some appropriate manner the capacity of an object to meet that satisfaction condition, and the predicate will have reference only insofar as there is indeed such a property provided by the world. Whether that is so will then depend in turn on one's metaphysics of worldly properties. Point superscript 3. Superscript 2. It is clear enough that the two conceptions of property need not be in competition. It is perfectly coherent to work with both simultaneously. What do compete, however, are the two associated views of predicate reference, since no one inclined to admit both conceptions of property is going to wish to maintain, presumably, that in the case when a predicate is associated with properties of both kinds, it somehow divides its reference over them both, or something of the sort. The natural compatibilizing view will be, rather, that it is for the abundant properties to play the role of Bedeutung in semantic theory, and the sparse ones to address certain metaphysical concerns. Point superscript 3 for predicates at least, then, there is a good conception of reference such that to confer a sense is, more or less, to confer a reference. Nor, arguably, is the point restricted to predicates. Consider the category of sentential connectives. And suppose that we conceive, much in the spirit of abstract Ionianism, that we may X the sense of a connective by stipulatively associating formulae in which it is the principal operator with certain natural deductive and elimination rules. Once again, there are of course, as Pryor's classic example of Tonk shows, ways in which this process can go wrong. But suppose, as we are doing in the case of abstraction principles, that we are concerned with the best kind of case, where no triviality, inconsistency, or other form of disharmony intrudes and the resulting inferential practice runs smoothly and without singularity. Won't we feel we understand the connective in question in such circumstances? And won't the resulting plausibility of the contention that a sense has been xed for it go hand in hand with the belief that there is an operation in good standing that it serves to express? Here, too, then, conferral of sense seems, cateris paribus, sufficient for conferral of reference. We can transpose Bologna's question: if there is such an operation, then it is quite reasonable to think that whichever operation denotes, it is an operation which complies with the speciate and elimination rules, and this moreover because of the meaning of. But do we have any analytic guarantee that there is an operation which works in the appropriate manner? To this context as indicated. But with connectives, as with predicates, there seems clear room for an abundant view whereby to fashion a straightforward answer, that there is a statement-forming operation associated with any connective of which it is possible to succeed in imparting a satisfactory understanding by natural deductive characterization of its inferential role, and that this operation may be conceived as the reference of the expression in question. Do these ideas suggest a way of responding to Bologna's question, and thence to question, for the target case, the term-forming operators introduced on the left-hand side of instances of abstraction principles? Well, connectives, like abstraction operators, denote functions of a certain kind, functions, we can suppose, from statements to statements. So, for one in sympathy with the ideas just canvassed, they provide a precedent for the thought that the existence of a function may be settled just by conferring a sense upon a functor. Still, there remain evident disanalogies with the case of predicates and an abundant conception of properties. Any predicate associated with a determinate satisfaction condition is, cateris paribus, assured of reference to an abundant property. But it seems there should be room for a would-be functor to have sufficient sense to be associated with a determinate condition on any function that is to qualify as presented by it and yet fail to present one. Setting aside any issue about the existence of a range of suitable arguments for the purported function in question as we may in the case of abstraction principles, there are two ways this can happen. One is if a relation can meet the condition in question and yet not be functional, not unique. And the other is precisely if there are no objects suitable to constitute values for the purported function in question. There is, notably, no problem with either of these conditions in the case of the connectives. The conferral of sense upon a connective precisely ensures that there will be a statement formed whenever the connective is applied to an appropriate n-tuple of sentences, each of which possesses a prior sense. So here sense alone ensures the existence of a value for every suitable n-tuple of arguments. And uniqueness is ensured by functionality of semantic composition, the principle that the content of a semantically complex expression is a function of that of its semantically relevant constituents and mode of composition. The case is, however, special. Clearly, the point doesn't carry for functional expressions as a class. With connectives, both the arguments and the values of the operation/function for which the connective stands are intensional entities. This is why composition guarantees both existence and uniqueness. This contrasts with the general run of functions, whose arguments and values are typically non-intensional entities. The sense assigned to a putative functor may precisely carry sufficient information to enable us to show that the associated relation is not many one, or that it fails to correlate the intended range of arguments with anything at all. Functors generally may have sense yet fail to present any function, so fail to have reference if these conditions of uniqueness and existence are not met. The question, accordingly, is whether a significant doubt is possible about whether they are met in the case of the functors introduced by abstractions. Might uniqueness be open to reasonable doubt in such a case? Here is a consideration that strongly suggests not. In order to entertain such a doubt, one needs to associate the relevant functor with an underlying relation and then to think of as purporting to denote what is the only object so related to a. Uniqueness fails just when there is more than one such object. But is there in general any conception of such a relation somehow conveyed as part of the sense that is attached to an abstraction operator by its implicit denition via the relevant abstraction principle? Take the case of Hume's principle and the associated cardinality operator, glossed as the number of. In order to raise a meaningful doubt about uniqueness, we need to identify an associated relation such that the sense of the number of f's may be conceived of as grasped compositionally, via grasping this relation plus the presumption of uniqueness incorporated in the article. The issue of uniqueness will be the issue of the many-oneness of this relation, something which might ideally admit of proof. It is very doubtful, however, whether there is any good reason to think of the sense assigned to the cardinality operator by Hume's principle as compositional in this particular way superscript 3, and if not, if the operator is best conceived as semantically atomic, then there is no scope for a significant doubt about uniqueness of reference, since there is no associated condition which more than one item might satisfy superscript 3. It is, on the other hand, by no means as evident that there is no room for a significant doubt about existence superscript 3. The abstraction operator refers only if the singular terms it enables us to form refer. What reason is there to think that these terms so refer to X ideas? Think of the routine ways in which one might satisfy oneself that any singular term refers. Suppose, for instance, you take it into your head to try to show that Ben Laden is the name of a real man, rather than, say, the focal point of an elaboration, promulgated by the CIA. There are various courses of action you might undertake to try to settle the matter, at least to your own satisfaction. But ultimately, what you need to do is gather evidence which is arguably sufficient for the truth of an identity statement, Q equals Ben Laden, for some Q whose reference to a real man is not in question. In this, Q might be a compendious denite description of the words and actions of an unquestioned real man, or it might be a token demonstrative for the robed, bearded Gur standing before you at the entrance to a cave in the Tora Bora mountain range and revealed only after many days blindfolded traveling on the back of a donkey. The point generally is that verification of the existence of a referent for a term n is verification of a statement of the form. And the premium method for doing that is to verify an identity, Q equals n, where the existence of a referent for Q is not in doubt. But this model exactly presupposes, of course, that the term in question is not fundamental. What of the case when n is a term purporting to stand for a new kind of object for which it is understood that no anterior means of reference need exist in the language, so that it is a given that there need be no suitable Q? The latter condition is but rarely satisfied, of course, at least if we assume the language to contain demonstrative means of reference, since it excludes that n refers to any kind of object capable of anchoring the attention well enough to attract demonstration. In these circumstances, verifying that n refers cannot be a matter of verifying that it co-refers with any expression, even a demonstrative, whose reference is not in doubt. So what can it be? The only possible answer appears to be that such a feat of verification must consist in verifying if not an identity statement linking the term in question with another whose reference is assured, then some form or forms of statement embedding the term in question whose truth requires that it refer, a statement, or range of statements, in which the term in question occupies a reference-demanding position. Such will be afforded by provision of the means to verify some form of atomic statement conjuring such terms. Identity contexts are one kind of atomic statement. So abstraction itself as a characterization of putatively canonical grounds for the verification of such identity contexts supplies a paradigm means, indeed an example it seems of the only foreseeable broad kind of means, for accomplishing the assurance required. 203. Consider the resulting dialectical position. The challenge posed by was that before there can be sufficient reason to accept an abstraction as true, grounds are owing to think that a function suitable to witness its Ramsey sentence exists. Reason to believe in the existence of such a function depends in turn on reason to believe that the characteristic singular terms formed by means of the associated operator refer. Reason to believe that this is so has to consist in reason to take some associated range of statements that embed them in reference-demanding ways as true. And reason to do that presupposes a conception of a type of ground or grounds that would mandate so regarding members of that range of statements. The question is therefore, what conception of that kind is being presupposed when the demands of question are taken in a metaphysically anxious spirit? What will the anxious metaphysician accept as grounds to regard members of some relevant such range of statements as true? Well, we know what will not be accepted. A relevant type of ground is easily identified if we take it that abstraction represents a legitimate means of seeing the truth conditions of one relevant kind of statement. In that case, there is no difficulty in returning a positive answer to the question, what grounds can we have to think that the new singular terms generated by an abstraction principle refer? So the metaphysically anxious question presupposes that abstraction per se cannot be taken to represent a legitimate such means, that if the transition right to left across the instances of an abstraction principle is indeed truth-preserving, it will not be so purely in virtue of the fact that the two halves have, stipulatively, the same truth condition but will be courtesy of an, as it were, collateral fact that each element in the abstractive domain does indeed have an associated abstract of the appropriate kind that each abstracted term refers, about which independent reassurance is therefore needed. In short, exactly the conception of the matter that we argue above is implicated in the maximalist response to the issues. If, however, the anxious metaphysician wishes no truck with maximalism, it becomes extremely doubtful whether there is available to him any lucid conception of what such independent reassurance might consist in. For all it could consist in, it seems, is the identification of another kind of ground for accepting some range of statements, perhaps identity statements, perhaps others involving the relevant abstracted terms in reference-demanding ways, but presupposing no other means of reference to abstracts of the relevant kind. In order not to beg the question, such a ground must allow of characterization in a manner free of occurrences of the relevant class of terms. And now, there are just two cases. The ground may follow the broad example of abstraction itself, that of proposing stipulative conceptual equivalences between statements conjuring the relevant abstract terms in reference-demanding ways and others. In that case, it will raise exactly the same issues as abstraction, and ought to provoke the same anxieties, if they are justified at all. But if the ground involves, rather, the presentation of what is claimed as defeasible evidence for the truth of statements of the relevant kind, the claim will be false in any case where the abstraction in question is conservative superscript 3, where it has, roughly, no differential consequences for which statements free of reference to or quantification over the relevant abstracts are true or not. For in that case, all the evidence will be exactly as it would be if the abstraction were untrue. To press the demand for independent reassurance in the case of any conservative abstraction is thus, we contend, to pose a challenge for which no clear model maximalism apart can be given of how it might be answered. It seems fair, accordingly, to characterize such a challenge as sceptical. So to characterize it is not to answer it, of course, or give a reason for not taking it seriously. But it may mitigate a tendency to sympathize with it. We can extend the parallel a little further. Imagine a situation in which we have only one means of reference to material objects demonstratives, say, perhaps qualified by a sortal predicate, that man, this tree, and so on. And suppose we are challenged to produce a reason to think that any uses of such expressions succeed in referring. Again, any such reason would have to be reason to think that certain statements, that man is running, that tree is tall, embedding material demonstratives in reference-demanding ways, are, in their context of use, true. And that in turn will demand a conception of what justifies taking such a statement to be true. Such a conception, so says the sceptic, will be that of the occurrence of a certain pattern of experience, a pattern which might be fully described in terms of appearances, without commitment to entities of the kind in question. Since the evidence may be so described, independent assurance is wanted that successful referential use of the relevant expressions is possible in the actual world a fortiori that there are middle-sized physical objects out there to be referred to at all before we may justably take such evidence to establish the truth of the appropriate type of statements. Responses to this kind of skepticism about material objects are of course various. They include denying the neutralist conception of experience it exploits, and allowing that conception but denying that any need is thereby entailed for independent corroboration of a material world ontology before experience can carry the evidential significance customarily accorded it. Abstractionism, in so far as it reads an ontology of abstracta into the commitments of the right-hand sides of abstractions, stands comparison with the former line. But the question we would press on the anxious metaphysician is this: if one is not content to acquiesce in a sceptical view of the referential aspirations of material demonstratives, how is it relevantly different with the terms introduced by abstraction? 10. Although we take some satisfaction in the dialectical situation as it has just emerged, it is actually very much not where want or promise to end up. If the best that can be done with an obdurate doubt about the truth-preservingness of the transitions right to left across the instances of an abstraction is to make good an analogy with the relation between experience and material world claims as viewed by a sceptic, then we have precisely not made good on what we characterized as of the essence of abstraction, the contention of the conceptual sufficiency of the truth of the right-hand sides for the truth of the left. The whole point was to be that there is no metaphysical hostage in the transition, no need for an assist from the world, and therefore no scope for doubt, even sceptical doubt, that the requisite assistance is to hand. The best response to, therefore at the least, the response to which we are committed cannot rest upon a comparison between doubt about the inference, right to left, across an instance of an abstraction principle and scepticism about the reality of ordinary material objects. Rather, it has to be to make out a perspective from which abstraction actually involves nothing akin to the element of epistemological risk which scepticism ends in our purported cognitive commerce with the external world. Let's step back to ask, with Bolos, how we know that there is any function, hence, any objects to constitute its range of values that behave. 206. As an abstraction principle demands is, in effect, to view the principle as proposed in a spirit of referencing, as imposing a condition, viz. association with the elements in the ELD of the abstractive relation in a fashion isomorphic to the partition into equivalence classes which it affects, which itis the THIRD world to produce a range of objects to satisfy. This is the conception of the matter articulated in the following passage. What did Locke realize about gold? Effectively, that there is an element of blind pointing in our use of such a term, so that our aim outstrips our vision. Our conception xes what we are pointing at but cannot settle its nature, that is a matter of what's out there. One image of the way is to secure a reference for its terms shares a great deal with this picture superscript 3. On this conception, we point blindly, using the sordal concept and terms explained by an abstraction principle, in the hope of hitting off reference to a range of entities qualified to play the role that the principle deems, and it is accordingly readily intelligible how the process might fail. It goes with the model that it must be at least initially intelligible that a principle proposed in this spirit fails to hit off reference to anything. It cannot just be a given that reference is secured, even if it is let alone that it is secured to entities of which the principle states a necessary truth. Rather, this is something which needs to be varied as a byproduct of our, so to say, ending a range of objects out there to which the conception embodied in the principle is faithful. And of course if that is to be possible, the objects in question must be given to us under some other mode of presentation. It is pointless to deny that it is possible to regard abstraction principles in this fashion. One can always ask, with respect to any particular domain of objects, whether there are any that are so related to the elements of the abstractive domain that identity and distinctness among them is tracked by the obtaining, or non-obtaining, of the relevant equivalence relation on pairs from that domain. It may be that in a particular case, the answer is not only affirmative but necessarily so, and in that case, the abstraction principle, 2, will state a necessary truth, even when understood in the referencing spirit. But this spirit necessary for the anxious metaphysical stance is simply in attention with the abstractionist conception of the matter. Indeed, it is to view abstraction principles in a manner inconsistent with their capacity to serve the process of abstraction itself. Properly viewed, the very stipulative equivalence of the two sides of an instance of an abstraction principle is enough to ensure both that it is not to be seen as proposed as part of a project of referencing and that there is no significant risk of reference failure. How can there be no such risk? In order to understand this, we need to be mindful again of the distinction between sparse and abundant properties and the role it can play in the semantics of predicates. For in general terms, the abstractionist metaphysics of abstract objects, and of reference to them sometimes called minimalism superscript 3 stands to the conception of the matter that underwrites the referencing model as an abundant conception of properties stands to a sparse one. The analogy admittedly needs some care. On the most generous version of abundance theory, there is for predicates, as remarked, no gap between sense and reference. The association of a predicate with a sense a determinate satisfaction condition, even if a necessarily unsatisfiable one, is enough to ensure the existence of a property, a way of being to play the role of the reference of the predicate. It is not, by contrast, part of the minimalist view of the reference of singular terms introduced by abstraction to conceive of reference as bestowed purely by sense. But nor, according to the minimalist view, is reference secured by the abstractions merely serving to introduce a conception of a kind of object whose exemplification requires a form of worldly cooperation going beyond anything that can be assured by the laying down of an abstraction principle which is in good standing by normal criteria and so in particular features a bona fide equivalence relation. Anyone should agree that a justification for regarding a singular term as having objectual reference is provided just as soon as one has justification for regarding as true certain atomic statements in which it functions as a singular term. According to the abundant neo-Frege metaphysics of objects and singular reference, such a justification is provided by the very manner in which sense is bestowed upon abstract singular terms, which immediately ties the truth conditions of self-identities featuring such terms to the reexivity of the relevant relation. As with the abundant conception of properties, there is no additional gap to cross which requires hitting off something on the other side by virtue of its T with relevant speciate conditions, as the property of being composed of the element with atomic number 79 is hit off by the combination of conditions that control our unsophisticated use of gold. But nor is it the case that reference is bestowed by the possession of sense alone. The latter view, for singular terms, is Maningianism. The abstractionist view agrees with the referencing conception that it takes, over and above the possession of sense, the truth of relevant contexts to ensure reference. But it diverges from the referencing conception in what it holds has to be accomplished before those contexts may justably be taken as true, and in how straightforward it views the accomplishment as being. Can we make this clearer? On the abundant view of properties, predicate sense suffices for reference. But it is not the abstractionist view of singular terms that sense suffices for reference. The view is that the truth of atomic contexts suffices for reference. However, everyone agrees with that. The controversial point is what it takes to be in position reasonably to take such contexts to be true. The point of analogy with the abundant view is that this is not, by minimalism, conceived as a matter of hitting off, lock style, some further range of objects. We can perfect the analogy if we consider not simple abundance but the view that results from a marriage of abundance with Aristotelianism. Now the possession of sense by a predicate no longer suffices, more or less, for reference. There is the additional requirement that the predicate be true of something, and hence that some atomic statement in which it occurs predicatively is true. That is a precise analog of the requirement on singular terms that some atomic statement in which they occur referentially be true. An abstractionist minimalism with respect to objects and singular reference is the exact counterpart of Aristotelian abundance with respect to properties and predicate reference. The Lockean conception, by contrast, is to be compared to the position of the sparse opponent of the abundant Aristotelian who construes the relevant range of predicates as purporting reference to sparse properties. On that view there is scope for a doubt whether a relevant predication is true, even when the subject meets the working satisfaction conditions assigned to the predicate, for there may be no genuine property associated with meeting those conditions. Likewise, on the Lockean view, there is scope for a doubt whether an abstract identity is true even though the appropriate equivalence relation holds between the relevant elements in its ELD, for there may be no, as it were, sparse metaphysical worldly objects suitable to serve as the referents of the relevant abstract terms. The abstractionist conception of the truth of the right-hand sides of instances of good abstractions as conceptually sufficient for the truth of the left-hand sides precisely takes the terms in question out of the market for hitting off reference to things whose metaphysical nature is broadly comparable to that of sparse properties, and assigns to them instead a referential role relevantly comparable to that of predicates as viewed by the abundant Aristotelian. 209. Let us begin to draw things together. Aside from the earlier, rather obvious remarks about the requirement of the truth of the corresponding Ramsey sentences, we have been rather neglecting question. What does the world have to be like in order for abstraction to work? What, in the light of the foregoing discussion, should now be said in answer? First, for each equivalence relation which is to underpin an abstraction, for all we have said, indeed, for every equivalence relation there has to be an associated function taking each of the elements which are equivalent under the relation to a common object and no two unequivalent elements to the same such object. Second, the existence of such a function will of course require the existence of a properly behaved range of values. The anxious metaphysician and the abstractionist can agree thus far. Their disagreement concerns what it takes for that to be so. The anxious metaphysician thinks of the issue on the analogy of the existence of a sparse property, just as a predicate's being semantically well behaved and even featuring in true atomic predications is no assurance that it refers to one of the real properties characteristic of the divisions in the metaphysical world, so the fact that the terms introduced by an abstraction behave as singular terms should and feature in what, if the abstraction is accepted, are well understood and often varied contexts, is no assurance that they refer to any of the real objects in the metaphysical world. One who subscribes to this way of thinking then has to take a decision about whether they refer at all, with the minimalist conception of objects and singular reference on offer to play a role in a positive answer counterpart to that of abundant Aristotelian conceptions of property and predication. If the offer is spurned, the metaphysician will have to deny that abstractions can ever be simply stipulatively true. For the abstractionist, by contrast, there is no well-conceived objection to the unqualified stipulation of abstractions if it seems otherwise. It is only because one is trying to combine their stipulative character with the referencing conception of them, and the abundance of the entities thus recognized is simply the objectual counterpart of the abundance of abundant properties. These remarks are not a defense of minimalism but merely a reminder, since it seems that one may be needed, of the kind of background thinking about objects and ontological commitment which undergirds the abstractionist view. Perhaps this background thinking constitutes a meta-ontology. If so, then there is much more to say about the spirit of this meta-ontology, especially about the sense, if any, in which it is happily described as Platonist. But if it is accepted, the answer to question could not be simpler. A world in which abstraction works is a world in which there are equivalence relations with non-empty ELDs. 7. Superficialism in Ontology 1. John Hawthorne. Taken at face value, ontological disputes are substantive disputes about how the world is, albeit disputes which are difficult to resolve. Superficialists in ontology think that, at least for very many disputes of this sort, this face value construal of them is incorrect. Very often disputants are talking past one another, on account of having attached different meanings to the key terms of the debate. In particular, quantiers can shift their meanings in such a way that, for very many ontological debates, the most reasonable account of the languages of the disputants reckons each to speak the truth. One upshot is that a good deal of the ontological enterprise is pointless. Debates between ontologists are frequently terminological, and so-called challenges to the common sense image of the world are at best shifts to a new way of speaking that does not challenge the common sense image after all. While this stationary attitude strikes a chord with many philosophers, I think that it is ultimately very difficult to defend. By way of sharpening the discussion, I focus on the version of superficialism presented by Eli Hirsch. Superscript 2 His is the most developed and philosophically sensitive version of that approach that I know of, and so his presents the most worthwhile target. My main aim in this paper is to highlight what I take to be the weak spots in Hirsch's view. Section 1, Verificationism. Superficialists tend not to be full-blooded vericationists. Lessons of history have taught them that verificationist impulses should be resisted, so they try to free their view from verificationist associations. But this is not so easy. Let us look at a few disputes where everyone but vericationists will concede that the disputes are substantive. Two disputants agree about the physical facts and that the physical facts x the phenomenal facts. But one holds that only higher animals have sensations, while another holds that all animals and vegetables have sensations. Superscript 3 One physicist believes in classical particle physics, though is willing to represent the history of a number of particles using an abstract configuration space in which there are three space-like dimensions for each particle, and where the trajectory of a single world particle in configuration space represents the trajectories of all the particles in three-dimensional physical space. Another physicist has the bold hypothesis that physical reality consists in a single particle, the world particle, that moves through a multidimensional space. He thus thinks that the style of representation that the RST physicist sometimes adopts for convenience is in fact a perspicuous representation of physical reality. What we call the movements of various particles is a misleading way of getting at the movement of the world particle through multidimensional space. One physicist adopts the special theory of relativity for standard reasons. Another clings to Euclidean geometry and, following some well-known insights by Poincare, accounts for the observational data that motivates the RST theorist by an alternative theory that holds that physical reality is con to a sphere in Euclidean space, with a deforming force operating on its inhabitants in such a way that they decrease in size as they move towards the edge. One physicist adopts an Everettian approach to quantum mechanics, believing that corresponding to the superpositions described by wave functions are real-world shins of objects into discrete futures. Another physicist adopts an empirically equivalent but shun-free interpretation. The verificationist holds that we are under an illusion in viewing these debates as substantive construed as disputes. They should be dismissed as either trading in meaningless metaphysics or else as reactive of differences in choice of conventional framework, not differences in substance. Contemporary superficialists in ontology wish to distance themselves from this kind of all-purpose hostility to the possibility of substantial differences separating empirically equivalent theories. But this does raise a challenge. What could possibly justify treating, say, two as substantive but nevertheless adopting a dictionary attitude to more standard ontological disputes in metaphysics? The challenge can usefully be posed in terms of putatively conciliatory translation schemes. In connection with, say, the dispute between endurantists and perdurantists, superficialists advance translation schemes whereby each can treat the other side as speaking the truth, but we can cook up conciliatory translation schemes in connection with disputes like to above. A panpsychist can treat sensation in the mouth of the opponent as having a more restricted denotation, while his opponent can treat sensation in the mouth of the panpsychist as denoting some complex, perhaps disjunctive, functional property. The multi-particle lover can treat the world particle lover as speaking about an abstract object configuration space and not ordinary physical space. The shun-free quantum physicist can similarly interpret the Everettian as speaking about regions of an abstract configuration space, and the proponent of special relativity can treat the deforming force theorists using some tricks from old discussions of if-thenism. Translating a given sentence S as if we live in a Euclidean sphere with a deforming force, then S, where S is a homophonic rendition in his language of S in the language of the deforming force theorists. And so on. In rejecting verificationism, modern-day ontological superficialists will reckon these conciliatory translation schemes incorrect, as providing misleading depictions of the semantic workings of the language of the relevant disputants. But if these are incorrect, why be so content that the superficialists' favored conciliatory translation schemes are correct for standard ontological disputes? Note that while we are all nowadays pretty content that conciliatory translation schemes for two are incorrect, we are less clear about which fundamental principles of metasemantics explain why those schemes are incorrect. While there is broad consensus that something like Davidson's principle of charity can at best provide a fragment of a comprehensive metasemantics, there is no broad consensus on which principles should supplement or replace it. But to return to our main thread, superficialists in ontology are not well placed to prod too much from this indecision. Since they themselves are not tempted by the levels of conciliation proposed by vericationists, they themselves are committed to a metasemantics that prohibits unfettered charity in translation. Even without a satisfactory metasemantics ready to hand, we should wonder whether there is any reason to believe that Hirsch-style conciliatory translation schemes are acceptable in the case of standard ontological disputes when it is agreed by all parties that somewhat analogous schemes are unacceptable. For to why is Hirsch convinced of a disanalogy between standard ontological disputes and those like to? His contribution to this volume suggests two candidate points of disanalogy. First, he contrasts the dispute between Jews and Christians with the well-known dispute between perdurantists and endurantists by noting that the former brings with it, in non-linguistic behavior and attitudes, but there are no such differences between endurantists and perdurantists, but an appeal to non-linguistic behavior and attitudes will often not help to explain what is wrong with conciliatory translation schemes between empirically equivalent theories. Perhaps the panpsychist will feel worse than the rest of us about eating vegetables. But it is not clear that there is any interesting sense in which disputes and above are marked by differences in attitudes in a way that standard ontological disputes are not. I also note in passing that it is just not true, in my experience, that the perdurantism/endurantism dispute Hirsch's standard target makes no difference to non-linguistic behavior and attitudes. For example, perdurantists are more prone to think abortion disputes are shallow on the grounds that their metaphysic naturally lends itself to multiple candidates for the referent of I of varying temporal lengths, while standard versions of endurantism repudiate multiple candidates. This in turn tends to have some effect on the depth of emotional response to the relevant ethical disputes. Note nally that theories may differ in tone and thus in emotional associations without differing in semantic content. In short, differences in non-linguistic behavior and attitudes of the sort that Hirsch is alluding to are neither necessary nor sufficient for the incorrectness of a conciliatory translation scheme. A second potential contrast suggested by Hirsch's discussion has to do with the felt a priority of ontological claims. My premise throughout this paper has been that perdurantists and endurantists regard their positions as being a priori and necessary, and as having no bearing on their judgments about what experiences people have had and will have. His idea seems to be thought we should, in translation, give special respect to claims that communities regard as a priori and necessary, and that this lends itself to conciliatory translation schemes in the case of endurantists and perdurantists but not in the case of those empirically equivalent theories where the relevant bits of theory are not regarded as a priori and necessary. We should notice RST that vericationists of old did regard various bits of physical theory as a priori and necessary. Imagine a pair of physicists proposing special relativity and deforming force Euclideanism respectively who, having absorbed positivistic views, regarded the central claims of their theories as validated by convention and hence a priori and necessary, but the correct account of what is going on in that case is that each physicist has a misguided self-conception of her theory. Certainly the fact that both physicists adopt such an attitude should not particularly encourage us to think that some conciliatory translation scheme between their theories is correct. But if a prioristic attitudes in that case are to have little constitutive force with regard to the correct interpretation of the theory, why should analogous attitudes be taken so seriously in the case of certain endurantists and perdurantists? Superscript 1 second, it bears emphasis that metaphysicians proposing this or that ontology often do not tee the prole that Hirsch presumes. Even if they regard their favored ontology as necessary, they often do not presume any special a priori access to its truth, being content rather to defend it on the grounds of broad theoretical virtues like simplicity, reasonable conformity with common sense, elegance, and so on. They thus regard such theses as that the physical facts x the phenomenal facts, that there is some elite stock of fundamental properties and that classical mereology is correct as quasi-empirical thesis whose tenuous connection to experience is not different in kind to that of various bits of high-level physical theory. It would be rather strange for the superficialist about ontology to concede that debates between endurantists and perdurantists of this stripe were substantial. For that would allow many of the current debates to stand as substantial after all. Hirsch holds that ontological critiques of common sense are absurd. Ordinary plain English is more or less immune from the kinds of criticisms that are levelled at it by deviant ontologists. However, once the preceding points have been acknowledged, it is no longer clear why plain English is sacrosanct. Let us look at one of Hirsch's favorite test cases, that of a perdurantist who believes in a plenitude of temporal parts and who sets about interpreting the language of ordinary English speakers. Hirsch thinks it reasonably obvious that the temporal parts lover should interpret the ordinary English speaker as using quantiers with restricted domains restricted to a small subset of the perduring things, and that by the lights of that interpretation the ontological claims of plain English will be reckoned correct from the perspective of the perdurantist. But there are other quite plausible interpretational schemes that Hirsch fails to consider. After all, the ordinary English speaker is quite happy to countenance the existence of myriad short-lived events. His quantiers are thus not merely restricted to long-lived perduring worms. One very natural view to adopt as a perdurantist is that plain English speakers mistakenly proceed as if objects and events are never identical. Granted, certain predicates that combine naturally with event sortals do not combine well with object sortals and vice versa. But the perdurantist tries to handle this data in a way that is consistent with the thesis that objects are events. On this approach, one that I often encounter, events that are intrinsic to the life of an object are to be identified with parts of that object. And on a quite natural interpretation scheme, ordinary English speakers do sometimes talk about temporal parts of objects. They do so under the guise of event talk. They only go wrong insofar as they deny that certain events are parts of objects. I do not wish to endorse this brand of perdurantism. Instead, I want to ask, supposing we were convinced of this brand of perdurantism, whether there is anything obviously wrong with the translation scheme just alluded to, one which makes certain, limited, ascriptions of error to ordinary plain speakers? Has Hirsch raised any considerations that provide good grounds for resisting that translation scheme? Note RST that the translation scheme is untouched by Hirsch's insistence that, in translating others, there is an overwhelming presumption that basic perceptual reports are accurate. For on the proposed translation scheme, basic perceptual reports by ordinary English speakers are accurate. Accusations of error only come in when ordinary speakers relate event talk to object talk. In the preceding discussion I have also raised doubts about the putatively special status in translation of sentences that are treated as a priori and necessary by speakers. So I doubt that it will do either to safeguard common sense by an appeal of this sort. One further idea perhaps more promising is to build a principle of charity out of the concept of a category mistake. As applied to the case at hand, it is certainly true that sentences such as "the heart attack is part of the heart" and "Napoleon's heart occurred" sound very strange to ordinary people's ears. Call sentences that are strange in that way category mistakes. Supposing we think that it is an overwhelming presumption that category mistakes are not true, then we can use this to block the translation suggested above. But note that a move of this sort is no longer accorded much respect in other areas of philosophical discussion. For example, the strangeness of such sentences as "my CBR stimulation is getting worse" is not generally regarded as very powerful evidence against a type identity theory for pain. Why should the relevant kind of strangeness be accorded such authority in connection with specifically ontological disputes? Superscript 1. Of course it is in some sense a cost of a translation that certain claims that the targets reckon they know are not true come out, on the proposed translation, true. But any reasonable translation has costs of this sort. What is at issue here is whether there is any distinctive and overwhelming presumption relevant to translation generated by the phenomenology of category mistakes. And it is just not clear that there is. It is to be conceded, of course, that even if temporal parts are reckoned the referents of ordinary event talk, there will be conciliatory moves available to iron out putative errors. If a preteronist is sufficiently inventive when it comes to interpreting part of, then the heart attack is part of the heart can be treated as false in the mouths of ordinary people, and so on. But returning to our main theme, why should we think that such deviant translation schemes are preferable when we do not in general prefer them as a way of reconciliation into above? In sum, it remains unclear how contemporary superficialists in ontology are going to motivate their view in a way that preserves reasonable distance from the kinds of verificationism that they are themselves trying to steer well clear of. Section 2, Intentional Issues. Ontological superficialists and Hirsch in particular tend to operate with a picture according to which standard ontological frameworks are all legitimate means of describing the same set of possibilities and hence are all intentionally adequate. They envisage natural translation schemes whereby proponents of putatively different ontologies are to be regarded as countenancing the same set of possible worlds, albeit described using differing linguistic schemes. Let us focus on one component of this picture, one that does not rely on dubious translation schemes. Whether or not one were inclined to a Hirsch-style conciliatory semantics, one might have thought that the mereological nihilist one who believed in simples but no composite objects could at least express any intention that the antinihilist could express. For example, suppose that it is sufficient for a table to exist that some simples are arranged table-wise. Then one might naturally think that whatever additional hyperintentional insight is carried by the claim there are tables, it expresses the very same intention as there are simples arranged table-wise. Similarly for other claims in the anti-nihilist's mouth. It is thus natural to suppose that ideology perfectly well available to the nihilist would allow him to express any intention that the anti-nihilist can express. Now if this were right, it wouldn't follow that anti-nihilists know nothing that nihilists don't already know. Such a conclusion depends on the controversial assumption that one's epistemic progress can be measured by which true intentions one accepts. But it does suggest a respect one that certainly is motivating the superficialist, in which one who embraces anti-nihilism does not advance upon one who embraces nihilism. Let us say that a theorist X intentionally advances over theorist Y if there is some true intention that X accepts that Y does not accept. It is tempting to think that the anti-nihilist makes no intentional advance over the nihilist. One might naturally think the lesson generalizes to other standard ontological debates. One side generally makes no intentional advance over the other. This view clearly does not require that one goes in for conciliatory semantics. As an anti-nihilist, one might concede that one has not, in the sense described, intentionally advanced over the nihilist and quite consistently claim that the nihilist is expressing a necessary falsehood by there are only simples. The claim of no intentional advance as between standard ontological views is thus a rather limited one vis-a-vis the overall project of superficialism. But is it at least correct? Even this pared-down Decianism is hard to defend, since it forgets that certain ontologies multiply possibilities in ways that are resisted by other ontologies. Here are some examples of what I have in mind. Let us begin by contrasting someone who embraces a unique fusion axiom in mereology with someone who thinks that many distinct things can fuse the same set of objects. Imagine, then, that one philosopher has an ontology of particles and lumps of matter, while another believes that the same set of particles can compose a lump and a distinct statue at the same time. It is not hard to imagine the second philosopher allowing for distinct possible worlds that have the same prole when it comes to particles and lumps but different proles when it comes to statues. After all, he will notice that the same lump can be used to make two different statues one, then another. He can then, for example, imagine one world where Ben is the last statue made, Bill the penultimate, and innately many before them, and another where Bill is the last statue made but where there is duplication of the RST world when it comes to particles and lumps. Thus one of the philosophers has a wider range of haeasydistic possibilities in his vision of things, and this makes for a wider range of envisaged possible worlds. Point superscript 1 superscript 2 If one distinguishes the Bill and Ben possibilities, one will be content that, in the sense described earlier, one has intentionally advanced over the particle and lump ontologist. On no vaguely natural translation scheme will one think that the lump and particle ontologist can express the intention expressed by there is a world which ends with Bill and not Ben. The preceding discussion carries over straightforwardly to nihilist/antinihilist debates. If one accepts the possibility of pairs of worlds that differ degree at the level of certain macro objects but are alike qualitatively and degree at the level of simples, then one will think the nihilist's language intentionally too coarse-grained. The general lesson here is that superficialists tend to ignore ways that ontological views make for degree distinctions between qualitatively duplicate worlds. An intention that divides qualitatively duplicate worlds. Once this is accepted, it is extraordinarily difficult to deny that the sentence succeeds in having this intentional feature on account of the fact that Ben at that context refers to a particular individual. Superscript 1. Let us look next, albeit very brief, at the debate between someone who thinks that matter is gunky parts all the way down with no ultimate parts and one who thinks that matter is built out of point particles. Superscript 1. Here again there are various kinds of possibilities easily countenanced by the point particle lover that might well be resisted by the gunk lover. On a very natural account of gunk, every part has a well-defined non-zero volume. Meanwhile, on very natural assumptions, pointy matter has certain parts with zero volume and certain parts of undefined volume. All this may in turn, given natural auxiliary assumptions, make for palpable differences in possibility space. The pointy matter lover will distinguish a world with a sphere that is topologically closed from one that is open. But it is not clear that the gunk lover will wish to countenance this distinction. The pointy matter lover will distinguish a world that is empty from one with a lonely point particle. But the gunk lover will not distinguish these. And, apprised of the Tarski-Banach theorem, the pointy matter lover will think that a sphere of volume V can be divided into VE parts which by rigid transformation can be used to build a sphere with volume greater than V. But since that result relies on the existence of parts of undefined measure, the gunk lover need not endorse this possibility. The pointy matter lover will easily make sense of the possibility of local spikes in a certain magnitude m, say mass density. But on certain natural assumptions the gunk lover will not be able to make sense of such local discontinuities in magnitude. Superscript 1. Superscript 1. Gunky matter is directly relevant to the issue as to whether anti-nihilists make intentional advances over mereological nihilists. If one thought the world was necessarily gunky, then unless one went in for absurdly conciliatory semantics, one wouldn't at all think that the nihilist had resources for expressing the intention expressed by there are tables. Meanwhile, if one thought that gunk was a contingent possibility, then it would similarly be very difficult to end a sentence in the nihilist's mouth that expresses the intention expressed by there exist tables, since one would think that at some worlds tables are gunky. Let us look next at endurantism and perdurantism. One case where perdurantists famously have had a hard time making sense of multiple possibilities recognized by the perdurantist is that of a homogeneous spinning disk. It is easy enough for many kinds of endurantist to distinguish a homogeneous stationary disk from one that is spinning. This will turn on facts about whether the constituent particles take a helical trajectory through spacetime, where such facts are grounded by the identity of particles over time. But the standard perdurantist countenances so many objects that when confronted with any persisting disk he will recognize particle-sized objects with a helical trajectory and particle-sized objects with a trajectory distinctive of a stationary disk. Hence he cannot look to the trajectory of particle-sized objects to ground a distinction between a spinning and stationary disk. At least given certain natural auxiliary assumptions, this will make for depleted possibility space from the perspective of the perdurantist. Supposing one is an endurantist, one will not think that the standard perdurantist can express the intention that one expresses by there is a lonely homogeneous spinning disk and by there is a lonely homogeneous stationary disk. Superscript 1. Let us sum up. The idea that ontological revision does not generate intentional advance has not proven plausible. It is true that for various examples discussed, the problematic intentional distinction is in principle available to a certain style of ontology so long as certain compensating ideology is in place. For example, the nihilist could capture degree intentional distinctions were he to have plural predicates like Socrates's. But ontological debates do not typically proceed in that fashion. In the standard case, at least one party will reasonably think himself to intentionally advance over the other, while at least one party will think the other to suffer from illusions of possibility. The standard nihilist will not embrace haeascetistic plural properties that do not supervene on the ground, or rather he will deny the intentional distinctions that certain macro-haeascetists claim to see. Here is a related observation. In many of the cases discussed, the claim that a view intentionally advances over another depended on whether it is true. One thus cannot evaluate the claim that it distinguishes possibilities that the other is blind to from a neutral perspective. Insofar as one claims that a pair of theories involve a mere relabeling of the same possibilities, one may thus often be self-deceived if one thereby thinks one has attained a stance of metaphysical impartiality. For this relabeling thesis will be false according to one side of the RST order dispute, so in maintaining it one is in fact taking sides in that dispute. Superscript 1. Section 3, Hyperintentional Issues. Hirsch's work makes it quite clear that he takes the fundamental unit of cognitive significance to be the intensions of sentences, that is, functions from possible worlds to truth values. The semantic behavior of a sentence is, from this perspective, adequately captured by its character, which proles the way that intentional content depends upon context. The essence of language is nothing more than the distribution of sentential characters over syntactic structures. Superscript 2. This intention-centric outlook, one that in my experience is quite common among ontological superficialists, has certain distinctive consequences. Superscript 2. Superscript 1. If two theories are character-wise equivalent, that is, if there is a onion map from sentences of one to sentences of the other that is character preserving, then everything about the world that we could come to know by understanding and accepting one theory in a given context we could just as easily learn by understanding and accepting the other in that context. In the special case of theories T1 and T2 couched in a non-context dependent vocabulary, we can say, in consequence, that insofar as T1 and T2 are intentionally equivalent, there is a 1-1 map from sentences of one to sentences of the other that is intention preserving. Then everything we could learn from one theory by understanding and accepting it we could learn by understanding and accepting the other. Let us say that an operator is a hyperintentional operator. IFF substitution of intentionally equivalent expressions within the scope of that operator can generate a shift in truth value. A second consequence of an intention-centric outlook is dislike of hyperintentional operators. On the current approach, they have no central place in our serious theorizing about the world. It is worth reminding ourselves how central the role of hyperintentional operators are to a good deal of metaphysical discussion. Metaphysicians typically proceed as if they are quite comfortable with one-place operators such as, it is a fundamental fact that S. And it is basic truth about reality that S. And it is a non-gerrymandered fact that S. And also with two-place operators such as the fact that S1 obtains in virtue of the fact that S2 obtains. And the ground of the fact that S1 is the fact that S2. And so on. As constructions like these get used, it is quite clear that they are meant to be hyperintentional. It may be a fundamental fact that there are. Superscript 2. Superscript 1. I shall not try to show that superficialism requires intention centrism. 226. John Hawthorne. Electrons, but not a fundamental fact that there are either electrons or round squares, nor is it a fundamental fact that there are either cat electrons or anti-cat electrons. It may be a fundamental fact that there are numbers, but not a fundamental fact that there are no round squares. Meanwhile, it may be that there are either electrons or round squares by virtue of the fact that there are electrons, and so on. It is easy enough to see why the intention-centric superficialist will look askance at these constructions. Point superscript 2. Superscript 2. He thinks that the content of a sentence is a matter of its intentional contributions at contexts. Differences between sentences that make no intentional difference are regarded as superficial artifacts of the vehicles by which intentions are delivered. Insofar as hyperintentional operators make sense at all, then, they will have to be sensitive not to the content of the sentences they operate on but instead to the linguistic structure of the vehicles of content. But the hyperintentional operators of the metaphysician are supposed to track structural features of reality, not superficial features of the vehicles by which we depict reality. By the lights of the superficialist, then, they are deeply incoherent. To do the work the metaphysician wants, they need to operate on content, not vehicle. But the only sense that can be made of hyperintentional operators requires that they be vehicle sensitive. A well-known concern about the kind of intention centrism discussed here is that it treats all necessarily true sentences as having the same content. Surely religious or mathematical insight into necessary truths, insofar as it occurs, has some cognitive cash value. If one is serious that hyperintentional distinctions do not matter, then one will have to explain the cognitive cash value in these and similar cases by ending contingent propositions that one is in a position to learn from the theory. In mathematics, the natural place to look is at applied mathematics. Insofar as any putatively necessary metaphysical truth is to earn its keep, it now has to do so by generating contingent insights which, construed intentionally, were not already available. It goes without saying that metaphysical inquiry will be hampered if it has to proceed by the rules of this game, a result that will of course be welcomed by superficialists. Beyond ontology, it is clear enough that it is vitally important to metaphysics more generally that the cognitive significance of a sentence not be exhausted by its intentional content. Take the debate between a panpsychist who believes that every possible concrete thing has qualia with a philosopher who believes that some disjunction of organic states is necessary and sufficient for qualia. The latter philosopher will think that he has an insight that wouldn't be had by someone who just knew about organic states, but, by his own lights, there is no intentional significance to the claim that someone has qualia beyond the claim that someone has such and such disjunction of organic states. Meanwhile, both sides may well go in for such claims as things have qualia by virtue of the fact that the cogency of ideas such as these get thrown into question altogether by the approach under consideration. The metaphysician needs to resist it. Let us remind ourselves of the challenges facing a superficialist who relies on the view of content described. First, it should not be overlooked that while superficialists like Hirsch are unserious about debates about ontology, they do take issues concerning metaphysical possibility seriously. Thus, while Hirsch is quite ready to explain away ontological debates by invoking a variety of candidate meanings for quantiers, he seems far less ready to explain away debates by invoking a variety of candidate meanings for things could have been such that. This is very important, since the space of metaphysically possible worlds is used as the framework that helps us see that this or that metaphysician is describing the same world in notationally different ways. This approach is to be contrasted with another possible view that takes ontological issues to run rather deep, but which considers questions about what is metaphysically possible too shallow. Thus my former colleague Ted Sider is at least tempted by the view that there is no deep joint in reality that separates the propositions that are metaphysically possible and ones that are not, and thus there are a variety of candidate meanings for it is possible that, one of which is selected conventionally. For a perspective such as that one, it would be rather strange indeed to invoke functions from possible worlds to truth values as the fundamental currency of semantics, since metaphysical possibility may seem too gerrymandered to provide its foundations. I don't by any means wish to defend modal superficialism here. I merely wish to ask why the ontological superficialist feels himself warranted in selectively targeting questions of ontology as opposed to questions of possibility for a superficialist treatment. Point superscript 2 superscript 3. Second, it bears emphasis that the face value evidence does seem to count against the intention-centric approach to semantics that I have described. Superscript 2. After all, it does seem that the debates about qualia that I described earlier make perfectly good sense, and in particular that epistemic advance need not consist in knowing intentions that were previously unknown to one. Relatedly, it does not seem very natural at all to think that the cognitive achievements associated with pure mathematics all consist in their capacity to put one in touch with true contingent propositions that one was previously ignorant of. Of course, appearances may be misleading here. But have we been given any good reason whatever to opt for the intention-centric view of cognitive significance? Where is the cadence in that semantical framework coming from? Third, let us react upon Hirsch's insistence that we should give up the view that the characters of sentences are generated by underlying referential mechanisms at the level of words, insisting instead that the references of words depend upon the characters of sentences superscript 2. If this general perspective is correct, we should expect two further claims to be correct. First, something similar should hold more generally within philosophy of mind. We should insist on the relative fundamentality of mentalistic relations to sets of worlds and hold that mentalistic relations to objects or properties are to be explained by the former relations. Second, we should expect the semantic contributions of singular terms and predicates to be determinate only insofar as they are exceded by the characters of sentences that they make up. But both of these claims seem extraordinarily hard to defend. Concerning the RST claim, I see no strong plausibility at all, for example, in the claim that the relation of perceptual attention between a person and an object is to be explained by the character of various perceptual states. For one thing, it is quite compatible with whatever functions from worlds to truth values that are in play to suppose that an individual is attending only to abstract objects superscript 2. But whatever we think about a causal theory of reference for singular terms, it is hard to argue with a constraint of this sort for perceptual attention. One can make trouble for the second claim without getting immersed in any grand metasemantical issues. Take a simple example. Suppose I utter "he is happy" in a situation where he is anaphorically linked to a name in the previous discussion and where the referent of that name happens to be in front of me. The character of the sentence "he is happy" will, in the context in which I utter it, associate with it an intention that delivers true at all worlds where the person in front of me is happy. But of course it would do that even if, contrary to fact, I was using the pronoun deictically to demonstrate the person in front of me. It is absurd to suppose there is no difference between my using he deictically or anaphorically in that context. But to suppose that the facts about he supervene on facts about which intentions sentences containing it express at different contexts is precisely to give up on the reality of the distinction. Similarly, in a case where scope ambiguity made no difference to intentional content, there are still facts about scope. But there wouldn't be if all such facts had to be recovered from facts about character. Of course, when it comes to foundational metasemantics, there is no clear consensus about what constrains the associations of semantic value with subsentential expressions. I certainly don't intend here to discuss the various big picture ideas that are relevant superscript 2, but the general idea that the subsentential semantical facts supervene on character has very little going for it superscript 2, and once it is granted that the supervenience thesis is false, then how are we supposed to read the claim references of words depend upon the characters of sentences in a way that it states an interesting truth? Note that Hirsch's skepticism about the explanatory worth of bottom-up semantics is vital to his whole program. For example, his attitude towards plenitudinous versus sparse ontologies is one of indifference, even while recognizing that one can produce a true compositional semantics for natural languages within the framework of a plenitudinous ontology, but not that of a sparse ontology. Were one to concede that bottom-up semantics is explanatorily illuminating, then reasonable standards of scientific practice would recommend treating the plenitudinous framework as metaphysically revealing, and hence abandoning an attitude of indifference. Conclusion. The superficialist's impatience with many ontological disputes is certainly understandable. Those debates are somewhat intractable, and quite often get pursued using picture thinking and metaphors that have little intellectual bite. But the philosophical views that motivate the superficialist's grand-scale dismissal of contemporary ontology seem hard to justify. It is difficult to see how superficialism can be motivated in a way that does not invite views that superficialists are themselves hostile to, including superficialism about modality, and, worse still, full-scale verificationism. Meanwhile, just as vericationists often paid little heed to subtle ways that theoretical posits can have empirical significance, superficialists are often guilty of ignoring ways that ontological disputes can have intentional significance. Cookie-cutter stories that assume intentional equivalence between ontologies frequently ignore ways that ontologies shape possibility space in different ways. Finally, insofar as superficialism is motivated by a metasemantics that takes sets of possible worlds to be the fundamental unit of cognitive significance, much more needs to be done by way of a careful defense of that perspective. 8. Ontology and alternative languages. Eli Hirsch. 1. Introduction. Rudolf Carnap said that issues of ontology amount to nothing more than choosing one language or another. Point superscript 1. My position is roughly Carnapian, but with 3 qualifications. First, whereas Carnap's formulation sometimes seems to suggest an anti-realist or verificationist perspective, my position is robustly realist. I take it for granted that the world and the things in it exist for the most part in complete independence of our knowledge or language. Our linguistic choices do not determine what exists, but determine what we are to mean by the words what exists and related words. These words, corresponding to the quantities of our language, can vary in meaning from one language to another. Point superscript 2. Second, I do not understand Carnap's explanation of why ontological issues reduce to linguistic choices. He says that ontological questions are external, but this seems merely to give a name to the problem. It's evident that he considers some a priori issues to be external and some not, but it seems unclear how he explains which are and which aren't. If the explanation is verificationist, appealing to the idea that ontological issues are hard or impossible to resolve, I reject that explanation. In my view, an issue in ontology is merely verbal in the sense of reducing to a linguistic choice only if the following condition is satisfied: each side can plausibly interpret the other side as speaking a language in which the latter's asserted sentences are true. Much of this paper is an attempt to clarify this condition. It follows that I cannot agree with Carnap's apparent blanket assumption that all issues of ontology are verbal. It may well be that some ontological issues satisfy the condition just mentioned and some do not. I will suggest towards the end of this paper that the dispute between Platonists and nominalists does not, on the face of it, satisfy the condition, and this dispute may therefore not be verbal. One central kind of ontological dispute that I think is verbal concerns which sets of bits of matter constitute a unitary physical object. Disputes of this kind have been pervasive in the recent literature. Perdurantists, endurantists, mereological essentialists, four-dimensionalists, and sundry nihilists have engaged each other in lengthy and often highly theoretical disputes, though many of these disputes are, on my position, merely verbal. In this paper I will focus on the issue between perdurantists and endurantists to illustrate the sense in which it seems to me that disputes in the ontology of physical objects are verbal. My arguments here in regard to the verbalness of this issue are to be understood as generalizable to many of the other issues in physical object ontology. The third difference from Carnap is that a central part of my project is to defend common sense, whereas this doesn't seem to be a concern for Carnap. Revisionist ontological views, such as perdurantism, have dominated the recent literature. I argue that the revisionists are in effect merely choosing to use a language different from ordinary language, and, insofar as they are not aware of this, they are making a certain kind of verbal mistake. The structure of the paper is as follows. In section 2 I allude to the religious dispute between Jews and Christians in order to bring out the point that merely having alternative languages that make both sides right doesn't make a dispute verbal. It is essential that the two sides be plausibly interpreted in terms of these languages. The nature of linguistic interpretation, and its role in understanding the verbalness of certain disputes, is broached in section 3. Section 4 deals with a number of semantic problems for my view. The null section 5 addresses the issue of Platonism versus nominalism. There is in addition an appendix containing a small parable about verbal disputes in ontology. Let me make explicit a few assumptions that operate throughout this paper. Endurantists may well allow that such items as processes and histories must have temporal parts. I want to stipulate that such items are to be ignored throughout this discussion. The primary dispute between endurantists and perdurantists concerns the temporal parts of ordinary physical bodies that can be straightforwardly said to occupy a volume of space, to be composed of matter, and to have shape, size, and color. If it can be shown that this primary dispute is verbal, it seems clear that any residual issues about such items as processes and histories can be dealt with along the same lines. I take endurantists and perdurantists to be engaged in an ontological dispute about the existence of temporal parts. That is all they disagree about. They do not, in particular, disagree about the conditions for the diachronic unity of an ordinary body. My general assumption is that ontological disputes concern matters of a priori necessity. Perdurantists assert, and endurantists deny, that a tree is made up of a succession of temporal parts. Both sides are to be understood as defending their claims on grounds of a priori necessity. Even if perdurantists intended to make an empirical claim about temporal parts, and endurantists intended to deny this claim on empirical grounds, the dispute would arguably be merely verbal, but that is not a question that I'm going to try to settle here. Point superscript 3. Two alternative languages. We can imagine a proponent of endurantism who, for some reason, decides to try to pass herself off as a perdurantist. As she doesn't want to lie outright, she hits on the idea of secretly adopting a language of her own that would allow her to assert the same sentences that perdurantists assert while secretly remaining true to her endurantist convictions. In her diary she writes, "Henceforth I will use the expression temporal part of an object when I want to talk about how an object is at a certain time. I'll say, Lincoln had in 1860. A temporal part that was bearded to describe the situation in which Lincoln was bearded in 1860. In general, I'll use a sentence of the form a has at time t a temporal part that is f tob truio fani situation in which a is f at t. We can also imagine a perdurantist who adopts a secret language that will enable him to sound like an endurantist. Pedro writes in his diary, "Henceforth I will in every context restrict my quantier to objects accepted by endurantists roughly, objects other than temporal parts of ordinary bodies. In Edna's secret language the sentences asserted by perdurantists are true." That, of course, was the point of the language. Let us call this language P-English. On the other hand, in Pedro's secret language, in which the quantiers were restricted to objects acknowledged by endurantists, the sentences asserted by endurantists are true. Let us call this language E-English. When we ask whether objects have temporal parts, it seems that our answer ought to be yes if our language is P-English, and no if our language is E-English. In this sense the question seems to be merely verbal. It just depends on which language we are speaking. Couldn't one do this trick for any question? Couldn't one make any dispute appear verbal by somehow ending alternative languages that will make each position come out right? The answer is that, for any typical dispute outside philosophy, we cannot end irrelevant alternative languages. Before pursuing this point, let me X some terminology. I'll follow Lewis in taking a proposition to be a set of possible worlds, and I'll follow Kaplan in taking a sentence's character to be a function that assigns to the sentence, relative to a context of utterance, a proposition. The character can also be said to give the sentence's truth conditions. By the interpretation of a language I'll mean a function that assigns to each sentence of the language a character. Note that interpretation in this sense is deemed in terms of the characters of sentences, not in terms of the reference of expressions. I assume that, at least for our present purposes, a language is individuated by an interpretation, that is, distinct languages do not have the same interpretation. In a dispute between two positions I'll say that an alternative language for a given position is a language in which proponents of that position could express all of the propositions they believe while asserting only sentences that proponents of the other position would assert. P-English is in this sense an alternative language for endurantists, and E-English is an alternative language for perdurantists. No restrictions on the semantic structure of an alternative language are assumed beyond the following. The set of characters of the sentences in the alternative language is the same as the set of characters of the sentences in the original language, the characters being merely redistributed over the sentences in shifting from one language to another. I am claiming that E-English and P-English are alternative languages that render the dispute between endurantists and perdurantists verbal. I now want to explain, however, that in most disputes, even if there are alternative languages, they cannot function in the manner required to render the dispute verbal. In the Middle Ages many Jews pretended to be Christians to avoid persecution. They simply lied about this. Was there an alternative language for them in their dispute with the Christians, which they could have adopted as a secret language that would have enabled them to express all of their believed propositions while sounding like Christians? In the secret language, the sentence "Jesus walked on water" might express the proposition that Moses descended from a mountain, and "Moses descended from a mountain" might express the proposition that Jesus did not walk on water. Then the Jews could assert both of these sentences as the Christians do. Could such a program be carried out successfully to cover all of the sentences in the language? In the previous example, the obvious idea would be that in the secret language Jesus refers to Moses, Moses refers to Jesus, walked on water refers to things that descended from a mountain, and descended from a mountain refers to things that did not walk on water. But suppose, now, that a certain man is observed to descend from a mountain. The Jews would soon perish if they had to assent to the sentence, "that man walked on water." Might it be that in the secret language that man does not refer to the man being pointed at? Evidently complications are going to ramify here very quickly. Let's bear in mind, however, that since we make no prior assumptions about the semantic structure of the secret language, it need not turn out that the character of a sentence in this language is determined in the standard manner by referential relations between words and objects. My question must not be confused with Putnam's famous point in his model theoretic argument against realism. Putnam's point would be that, so long as the sentences asserted by Christians are logically consistent, there will be a model that makes these sentences true. Putnam would conclude that on a realist notion of truth the Jews could not have had any reason to deny the Christians' assertions. It was only their pragmatism that caused many of these Jews to submit to death rather than agree with the Christians. My presuppositions, however, are completely realist, and I am not asking a question about models. I am asking whether the Jews could possibly express their believed propositions using the same sentences Christians use to express their believed propositions. An affirmative answer to this question does not follow from there being models for both the Jews and the Christians that would make the sentences they assert come out true. There are really two questions to be asked here. The RST is whether there is in logical space a possible secret language for the Jews. The second is whether the Jews could possibly learn such a language. The answer to the RST question would be trivial if we ignored the element of context in character. We could then imagine all of the sentences acceptable to Christians arranged in a sequence C, and all of those acceptable to Jews arranged in a sequence J. In the secret language, the character of the nth sentence in C can simply be the character of the nth sentence in J. A trivial version of this scheme, which ought to be learnable, would make corresponding sentences in the sequences contradictories if the sentences are disputed, and make them identical if the sentences are not disputed. Once we take context into account, however, this simple kind of scheme can't work. Consider the sentence A, "that man has been damned to hell." This sentence will be acceptable in some contexts but not in others, both to Jews and Christians, though the two groups will disagree in some contexts. In the secret language, A's character must be such that Jews will accept A in the secret language in all and only contexts in which Christians accept A in the standard language. In order to satisfy the condition that the two languages contain sentences with the same characters, there must then be a sentence B such that A's character in the secret language is the same as B's character in the standard language, and Jews will accept B in the standard language in all and only contexts in which Christians accept A in the standard language. What could sentence B be? Let us take this a step further. There must now be a sentence C such that B's character in the secret language is the same as C's character in the standard language, and Jews will accept C in the standard language in all and only contexts in which Christians accept B in the standard language. And then there must be a sentence D that stands to C in the way that C stands to B and B stands to A, and so on. What kind of a sequence of sentences are we looking at here? Is there any such sequence in the language? If not, there is no possible secret language for the Jews. A variation of rationalist strategy may solve the problem, as long as we can assume that both sides are fully apprised of the implications of the other side's position. Let a sentence of the form "on the assumptions of Judaism," A have the same character in the secret language that A has in the standard language superscript 1 and, if B is a sentence that does not begin with the words on the assumptions of Judaism, let B have the same character in the secret language that on the assumptions of Christianity, B has in the standard language. If in some context the Jews disagree with the Christians' belief that a certain man was damned to hell, they can pretend to agree by asserting the sentence that man was damned to hell, which in the secret language means that this is what the Christians think. They could also express their secret belief that the man was not damned to hell by asserting the sentence on the assumptions of Judaism, that man was not damned to hell, which the Christians will have no trouble accepting. So it appears that there is indeed this peculiar alternative language for the Jews. And, by the same reasoning, there will be one for the Christians. It does not, however, follow absurdly that this dispute is merely verbal. Even if there are alternative languages for this dispute, they are not the right kind. In a verbal dispute it must be possible to make the following speech to each side. You should agree that, on the most plausible interpretation of the other side's language, the other side asserts the truth by your own lights, but it could not be suggested to the Jews that their secret language is a plausible interpretation of the Christians' assertions. The Jews cannot hold that when the Christians assert that man is damned to hell and on the assumptions of Judaism, that man is not damned to hell, they are asserting propositions that hold true in worlds in which the man is not damned to hell but, on the assumptions of Christianity, he is. Though the Christians' assertions, so interpreted, would be true by Jewish lights, this interpretation is obviously absurd. Superscript 1 One lesson to be derived from this example is that an issue can be perfectly substantive even though there is, for each side, a possible language in which the sentences asserted by that side come out true. More is needed for an issue to degenerate into merely a matter of choosing a language. It is required that each side ought to find it plausible to interpret the other side as speaking the truth in the other side's language. 3. Verbal disputes and interpretive charity. Since languages are here individuated by interpretations, P-English and E-English are considered different languages, though they can also be called different versions of English. Even when disputants use an English expression in different conventionally correct senses, they can be said to use different languages in the relevant sense. One may be initially tempted, then, to deem a verbal dispute as one in which each side speaks the truth in its own language. That cannot be right, however, since a dispute can be verbal even when the disputants are mistaken about the non-linguistic facts. There may be a verbal dispute about whether Harry is running around a squirrel or merely running around a tree containing the squirrel, when in fact Harry is home in bed and the runner is someone who looks like Harry. Moreover, if we have a case in which the dispute at the RST level will inevitably leads to a dispute at the second level as to whether each side in the RST level speaks the truth in its own language, then, whatever might be our own judgment about the second level question, I don't think we want to treat the dispute as merely verbal. At least we will not want to treat it as verbal if we are thinking of a verbal dispute as one that can be dissolved or deeded by getting the parties to agree that it's just a matter of choosing a language. I'll try to explain later that in the dispute between nominalists and Platonists, whereas the Platonists will be able to interpret the nominalists as speaking the truth in their own language, the nominalists may be unable to make that concession to the Platonists. One might suggest that in this case the Platonists and nominalists have a second-level dispute about whether their RST-level dispute is verbal, but I would prefer to say that the RST-level dispute in this case is definitely not verbal, since it can't be dissolved or deeded in the characteristic manner of verbal disputes. I would therefore deem a verbal dispute as follows: it is a dispute in which, given the correct view of linguistic interpretation, each party will agree that the other party speaks the truth in its own language. This can be put more briefly by saying that in a verbal dispute each party ought to agree that the other party speaks the truth in its own language. There can still be a philosophical question about whether a given dispute is verbal, but this question would have to do with issues of linguistic interpretation. There is a snag in this definition that I simply want to circumvent, since I think it doesn't have a critical bearing on what I am driving at. Burge and others have claimed that, if a person belongs to a certain linguistic community, then the language of that community is the person's language, and no matter what idiosyncrasies the person's linguistic behavior exhibits, the conventionally correct character must be assigned to the person's asserted sentences. Point superscript 1 superscript 2 Burgess' point would make it difficult to say in general that in a verbal dispute each disputant has her own language. Point superscript 1 superscript 3 To get around this, I'm going to stipulate that for the purposes of this discussion, the language of side X in any dispute is the language that would belong to an imagined linguistic community, typical members of which exhibit linguistic behavior that is relevantly similar to X's. We can, if we wish, think of X as forming its own linguistic community. If side X is Perdurantism, then X's language is the language that would belong to an imagined linguistic community, typical members of which talk like Perdurantists, i.e., they assert the sentences that Perdurantists assert and Endurantists reject. I claim that the dispute between Endurantists and Perdurantists is verbal. On the correct view of linguistic interpretation, Endurantists will agree that Perdurantists speak the truth in P English, and Perdurantists will agree that Endurantists speak the truth in E English. Central to what I take to be the correct view of linguistic interpretation is an appeal to use, but it must be understood that the only way to understand that appeal is in terms of what has been called the principle of charity. Superscript 1 Imagine a linguistic community in which typical speakers assent to a certain sentence S only when an apple is present. Why wouldn't it be an appeal to use to say that by S they mean that an elephant is present and they systematically mistake apples for elephants? The answer is that an appeal to use is an attempt to make the most sense out of people's use of language. Central to linguistic interpretation is the presumption that the correct interpretation is the one that makes people's use of language as reasonable as possible. In interpreting a language there is therefore an overwhelming, if in principle defeasible, presumption that typical speakers make perceptual assertions that are reasonably accurate, and that they do not assert relatively simple sentences that are a priori false. The principle of charity to use does not depend on human generosity. It is, as I conceive of it, constitutive of the phenomena of language and meaning. Now, let's imagine a community of people who talk like Perdurantists. Shown an ordinary wooden stick, they will assent to the sentence, "In front of us there are a succession of highly visible wooden objects that persist for a moment and then go out of existence." If they are speaking E-English, in which this sentence is false, they are making a mistake about what visible objects exist before their eyes. Moreover, this perceptual mistake is linked to their general a priori mistake of asserting the false E-English sentence. Any persisting object a priori necessarily consists of a succession of temporal parts, barring some extraordinarily unlikely explanation for why they would be expected to make mistakes of this sort. Charity to use requires us to interpret them as speaking P-English, in which these sentences are true. An analogous point evidently holds for those who talk like Endurantists. Their language, as indicated by charity to use, is E-English. Of course, the people in our own community talk like Endurantists. Plain English, therefore, is E-English. Insofar as both Endurantists and Perdurantists claim to be speaking plain English, the Endurantists are right. Perdurantists are making a verbal mistake. They have somehow managed to philosophize their way out of the communal language. Lewis points out that a stage seems eventually to be reached in ontology when all is said and done, when all the tricky arguments and distinctions and counterexamples have been discovered, so that each position has achieved a state of equilibrium. Superscript 1 I am thinking primarily of this stage when I say that the dispute between Endurantists and Perdurantists is verbal. Prior to this stage, if an Endurantist, say, is disposed to change her mind in response to some Perdurantist arguments, then charity to use may favor interpreting her language as P-English, so that the change of mind is deemed reasonable and her earlier judgment deemed mistaken. But after the all is said and done stage has been reached, there is nothing to be said but that each side speaks the truth in their own language. In saying this, I am rejecting Lewis's claim that when we have reached the all is said and done stage we are left with a matter of opinion in which one side is making a mistake of fact. My difference with Lewis about the status of the dispute at the all is said and done stage affects earlier stages. Suppose that prior to the all is said and done stage some Perdurantists are trying to end the arguments in behalf of their position. If they listen to me, their attitude will be, if we can persevere and stick to our guns we'll be right at least in our language, but they also realize that what they had initially wanted was to be right in plain English. That's the language they initially took themselves to be speaking. They realize, further, that no matter what fancy arguments they may come up with, there will be no general disposition in the wider linguistic community to convert to Purdue-Randism. Even those few members of the general community who are disposed to take philosophy seriously are as likely to turn out to be nihilists, or idealists, or something else inimical to Purdue-Randism. Since typical speakers talk like endurantists and have no disposition to change their minds in the direction of Purdue-Randism, it is established that plain English is E-English. Why, then, should these Purdue-Randists knock themselves out trying to come up with fancy arguments that might allow them to persevere in speaking their specialized language of P-English? Better simply to jump quickly to the all is said and done stage by reverting to endurantism and speaking plain English. Lewis's main argument for Purdue-Randism is the problem of temporary intrinsics superscript 1. I won't review that argument here. Put in very rough terms, the argument proceeds from the assumption, RST, that intuitive qualities such as shapes must not be treated as relations to times, and, second, that endurantism would require this treatment. I suspect that even if I were a real ontologist I would ND this argument to be weak, but the point I want to make at present is that the argument can be dismissed virtually sight unseen. For it is hardly likely to have the power to convert typical English speakers. Surely the typical speaker's disposition to talk like an endurantist far outweighs any disposition to worry about temporary intrinsics. So plain English remains E-English. Insofar as the philosophers involved in the dispute claim to be speaking plain English, that's all they need to know. Let me put this in a slightly different way. Lewis's argument from temporary intrinsics appeals to the truth of some such philosophical sentence as, shapes and other intuitive qualities cannot be treated as relations to times insofar as speakers of English who are able to understand and evaluate the sentence are inclined to accept it. Charity to use favors an interpretation that makes the sentence true. But if the truth of the philosophical sentence connects with endurantism, as Lewis claims, then this sentence is false in E-English. The overwhelming considerations of charity to use that indicate that the language of our community is E-English. The charity to use that appeals to the typical speaker's condensed assertion of innumerable endurantist sentences must be weighed against charity to the philosophical sentence. This seems to be no contest. Since the preponderance of evidence clearly indicates that our language is E-English, the philosophical sentence must be deemed false superscript 1. This point generalizes to other philosophical arguments against endurantism. These arguments must always appeal to philosophical sentences that are false in E-English. Charity to use then dictates that the sentences are false in plain English. It turns out, then, that at any stage of this dispute the primary concern is with what one ordinarily says. The fancy arguments found in Lewis and others become irrelevant. I hope that I am not encouraging a verbal dispute about what counts as a verbal dispute. In saying that the issue between Purdue-Randism and endurantism is merely verbal, I am making essentially two claims. First, if there were a linguistic community typical members of which assert the sentences that, after all is said and done, Purdue-Randists assert, then charity to use dictates that the language of this community is P-English. It follows, second, that speakers of either language ought to allow that speakers of the other language assert sentences that have the same characters and hence the same truth values as the sentences that they themselves assert. It seems to me that these two claims imply the Carnapian idea that there is at bottom nothing to the issue of Purdue-Randism versus endurantism but the choice of either P-English or E-English. I do not deny, certainly, that Purdue-Randist philosophers and endurantist philosophers are related to each other in some ways that are significantly different from the ways that the members of the two imagined linguistic communities are related to each other. For one thing, the philosophers grew up in the same linguistic community and may therefore be committed to the language of that community. Furthermore, even after all is said and done, philosophers cannot shed their histories and return to the pre-philosophical innocence of typical members of the imagined communities. The linguistic behavior of philosophers is never quite like that of typical speakers. If someone holds that these points imply that there is a sense in which the philosophers are not engaged in a verbal dispute, I need not disagree. I only insist that there is a sense in which they are engaged in a verbal dispute, and it is this sense that supports the Carnapian conclusion. Charity to use may not be the only relevant interpretive principle, but I think it is by far the dominant one. In Lewis we nd the idea that there is a presumption in favor of interpreting words as expressing natural properties. Superscript 1 Sider has made the novel suggestion that Lewis's idea be extended to the logical apparatus of a language, so that there will be in effect an interpretive principle that has a special bearing on ontology. Superscript 1 I've discussed Sider's position at length elsewhere and will only recapitulate a few points here. Superscript 2 He claims that a language may be better or worse to the world's logical joints, and that there is a presumption in favor of an interpretation that yields a better t. It is this presumption that will determine whether a linguistic community is speaking E-English or P-English. Since ontological arguments reveal, as he thinks, that P-English is a better t to the logical joints than E-English, there is a presumption in favor of an interpretation yielding the former language, and this presumption determines that P-English is the language even in a linguistic community like ours, in which people seem to talk like endurantists. I have two basic problems with this position. First, the notion of logical joints seems to me obscure. Sider often says that the quantier-like expressions in a language answer to the world's logical joints only if they express existence. This is evidently less an explanation than an invitation to accept logical joints and existence as primitive notions. Can they be explained ostensibly, by citing examples? Apparently not, since there is no agreement on what the examples are. I think one must feel some skepticism about the intelligibility of an allegedly primitive notion when there is no agreement as to what examples come under the notion. Point superscript 2 superscript 1 My second problem is that, even if we grant what Sider says about the presumption imposed by the logical joints, this presumption must be defeasible by considerations of charity to use. In regard to natural properties, everyone will agree, I assume, that considerations of charity determine that most of the words in our language express properties that are not highly natural. By the same token, whether the logical joints favor E-English or P-English, it is the linguistic behavior of members of a community that will primarily determine which language they are speaking. I think it's clear, therefore, that ontology cannot reveal that the members of our community really speak P-English and make innumerable a priori mistakes about what visible objects exist in front of their eyes. For the demand for a semantics, the picture that I'm presenting of the relationship between the two languages E-English and P-English is that there is a certain set of sentences and a certain set of characters, and the characters are distributed differently over the sentences of the two languages in such a manner that the sentences asserted by endurantists in one language have the same characters as the different sentences asserted by perdurantists in the other language. An objection that has often been raised in conversation is that this picture ignores a fundamental asymmetry in the relationship between the languages, an asymmetry that in fact makes it impossible for endurantists to make good sense of P-English. By a semantics for a language I mean a neat description of the language which entails, for each sentence, an adequate specification of its character. I'll not try to pin down the relevant notion of adequacy, its intuitive meaning is probably sufficiently clear for present purposes. Now, if we start out speaking P-English then, assuming that we have a semantics for P-English, there seems to be no major obstacle in providing a semantics for E-English. We need only stipulate that the domain of things over which the quantiers of E-English range is limited in certain ways, so that temporal parts rejected by endurantists are excluded. The stipulated limitation is semantic, holding in any context, with the effect therefore that the most contextually unrestricted quantier available in E-English, that is, the widest sense of everything in E-English, does not range over such temporal parts. On the other hand, if we start out in E-English and are trying to provide a semantics for P-English, we obviously cannot say that the domain of objects in P-English contains more objects than the ones that are referred to by our word everything. How, then, can we make any sense in E-English of what it means in P-English to talk about temporal parts of things, things that don't exist? The problems presented by this case arise in various other issues of ontology. The general problem is how one side in a dispute can interpret another side that seems to posit more objects. If we look back at what Edna said in her diary, I think we can see one perfectly reasonable way of formulating in E-English a semantics for P-English. In P-English, a sentence of the form A has at time T a temporal part that is F has the same character as the E-English sentence A is F at time T. Other forms of sentences in the language operate in the obvious ways. We imagine that is appended to a semantics in E-English for E-English, so that the characters of the E-English sentences can be assumed as given. It will of course be objected that is a poor joke of a semantics, since it implies nothing about the character of any P-English sentence that does not have the specific form mentioned in. Doesn't it? One thing that I think is clear is that any reasonably intelligent speaker of E-English who is guided by, perhaps supplemented with a few well-chosen examples, will immediately be able to provide, for virtually any sentence of P-English, a sentence of E-English with the same character. Even if that fact doesn't qualify as a semantics, it should, I think, disarm the complaint that speakers of E-English would have no way of making charitable sense of P-English. One might view, supplemented with some examples, as a kind of ostensive denition. Enabling speakers of E-English to go on the same way in assigning characters to the sentences of P-English. It may be objected that tells us little about the characters of intentional ascriptions in P-English. I think, in fact, that if we know the syntactic structures and characters of the sentences of a language other than intentional ascriptions, then we know a great deal about the ingrained belief states expressed in the asserting of those sentences. I'm not going to try to defend that here. I'm going to put the objection aside for the present on the grounds that the general obscurity in the semantics of intentionality makes its relevance to the specific issue of understanding P-English doubtful. Point superscript 2 a somewhat more significant worry, I think, is that gives us no clue as to how to formulate in E-English the characters of P-English sentences involving reference. Take the sentence, in P-English the word bearded refers to any bearded temporal part of Lincoln. We must assume that this sentence is trivially true in P-English, but it cannot be true in E-English. Since, as we say in E-English, there are no such things as temporal parts of Lincoln, there cannot be any such things for a word of P-English to refer to. One possibility for explaining in E-English the characters of P-English sentences involving reference is along the following lines. P-English functions as if persisting objects are necessarily made up of temporal parts, and a P-English sentence of the form, in P-English the expression E refers to things that are F has the same character as the E-English sentence, in P-English it says if the expression E refers to things that are F. This as if formulation expresses a holistic analogy between the way expressions function in P-English and the way they function in E-English, despite the former expressions not having the kind of referential function they have in E-English. The as if formulation has something in common with ationalist approach. The following might be suggested as a substitute for both and. Any P-English sentence S has the same character as the E-English sentence on the assumptions of Purdue-Rantism, S superscript 2 superscript 3. Assuming that the E-English semantics for E-English can deal with sentences of the form, on the assumption of A, B, the conjunction of that semantics and may qualify as a respectable semantics in E-English for P-English superscript 2. I think, however, that there is an important sense in which depends upon. Since the E-English sentence persisting objects are necessarily made up of temporal parts expresses an impossibility, and this sentence summarizes the assumptions of Purdue-Rantism, the form of E-English sentence cited in is in effect a counter-possible. Without entering into the serious difficulties attending the analysis of counter-possibles, I think the following is reasonably clear: the truth of a rationalized sentence of the form on the assumption A, B depends on the truth of some straight sentence C such that, from the conjunction of A and C, B follows, in some suitable sense of follows. Thus the truth of the E-English sentence on the assumptions of Purdue-Rantism, Lincoln had in 1860 a part that was bearded depends on the truth of some straight E-English sentence, such as, Lincoln was bearded in 1860. Superscript 2. The latter sentence is of course the sentence delivered by as the E-English counterpart of the P-English sentence. Lincoln had in 1860 a part that was bearded. The truth, therefore, of every rationalized sentence of the form cited in depends upon the truth of a straight sentence of the form delivered by for the P-English sentence under consideration. In this sense it seems to be that really gives the E-English speaker a sense of how P-English works, but this is not to deny that may have the virtue, evidently lacking in, of providing a passably respectable semantics in E-English for P-English. Many philosophers, however, will consider to be completely off the track. These formulations do not explain how the characters of the sentences of P-English are generated by the underlying referential relations between the words of that language and objects in the world. In fact, makes it clear that the word reference in P-English could not mean what it does in E-English. Although the speakers of P-English will assert, the characters of the sentences of P-English depend upon the reference of the words in P-English, E-English speakers cannot make that assertion. They therefore can make no sense of P-English. The puzzle expressed in the last paragraph ought to lead, not to the vanquishing of P-English, but to the reinforcement of a basic insight into the nature of language. The insight is that only within the context of a sentence does a word have meaning. What must be given up is a picture of language in which the characters at the level of sentences are generated by some underlying referential mechanisms at the level of words. This bottom-up picture is misguided because the references of words depend upon the characters of sentences. One might perhaps have thought that there is somehow a two-way dependence, so that one can picture language both bottom-up and top-down. Apart from the inherent instability of this picture, it is shown to be untenable precisely by considering the relationship between such languages as E-English and P-English. As a speaker of E-English, I must view the expression temporal part as functioning syncatagrammatically in P-English, in the way that logical words are generally viewed. The same will hold for many other words that are attached to temporal part. There is nothing wrong with that. The key to understanding the relationship between E-English and P-English is what I have called elsewhere quantier variance. This refers to the possibility that quantier-like expressions in different languages may have different semantic functions. They may contribute differently to the characters of sentences. Superscript 2. Our E-English concept of something is not the same as the corresponding concept expressed in P-English. All of the other differences between the languages depend on that one. On the picture I'm presenting, the essence of language is the distribution of a set of characters over a set of syntactically structured sentences. There appear to be no general considerations about reference that impose a priori necessary constraints on how that distribution can work. It may indeed be that, for virtually any language that we can make intelligible to ourselves, it will seem most natural from within the language to explain the language in terms of what will be called a referential semantics. As a speaker of E-English, I can well understand the correctness of the P-English speaker's assertion of the sentence. The characters of the sentences of P-English depend on the reference of the words of P-English. I cannot, however, assert that sentence in terms of my use of the words what exists and what can be referred to. All of this ought to be seen as being quite in order. Our concept of reference varies with our concept of what exists, but it should be emphasized that our concept of truth does not thereby vary. Whether we speak E-English or P-English, we mean the same by the sentence S is true in the language L. Our concept of saying the truth, of saying it as it is the stable Archimedean point around which everything else revolves. Matty Eklund has in several places illuminatingly discussed under the heading Neo-Phrygianism the idea that the truth values of sentences are explanatorily prior to the reference of terms. Superscript 2. I am evidently a Neo-Phrygian in this respect. Eklund, however, wishes to combine the Neo-Phrygian idea with the following Tarskian principle. For a sentence of the form F, of any language, to be true, the singular term A must refer superscript 2. The conjunction of Neo-Phrygianism and immediately entails that endurantism is false. If we are Neo-Phrygians, we must allow that P-English is a possible language, assuming, as I now am, that the truth conditions of the P-English sentences have been made intelligible. We cannot, as perhaps we could if we were both anti-Neo-Phrygians and anti-perdurantists, reject the possibility of P-English on the grounds that it lacks the required kind of referential and ontological structure. Given that P-English is a possible language, we observe that it contains true syntactically singular sentences which, according to, requires the singular terms to refer to temporal parts. Hence endurantism is refuted. The conjunction of neo-Phrygianism and leads Eklund in the direction of a maximally expansive ontology that countenances, not just temporal parts, but any object that we can conceive of as required as a referent of a true syntactically singular sentence of any imaginable language. Superscript 2. Let me say that the sentence as written above is a strong T sentence, and that a weak T sentence is the result of replacing of any language by of this language. To be true, the singular term a must refer, and let me say that a T language is a language within which at least the weak T sentence is true, whereas a strong T language is one in which the strong T sentence is true. Given that P-English is a possible language, it follows that E-English, even if it is a T language, is not a strong T language. Eklund's argument for an expansive ontology assumes that plain English, the language we ordinarily speak, is a strong T language, and is therefore not E-English. What reason does he have for that assumption? If the reason is simply that the strong T sentence strikes Eklund as intuitively right, I have already answered this in my comments in the previous section about Lewis's argument from temporary intrinsics. The strong sentence is a philosophical sentence that is false in E-English, and therefore false in the language we ordinarily speak, on the most plausibly charitable interpretation. One might try to bolster the intuition in behalf of the strong T sentence by arguing that, if our language were not a strong T language, it would be drastically deficient in its capacity to explain the semantics of various possible languages. In E-English, for example, we could not explain the truth conditions of the sentences of P-English by appealing to the reference of singular and general terms. But this argument is inconsistent with Eklund's neo-Phrygianism. If we are neo-Phrygians, we do not explain truth conditions by appealing to reference. Therefore, if we are neo-Phrygian speakers of E-English, we do not end ourselves faced with the explanatory deficiency just mentioned. Superscript 3. Nevertheless, I would not deny that it may be helpful to shift to a strong T language for certain philosophical and semantic purposes. That is not the issue. If Eklund is merely claiming that strong T languages are in some ways more useful than other languages, this is squarely a Carnapian remark, and I need not disagree with him. 2 points that I am making, however, are, first, endurantism is true in the sense that E-English is plain English, the language we ordinarily speak is not a strong T language. Second, the dispute between endurantism and a more expansive ontology is merely verbal, turning on whether or not we choose to use a language in which the strong T sentence is true. Let me add a few qualifying remarks. Certainly, our understanding of P-English is compositional, in the fundamental sense that the words and their ordering in a P-English sentence is what allow us to determine the sentence's character. The manner of compositionality of the P-English sentences is what is described in. Furthermore, it may be permissible in some cases to attribute a referential function to expressions in P-English. For instance, it seems to do no harm to take apple to refer to apples in the P-English sentence. This apple is now red. Certainly, we are not required to view the words and sentences of P-English as owing free of the objects that exist in the world. On the contrary, the truth values of sentences in P-English depend on the objects that exist and their properties and interrelations. For instance, the truth value of the P-English sentence, the current temporal part of this apple is more red than a certain temporal part of that tomato, depends on the existence of a certain apple and a certain tomato, and on their properties and interrelations. We can even say, in a rough intuitive sense, that the sentence is about nothing but a certain apple and a certain tomato. The words of P-English are semantically related to objects in various ways that are indirectly and holistically described in. Finally, when I say that the essence of language is nothing more than the distribution of sentential characters over syntactic structures, I do not deny that some such distributions will intuitively strike us as crazy or, put somewhat more temperately, as too strange to be taken seriously as possible natural languages. What to make of these intuitions I don't know, but their force should not be denied. .3 examples of languages that seem too strange might include Quine's language without variables, 3 his language with a single deitic predicate, 3 perhaps a language with words like gru and quas. In none of these examples is there any kind of special semantic problem. It is obvious that many of the Perdurantist assertions initially strike typical members of our linguistic community as bordering on madness. I think it is indeed probable that, as an empirical fact, humans are innately disposed to favor languages like E-English over languages like P-English. 3 Even if this is so, however, I expect that it is quite easy for most people to adjust to P-English. The obvious analogies between spatial and temporal intervals, and between ordinary objects and processes, can make P-English seem quite benign after a bit of practice. Therefore, while some common-sense philosophers might consider P-English to be too strange, I don't myself see it that way. In any case, these transcendental intuitions about which languages may be too strange to be taken seriously are probably themselves too fragile to be taken very seriously. These intuitions, for whatever they are worth, must be attempts to measure the distance between some putative languages and our paradigms of intelligibility, where some distances may strike us as too great. The paradigms themselves are of course ordinary languages, such as plain English. These languages require one to talk like an endurantist, and they are no more nor less strange than ordinary life. 5 Platonism versus nominalism. As I stated at the outset, my position is roughly Carnapian, for it was Carnap who said that ontological disputes amount to nothing more than a choice of language. I now want to bring out the point that Carnap evidently intended his doctrine to apply to various disputes that I may not count as verbal. An example is the dispute between Platonists and nominalists about the existence of abstract items, such as sets, properties, and numbers. In considering this dispute, it is important not to focus exclusively on sentences of pure set theory, which are either necessarily true or necessarily false. Consider the sentence, there are two innate sets X and Y, whose members are innate sets of angels, satisfying the condition that, for any set X in X there is a set Y in Y such that all angels in X love all and only angels in Y, and some angel in Y loves some angel in some set in X other than X.